Hello, everyone. Welcome. You know, we are fashionably on time, just 3 minutes after the starting time for the tournament, so we are looking pretty damn good, if I do say so myself. Joining me here on the starting soon screen for a bit of a change, a bit of a mix-up, is going to be my co-host and, of course, glorious administrator of the tournament. It's Roy, guys. That's right. Roy is here on the starting soon screen.
I am here on the starting student screen, and it's a pleasure to be here for the first time ever, Teapot. I can't wait to try casting.
Yeah, I mean,
First time ever, so.
And there's a first time for everything, as they say, and this indeed is a first-time situation. This is going to be the first of a series of tournaments in the Hardstuck Conquest League. And, well, I don't think this really needs much of an introduction, of course, Roy, but we're just going to go ahead and leap right into it almost immediately. We have a huge amount of games to get through, so we don't really have much time to mess around here. We've just got to get right into it because, I mean, how many teams do we actually have in this EU bracket? I believe
22.
22 teams. That is certainly not, maybe a little more than we were expecting, I would say, in terms of the PvP
Not to
scene.
mention, that there are additional 5 teams in the invitational bracket on the EU side, so that is a total of 27 EU teams that signed up. And yeah, it's awesome. I love to see it. I mean, honestly, NA also, we had, I think, about 15 teams in total for NA. So that is well over, or just about, not well over, but it's about 40 teams in total across both regions. I mean, it's great. You love to see it. It really is. It's fantastic. I'm very excited for these games. As T-Bot said, we have quite a few, so we are going to get underway very shortly, almost immediately, in fact. But yeah, it's going to be awesome. Looking forward to seeing the competition from today. And some new faces, I think, as well. And yeah, it's going to be awesome.
It is going to be absolutely awesome indeed. And just kind of a bit of a primer here. So the structure of this tournament is that we have it broken up into 2 sections, the open section and the invitational section. This weekend, we're going to be doing the open bracket. So today is EU, tomorrow is NA, and then the weekend after will be the invitational. The top teams will be moving on from the open to the invitational as well. But I mean, look, I've seen some insane things, Roy, these past few days in daily ATs, in PvP. I think this open bracket, and particularly EU, I think, is going to be unbelievably spicy. It's going to be hot. There's going to be some serious games there. I mean, there are going to be some of the best games I've seen just like in the game happened in some of these kind of like, you know, these scrims, these warm-up matches that we've been seeing as the teams start preparing over the past week. So I think this is going to be an unbelievably close and intense bracket for all of these players there. And, you know, we've got some awesome rewards for all of these guys as well. Of course, the open bracket it's no consolation prize, guys, okay? There's going to be a lot of gold going into this. Gems from ArenaNet, some special stuff in the form of a llama, and some permanent passes, all up for grabs for these teams. And a lot of players are going to be getting a lot of prestige, a lot of swag, and of course, a lot of bragging rights for being able to kind of lay the smackdown and kind of get into PvP. And I think that's something that I've been really, really enjoying watching, is these new teams develop, new teams come into play, and just watching the scene grow. I mean, like, we were really surprised, like, at how many teams, you know, as we said a little bit earlier, just how many teams actually got into this. And I think, without further ado, I think we're going to leap directly into the first match.
Let's do it.
There are actually a few streams up, by the way, guys. So if you want to go check out some of the other streams, you can do !streams in the chat and !bracket to go and see the brackets. And, you know, if you want to kind of check out where things are going, I mean, Roy did this amazing diagram of how the matches are going to go. I'm just going to show that on stream real quick of, how this is going to go exactly. You can kind of see this beautiful diagram of all the matches that we're going to be looking at. We're the ones in red here, the one, because we're number 1, obviously. But there are plenty of other things going on, and you can just see just the scope of that bracket. And, of course, there's a lower bracket underneath there as well that just cannot fit within this diagram. That reminds me. I can't actually show it right now, but I'll go and collect it. I might just go and grab it right now. I'm going to quickly leave the arena and then come back, because I am actually now allowed to show a new type of reward from ArenaNet that they're going to be giving out here, Roy. That's pretty exciting, right?
Yeah, that is pretty exciting. What is it?
It is known as the Community Chest, and it is a special reward for community events put on by, you know, streamers, content creators, all that sort of stuff, and just members of the Guild Wars 2 scene. And here it is. I actually have it in-game right now, in front of me. In fact, I'm showing it on stream here before we leap into this game between those two teams. Here's the Community Chest. We can actually take a look what it contains. And basically, the Community Chest contains an assortment of items. Players who do well in these tournaments will be receiving one of these. And actually, I've been informed that over time, more items will actually be added to this chest that you will be able to choose from. It's a wide variety of cosmetic skins, including finishers, outfits, chairs, die kits, all sorts of things. Right now, we have a few items here, including some of the coveted Dragon Emblem clothing there with the Guild Wars 2 shirt, the Aurene shirt as well, which honestly, like, believe me, Roy, people are always like, oh, could you have any spare Aurene codes? Well, now you can win them in the game here with the Community Chest.
When those were going out, I had so many people message me asking for them.
Yeah. And now you can win them.
Yeah, that's pretty sick though. That is very cool, and it's nice to see ArenaNet, giving us something a little new. The Community Chest. Very cool thing.
Indeed. And I think we can probably hop into the game about now. I think let's go ahead and get in it. But yeah, yes, pretty cool stuff, guys. And I do actually want to say this, ArenaNet has, me and ArenaNet have had perhaps a tumultuous past when it comes to my tournaments.
What?
But I do want to say that ArenaNet have really come through here, guys. They absolutely have. And very abnormally, they really like the idea of these tournaments with the open and invitational bracket, and they are actually supporting all three. So ArenaNet are providing 12,000 gems for each bracket, the EU Open, the NA Open, and the Invitational, in addition to all the other rewards, including the title for the Invitational, the llamas, and these community chests for a lot of the high-performing teams in these games. So I think ArenaNet, it's obviously really nice to have them at our back in all of these things. And, on behalf of Hardstuck and, of course, myself, I want to say thank you to ArenaNet for helping us out there because I think it is really, really cool. I think it gets the community excited and engaged to know that the company, that develops the game, that the company behind the game is engaging, is interested in these events and wants to see them thrive. So, yeah, very big thanks to ArenaNet there and, of course, the partner program team. Indeed. Very cool stuff. And of course, that leads us directly to our first game, which is going to be the Free Hugs versus Please Don't Cast Us. So, I mean, I'm afraid we're going to have to decline that request, but we are pretty much about to go. I guess we can just kind of have a bit of a brief overview, make sure the teams are ready, and then get started in this first match between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at the builds as we go. For the record, by the way, and this confused me a lot of times, the Xananan, the is not in fact the Xan from rank 55, who's playing actually in the Invitational. No, this is a I don't know if it's a copycat. His account name is Hearthstone Xananan, so apparently he's a
he's a Hearthstone player. He's actually from the Hearthstone scene.
Coming over there, yeah, it's very interesting.
Bit of a step down in skill level, but it's all the same. It's good to have them in. Good to have the Hearthstone community getting in.
Did throw me a little bit, but yes, that is not in fact Xan. He is not smurfing in the open bracket. We would not allow that. But yes, let's quickly, briefly go over the teams, and then we'll give them the ready to go sign, and we'll begin our first match. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on the red side, a.k.a. Free Hugs. We've starting out there with Messis, going to be playing Mender's Amulet Scrapper.
Ooh.
So bit of a tanky build there, interestingly enough. Mender's Amulet, a little bit of a surprise. Not expecting to see Mender's Amulets in this tournament, but that's going to be okay. Hug Lork is going to be playing an interesting build. I don't know if this is on purpose. In fact, I'm even going to message this person to make sure they're on the right build because they currently have Malix, unless that's a spectator bug, and
it may well be. Yeah, it may well be a spectator bug. In fact, actually.
Otherwise, he's set up for standard Power Herald, DPS Herald.
Dude, check this out. For me, he has three dodges as well. I'm saying Daredevil.
He's actually playing Daredevil.
Yeah, Lork is hacking here somehow. He is actually playing a Daredevil Rev. I mean, I think Syndra is going to be very excited about that. That sounds like a fun balance patch, I think.
Yeah.
I think Herald has 3 dodges now. That's good. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well, Herald did need buffs, so that's nice. We got Oracle. He's going to be playing Sage Amulet Weaver, so the Ellies are going to be represented here. So it is going to be Fire Weaver, pretty standard build there for the Weaver side. Opted at taking 1v1s and potentially 1vx outnumbered fights there on the side. Not quite as tanky as the Mender's Amulet variant that we may end up seeing at some point with the Water Earth build there, fortunately. We've got a Core Guard. Mender's Amulet is going to be standard support Core Guard there, and wrapping it up will be the Reaper there, which is nice to see. We've got a DPS Reaper, so very glass cannon build there. You'll love to see it. I'm actually pretty excited that we have a Necro in our first match and wasn't sure if we're going to see it. But that is going to be it for the red team. And why don't you go over the blue team builds there?
So on blue team, I mean, we have a few of the same familiar faces. You've got the Core Guard and the Weaver, probably both running very similar builds there. But we do have a few contrasting things there as well. I think we're going to see a power held on the red team from Lork, but we're going to see the infamous Renegade from Matty here. Running a slightly adjusted build to compromise for the recent balance changes, of course, but it is still here, and it is indeed still a strong option. And Hollow's things have actually been creeping a little bit back into the meta, actually. You've been seeing some prot Hollow, and of course, you still see a bit of Nade Hollow being played there as well. It is going to be the Grenade variant here from Ipcar here. And then finally you have the Thief to kind of round out this composition. So it's a bit of a mishmash here of different compositions and different strategies from both of these teams. I think, once again, it can be very, very difficult to kind of figure out exactly what's going on in these games just based on the comps alone. I think a lot of this is going to come down to how these teams actually rotate, particularly I think it's a bit early on the bracket. Could be a bit of a wild card situation. Wait, do I have to purge someone here? Who has to get purged?
Yeah, there's someone spectating, and apparently he's AFK.
Get the hell out.
I believe that is a sub for one of these teams, but yeah, we don't have subs in there. Anyways, here we go. Game number 1 starting, and there's going to be a bit of a cross coming out from the blue team onto the mine, and they're actually going to be able to contest that node for just a brief second, getting the team a couple points ahead, but it's not going to be for too long. There's going to be red team capturing that, so there's going to be a node apiece as mid is going to be continued to contest. 3 nodes all across the map going to be contested, but a lot of damage coming out onto this Revenant. 3 dodges not going to be enough to save him, and he's going to be going to downstate Oracle. Now going to be 1 versus 2 here on his own node. Xanadan going to be taking a little bit of pressure, but he's going to be able to kite away and reset now, obviously on his Thief, just dropping some short bow shots, but Oracle doing a pretty good job of just sustaining this very well. He's actually gotten both players down pretty low. He's going to be the steal coming in from the Thief, so he's going to have to go into the Obsidian Flesh, potentially losing this cap, but he's done a pretty nice job of holding onto the node for a while, long enough certainly for his teammate to respawn, as long as he doesn't die, but he is going to go down there, and then finding that follow-up kill, the grenades as well from the Hollowsmith, and unfortunately that is going to be a lost fight for the red team.
Yeah, that's not where they want to be right now. The mid-fight's still pretty stalled. Red is kind of slowly winning it then. The Reaper having a bit of a tough time to kind of break through all of the sustain there from the Guardian and the Renegade. That's a pretty strong 2v2 from the blue team. Of course, now with the Thief coming in, and particularly the SD Thief, actually, because it is Zan playing SD, which is a bit of a bunker buster build. I think that's going to be quite problematic here for some of these classes to actually hold on to, because the amount of damage this is going to be dealing out here, particularly in these slightly teamfight-oriented situations, is going to be pretty brutal. However, Haldoon's actually going to die. Even in the 3v2 situation, they managed to actually get that kill now as well. So that is going to be the kill on the Core Guardian of the blue team, and blue team's going to have to disengage. They do have the side nodes still being held with the Hollowsmith dueling there with the Weaver on the other side of the map, but mid actually not going in their direction. That I'm actually very surprised to see that. That was a bit of a thrown fight there from the blue team, to be honest.
Yeah, I think part of that is just going to be the fact that they weren't able to get the kill on the Reaper quickly enough. The Reaper is going to end up having just potentially more burst damage, I think, than the Renegade, although we've seen Renegade one-shot people, so I could be wrong about that. Now, plus coming in from the Reaper himself onto the Hollowsmith, who is going to get into Elixir S, but he's going to be very low on it. We're going to see Zan coming in. Oracle going to be low, but it's not going to be in time to save the Hollowsmith, so as long as Oracle doesn't drop, they should be fine. Zan now getting lifted up into the air. That should be a kill confirmed. And this is now a much better position for Red Team to be in. I think, honestly, them trying to hold down 2 nodes is going to be a little bit better. Obviously, Beasts might come into a bit of play here because Blue Team have the Thief, but also because they have the Thief, Red Team trying to hold 2 nodes is going to be a little bit smarter. They don't have that counter rotator as much. They do obviously have the DPS Herald, but it is going to be a little bit harder for him to keep up with the Thief. So I think as long as they hold down this double cap, even though they are about 70, 80 points behind, they should be able to make it back up.
Yeah, Zan overstaying his welcome a little bit there, greeting for that kill into the Weaver, nearly getting taken out. But as you say, you can kind of see Red Team's plan here. They're starting to have this really good hold on the map. They're playing this third node here with Mises not really doing that much. On his Scrapper, kind of just 1v1ing the Weaver for eternity on their node. But they have got these 2 nodes just set up here. And if Oracle can just hold these 1v2s for a little while and wait for some kind of plus there from one of the kind of bruisery classes from the Red Team, they should be okay in these fights. However, right now, Oracle Oracle is going to find himself in a pretty bad situation. The Reaper comes in to help, but he's already down, say, and now the Reaper is in a 1v3 as we see see all of the players from the blue team piling in to try and get that Reaper. But a beautiful signet there from Ace Shellshock actually brings it back up, and they're going to turn this around onto the blue team mid potentially, actually. The Hordes are trying to get out, but he's so low. He's got 3 burns. He's in exile stress right now, but I think he might go down. Say, anyway, can he get his heals up in time? He actually does get it, so he's going to be able to survive just barely, but red team are going to be able to stabilize their control over this map so far. However, the mobility of that thief from Zan is going to come into play here, able to get that decap on mid. Like, Lork went for a plus there to try and do something here to help out Mises to at least neutralize the node, but he was not able to do it as the core Guardian does rotate there. However, well, it was potentially not really the best place where he wants to be, because actually, without the support Guardian on the map, we see that blue team do end up losing this fight completely, losing their Renegade and probably their Holosmith here as well.
Brilliant turnaround there by the Reaper. The Guardian able to keep himself alive with the downstate symbol, and the Stomp coming in from the Reaper, able to rally his Guardian there. Almost said Firebrand, but it isn't going to be Core Guardian. Really, really nicely played there by that Reaper. Well done to Red Team to be able to hold this down. And again, to continue this double node pressure they have, they're definitely closing the gap. Holosmith again going to be forced into that Elixir S. Halden is going to be around with Signet available in case the Holosmith goes down, but hopefully he's not going to have to waste that. At the moment, Blue Team, I think, wasting time over here at the mine. They're probably not going to have decap potential into this 2v2. I think the cooldowns are going to still be in Red Team's favor even after that 2v2. However, if they can get a plus from this Thief, which maybe that's what they're hoping for, would end up helping them. But unfortunately, a Thief dead on respawn is not going to be able to plus anything. Is going to be the Renegade making his way over, but he's going to be chased by the Power Herald. And Oracle now coming in as well. Again, the 2-node cap starting to really make some work here. The burns under the Renegade! Oh my god, Matty gets one shot by Oracle and Rhodes.
And we see the Holo die on the point too. Does get revived up by the Guardian, but I have to agree with you here, Roy. Like, Red Team, they have just got such a good hold here. Blue Team's in trouble. Like, what can they do to come back here? Like, they've really got to get down a bit. They've got to figure out something. They've got to figure out a way to kind of break through this team fight, because right now they are just not having any luck in any of these actual, like, big fights. These 2v2s and the 3v3s are just not going in their direction. The only thing keeping them in this game is that Mises is not able to really break through the Weaver on the Mender Scrapper, which I guess is not much of a surprise, but, you know, they've got to get something else done. There are 3 nodes, and they only have 1 of them, and they aren't able to put a dent in the Red Team's point gain right now. They do have a nice outnumber here on Ace Shellshock, who is just trying to contest the node on the Guardian, but the Red Team, again, they're just going to play it safe there, kite around a little bit, and then rotate over and slowly win the game. We do see Lork pushing over to once again try and get some kind of neutralization, and I actually think that's a good play right now, because they have the kill onto Zan, so there is some time to get a bit of pressure. Of course, Zan now does respawn, and Ace, very, very low here, actually. If he was to die here, things could potentially destabilize here for the Red Team, because that would leave the Reaper without support. But the Guardian is actually doing a pretty good job of getting away as he gets his heal scarf in just 1 second. He should be able to somehow just barely hold on here, at least for the time being. And the Lich comes out from the Reaper. That should certainly peel for the Guardian fairly well. But actually, their damage is relentless. But it's too late. Halden is going to go down there as well. And Ace Shellshock is just barely able to survive there. And in fact, we might see even more kills. And I think this Necromancer is providing a huge amount of value in these team fights. It's just got so much damage that Blue Team are just not able to get kills before they end up getting destroyed by the Reaper.
Yeah, this Reaper just outputting so much damage, especially with that Lich. You know, obviously there's going to be a couple of reflects here in the form of the Shield 5 from the Guardian. The heal, obviously, on the Renegade is going to provide a little bit of a reflect, as we saw in that fight, but it's just not going to be enough to stop the power of this Reaper, and so far it's working out very well for Red Team. The thing to me right now is they're not getting any value from the Thief. This Mender Scrapper, he's not really getting any immediate value out of holding onto this node into Apocalypse, but the problem is that it's not really a great thing for the Thief to plus. It's a Mender Scrapper. It's not going to die very quickly. Nessus might not really be getting value on this node, you know, that they own, although we do see him now getting value here. He's about to triple cap the map here. But the Thief can't really plus it that easily. You know, it's going to be a lot of time that he's going to be wasting, and he's not getting value elsewhere on the map. We've seen him constantly being killed anytime he tries to plus the team fight, anytime he tries to plus any of the nodes. And I think it's honestly the weak link here for this team. I really like the idea of going Sword Dagger, as you mentioned. The SD Thief not going to be bad into the Core Guard, which obviously is going to be kind of the core itself of a lot of these team fight situations across all these matches. But it's just not working out for them right now. And Red Team, they are playing very strongly into a 2-node position. Obviously, we do see them putting pressure on all 3 nodes, but they're playing for 2 nodes very heavily, and they're winning every single fight that they're having on the map, especially because they're constantly killing this Thief. So I need to see more value out of this Thief for Blue Team, or have him swap for the next game.
Yeah, we're going to need to see them actually push some kind of more rotational style, because as you say, it does look like the team fight from the red team is unbelievably strong right now. I mean, it is just that so much damage from that Reaper. Of course, Necromancers, as you were mentioning at the start of the game, it's not something that you always see, and we've seen even, you know, Reapers at, you know, in a lot of the high-level games kind of struggle to get value, but that is certainly not the case in this game whatsoever. And yeah, like as you say, like this Mendes Scrapper now, like when he's fighting on a neutral node, he's very, very happy indeed, because he may not be able to generate any kills, but he won't die himself either, even into the Thief. So finally, we do see blue team get a little bit of value here on the map. They're able to actually go ahead and get the mine there with a kill onto Oracle, and that could potentially be the start of something here. If they're able to collapse onto the middle node and maybe get themselves another kill, get a decap here, then reclaim the henge, there's still time for them to come back into this game. They've got 5 minutes left, but they cannot drop the tempo right now. If they lose any momentum, then all of a sudden they're going to be in an absolute world of hurt. And you see them trying to do this here with Zan pushing in into the Scrapper. Can they force this node? They might well be able to here, actually.
I honestly think this might be a bit of a mistake, though. Halden very low dying. The Sword Port going to get him out of danger. He does have his heal available, too, but they cannot lose any players here. Red team were outnumbering for a short minute there before Zan, or right after Zan rotated out, but now the Revenant got to port into him, find the kill. That should be a confirmed kill on the Thief. Yeah, no one going to be in a position really to res him. And again, I mean, I hate to say it, but I actually think Power Herald, it's pretty much just a better Thief. And if you're going to run Thief and you're not getting value out of it, it is going to cost you the game. Now we see it over about 150 points of a difference between these two teams. Red team pretty much can win off of one node, but they don't need to. They have 2 nodes in a decap. They have a kill onto the Hollowsmith with the Thief just respawning here, and he's not going to be able to do anything 1 versus 1 against that Weaver there at far. So this might just be game. You know, again, I like the idea of the Thief going SD. I think, you know, into the Core Guard, not necessarily a bad idea. If we saw him getting involved and have a little bit more of an ability in these team fights to maybe shut that Guardian down, then I wouldn't necessarily hate this. But I actually think giving, you know, I mean, they're just not getting any value out of it. And we'll have to see what they change up next game. Maybe it's just going to be adding another Revenant to their comp.
Oh, that does tend to work. Yeah, that's a pretty effective strategy, I've heard. But yeah, this is essentially going to be the end of the line here. We just see Oracle. He knows that all he's got to do is make sure they don't get decapped there, while his team essentially trolls the rest of the map, waiting for the game to tick out there. So a strong performance here from the red team. They did have a little bit of a tricky start there at the beginning of that game, but they were able to bring it back fairly well and get the job done. But yeah, this game is going to be ending fairly shortly. And as you say, it's going to be up to blue team to really mix things up here and have a little bit of a different approach here. Of course, even if they do end up getting punished here by the red team, end up losing, they still have a chance to recover. There is, of course, a lower bracket for them to work their way back through. For the rest of the day, then we'll be keeping an eye on all of these teams as they progress through the tournament as well. But that is going to be GG. It's going to be 1-0 in favor of Team Free Hugs. So well played there by both teams. I think we could definitely have a very competitive match coming up next time in just a few moments there as well. However, I have to say this, Roy. Okay, there appears to be a slight issue with the microphone. Slight bit of a static situation going on there. Feel a little poppers. On Discord? I do hear on Discord, and they also hear on the stream as well. Oh, they are complaining.
Interesting. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that.
Roasting us, man. Like we're getting destroyed here.
Uh-oh. Let me do the age-old tradition of unplug and plug it in again. We'll see what happens.
I like it. Yeah, that's good. That's what I want to see. It's a classic tactic indeed. Just hope. Oh wait, what? The red team is now spawned in the same area as the blue team. That is not where he wants to be. Goodness me, this is going to be a little bit uncomfortable here for a Shell Shock. Gonna find himself 1v5 very, very soon here in the blue team's one. A hostile environment, and it is of course going to be Temple here for the next map. And this could potentially favor the Thief a little bit more. Of course, Forest, not a bad map for Thief at all. There's plenty of space to rotate around there and move, particularly between the close and the far nodes there. You can kind of cross over with skipping mid entirely, with all 3 nodes being kind of equidistant from each other. But now, this is Temple. It's going to be 5 nodes, so playing a 2-node style may not be quite as effective here, because the red team is going to have to find a way to handle those bonus objectives. They're going to have to be able to handle the stillness and tranquility buffs. If they don't, they could very, very quickly find themselves behind or losing the game. And of course, more than that, they're going to have to figure out how to not lose fights in particularly disadvantageous situations, because they're obviously their comp, it likes to be together. They like to have these 3v3s. And that is probably not going to be something that happens as much here for the red team here on Temple of the Silent Storm. I think, are we good? Actually, say something.
I don't know. Are we good?
Oh, we are. I'm not actually sure if we're good. Oh dear. I just think wait, I don't know. Like the chat will complain if it is. It might be okay. Who knows? Who knows, my friends?
Okay, I believe you've lied to me though. Mel is telling me that it was fixed before.
Wait, really? I mean, well, maybe it was fixed. Maybe. Wait, I mean. Wait, Mela says it's gone now, but that's because Roy unplugged his mic, guys. Like, that's why it's gone, right?
I don't know. There's a delay on the stream team, but I don't know. All right, well, anyways, let's, we'll get underway here. Now, we are going to have, obviously, Temple, which is going to potentially have some more value for the Thief, which they have decided to stick with. So we'll have to see if that ends up working out for them. It is going to be 1-0 there for the red team. And obviously, this is a best of 3. So if red team takes this game number 2, then we are going to see them move on to the next round. And blue team will head down to the lower bracket, where they'll be set up for best of 1s. But again, definitely a better map for Thief. I think this could end up working out for them a little bit better if they're able to rotate and get value out of those rotations. We saw early on in the Forest game that there was value from that Thief rotation. They ended up getting those 2v2 kills. They ended up decapping very quickly, getting the return cap into the Weaver, and I believe that was the Revenant. And it worked out for them, but then unfortunately they just really didn't get value from the Thief the rest of the game. We didn't see them go for any beasts. Obviously, red team didn't go for any beasts. So there was an opportunity for them to steal, which again, obviously, I think definitely a good call there from the red team. It is going to be a challenge, though, for red team here. They've not only got the 3 nodes to potentially think about contesting, but at 11:30, 8:30, 5:30, and maybe even 2:30, they're going to have some extra buffs popping up. Stillness on the top, Tranquility on the bottom. And that is going to challenge them a little bit more. So again, we'll see how much value blue team can get out of the Thief. But here we go, game number 2 just about to start.
Oh, here we go. And like I've got to say, this is kind of one of those maps, Roy, that I hate to play on, but I love to watch games on. You know what I mean? Like this is the Clown Fiesta map. Like this is where things can really get weird, particularly when we get to the 8-minute 30 mark, where both of the buffs spawn at the same time. So here we go, the opening. Once again, we see the blue team going for this cross with the Thief and the Horse to try and get that contest and get this triple node style coming out here. But we actually see the same thing, of course, from both teams. So this is going to be perhaps a little bit of a more interesting start to this game.
Absolutely. By the way, we're going to see a couple seconds of delay here. Obviously, I'm mid with the 2v2, the standard 2v2 that we have come to see. Probably not going to be anything too crazy happening. Again, this cross there for the blue team into Oracle, already putting quite a bit of pressure on him. It might be a repeat of the beginning of last game. We'll have to see how that goes. Blue team will get the first cap on the map as well, getting Alter there on the other side. But we had a slower start from red team last game, and they obviously ended up victorious by a good 200+ points. So we'll have to see if that same thing happens. Oracle very low, still getting some peels there from the the Reaper, but it's not going to be enough. Again, the Thief going to be a little bit low, but he's going to be able to be absolutely fine. The Revenant now potentially looking to get away. Are we going to see rotation from the Guardian? No, Ace is not going to be able to get there for the signal.
Oh, wait, hang on!
Actually going to go down. Yeah, the Revenant turns it around.
The
Thief's going to be good there from the Holosmith. Yeah, he's not going to be able to, unfortunately. So almost saw something spicy there, but Ace now actually under quite a bit of pressure as well. Zan rotates into this fight. It is going to be a good onto the Guardian. It's now going to be just the Reaper and the Revenant trying to support this. We will see the Scrapper coming in for the Function Gyro Res. That's going to be good too, so they get the Guardian right back up, but they still are going to be outnumbered and out of cooldowns. Howden, though, falls to the Lich auto attacks, and this could be the turnaround red team needs.
Yeah, that was a pretty good turnaround there. A clutch revival, getting that Guardian back up there. And then together, even with that, the Oracle dying at the start of that game, he is now back off respawn. He's going to find himself 1v2 again. So Oracle getting bullied a little bit, but they find another kill into the Renegade. The Renegade not able to disengage there, and this will allow Red Team to push this map pretty hard. But Blue Team have got themselves a pretty sizable advantage. Oracle cutting this out as best as he can, but I'm not sure if he can actually survive. He's running very long corners. We're going to see the Weaver go down. The Weaver dies again. Oh, hang on though. Ace might be able to actually get the signal off potentially. He does have it available. Can he find it? He's going to go for it. I think he's going to get it. He does get it. A very nice signet there from Ace. Getting it there. Kind of missed it the first time, but is going to not make the same mistake and get that Elementalist back on his feet so we can begin that 1v1 once again. So good recovery there from the red team. They're still pushing hard for this kill there as well with the Apocalypse. And with a Reaper, I don't think this Weaver's going to be able to hold this Nova very long. And red team will find themselves with a nice kind of stay on the map. But they did actually lost mid. So as I say say that, Roy. They start losing mid as Aldon and Maddie get the kill onto Ace, Shell Shock, and force Lork away simultaneously. And with a Thief on Lork too, things are getting very, very spicy this time around here for our red team. With no support guard on the map, they're going to have to be very careful about taking these fights for the next few moments.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, the main difference here is that blue team just straight up won a team fight, and now even a second one. For the first time, really, between these two games, we saw them win, you know, a couple of side skirmishes, but for the most part, they didn't get any of those team fights, you know, on their side. But we did see them now obviously open up the map with it, especially snowballing off of that kill onto Oracle that they had early. And I think if they can continue that snowball, it is going to work for them. Red team, though, it looks like they might be trying to regroup a little bit more, but Zan and M putting quite a bit of pressure on to this Revenant. He's going to get his Glint Heal off, and the Healing Breeze as well from Ace going to be good. Now it's going to be the Hollowsmith's turn to be a little bit low, but the Thief already moving off to Altar, potentially going for a decap. No, he's actually setting up to get Stillness. However, he is going to now move his way towards Altar. Apocalypse going for Stillness. Is red team going to be able to stop this? Yeah, it looks like they are just in time. He's able to prevent that from happening as they move that fight over. Decap comes out at far, but red team are going to be able to hold on to Temple, prevent Stillness from going their way. However, they're starting to lose this fight yet again. Ace should be able to get this signal onto the Revenant. It is going to be good. Stillness continuing to be contested, but blue team just so far have better map control. And again, part of this is going to be the Thief. Turnaround kill now onto Apocalypse, though. That could be the end. A blue team controlling this for a little bit longer as the Weaver goes down as well.
Oh, yeah, that Reaper, he had enough. He's like, no, I am done losing this game. I'm going to essentially kill 2 players there. Pressures the Hollow, annihilates the Weaver. Then the Hollow drop down was immediately taken out by Oracle as he was dropping down. They followed each other. Only one of them was able to survive there. And Haldun gets crushed as well. And with top buff there, with the Stillness secured for the red team, they should be getting a lot of value out of that buff as they have finally managed to kind of get back to that map state that we saw them kind of push for in that first game. They have now got that 2-cap. Zan's going to go for a decap, but I think he's going to get intercepted by the Reaper, so he can't do anything just for the time being. And red team, they might be being a little bit greedy here. They're going to push onto the Altar as well. That's potentially something they want to avoid. And yeah, I think Lork playing it safe here. This is a smart move away. Are they thinking about going back in? Oh, let's see if they're going to go for it. He's thinking about doing it at least, and they probably can actually, because they're going to have to concede the Temple here because, of course, the Thief is going to be able to match that fairly effectively, or the Guardian's going to have to leave here. But actually, no, the Reaper comes out there with the big Lich Form, looking for some kills, is going to give it the no, but that's okay because they win the Altar there by getting that kill on Apocalypse, and I think they might be quite happy about that as they're going to be able to plant their, I mean, what would you even call this? Like a bunker scrapper, I guess. Going to plant him down on the Altar there and just hold on to that. And that will, once again, give red team that beautiful 2-cap that they desire. And hopefully, for them anyway, put them in the lead momentarily. But it's only 1 minute, Roy, before the true Clown Fiesta begins. The circus will soon be in session with the bottom buff and the top buff showing Stillness and Tranquility coming up in about 1 minute from now, as this team fight is still raging.
Yeah, pretty similar pace, I'd say, to the first game, although red team certainly a little bit of a harder start, I think, for them on Temple here into as opposed to Forest. But we'll have to see if that is able to continue. If the map, then I should say, is able to continue in red team's favor. Triple cap now, and they're just about to pass blue team for the first time this game. But as you mentioned, 30 seconds until we see the double buffs come up, and we'll have to see how red team responds to this, if they're going to be able to contest it, if they just give it away for free into blue team. What the deal is, Ace now getting under a little bit of pressure into the Renegade and Zan there on mid. RF going to be forced, but the Reaper going to be there in time to stop that decap from happening, and he should be fine now with his Reaper to turn some pressure back onto Round. However, wait, no! The Renegade burst doing so much damage to the Reaper. There's going to be Halden coming in as well, so this will make this a 2v2, 2v3.
Roy,
not
Roy, the red team has forgotten about bottom buff, Roy!
Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
And you just can't really do that on Temple.
Lork's coming.
Free cap for
Is he going to make it?
Is he going to be able to port it in time? I don't think he should. No, Zan should get it. That's going to be the triple cap for blue team. If they can contest these nodes, that's going to be perfect. Apocalypse is there on Temple on the other side of the map. Contesting now, the Scrapper is going to be the
They get top buff as well.
Yeah. Oh, do they get top buff?
No. Yeah, they do.
Oh, my gosh. And you know what? I mean, that's Temple. The turnaround is harsh.
Yeah. And they've got a pretty good hold these days. I don't think Ithal will die to the Scrapper. He can probably contest that. However, Zan does die. Does get signature, though. Great signet there from the gun. They even turn that around, get a kill onto Oracle. Lork now in a very bad spot there as well. Caught in a bit of a 1v3. Has the Glint Heal, so he will be able to hold at least for a little while. But look at that point gain, Roy, from that 4-cap. The doubling up there from Stillness. Just putting blue team into a nice little lead. However, red team is rallying here. I've got to say, they are rallying quite well here, Roy. Able to immediately get the kill onto Iftar there as well, bringing that player into the down state, and then we'll have to bleed him out while Mises reclaims their hold on the altar.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for them to win this mid-fight now. Obviously, Temple is going to be ticking, but if they can lock that double cap back down for themselves, it'll be okay. Ace, though, going to be very low. They do have the map advantage at the moment while the Holosmith is down, but Ace, so low. He doesn't have RF for 5 seconds. Is he going to be able to hold it? Holden going to go down on top of them. Zan going to be going down on top of them as well. It's going to be an outstage left and right. It's going to be Ace dying at the same time as Holden. Both the core guards going to die. I don't know how neither of them rallied. It's a trade. Core guard for core guard. No supports left. It's going to be up to the DPS players now. Oracle going to be down in first. It's going to be PM Please there with the full strat, trying to put the pressure on Matty, but it's not going to be enough to keep his teammate alive. Hug Lort going to have to just leave the bloodbath on middle. Going to be coming out in favor there for blue team.
The Reaper maybe about to fall. Oh, just get a really nice teleport away, so he's not done just yet. But red team just not able to win that team fight. I can't believe they didn't get that rally. What happened there even?
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen. Somehow the Guardians, I guess, must not have hit each other. I don't really know. PMPS now going to be taken out there. He's going to be run down off roads. About a 50-point lead or so here for blue team. Just holding on to it. We are going to see the third stillness buff coming up now in about 30 seconds, and if blue team or red team get that, that might be enough to just give them the win. Red team at least catch up. Oracle, though, getting chased down again alone, and red team are just bleeding players here, and this is really starting, I think, to fall apart for them. Zan going to be taken off to the side. Wait, there's going to be a miss for him here coming up from Oracle. Is he going to be able to get the rally? Zan ports up, so I don't think he's going to be able to plus it. He's just going to be able to get the rally. It's going to be sword 3 on Zan. He does get the kill, but unfortunately Oracle did not hit him, so he's not going to be able to rally, so it'll be a kill on each side. Red team as well are going to be able to get the decap on the mid. It's going to be a winning map state here for red team at the moment. Stillness coming up just now. Maddie getting chased down potentially. Let's see if there's going to be a signet. Halden not going to be anywhere near enough for it, I don't think. So this might be just enough for red team to take the lead. Stillness with the double cap as well would be absolutely brutal. Zan going to continue to contest that, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Maddie, wait. No, he's not going to do it again, unfortunately.
He's looking for
a go-ahead for red again.
Yeah, a shell shock. He was looking maybe for a very cheeky knockback there to push the thief away. Doesn't quite find it, but I do believe even after that disaster with both buffs being sacked at 8:30, I think we are going to see red team be able to just barely get away with this, I think. Misa is going to be able to hold on to the altar there and deny that from getting decapped there by the Revenant. Meanwhile, there's the standard team fight stuff going on over here. I mean, the Reaper is maybe a little bit exposed here, but they are going to win this 2v2. Actually, looks like the Hollow is getting unbelievable. One bleed stack going to be stealths up, and he is going to be able to survive, but the red team should be able to maintain control of this position, at least for the time being here. Now, the Guardian being locked here on the top of it's a little bit annoying here for the red team, I think. That is going to make the Reaper less effective as you see him even going down there. However, Oracle even gets that revive-ish, maybe? Oh, maybe not, actually. He got it to 90%, but in fact, Oracle will find himself in a pretty disadvantageous situation here, but all he's got to do is just hold on for a little bit. Like, his team is in a very, very good spot right now. Even almost looking for the 1v2, nearly getting the kill onto Zan, actually. Zan forced to back off there while Oracle continues the pressure. Halden there dies on the top. Actually, wait, how do someone fell down there somewhere, like Ace. Oh, no, never mind. Ace has kind of backed off a little bit. I thought he somehow fell down, giving the buff to the blue team, which would be unfortunate. But actually, with a decap on mid, it doesn't really matter either way. Oracle does finally die, but Lork is going to get here in time to contest that. And I believe this should end up being a red team victory once again, unless something very, very unusual happens. You know, if they could somehow hold on until both buffs spawn again at 2:30, but I don't think the game's going to last that long, particularly with this kill onto the Holosmith as the Reaper comes off respawn, gets a brutal spinal shivers onto the Hollow, and I think that's going to be just about it, Roy. It's going to be 2-0 in favor of the Freaks with a very dramatic second game here on Temple.
Yeah, it definitely looked a little bit better there for blue team. They did a nice job of getting those buffs, although that could be due to red team just not either. They may not have wanted to contest it, although we did see the Revenant go down there at the end. So, you know, I think partially that was blue team maybe just forgetting a little bit about the buffs. But overall, we are going to see red team move ahead to be 2-0. A much closer match here for Temple. Again, blue team definitely getting some more value there on this map, but unfortunately not enough, and that is going to be them moving down to lower brackets. So congratulations to Free Hugs. And that will be it for them for now. And we've actually, we've done a pretty good job, I think. All of our first round matches have ended. Unfortunately, all of them 2-0s as well. But it happens, and we are going to be, I think, moving on to our next couple of matches here. But GG's both teams, and we will see them in the future.
Yeah, we can see the teams starting to form up here. And, oh, now, I think what we see here on red team here, Team Tenacious, is perhaps going to be a bit of a theme, Roy, that we might see, particularly later on the tournament and certainly in the Invitational. Maybe a bit of a sneak preview of the Invitational, shall we say? With the types of professions that we see here. Is it going to be the dreaded Mendes Scourge? Let's find out. Oh, it absolutely is, Roy. Uh-oh, here we go. I think this is going to be a fun match to kind of explain with what exactly is going to be going on here, as well as we see the rest of the players start to filter in. On Team Tenacious, we have the Renegade, the Core Guardian, the Scourge, the Kondirev, and the Weaver. On the blue team, we see something a little bit similar, actually. You know, we see, once again, like the usual suspects of the Core Guardian and a Revenant. It's going to be a Power Herald this time with a Prot Hollow from M'Baku. We have the Weaver there, the Burn Weaver there. And then finally, ooh, another one of those builds that I'm sure everyone here is very, very familiar with. The Burn Dragon Hunter from Pubbles here on the blue team. And that's one of those things that can really get spicy. You can never, ever count out a team with a Burn Dragon Hunter on it. You have no idea what the hell is going to happen here. Like, this is where things can get absolutely insane. Have a bit of a miracle situation when things really get out of hand. If you get caught in those traps, you're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble.
All right, we've given them the go-ahead. Just waiting for these teams to ready up. And, yeah, I guess we'll have to see what happens. And I know several of the people on Blue Team, actually, some World versus World players.
Yes.
Which love to see. Although, funny enough, we actually have a team that was originally called World versus World Gamers. They did change their name there to, I believe, My Pillow Exploded. So this is not the only World versus World team here. But you love to see the representation there. And, you know, I'm glad to see it as well. We've got the Dragon Hunter as well as the Guardian, the Double Guardian. You know, a class that is just sorely underrepresented, I think, here in PvP.
Particularly in ranked. Like, you never see it in ranked, right? Like, you know.
It's really good to see the Double Guardians there. Yeah, I'm glad to see it. And just waiting for these guys ready up. But yeah, it should be good. Obviously, a couple of different comps here on the sides of these teams. No Thieves, though, which, again, I'm not too surprised about. I think, again, the SD Thief from the last match was not a bad idea. But, again, yeah, unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. So no Thieves here. We are going to still see the rotational power from that Power Herald. Or, excuse me, Condi Herald. So it's not going to be rotating that much. And I really do think we're going to just mostly see... I mean, of course, we will have the sheer reports there for the Renegade, so we might see some rotations coming out there. But for the most part, I don't think we're going to see as many rotations or as many, I guess, side skirmishes there. It's not going to be strictly a team fight, of course, for each team. But it is going to be, I think, centered fights around the map as opposed to the pluses that we would see with a Thief. Regardless, there we go. Game number 1 for these boys and girls coming out here. It's going to be the, 4-man cross? Is it going to be a team fight already?
Whoa.
Just 4v4 in Rhodes? No, looks like Trigon and Tenambra going to just make their way over to Henge. They're not going to bother trying to contest that at all. It is going to be the Scourge, as you pointed out, the Mender Scourge with Spurs. It's going to be a little bit hard for them, I think, to get locked down. They're making their way over to mid. 3 players from Blue Team chasing them as well. Pubbles, though, is going to head off to the Henge to try and support his teammate M'Baku. A little bit of a slow answer there, though, to the plus, the rotation there from Red Team.
Yeah, and Red Team kind of gets the slight better end of this trade. Actually, they're able to grab their own home node, whereas the Red Team were able to actually cross and deny that to Blue. Now, the Dragon Hunter can make things very, very scary, I think, but as long as the Red Team plays appropriately, plays carefully around the Dragons more, they should actually be okay in this 2v2, I think. Like, the Renegade and the Weaver are going to have a lot of damage that might make it a little bit difficult. The Prot Hollow there from M'Baku is actually going to be bringing a lot of support there in a way. Like, there's going to be a lot of AoE cleanse that can certainly help the Dragon Hunter survive, and it can be quite tanky in of itself. But I think this is definitely the important fight going on right now. Like, the other fights are actually very, very stale, I think here. Like, Tenka's actually having a bit of trouble into the Weaver, but the mid fight is not going to be going anywhere fast because the Mender Scourge and Core Guardian, well, you know, it can take a little while for anything to happen over there in that situation, that's for sure.
Absolutely. It is going to be... You know, I mean, I think what this game is mostly going to come down to is which teams are going to win the nodes and win the fights first, because it's going to be very difficult, I think, for either team to mostly get debunked unless they make a serious mistake. We do see Tricken going a little bit low, but Spurs is there for the heals, the peels, and potentially even a Signet res. Pubble's now going to be low himself. No RF available on this Dragon Hunter, so if they take him out, which looks like they're about to do, it's going to be harder for him to stay alive, and there's not going to be a Signet available from either. Citric is still going to be over at mid, actually 1v1 against that Scourge. A little bit of a misrotation, I think, from blue team, leaving their Core Guardian to 1v1 and not having one of their other players there to hold that node. We are going to see them push back into middle node now. King Curran coming in with those sheer reports, but he's going to be followed there pretty closely by Tricken. Should be a little bit of a better 2v2 there for blue team, with obviously the actual dedicated support, as Tricken going to be very low here, but unless they can find a kill, I don't know if they're going to be able to debunk this Scourge.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to do that. I think something that happened during all of this, it's very important, is the Weaver was actually able to win his 1v1 into the Condi Rev, which is a really big pickup here, I think, because all of a sudden, like, this map is suddenly looking a little bit scary for the red team, particularly if this Weaver is going to be able to consistently win. That is absolutely massive here. Of course, the Scourge is going to be a huge roadblock here for the blue team, so we're probably going to see mid, like, neutral or contested for a lot of this game here, but they actually are able to actually shove away the Scourge. Like, the Core Gunner was kind of locked down over here with the Weaver of Ambra, and that did leave the Scourge like lacking a little bit of into the massive damage output of the blue team. So Tenacious actually having a bit of trouble there, particularly we're talking about to go down here. Uzochi, he gets caught there. The damage from the Dragon Hunter is just too much. However, a good Signet there does come out there from the red team's Guardian, but the pressure is still on this Renegade. They really want to get this guy down. He's kinding away here fairly effectively, but red team, they've got to find a way to actually kind of turn this around and win these teams, and they might just get that. A massive condition transfer from the Guardian. Oh no, right. The Guardian backfires horribly, killing his own team. That is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it's, you know, running a burn Guardian that stacks up burns into a Condi Herald that can just transfer the Condis almost at will is maybe not the best move, especially considering they also have a burn Weaver. That's going to be kind of, I think, just free real estate for that Condi Herald, if I'm being honest. And that's exactly what happened in that fight. Although, to be fair, Pubbles was going very low himself. It may have been able to turn it around. But this is a very winning state now for blue team, for red team to be in. They have the double cap. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to get debunked here at this point. Especially because if those transfers are good from that Condi Herald, the most burst they really have on this team besides this Renegade is from Pubbles if he can land those burns. But it's going to be harder for him to be able to do that. Now we see the ghastly breach drop by this Scourge, just immediately putting so much pressure onto this map. Spurs just able to go onto this node as well after the knockbacks. But wait, they actually get the decap. Pubbles is going to go down. Citric does have Signet available, but he's getting CC'd, he's getting taunted, he's getting chained everywhere. I don't know if he's going to be able to land it. He does get it off, though. Pubbles comes right back up. If they can find a kill, they might be able to turn this around, but the CCs is still coming out there from red team. They're going to be able to knock him around. The pulls coming in from the Condi Herald, and Pubbles gets locked down again, back in down state. Citric forced into the RF. King Chiran going to be a little bit low as well, and I think this is just going to be yet another fight that red team take away from blue. Henge does get decapped, but they lose the players, they lose the side node here, and they're going to have to find a pressure elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I actually think that red team made a very intelligent adjustment during this game, actually. And this is what I really love to see here, Roy. They were noting that their Conjurer was having some difficulty in 1v1ing that Weaver. So they say, okay, just don't 1v1 him. We'll push the Rev into the fights, play a little bit more two nodes, and have Ambra handle these 1v2s and 1v1s and 1v2s. And that's exactly what they're doing here, and it's working out marvelously. They were having a bit of trouble with the damage from the Burn Dragon Hunter, but you rotate that Rev in, and all of a sudden, that Dragon Hunter is not a very happy chappy in any of these fights here. And that's working out extremely well here for the red team. So well done for them for actually adapting on the fly to what's going on in the game. I think that is quite impressive to see. It's going to be difficult to do that in the heat of battle. You know, you want to take those 1v1s, but sometimes you've got to admit that it's not going to work out, and you're going to have to change your strategy on the fly.
Yeah, this is a bit of a chance for Blue Team to have a comeback. They get the decap now as Spurs is going to be very low. No, or FCC's on top of him. He might be forced into downstate here, but Sixer's a bit in the same state here. Cooldown is going to be about the same for both Guardians. And we do see Spurs falling into downstate first. Pubble is able to put the pressure on him and find that kill. Looks like they should be able to get the kill as well, confirmed. So this is going to be the first time we've really seen Blue Team come out ahead in a fight securely. Without that support from the core guard, they might be able to find some of these DPS players. They do get the double cap almost. However, the Scourge is going to be able to get his way, or excuse me, I should say the Condi Herald is going to be able to get his way onto the node here with Trick in there off to the side, but they're not going to be able to contest that. They do start to move away. I think they want to be careful about overcommitting here. If they fall, one more player falls before Spurs can get back into this game, It is going to be difficult for them to avoid getting snowballed, but Donner, unfortunately, overextending towards Henge. I don't really know why the Weaver was there. We do see the miss from coming out. Pubbles is coming, potentially to look to try to res this. King Karan as well, but the Guardian not making his way over there. He's the one with the Signet, and again, a little bit of a miscommunication and a bit of a almost misrotation there for the Guardian. I really would like to see him trying to get involved a little bit more in some of these situations where he can make a bigger impact. But we see him staying on the node, staying behind a little bit too often. And you can't do that on support.
No, that's not what you've got to be getting into these fights. Like getting those really clutch revives that can absolutely swing these games, like completely change things around there. Oh, and you can see that once again, like the same thing that happened there. He was not able to quite rotate here in time. He does actually get there with the revival, but if he'd been here a few moments earlier, things have gone differently in this fight and back and forth to get out there. And the thing is, that Signet now being used on the Hollow, that means there's nothing left for Pubbles, who himself is unbelievably low on cooldowns right now, and I think it's going to be very difficult for him to survive here, as the entire red team is barreling down him, and they do get him down. And that's not going to be an easy revive there. The cleave here from red team is going to be massive. The stop comes out from Spurs, and it does land there as well, despite the knockback. And red team, they're looking good in this team fight. It's a very close game, though. Like, both Weavers have it just watching their respective nodes, but there's a 4v3 going on in favor of red team, and I think they're going to get themselves at least a 2-cap here. They could potentially even look for a beast, because they actually might get a full-on cleanup here, Roy. We might see a lot more kills, because I don't think Critic can disengage this. And Baku may be able to on the Hollis with that mobility. But this Core Guard, he's going to have a hard time running away here.
Yeah, they should be able to find the kill. I like that bit of a BM Ghastly breach dropped on King Karan. Literally no chance for them to get a res there, but they're going to cleave it out anyways. We do see with the Weaver, actually. Oh, I really like this swap from the Weaver coming in, trading with the Hollowsmith to make sure they don't lose mid, and he's going to be able to peel a little bit better, but unfortunately it just is not enough. I guess, obviously, the no Elixir S there on the Hollowsmith, so he wasn't going to be able to stealth up his teammate. So, yeah, again, I like the Weaver coming in, but was not enough. Double cap, as you said there, for red team, and again, they still have a kill on the map, but it doesn't look like they're going to try to pressure it too much. They're not going to see them snowballing into mid, and again, that's fine. Their comp doesn't really need to have pressure on all three nodes. They can just bunker up onto double caps and pretty much hold the game there, and I think that's probably what they're going to opt to do. They don't want to risk throwing anything away by jumping into mid. Something I do want to highlight, though, that we didn't really talk about. Spurs we saw die earlier on middle node. Trick can actually hold that thought. Is he is maybe going to get caught out towards middle, but he does have the peels from his team, the DPS there, not from blue team, unfortunately. But as I was saying, Spurs off respawn, he made a rotation all the way from his base to far, and he got a decap as a support guard, which I thought was pretty interesting. You know, I noticed it, and I was going to say it's a bit of a weird rotation from the Guardian, but he trusts his team to be able to sustain on the map, and he was able to get value as support, forcing the rest of blue team to make a rotation over there, and I really liked that. Very interesting decision there from the support Guardian. Obviously, it might have been a little bit of blue team not able to watch their node, but just wanted to highlight that quickly. Either way, though, we are going to see some pressure now put onto Henge. Decap comes out from blue team. They aren't out of the game yet. 5.5 minutes left, about 100, maybe 80 to 100 points down. It is possible for them to come back, but they're going to have to start making some moves soon, and they're going to have to do it, well, really sooner rather than later. We'll have to see them finding some kills and some pressure.
Yeah, once you get to that 400-point mark, you know the heat is on at that point. You've got to do something fast if you want to win, because time is running out for you. And particularly seeing as the meta right now in PvP is fairly slow. A lot of these are very brawler, bruisey games, and so the kind of the flow of the game can take a while to actually go in the other direction. So, like, to really kind of get back in, something can take a good amount of time to do that. Things don't really spin around that quickly, unless, as we saw on the Temple match, things can definitely go a little bit crazy there. But still, yeah, blue team have got to go right the hell now. And with their Weaver dying there, the 10 curse gets his revenge on the Weaver, finds the kill in the 1v1, redeems himself there, and that is a massive win there for the team. Particularly since the Hollow may be about to fall hit too. Yeah, Ambra and try and get that kill, and that might be about it. Nice beast here as well from 10 curse too for the 25 points, and they should have this one pretty much locked down right now, I'd say.
Yeah, no one in a position to try and steal that beast. Easily one node win for red team. It is going to be the double node at the end, though. Still a advantage on the map there, 5 versus 4, as they find that kill on the Hollowsmith mid, completely contested there by red team. This is going to be game 100%. Before we move into the next match, though, as obviously this is going to be a best of 3, with Tenacious taking the first one, I do want to just point out that it's interesting. You know, I feel like most of the Scourges that I've seen or come across are running at least double well. You know, a really good way to try and debunk, to try and prevent, a counter decap onto a node. And he is running Corrosive Poison Cloud, which obviously does have the, the ability to perform somewhat as well. But he's not going for that double well pressure, which is interesting enough. And I think part of that is obviously, the poison going to be shutting down a lot of the healing, the self-sustain, and of course the healing from the Core Guardian that these players are going to have. But it is an interesting choice. We'll have to see if it continues to work out for him. And if potentially, if Blue Team changes anything up, if he decides to go back to that double well setup that I think is pretty common with a lot of Scourges in the moment.
Yeah, you always see the Well of Corruption. The Corrosive Poison Gun is something that I've actually seen Badaka from Gold 3+ play with, actually. It's kind of to, I think, shut down the Renegade as well. Like, shut down a Renegade or maybe a Lich form if the opponent has any kind of projectiles, of course, get destroyed there. And weakness spam is always a lot of fun there as well. You know, it's a very strong condition to be able to apply. And it's a good long 8-second pulsing field can be a very difficult thing. And then you also have that added utility, as you say, of denying that revival, denying signets, if you're able to cleave out there with that poison to reduce any of that incoming healing. So I think it's a bit of a, like, what are we going up against? Like a bit of a preference pick, bit of a, you know, like what kind of playstyle do I want to go with there on the Scourge? Like Well of Darkness, of course, you know, it's a good ability, right? It's a pretty strong one. You know, having that blind, having chill, pulsing, I mean, that's good, right? That's a good skill right there. But, you know, there are also a few other options. There's a lot of ways to play Scourge right now, you know? There's plenty of them, and I'm sure we're going to see a whole bunch of different flavors throughout this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, we're back to Temple. We'll have to see if this is going to go any better for Blue Team, if we're going to see any change on their comps, on their builds. Just tell them to go to the same teams going ready. But, you know, overall, definitely worked out there for Red Team. We do see a couple of players, I guess, must be swapping from the Blue Team. As, you know, so far it's the same from these 3 players, but there's 2 missing now, so I assume they're probably swapping.
Yeah, we're seeing the Weaver go to the Guardian here. So far, anyway. It's the Weaver player going to be playing Guardian this time around. Of course, the Hollow, just going to stay on the Hollow Smith here. Red Team, just looking like they're going to go with pretty much the same setup here by the looks of this. We can see Ambra, he is in the arena, ready to go. They're going joining up. So it looks like we're not going to see any swaps here from Red, but we are going to see an adjustment here from Blue. Now, I would imagine they're going to go for more of a roam kind of style here. I would imagine go for more of a roamer style here. See if they can make that work. Ooh, okay. So they're going to match the Scourge with Citric. Gummit, but he's running a slightly different build, actually, and we can get into that a little bit later. We have the Renegade now from King Corrin there, and going to be the Dragon Hunter again here from this blue player, Stepmom of the Year. It's a pretty good name right there. I like that. Is of course Pubbles. I don't really know why he relogged here, to be honest. He is relogged from a Dragon Hunter to a Dragon Hunter. So a little bit of difference. Maybe use like one that doesn't have many build templates set up on that other character, just going for a different character here. But I mean, you know what? Like, maybe he's got to really get in there. And he was stuck in the last game, so he's playing the part right now, I guess, with the Stepmom of the Year. So a slight change in composition, and we're going to see them try and abuse this Scourge composition there. And of course, it's going to be Mender's. Here it is, the Mender with the Dol Yak rune. But different utilities. He's going with Corrupt Boon and the Spectral Ring instead of the Well setup that we see from a lot of other Necromancers. See if it works out. Of course, the players can, you know, we're just waiting for them to basically get ready. Looks like Red Team having a few last-minute talks, a few last-minute adjustments. There's some strategy talks. Of course, Temple, it's a map you don't want to run head first into, like we've discussed previously. You know, you've got to be very, very careful on this map. But anyway, here we go. The teams are ready to rock and roll. It is going to be it. Can Tenacious make it to a 2-0? Or are they going to have to go all the way to Colosseum in the full best of 3? Let's see, Roy. This, again, is going to be an exciting match. I think both teams very evenly matched here, and I think that is a really good thing to see here. You know, like when you're running a tournament, the last thing you want to see are these uneven matches, these kind of stomp games. And we have not seen any of that, and I hope that continues as the tournament progresses.
Absolutely.
Oh, Ambra gets yoinked. Can't make the cross. That's actually a nice little play there, actually, from Pubbles at the start. That's pretty nice.
Absolutely. And, yeah, here we go. Game number 2. That is, in fact, going to certainly slow down the rotation on the map. So, well done there from Bubbles, utilizing that F1. Does mean it'll slow down his damage a little bit. So, we'll have to see how that affects the team fight there. But so far, seems to be okay for them. Side nodes apiece here for both these teams. So, a little bit of a difference, obviously. More attention there to the middle node. That's going to be really the first point of contest for these teams. They're actually kind of going all in a little bit. both these teams. Although we now see a bit of a rotation coming out. Amber is going to make his way over towards Altar, going for that decap. So red team going to continue to just contest mid, outnumbered 3 versus 4. King Curran now going to be starting to leave this, so they're not going to be able to get an advantage. Tricken, they're going to leave him, so again, red team will continue to stay outnumbered here. The core guard discouraged and see if they're going to be able to sustain it long enough to get side node pressure in and win those side node fights.
Yeah, and this is the advantage of that Mender Scourge, is that you can do this, right? You have the ability to do that, and yeah, red team definitely getting the better in those rotations. They were able to get that decap on the Altar, and Ambra now is potentially free to actually rotate into either the team fight or into this 2v2 over here, but actually, red team not going to need any help with that. Tenacious, more than capable of cleaning this up, even shoving away this Renegade. Condir of 10 Curse, looking to actually find this kill. He's going to need some support from the Guardian. The Guardian is going to respond to that, and we'll be able to heal him there, but certainly, Tenacious really having a good time here. A very strong start from on this game, and once again they are leveraging that Scourge setup here, this Scourge playstyle, I think a little bit better perhaps than the blue team here, than Big Fat Mangoes. Red team able to really leverage that outnumber potential and hold that, and then outnumber the rest of the map there and control the map by abusing that very, very strong sustaining potential and node contesting of the Scourge and the Core Guardian. Having said that, 10 Phoenix does actually get caught here a little bit. He's maybe going to be able to kite away. The Signet was precast there by Spurs. He might have to go for it again. No, they should be able to get this hand res here fairly effectively. Blue team do finally get themselves a cap, and with that slight destabilization there from Tenacious, the Blue Revenant is going to be able to move to the Altar and at least neutralize that. However, it is going to be matched by Amber, so he won't be able to get the full cap. Meanwhile, the Conde Herald of Tenkers going to 1v1 into M'Baku, but Tricon comes in with that Renegade, and all of a sudden things are looking very, very precarious, and he doesn't projectile block here on the Hollow, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Pubble's going to go for the revival here, but it's not going to be easy to do that. He's trying to counter cleave, but no, the stomp comes out from the Renegade, and now things are about to get a little bit spicier here on mid. Of course, Spurs and Phoenix just kind of holding this down here, keeping these players locked here, but I think we're going to see some rotations in from red to push into this team fight. I think it's where they feel confident. They should definitely feel that way now that they actually have an outnumber on the map, but they do have the sides. They don't have to play aggressively, and they're actually going to choose not to. They know the Hollow's already back, so they're going to say, you know what, we're just going to play the map, we're going to play it safe, and make sure we don't lose control of this game. Ambra is going to be outnumbered here. Of course, the Weaver is a class that is going to be more than capable of holding that for the time being. He might try and push that node until Tricon gets it. He actually gets caught in the trap. That's very scary. Ambra gets exploded there. Obsidian Flesh is going to save him, at least for the time being, and the barrier is good from that stone resin, so he is going to be able to just barely hold on here. However, they are going to have to give up that node just as stillness appears. 10 Curse going to try and go for this. In fact, Pubble's getting taunted away. This could be a potential to actually get this buff here. However, King Curran
he's going to be taken out. Donner not in a position to go for the Signet. He's just not able to get there in time, unfortunately. So really bad timing there for blue team to lose a player. They did an excellent job of getting that Weaver off the node, getting the decap, but now unfortunately they've lost the advantage. They really gained from that. And we will see decaps off to the side. So blue team are going to have the only one on the map, but their core guard forced to burn through so many cooldowns now in mid. However, still has RF, still has F3. He's actually not in a terrible position. Still going to have Signet available as well, and he's contested the top buff there pretty well into Spurs as well as the Renegade. We now see Pubbles back off respawn, and really, red team didn't get any real value from that kill again. Oh, Pubbles doing such a nice job with F1. If they can take out this Revenant, then they actually might be able to find stillness. Tim Amber, though, is going to be coming back in off the side after he gets that cap. Pubbles is going to be able to continue to contest that, but unfortunately, Citric alone there at mid. Trigon doing a nice job of plussing him, and Donra again going to show up just a little bit too slow there to support anyone. Red team is still the only point gain on the map after mid gets decapped. No stillness available for them. They're doing some things well here. They're getting some players into the right positions and countering a little bit of red team's rotations, but they're just too slow. They're not able to really get value out of any kills or any real decaps they find, and unfortunately, the map is very steadily going out of their favor.
Yeah, of course, things are going to get a little bit weird in a few moments, but red team's built up a really big lead. They should be able to start to get this game on a little bit of lockdown here. The fight for the buff is still going on right now, but with the Condi Rev moving in now and the Renegade and the Core Guardian going down for blue team, this is looking like a very, very tough match. It could be a potential blood revive there from the Scourge, but no, that's way too much cleave with all these players coming in there. And yet the Scourge even gets knocked down there, and this once again puts Pubbles in a very, very scary spot. He might have to... Oh my God! He does it again! Actually, yoink, Spurs with the F1. And that is 3 this game. Like, what an absolute lad there. But sadly, he is going to be into a pretty unfortunate matchup for him into the Condi Herald. So he will probably eventually have to play very defensively. He won't be able to force the issue unless he can get another miracle knock. He does have his F1 available. Could he possibly get it again? He's going to go for it, but he doesn't have the cooldown there on the actual yoink part of it. So he almost got it again. That would have been brilliant, but sadly, he's going to have to think about giving it up there. And he is going to give it up, and we're going to see... Yeah. Oh, no, he isn't! The Guardian just barely comes back and gets it, but this is starting to destabilize here for Red, like for Blue Team, rather. They need to figure something out quickly, and I'm sensing they're a little maybe unprepared for Temple in a way. Like, they are not playing this map very effectively. I don't think so, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, obviously Pubbles with these MVP polls, but unfortunately, again, they aren't getting value out of it. They're having a real trouble into the Scourge. I like the idea from them to go for a Scourge as well, but they're not getting any value out of themselves. And I think part of that is, you know, if you notice, he's actually running Corrupt Boon, so they're going for a little bit more of a single target focused bit of pressure there. They do have the Spectral Ring, but it's not it's not that Corrosive Poison Cloud that we see as Citric currently getting run down, almost certainly going to be taken out here in Rhodes over by Stillness as Tranquility is going to be brought up, and I think that might be a free cap from Spurs. Yeah, he is. That's going to be the triple cap on the map for Red Team. But, yeah, they're just not getting value out of this Scourge. And I don't know if maybe they had the wrong build on to start. They didn't realize it or what exactly the deal was with that. But it's not really getting them value. They're not able to really debunk with it because they don't have those wells. He does have Breach, but it's just not quite enough in, you know, versus the Corrosive Poison Cloud and the Well Corruption that we do see Phoenix running here on the side of Tenacious. About halfway into the game, 350 points here, almost a 300-point lead for Red Team. And, you know, the first game was a little bit closer, but this game certainly not the same. Red Team, Tenacious, absolutely running away with it on Temple.
Yeah, absolutely. They are putting on a very strong performance here, and they're almost certainly going to be going ahead here with the 2-0 moving on to the next round here. And then we're going to be sending the big fat mangoes down to the lower bracket, I think, unfortunately. And they'll have to fight for their lives against the other teams. Of course, it's a bit ruthless down there, Roy. They're all best of ones on Forest. You know, very solid map pick there, of course. You know, it's a good choice to have. But, of course, there's one more life. There's one more lifeline down there. But they're going to have to do that because this one, it's going to be almost impossible to reverse this from here. 2 cap and 400 points for Team Tenacious. They've got to be feeling pretty confident about winning this game and taking this home right now, particularly if you look at the maps around. There is this fight going on here on the Temple, but everything's pretty solid. Like, M'Baku actually, Amber actually kills him as well. I mean, yeah, that really is the end. I don't think there's no way they're going to be able to come back from that. We actually even see Citric having a very tough time into the Condition Herald of 10 guys. I think he's going to go down there as well. With those 2 kills, the game is well and truly over. So Tenacious going to get the GG well played. And that is going to be the end of that, pretty much. Like, that's, we're just waiting for the game to tick out, essentially.
Yeah, it is more or less going to be game over. Blue Team not able to really get past those 89 points. They're just unable to progress past it. You know, again, I like to see some changes from the first game to the second game. They did try a slightly different comp. They went to the Scourge. And, you know, as much as I think it maybe backfired on them a little bit, I do like to see the Burn Gauge. Not really a build that I expected to see in this tournament very much. It's obviously a good ranked farmer, but apart from that, I'm not really sure it's as strong in a more of a competitive setting. But still, you know, just trying something a little bit different from the rest of the teams. It's good to see. But it is going to be Tenacious there with that 2-0. And they will be sending the Blue Team, the big fat mangoes, the big juicy mangoes, down into the lower bracket for now.
Just on the topic of Burn Dragon Hunter, have you forgotten who's playing in this tournament, Roy? Are you not forgetting someone who might play Burn Dragon Hunter in this tournament?
No, I don't think I am, Teapot, but would you like to let me know what's going on?
Have you not forgotten about Team Waste Management, led by the one, the only, Big Man Tyrone, obliterator of the meta and savior of rank 55 dragons in the Delusion Leaders Conquest
and the
Open.
blue class as well.
Yeah, and Guardian, yeah, like actual savior of Guardian as an entire entity there.
You know, you're right. The man, the myth, the legend himself. We may, in fact, see some more Burn Date shenanigans piloted by the creator. When we get back to Forest, we will be seeing Quaggans on duty versus Fat Boys Inc., which was our 22nd team. A little bit of a last-minute sign-up there. But some very strong players there. Avatar, a pretty well-known Ranger player usually that we see a lot in ATs and whatnot and in ranked. And Quaggans on duty, some very strong contenders for sure there. One of the higher-seeded teams in this tournament. For the open bracket. So I think we should have a little bit of a more of a competitive match, I think, between these two teams. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. And let me just make sure Ambra gets out of here.
Yep.
And it should be some good stuff. And this will actually, I believe, be our final round of 16 match. We'll be heading off to the quarterfinals, assuming that they're all ready for us.
We've got some
We're
pace.
moving on steadily ahead. Yeah, we are on a very good pace right now. Obviously, the constant 2-0s are kind of helping us with that. But yeah, we're doing a very nice job so far. You love to see it. And this should be a pretty good match, I think.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Quaggans on duty. This is a team that's gonna get hype. I mean, look at them, Roy. They've all got Quaggan and then their name. I mean, wow, just. You love to see it. You really do. They're taking it serious. Quaggan Demolisher. That's maybe the name comes off a little bit different as the way it's intended. Quaggan Demolisher. Quaggan Granel here. We're going to have Quaggan Zenvu coming in there. Quaggan Holy Beard. And then the full roster there. But this team is a team I am so hyped to see play, particularly if they eventually see, we eventually see them coming up against their nemesis, Gold 3+, which is, of course, another very strong team that we have been seeing, kind of emerge over the past few weeks.
Look at this comp, too.
Whoa!
The Mirage, baby. Yo, someone caught Hellsack.
There it is.
Being played in 2021.
And look, I really want to talk about this team here, Quaggans. They had a ridiculous daily ATS. They played against Gold 3+ twice. The first game was within 8. No, the first game was they won by 2 points. Okay, by 2 points. The second game, they won by 5 points. And you know what? It was, their victory was down to a failed Lord push into a portal play that ended up saving them there, with Benny holding off 1v4 and ticking the game out in downstate. So, like, an absolutely ridiculous comp and a ridiculous set of games from these teams. This is a very exciting team, and they're taking it serious. Like, they've got their team name. There it is, Quaggan Demolisher, Quaggan Cranel, Quaggan Holy Beard. And I do feel a little bit bad, actually, for Holy Beard, because his account name is, of course, Vernick. But he usually plays on his Guardian, Holy Beard Man. And I asked him, like, what is your name? And he just said, well, you've always called me Holy Beard Man. So Holy Beard Man it is, I guess. I have named him myself. I've christened him myself there. And he is, therefore, a very celebrated member of this team here. But they're ready to go. And, of course, the blue team forming up here as well. And, yeah, as you were talking about earlier, these are kind of, I guess, in a way, like, the ranked boys, right? Like,
yeah.
The ranked boys. It's Hellsack, aka Avatar, Wanbo here, Joby, Melee PMA, and Gengar PMA with a Thief, Holosmith, Necromancer, Reaper, and Core Ranger. So, an interesting composition from the blue team. A little bit more of, we made a pug team for a daily AT. But let's see if it works out for them.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a couple reasons that I'm very excited about this match specifically. And so obviously I've been paying a little bit more attention to NA. 1 second. And it's, so I'm not as familiar with some of these teams. Obviously the Quaggans here on our screen, definitely a name I've heard of. Not a team I've actually really seen play so far. But already I'm a fan of this team because simply for the reason they're playing Carrion Amulet Scourge instead of Menders. He's got that double well that I was talking about before with the Flesh Worm, but it's not going to be this Mender Scourge. Obviously still a very tanky build with this Carrion instead of the Menders, but it's opting for a little bit more damage. He's not running blood. He's going full DPS. Trait lines there with Spite and Soul Reaping, and I'm very excited to see how this works out. I'm really looking to see some team fights end here a little bit more quickly than maybe we're used to seeing. Obviously, though, we've got the double Necro set up on the other side, the core Necro as well as the Reaper. Have to see if that works out for the blue team, but either way, here we go. Game number 1 starting out here. Already the Reaper going to be under quite a bit of pressure. He does turn a little bit of it around. Wait, big burst now into the DH traps as well. However, unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to connect. There's not really enough follow-up from the rest of his team. He's now getting caught in the Jade's Maw, the sword spinning on top of him. He's probably going to be going down. Lord Job there looking to potentially go for something, but he's just going to turn away immediately. The first kill of this game going the way of Quaggans, deleting that Reaper.
I mean, I have to be a bit concerned for the Necromancers on the blue team. There's no support here for the Fat Boys. There's no core Guardian, and that means that they're going to be in a bit of a tough spot to really take these fights here. Like, the support, it just makes those Necromancers so much more effective, particularly against the Dragon Hunter, of course. Like, you know, the Dragon Hunter it gets shut down by a core Guardian in particular because you can use the stability to escape traps. There's a lot of cleansers that comes out of there in addition to the healing, and that does nullify that. But honestly, like, the Dragon Hunter is going to have such a good game here. He's just going to be like trapping people and one-shotting them with his massive burning spike there. And the same is kind of true for the Mirage. These Necromancers are just going to be free food, I feel like, almost for Zenvu here, because without the support, the Mezzo's going to run circles, and that's exactly what you see here with Demolisher and Zenvu just obliterating Joby there and then pushing for that third node. Like, the Quaggans on duty, they're looking unbelievably strong so far in this game versus the Fat Boys Inc.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out for them so far. We're going to see now some pressure put on a Henge. In fact, a full decap coming out from Zenvu. He's actually going over the full cap as well. However, on the other side of the map, it's going to be yet another team fight. Benny does go to downstate, but a Signal's going to come out for him at perfect timing as they might have been about to rally. The Lich there is from the Reaper, but it's not going to be enough to find this rally onto Gengar PMA. And, you know, I think one of the biggest issues that Blue Team are going to find is if they continue to go for these team fights with Red Team, even if they can find downstates, there's just always this huge issue for them that they don't have res utility that Red Team have. They have this Signal on the core Guardian. They obviously have some really strong pressure just on top of downstates with this Scourge. And Blue Team just simply do not have that. They don't really have a way to just immediately res somebody back up like the Red Team do. And so if they continue to go for these team fights, and even if they're able to find a downstate, even if they're able to match it, it's always going to end up in Red Team's favor. And I really want to see them start rotating around a little bit more, which I think is kind of what the comp is meant to be. Although the double Necro does throw me for a bit of a loop.
Yeah.
You look at the Thief, you look at the Core Ranger, you look at Hollow-Smith.
It's a bit of anti-synergy there, really. Like, I think it would be maybe better if one of the Necros went for Scourge, because in a way, the Mender's Scourge can almost be like a semi-support in a way. That's kind of that's why you see people go with Mender's. That's kind of the disadvantage of going with the Carrion build. The Carrion build allows just that massive damage output, and you can see this to great effect. If you see like a Carrion Scourge into a Mender's Scourge in the team fight, the damage is so extreme that you can definitely pressure the enemy team in that 2v2 or 3v3 situation. However, you don't have that the capacity from the Mender's Scourge to almost be like a half support in a way. Like, they can go in into these 2v2s and be unbelievably strong, and maybe they could go for that, like have a Mender's Scourge and then that supports the Reaper maybe, or even go with like double Scourge and then try and do like a big, almost like a 3-node troll strat would be maybe the way they could try and play this and do that. But this is clearly not working. Like, as you say, these team fights are just almost impossible. Like, if they don't win them within about 30 seconds, they're just out of steam, right? They've run out of steam. The Reaper's going to die. The Ranger can't really do much in the team fights, and the Thief as well. Unless they can get kills very, very quickly and snowball the map, it's just not really going to work out particularly well. They do actually get a kill onto Benny there with a quick plus there from the Hollow, the Thief, and the Ranger, getting all that stuff done there. But again, like, the map still very much in favor, and along with the score of the Quaggans on duty, up to 300 points right now. And just once again, just going to go for the Beast. And of course, Forest, a fun map for the Dragon Hunter. Cranel, look at that Beast melt there. That Dragon Hunter, oh goodness me, it's a Beast Hunter is what this is. And there is another 25 points secured there. And Quaggans on duty, they've got a pretty nice lock on this node. Condir there from Benny is going to just respawn and slowly start to take this node back here from Held Desert. And I mean, this is looking like a fairly straightforward game in favor of the Quaggans so far at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like you kind of said yourself. It's a little bit opposite of the synergy that you're kind of looking for in a team comp. They've got some team fight aspects. They've got some more rotational aspects, and they obviously had a pretty good first set there. They went 2-0 against their opponents. Benny actually getting taken out there by Melee PMA there on the Hollow-Smith. Going to go delete him there, and that'll be a kill picked up for Blue Team, confirming this mind capture. They might be able to put some pressure on the mid now, but for the most part, even with what I would consider a slightly unconventional comp coming out from the Red Team, they've got that core of the Scourge, even again on a slightly more unconventional build. They've got that core Guardian, they've got a dedicated support, they've got that dedicated res utility, they've got even a rotator in the form of this Mirage. Again, not necessarily what you would normally consider from a rotator, but they also have a lot of team fight pressure coming out from the Condi DH, coming out from this Condi Herald. And it works much better for them. It's a more standard comp. They're definitely playing to their strengths as well. You love to see it again, getting some value out of those beasts for really the first time we've seen on a Temple game for the most part. A Forest game. And the decap now comes out of mine for basically free. Benny coming back in off of respawn into the Hallsmith. And this is a 1v1 he should be absolutely fine with. Mid going to go almost the way of red team. Actually, wait, there's a really nice res there onto the Core Guardian there. I believe that was probably from Gengar. Spectral Ring going to fear him away as well. Zenvu actually might be in a little bit of pressure here. He might be in a little bit of danger as well, separated from his Core Guardian pretty hard. If they can find a kill on to this Mirage, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. They just don't have the damage. The burst coming out from this Condi as well, going to push him back, and that almost certainly is going to be game here for the red team, the Quaggans.
Yep, Gengar, Joby are very, very low there. Gengar is going to get eliminated by the Scourge. Joby probably going to follow suit. Full Shroud is up, but here comes the Scourge and the Mirage, and that Shroud is going to vaporize very, very quickly. I don't know. I think it is it's a little uncharacteristic to see Benny actually die this many times in this game. Like, he is usually, this is a kind of like well-known player. You'll see him in ranked and a lot of daily ATs. There's a bit of a brick wall on his Condi, so maybe a little bit too greedy in this game, like, you know, playing for the node too much. So I definitely want to see that kind of get tightened up a little bit, because that's going to get punished much harder later on this tournament, I imagine, once they start going up against some very, very strong teams there as well. But other than that, a clean game, I would say, from the Quaggans, and that is essentially going to be the GG. The teams are no longer playing. They know it is over, and we can just let the game tick out, and we'll move on once again to the next map. And there it is. Boom. Yeah. Congratulations. Quaggans on duty. I mean, yeah, looking like the stronger team here, to be frank. Like, they are clearly in it to win it.
And, you know, there is going to be a little bit of some disparity between some of these teams, unfortunately. That's just how it goes. Quaggans on duty, obviously, a bit more of an established team than I think this blue team is. But, you know, I said this after the first set that we watched today. You know, we had that Thief. We had Xananem playing the Thief there on Forest, and he didn't get a lot of value out of it. He definitely got some more value onto Temple in their second game. Ended up still not able to take it, but it was a much closer match. And I'm going to say the same thing. I think if they can really start rotating around, if maybe they drop at least one of those Necros and they go for a Revenant, maybe, or potentially have, you know, a Core Guard opt in and have a little bit more viability in these team fights, then I think they can definitely have a much stronger time here into Quaggans. Again, you know, we probably would look at Quaggans as overall the stronger team here, but there's very competent players in the side of blue team. And if they fix those very clear comp issues and potentially rotational issues, then I think we will definitely see a much harder match. And it does look like that's what they're doing. They currently have, you know, the same players on the same classes for now. Although actually, Avatar swapping to Soul Beast.
Oh, it's a Sikkim.
Core Ranger.
Sikkim.
Looking for some one-shot setups.
He is running the full YOLO build, Roy. Berserker with Root of the Eagle with one Wolf pack.
Man.
Now, let me tell you this.
Man.
There is actually a team that plays a lot of kind of late-night ATs called ex-Yugoslavia, and there is a player on this team who runs this build, and it can actually burst for over 25,000 damage if it gets, like, you know, full crit RNG and a full burst. It can flat out one-shot just about anything, and that could be exciting there. The quickness from Quickening Zephyr, the Sikkim, and of course the Rapid. Oh no, wait, no. Oh no! He's not going for the full YOLO, but he's dropped one Wolf pack, but never mind. Here comes the game. They haven't changed it, and they have got a Core Guard in Elzo as well. See Papega VE go out there, dropping the Reaper in favor of that. Joby's still going to go with the Core over the Scourge, so he's a little bit more comfortable perhaps, but we do see a bit of an adjustment here with the Weaver coming out there. Going to be the Holosmith, Laserdisc there with Elixir, a bit of a 1v1 oriented build here from Melee PMA. But a bit more of that team fight focus. I think this comp could potentially work here as well, right? Like, for the blue team. This could work out a little bit better. They're going to have that support so they can kind of hold onto these fights and stall out these fights a little bit more. And they still have a good amount of rotational power here and side-noting potential with the Ranger, the Holosmith, and the Weaver.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a lot more confident in this comp coming out here from the blue team. I want to see how Avatar does, though. It's going to come down to him, but unfortunately, the one-shot Soul Beast, he's the one being one-shot. The conditions just deleting him, there was literally not enough time for the signet to land. He did cast it, by the way, and he didn't cancel it either. There just was not enough time. And Avatar will be spending, well, a trip back to the base after he gets taken out there. And unfortunately, having some trouble there on that Soul Beast. The Holosmith going to be taken out as well. No signet available. You know, we may have spoken a little too soon. I liked this comp a little bit better before I saw them play it. So we'll have to see how this continues to go on, if Avatar is going to get some value out of this Soul Beast or not. He's going to rotate into the altar node there. I almost called it the Avatar node. We'll have to see if he's going to make it the Avatar node and see if they can find a kill onto Quaggan at the moment.
Demolish is actually in a outnumbered situation. Holy Beardman rotating in there as well. Meanwhile, Benny going to be 1v1 into the Weaver. Zinedra kind of lurking around, looking for some kind of kill here. Is he going to find anything right now? He's got to be a little bit careful of the Soul Beast here. Of course, Mirage only having that one dodge. If he's caught there, he can get eliminated very, very quickly indeed. The Weaver is having a bit of trouble there into Benny. Melee coming in there to help him a little bit. But, of course, that will prompt Zinedra to come in there with a big burst. And actually, the Weaver could be a very good target. He's got 0 cooldowns here. This could be very, very scary right now for the Weaver here from the blue team. I think that will be a kill there. Yeah, it is. And then, of course, I think this could potentially go into another kill on the Horseman as well. He actually has very low on cooldowns himself, too. Doesn't really have anything to really get away here. And I think that's going to be another 2 kills there for the Quaggans on duty. They're also doing well in this 2v2 as well. Demolish and Holy Beardman just slowly winning this node here, too. And particularly with Cranel coming in, this is, again, looking like a very favorable game here for the Quaggans on duty. With this team fight there, the Core Guardian, the Dragon Hunter, and the Scourge. Oh, that damage output and sustain is just way too much for the blue team to handle. The Shroud is going to drop here on Joby. The Hollows are still bleeding out there. The Guardian has used renewed focus, and this could be a bit of a clear bit. Holy Beardman is getting pressured very hard, and that is some nice damage there from Avatar, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough there. The Cleave comes out. Holy Beardman is going to actually maybe go into downside. He is going to go down there, but Hell Desire is going to go down there as well. Ooh, yeah, Joby can't finish it.
Yeah. No, there's no way. Yeah, the rally going to be good. Job, unfortunately, can do nothing but watch. And again, another kill confirmed there for the red team. Triple cap even maybe coming out as the first stillness buff of the game will be coming up in just about 20 seconds. We do see Job porting back in. The Spectral Ring as well, putting some pressure on there. He has a decent bit of Shroud. He might be able to continue to contest, but no. CC is going to keep him off the node. The triple cap confirmed for red team, and will look a little bit more hopeful there for blue team coming into Temple. Is unfortunately actually turning out to be a bit more of a stomp, I think, almost than we saw the last game. They're just really struggling with these fights, and you know, as much as I appreciate, you know, seeing the Soul Beast, going for the one-shot Soul Beast, really again, I think trying something different than what we see, and he's actually getting quite a bit of pressure on his Zenvu. If you can't implement it properly, if you can't execute it properly, then it's not going to work. And unfortunately, it's going to be almost a free kill for red team almost every time. We haven't seen Avatar get enough value out of this. And Stillness now will go the way of red team.
Yeah, like on the whole, like the Stomp thing, I think Temple is one of those maps where the team that has more rotational synergy and rotational awareness is really going to shine through. It's going to be very obvious. It is a map that is a bit trickier than the other maps to rotate around on usually. And I think it's very clear that red team, they are prepared for this tournament. They're prepared for all of these maps and how to deal with any of these situations and, you know, and handle that much better perhaps than the blue team. And probably a lot of the other teams in this tournament as well, because like we were talking about earlier, this is a very strongly seeded team here for the tournament. I think that's kind of like what this really comes down to. Like blue team just not really able to rotate and have that team synergy that the Quaggans on duty are putting on display here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, you know, it really feels bad when you get into games like these. And again, blue team have some very competent players, and we saw them 2-0 their first match. But I think that red team they're just, again, they're more of a dedicated team. They've played together a lot more with the Signet, just not enough with the poison stacks on top of Avatar to get him back up. Did land, but unfortunately it did not work out there. They're going to be going down as well. And yeah, I mean, when you have a team like Quaggan who really have played together, they've worked out their game plan. They've worked out how to play around their team comp. And, you know, blue team, again, strong players, but the first game did not work out for them. They tried changing it up with their comp. And, you know, maybe some of the things they've changed to here now can work a little bit better. Again, the core guard, obviously a very good idea, a very good option here. Having a dedicated support always a good thing. But they're not used to playing it, maybe. They're not, you know, they haven't executed the game plan quite as well in practice, or maybe not even practiced as much. And it's very much apparent here that Quaggans is just a different caliber of team currently in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like they're going to be pushing for a triple cap here very, very shortly. Joby going to try and hold this down. Held Desire coming in there as well with a bit of a burst on the Holy Beardman. Does get some good damage, but he's able to restain himself quite nicely with the Receive the Light Helder's now getting shoved away. They're just trying to peel from as best as he possibly can, but everything they do here is not really going to be quite enough here. Melee PMA is going to go down there as well. Good 2v2 there from the Dragon Hunter and the Scourge of Demolish, and that will allow, once again, more aggressive rotations onto the side here. Finally, after nearly getting revived there, actually, like, wait, is he actually going to get that? Like, the Blood Res and the Shroud probably as well, but he's not going to be able to find that, unfortunately. That Crow is going to have to abandon that. The Guardian is going to maybe make it over here. They'll be able to rejoin and get some support there, but triple cap, 400 points. This is going to be the end of that. And actually, yeah, with all that pressure going on, Cranel is going to get the free Tranquility as well, just to make sure that they really get that triple cap and also just kind of remove that threat of potentially throwing the game here too. Oh, and here comes Stillness as well. Zimvu's going to get it. Yeah, Zimvu finds it. I think GG's called, essentially. Yeah, that's going to be it. Melee, Papega VE is not moving anymore. They're going to let the 6 cap carry the Quaggans all the way to the next round. Wow. And a commanding performance there from Quaggans on duty. Very clean. And actually, like, I'm going to say it, that was actually a perfect game, by the way, Roy. Not a single kill was scored by the blue team. No deaths for the blue team there for Quaggans.
Not quite perfect. They scored 35 points. But yes, almost. Almost perfect indeed. It was a very good performance from Quaggan. I'm looking forward to seeing them go up against maybe a little bit more of some competitive teams. And we will see blue team again, and we'll be going down out of the lower bracket, which I believe the games should be starting pretty soon. Those lower bracket games should be starting up now that we're almost done with the upper bracket. And I know we said we were going to be going to the quarterfinals after this, but actually we're going to do one more game here in the round of 16. We're actually going to be, I mean, you were just talking about it. We're going to be seeing Waste Management.
Oh, let's go.
In just a moment.
Waste Management. This is, I mean, this is obviously the work of Tyrone here, right? Because he is a bit of a fan of these, what would you say, like pun names in a way? I mean, I guess I wouldn't call Forklift Operator exactly a pun. I don't really know what that's supposed to be, but these slightly offbeat, weird names are something that Tyrone has kind of been a little bit known for, and Waste Management is the newest incarnation of exactly that. Now, of course, we did see the Operators, the Forklift Operators, which is Tyrone's previous team. They kind of like faded off into obscurity a little bit, but this is kind of the reformation of that, I suppose, in a way. And, well, I think Tyrone, bit of a crowd favorite, I think it would be fair to say, in terms of the players there. And, of course, you know, well-known and well-respected figure in the PvP community. So let's see what he's got in store for us when we get these teams here. Once again, here on Forest in the round of 16.
Absolutely. I'm going to... Yes, indeed. And our fifth and final player on the Waste Management team has arrived. So we are ready to go, and I will tell them to do that. And, well, you know, if we thought we had some spicy players, some spicy classes in the last game, wow, there's a Berserker in this game. Honestly, I don't know what to say. I really did, you know, okay, the DH, fine. All right, whatever. People play it in ranked, they want to play it here. The Mirages, yeah, okay, Mirage obviously has some value. A Berserker. Nowhere in my wildest dreams would I have expected to see an actual Berserker in PvP in 2021, but here it is. It's not Ajax either, believe it or not. At least I don't think it is. Suppose we'll see, especially because I don't think Ajax should be playing on a team with Son of Zeus, but hey, crazier things have happened. And on the other side, we've got a Druid, and it's not Stromlo?
I mean, like, there's insanity. There is insanity in this game, Roy. We have the support, a Guardian on the blue team. We have the Berserker. We have Scourge. We have a Reaper. And then a DPS Tempest from Son of Zeus. This is spicy. Very, very spicy indeed.
Yeah, I mean, Son of Zeus, you know, very well known, I think, for going for some pretty heavy one-shot builds. He's playing Fresh Air Tempest, so he can overload constantly. I'm not sure if there's a couple disconnect issues or something. I'm not sure what's going on with the Holosmith. He's reconnected a few times there. But he has reappeared back in the red team, just waiting for these guys to ready up, so hopefully that will happen shortly. But yeah, I mean... Again, we saw Avatar do something kind of similar in the last match where he tried to go for this really one-shot DPS, very heavy glass cannon Soulbeast build. It didn't end up working. You know, Quaggan shut that down very hard. Now, Son of Zeus obviously is someone who, as we've been saying, is someone who operates builds like this quite frequently and, you know, to some very good effect. They've already got the support Guardian here, so it's not going to be like the Fat Boys Inc. team on their Forest game. They didn't have that core Guardian support to start out with, so it might go better, but our guesses are about to be answered. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be Waste Management. Tyrone himself facing down Team PvPizza for their first match.
Tyrone is playing Signet of Courage.
Now that is interesting. This is not a... Wow, this is very strange. Obviously, Burn DH, he's going for Sage Amulet, though, so it's not going to be the Carrion Amulet you tend to see here. And the Signet of Courage is very strange. My guess is it's a little bit extra support in these team fights. And the Menders, or excuse me, the Core Guardian that they have frozen, he's not going for Signet either. There's no res on that Guardian, which is very interesting. Yeah, not sure what this is, but we'll have to see what happens.
Frozen Men does like to go with this setup here. He does. I think he actually doesn't really like playing with it. It's really something I see him play quite a lot in ATs and in ranked. Actually, he does go with this setup. But I have to say, this is a little bit unusual because I mean, Signet of Mercy, it's pretty good, Roy. You know, that's pretty good skill. You know.
Yeah, and Tyrone not going for either Dragon's Maw or RF on this build is very strange. Already we can see him very low. Signet of Courage, I mean, it's a lot of healing, but it's such a hard skill to properly use because of how long the cast time is. And you have to stand still. You're locked in place when you use it. So I'm just not sure how effective this is going to be either way, though. Gangsta Smooth already going to be going down. The Berserker going to be taken out there and cleaved out very quickly. They're not going to be able to get any res utility off on that. Signet is going to be held, though, by LRN, so they're not going to lose it there on that kill. They have locked down the middle node as well, so they're not completely out of the map. Contest still happening over at Henge, but they do have to be careful they don't lose any more players now. Lich coming out here from Put a Plaster on it to try and put some pressure off of his Core Guardian, off of this node. However, we are going to see the 2 versus 3 appear as Tyrone comes back in.
I mean, I think this game is almost going to be like very slow in a way, no matter what, because to be frank, there's not actually a lot of damage on red team, right? We have a Ventari Rev, of course. Tyrone is going to be on the Burn Dragon Hunter, bringing a lot of damage to the table. Then you've got a Core Guard, doesn't really do any damage. You've got a Druid, doesn't really do any damage, really, like not a crazy. I mean, he's Menders with Dolyak Rune. Then we do have a Nade Holo here from McFlurry Sensei, but like again, like it's going to be a slow game. There's going to be a lot of like slow rotations because no one's particularly fast on the red team, and I guess they'll eventually grab the map and maybe just hold it forever. But it's a very bizarre composition from the red team. I feel like it's a little unusual. I'm not really sure if it's particularly good overall, but I mean, it seems to be working so far, I suppose.
I mean, it's just a very weird comp on both sides. The thing that's throwing me for the loop the most is Tyrone's build. I really don't see why he's going for this Signet of Courage. The only thing I can think is that they just want that extra sustain in the team fights, but I feel like it really eliminates a lot of the setup potential you have without that Dragon's Maw on this Burn DH. It shuts down a lot of the potential bursts you can really put away. However, he is going to be able to find that kill into the Core Guardian. The Berserker are going to be potentially going for that res with the CC on top of it. It's going to prevent him from doing that. The Reaper there spinning on top, but it's not going to be enough to put any real pressure onto red team. Gangsta Smooth, again, going to be under a little bit of damage there coming into the node. Son of Zeus forced into the Mist form as well. Son of Zeus we haven't really talked about much this game because he's been 1v1ing a Ventari Rev, so we really don't want to take a look at him at all. I think the farthest away as possible is where we want to be with this Ventari Rev. But nonetheless, he's not going to be able to do much damage to it. The decap actually does eventually come out on exponential growth into the Ventari Rev, but he's unable to really put any pressure onto this Ventari Rev, unable to dislodge him from the node. And I mean, as you said, I think red team are going to kind of win by war of attrition here. It's not going to this could definitely be a timer game, is I think what we're looking at here.
Yep, it's certainly a bit of a slow one, that's for sure. But, you know, again, like as you say, both comps are completely bizarre. I mean, like if this was any other team, I would just say the red team's comp is just odd and doesn't do anything. But it is Tyrone, so I'm going to have to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume it is actually some kind of like secret new meta overpowered broken build that we're going to see manifest later on the tournament. We're going to see maybe it's a 5v5 team fight. He goes into stealth with one of the traps, maybe fully channels Signet of Courage and carries his team that way and like re-heals them all. Like that could maybe happen. There's maybe a version of reality where that makes it work. But yeah, as you say, this is kind of going to be a fairly slow grind. I mean, I don't think red team's going to lose, and yeah, it's just going to be red team slowly winning the game, pretty much. It's what we're seeing here, it's what we're witnessing now, and I think that's not very likely to change. The Reaper dying here, Put a Plaster, it's going to get cleared up there by Tyrone. Meanwhile, the blue team trying to maybe get some kind of revival here, or just disengage this encounter, but again, they're not able to take these fights effectively, and they're just slowly bleeding out, essentially, so far. The 2-cap is now there, secured for the red team. The Druid, the Druid into the Scourge is probably one of the least exciting matchups that you could really find. Eventually, the Druid will, of course, get the decaps here, but it's going to be a while. Things are happening.
Yeah, I think really the only possible less exciting matchup it could be is if there was a Ventari Rev. 1v1ing this Druid. So hopefully that doesn't happen because, well, it's possible. Zinvo, though, is going to get 1v3'd. You love that little green laser floating by next to a bug there. That's, you love to see it. And they are going to be able to get this cap, but they're not going to be able to get the kill. The Berserker trying to find some damage on him. But, I mean, did you see that? That Decapitate just did, like, 0 damage to him. You love to see it. So they are going to leave Skelling now to 1v1, and I think this is going to be a good position for the Scourge to be. And he shouldn't... I mean, he might get debunked because of the knockbacks, the longbow 4s, but eventually, you know, it should be a pretty slow battle. He obviously will have some pressure, although a lot less pressure. He's not running wells either, like we saw Citric running in the last game. Other side of the map, though, Elren going to be taken out in middle node. Blue team yet again going to lose a fight here over at middle. And red team just very slowly and steadily winning the race. They are the turtle of this team, and the Ventari Rev is the shell on their back.
It absolutely is.
Moving ahead of the hair.
And I have to say, like, we're talking about this Druid in particular with the decap, but, I mean, did he, like, misclick the glyph? He's got Glyph of Equality, not Glyph of the Tides. Of course, Tides was nerfed significantly with a pretty big cooldown increase. But that means the only real knockback he has is the Longbow 4. So he has to... It's going to take him a while to actually get this. Now he does get it into a nice immobilize. The Scourge cleanses, but not in time. But, again, it's going to take this Druid, like, an extremely long time to actually win the node here. The build, of course, is still going to be, you know, pretty effective at eventually winning. But, I don't know, like, just in general, some very unusual things in this game. But, yeah, as you say, just, you know, a lot of things on the red team here. Just, like, a lot of... How many Mender's Amulets have we actually got? How many amulets with healing power, should I say, actually? We have the Sage Amulet on Tyrone, Frozen Men, of course, running the Mender, the Druid running Mender. Do we have 4 Mender's Amulets, healing power amulets, essentially, on the red team, actually? Yeah, we have Mender Ventari Rev, we have Sage Dragon Hunter, Mender Guardian, and then Mender Druid.
Yeah. I will point out, there are no Revenants on the blue team, right? And obviously, Revenants, Power Herald, and Power Renegade going to be kind of the major DPS meta classes here. So there aren't any of those, but there is a full Berserker. There is a Marauder's Amulet Fresh Air Tempest. There is a Reaper, Marauder's Amulet Reaper. So, you know, there is definitely some damage on blue team, but it's not quite as much as you'd want. Berserker, very clunky. It's really hard to get a lot of your damage off. It's literally the definition of a glass cannon, and if you're not able to out-pressure your opponents, you are just going to die, so it's not going to get much value. Fresh Air Tempest, I mean, Fresh Air in general is just not very strong right now. I don't think Sun just gets much value from this build. And, you know, the choice to run the Marauder's Amulet on the Reaper, I understand it because, you know, they don't want it to just get one shot, but it just loses so much damage if it's not running Berserker Amulet. I really think that is a serious reason why we see that, you know, the red team having so much ease at bunkering down with this. Yes, they are running an extremely bunkerous comp. But blue team, I think, are not really opting to challenge it properly. And I'm not saying that because they're not running a bunker comp, but I think a lot of their DPS choices here are very, you know, they're not normal. They're not usual, and I think they're not implementing them as well as they could be.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. That is one way of putting it. I think some people, maybe, you know, less kind people would say their DPS choices are bad. But I think we can go with not normal there as well. Like, the Lich actually is going hard there, and the Air Overload cleaving out Tyrone, but the projectile block is fairly solid, and even though they do end up conceding this node, they're able to all sustain well, and then I'm sure we're going to see them push back on and look for some more damage as well. The Burn Dragon Hunter there from Tyrone will now be able to return the favor quite marvelously, I think, and bring the pain onto Team PvPizza. But, I mean, even if they do end up losing this fight or simply stalling it, things are looking very, very bleak for Team PvPizza here. 400 points down. Reaper goes down state there. And mid will probably eventually get reclaimed. Do they get the Signet? They actually don't. There was an interrupt, I believe, onto the gun. Wait. Oh, he actually missed the Signet for some reason. I don't really know what happened there exactly, but the Signet did go off, but it simply did not revive the player, unfortunately. And that is basically going to be the beginning of the end here. The Son of Zeus is going to find himself a decap there on the mine, but with only 50 points to go, and I think we can just see maybe Tyrone go for a beast or something like that, just to really kind of finish this game, as we see Elran there die on mid, and the rest of Red Team will collapse onto Son of Zeus and try and finish this game off before moving on to the second game here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've said it. I've said it many, many times now. Temple is going to be a bit of a different beast than Forest. Forest is a lot easier to run certain comps on. Temple requires you to spread out a little bit more on the map. But, I mean, if you're just playing better and you're able to rotate better, which probably Waste Management, you know, will be over Team PvPizza, then I think we might not see too much of a difference. And again, I really would like to see some changes in some of these builds, potentially some of these classes as well from Blue Team, Because I don't think that it's impossible to try and disrupt the bunker comp. I think that there are enough DPS classes, very strong DPS classes, that can do it if you you execute it properly. But they're not running any Revenants. They don't have a single Revenant on their team. Arguably the strongest DPS class in 2 ways, both Herald and Renegade. And we don't see that from the blue team at all.
Yeah, and to be frank, Roy, the way I see it, it's only going to get worse on the next map here as well. Like the kind of like the not exactly the bunkers, like side node ability, like outnumbered potential that Waste Management have here is just going to work out very well from here. They're going to be able to stall these buffs effortlessly, and the immobility of a lot of that double Necromancer, they're just not going to be able to keep up with this. They aren't going to be able to rotate effectively. And as you say, without those Revenants, what are you going to do? Like into this, you're going to very slowly move around the map while red team simply place their bunker builds and decap you and troll you, and then you lose.
Yeah, and it's not obviously the most enjoyable thing to watch, or maybe to play or to cast, but nonetheless it is effective, at least right now, for this red team. But I'm gonna keep on hammering at this point. I'm gonna beat this dead horse until it dies again. I really think that blue team are not playing into this as well as they could be. Certainly their comp, I think, is not ideal. Certainly I think some of the classes, again, I do not see Berserker working very well. I think it's way too similar to that Soul Beast build we saw Avatar try, where if you're not getting any damage out of it, you're not getting one-shots happening, it's just complete dead weight. And Renegade and Herald, they can deal probably as much damage, if not more, than Berserker, and they have way more ability to survive. They have way more benefits to your team in team fights. Dwarf, obviously, an extremely strong stance there for the stability, for the protections, for the taunt that you have. And, of course, Shiro going to be able to allow you to move around the map very quickly. Decap plus side nodes, which is extremely important against a bunker comp. And I don't see them being very effective on this. We do see the only change so far being Son of Zeus going Weaver instead of Tempest, and I mean, it makes sense. He's going for a very bunker build here. It's going to be Mender's Amulet, add another one to the list, with Water and Arcane. But I just don't know if it's going to be enough. They're going to have to be able to get kills to get value out of a Reaper and to get value out of a full Berserk Amulet Berserker.
There are 6 Mender Amulets in this game, Roy. 3 on each team. Guardian, Scourge, and Weaver, and then, of course, the Rev, Guardian, and Druid of the red team. So it's 6 Mender Amulet game.
Yeah.
Some good content here. It is some good stuff indeed. Goodness gracious me. Goodness gracious me. But of course, Temple, it can be a pretty spicy map, and this could even be a very, very quick one. If we see red team simply take over the map and grab the first stillness buff for that doubling of that tick every 2 seconds when the node comes through, then this could end very, very quickly. I mean, I don't think blue team has sufficiently changed to really play into this. Like again, maybe scaling on the Scourge can really bunker this down. Son of Zeus can, and they might be able to slow the game down even more. But winning the game is another thing entirely. Like as you say, they just don't have the rotation. They have damage. I mean, Berserker has damage, Reaper has damage, but are they gonna have the rotation? Which you do see Sick'em Soul Beast here actually. From
yeah, but I mean that's
Ranger.
replacing the Hall Smith, right? It's replacing DPS Hall Smith, so it's one DPS out for the other. It is, of course, as you mentioned, it is going to be opting more for one-shots than the Holosmith will. Holosmith more about, I mean, obviously has quite a significant amount of burst, but it is, a little bit more consistent damage as opposed to the one-shot value that you might get from Soul Beast. Again, saw Avatar try this before. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to put a little more value out of it. I like that little smoke blast there with the smoke scale and the staff too from the Guardian. Let's, more importantly, though, see how blue team decide to go for it. Wait, did Tyrone repeat what Pubbles did? Was that a pull onto Son of Zeus? He's down on bottom buff. Not sure exactly how he ended up there, but he's not where he wanted to be, at least in the beginning of this game. Red team going to get the first cap on the map. Temple going to be completely uncontested by blue team, probably because we saw Son of Zeus knocked down to the bottom buff. And he'll be going right back into this Ventari Rev. We'll have to see if the Tempest is any better. Reaper under quite a bit of pressure here on a middle node. The 2v2 not going so well for blue team right now. This Mender's Amulet Reaper, same as before, not really getting much value. But Gangsta Smooth coming in this Berserker. He's going to try to plus them. Let's see if he'll get any value out of it. Obviously, the Soul Beast is going to be the target for now. It is going to be 3 versus 3. Lich comes out. A lot of damage onto the Reaper. The Soul Beast taking a little bit of pressure, but the Great Sword forward block going to keep him alive for now. The heals as well coming out for him. However, they're not going to be able to find a kill onto the blue team yet, so if they can continue this pressure onto the Soul Beast, they might be able to find the first kill of the game, but he is getting supported very well by Frozen at the moment, and they just cannot find this kill.
Big heal there onto the Reaper, but I almost feel like it's a bit of a matter of time here. Support guards are putting in value on both teams, but the pressure comes at that Soul Beast burst, really putting in some work there onto this Reaper. Actually, he's very, very low. We're going to have to see a Signet very soon. He actually will have stability for it, so he can probably get the Signet here, I think. And wait, Son of Zeus actually found the decap, I believe, into the Ventari. I'm not exactly sure how he managed that, but he did manage to get it, actually. Meanwhile, Zinvo kind of slowly getting this node on the Druid, and yeah, they do actually get the kill. The Reaper did go down with no Signet there, so I think mid is eventually going to collapse in favor of red. Yeah, the Core Guardian about to die here as well. He's down, leaving the Berserker very, very sad and very, very alone. He is actually going to make it out, though. Like, that Warrior Greatsword getting him to freedom there at the very least, and he's going to try and get some work done on the Ventari Rev. But, I mean, this... I don't want to call it too soon, but this could potentially be a 500-0 game, or maybe a 20-0 15-minute timer game. Like one of those two.
One or the other. I mean, it's 20 points or 500 points. If the enemy team has 0, you're winning the game. So, it is going to be, it could look like that. At the moment, blue team unable to break through this wall that red team put up their triple points. But we are going to see, obviously they're going to have to react to the buffs coming up in about a minute. Stillness will be there at 11:30, and we will see the Tranquility and second Stillness buff coming up 3 minutes after that. And that will change the pace of the game a bit, but it might not be enough for blue team to really get any value. Again, blue team going to find one node capped here onto the map. They're going to be able to get Altar out. Again, the other two nodes are going to be contested. Red team have a little bit of a stronger foothold in the mid, but we will see the Berserker actually running away, dropping down towards the Tranquility buff. He's going to come back into mid here. Does have Defiant Stance's heal available. Skelling here as well. This is going to be a 4 versus 2. They're going to be committing very hard to this middle node, leaving the Altar. If they can find a kill quickly, they might be able to turn something around, but Zinvo is now going to be here, dropping the damage onto the Berserker. Put a plaster on as well, is going to be going down. Is there going to be a Signet coming out from Elran? He does have it available, but he's going to get interrupted yet again by Tyrone. They're not going to give him that res for free, and he's not going to be, unfortunately, able to get it, so the Reaper will fall, and the red team are going to claim yet another victim, continuing their onslaught. 0 points for blue team.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice hold there. They were able to hold until the red team was able to collapse in on that and just kind of get that job done there. I mean, it looks like Skelling maybe going to steal top buff. No. Oh, he's going to get yoinked. Tyrone yoinks him down. And Tyrone could actually get top buff for free. Yeah, he is going to go for that almost immediately. Meanwhile, we see the DPS Sobies trying to liberate this node here. Of course, once the Ventari has it, he can probably hold it for a good amount of time. And this is going to be like the massive DPS version of this with the one wolf pack. From the Soul Beast, but it's not enough to actually break through the Mender's Weaver of Son of Zeus. He is not done yet, and he's actually holding this 1v2. Of course, the Ventari Rev not really bringing a lot of damage to the table there. The Swirling Winds are going to shut down this Ranger quite nicely. I mean, he should be able to eventually force the node, but it's certainly going to take time. And I think we're going to Waste Management. They're really trying to have a super clean game and just almost push for that 500-0. But I mean, it's 10 minutes left. We're nearly 5 minutes in, Roy, and we are only at 100 points. So especially with this decap with Skelling and the Berserker getting rid of Zinvo, this is going to be a spectacularly slow game. However, red team Waste Management should be able to grab this. Oh no, Son of Zeus actually ports back onto the node, just barely denying that. However, the cap has now come through, and exponential growth is going to be holding that node down. But blue team finally gets some points on the board. They're going to make sure they get that Altar. Zinvo not able to contest with the Berserker, bringing too much damage. And blue team, they are not going out with no points to their name.
Absolutely. They've got a bit of a mountain, or, well, I don't even know if you can call it a mountain. It might just be unattainable. But they've got something to climb, certainly. Zinvo, though, going to be under quite a bit of pressure. The stealth going to keep him alive for a couple more seconds. They just cannot find this kill onto this Druid. He's going to be able to get out and potentially leave this fight. Actually, he's just running them around in a circle, and they're following him. Kind of just wasting time there. We do see Gangster Smooth now going to be leaving. He's going to make his way back to mid, but it's going to be a little bit too late. The Reaper has already fallen there, and we might see the Core Guard, along with the addition of this Berserker now, able to continue to contest middle node, but again, I mean, this war of attrition certainly already in favor for red team. We should note that the second set of buffs, including Tranquility this time, will be coming up in just about a minute now. And obviously, again, that will drastically affect how this game goes. But over at mid, Elran getting run down currently. He's very, very low. And is this even outnumbered? No, it is going to be Dwellard coming in here with the Soul Beast. making this a 3 versus 3 as we see the Reaper coming in off of respawn. But Elrond out of cooldowns. I don't even know if mid is going to end up going anywhere. Wait, nope, that is Elrond getting knocked back into the damage from the Soul Beast. That'll be him taken out. Even the Lich auto attacks not enough to put the pressure onto Red Team. Without the support in this fight, that should potentially be Red Team ending this. The Reaper I don't think is going to be able to stay alive for very long with just the Berserker to back him up. And the Berserker himself, if he's not careful, might even go down. So that could be a couple more kills picked up. Decap comes out from the Druid onto Altar as well. Son of Zeus coming in from Temple, realizing it's a really, I think just no way he does anything into the Vitari Riv there, and buffs in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and blue team, are they even in a position to contest bottom buff? I mean, bottom buff will be huge here, because like one thing that we've been seeing so far is that pretty much one node has been held by either team, you know, like, well, by red team even the entire time. This could potentially change if we see this, because one thing that red team can do is hold on to the nodes. Like, getting them is another thing entirely. They are getting them now, as blue team is kind of forced to get it, but I think actually we might see the Rev get this. Oh, and he does get it. And there, finally, we've actually got something on the map here, like triple cap in favor of the red team. And it's going to be a little bit difficult to dislodge red team. Like, blue team also, they kind of all push for that buff, and that means they're all very central. And it's going to take them a while to actually be able to disengage this and rotate out. We already see the red team preparing for that with the Druid going to the altar to try and hold on to that there, at least for the time being, and the Guardian of Tyrone delaying the rotation of Son of Zeus getting to the temple. And this is going to be a bit of a tough nut to crack for the blue team. They do have a nice outnumber on mid. Frozen Men and Dweller of the Soul Beast are going to be outnumbered 4v2, but the Druid from Zimmer is going to come in and try and save us. But actually, we do see a kill at long last. The kill has happened. Frozen Men will die here, and that's it. That's the kill.
And is this going to be enough halfway through the game so blue team could technically come back?
No.
We'll have to see what happens. No, they can't come back. All right, fair enough. They can't. Teapot has stated it. Frozen obviously dying opens up quite a bit of room for blue team, as that is going to be their team fight core kind of gone. But you know, I just don't know if it's going to be enough. As you said, I mean, so many of these classes, the Ventari Rip, not the Druid, well, the Druid, just so hard to dislodge from these nodes. I just don't know that one player dying is really going to matter unless they can snowball that quickly into several kills. But again, with the classes they currently have, I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's very, very unlikely here, I think, for them to really be able to come back. They did get that one kill, but the trouble is that the composition, well, it's kind of like both comps, really, right? Like, there's not enough damage on red to really capitalize on that kill, and there's a lot of sustain on red, so they're able to kind of buffer. They're able to sponge that loss, right? Like, very easily. So they didn't really lose that much. They lost mid, but they actually didn't even give it up, right? They end up even winning there now when they cut their respawns coming in there. They get this kill into the gun, and they just reclaim the map. So that kill didn't really do anything meaningful there for the blue team. It kind of just like slightly prolonged the inevitable, right? Like, it made the game like 10 seconds longer is pretty much what it did. Yeah.
I mean, the game obviously going to be ending, I'd say, fairly quickly at this point, with the triple cap coming out from the red team. And at this point, just if you can't dislodge, you can't get kills as a, I'll call it a DPS comp, even though it's not completely DPS comp on the side of red team, into a bunker comp, there's just not much you can do. We do see, again, this decap coming out into mid, but it's not going to go anywhere. Even with the Lich coming out, even with the Berserker F1s spinning on top of players, they're just not able to get the damage. Son of Zeus leaving to try to get a decap, as he's going to be followed by Tyrone, so I don't even know if he's going to be able to get it. No blink available from him to be able to get to that node faster. And yeah, I mean, this game will now end very quickly. Double cap almost certainly secured. Stillness going to be picked up as we see Zinvo waiting there for this third Stillness to come up. And that'll just mean that even with the decap, if it happens on the temple, oh, never mind, he's going to get interrupted. So it would have been they'd be taking for double. But 70 points away, 5 minutes to do it. This is an easy win here for the Waste Management boys. Not many kills throughout the game. Obviously, only one death on the side of red team. And obviously, a very one-sided game as well. It did take a little while to get there. But once they got that Tranquility buff, they didn't really lose their nodes. They held on to it very, very securely. And they were able to take this game pretty handily, I'd say.
Yep. There was some very nice play actually from Tyrone. Like, the Son of Zeus had the tornado, but Tyrone played around it really well and somehow managed to not get decapped by it. Like, leapt back onto the point right at the last second with his wings resolved after getting battered around a little bit. Some nice jukes there by Tyrone. Does now actually, I believe he has been forced to concede the node, but he did a really good job of holding up for a little while there at least. But yeah, Stillness now has been finally secured by Waste Management, and this is going to be it. Like, there is one node here, held here by the red team. The Altar, Zinvo is here. Berserker is going to try it out. You see that wonderful, beautiful green bugged projectile on the Iboga, introduced by our latest patch. Don't you just love Guild Wars 2 spaghetti code, Roy? You really, really do indeed love to see it. But that's the end of the game. The Iboga closes it out, and 500 to 36, a decisive victory there for Waste Management. Now, obviously, Mender's Amulet made that game a little bit Papega, but I do want to point something out to the chat here, guys. The red team has some very strong players on, and I just want to make it very clear that red team would have won that game like 95 to 99% of the time, no matter what they played. So yes, the game was a little bit Papega, but they would have won anyway, so it doesn't really make much of a difference, right? You know, like I don't think that game was that bad because of Mendes, Roy, if you know what I'm saying. I think that will be a fair statement to make, right? That was just a bit of a mismatch there, you know, in the tournament. And that happens. Yes.
But we are now going to our first quarterfinal match here. It's going to be actually Waste Management. We're going to see them up against Quaggans on duty. So we do need to change the maps now. So it's going
it's Capricorn, I believe.
Capricorn, yes. Legacy, Skyhammer.
Whoa.
And
nice.
Even better than all of that, we actually have a guest caster coming in. So I'm going to step away for a moment. Unfortunately, I will be leaving you guys doubled down with the Brits. But you'll be in good hands.
Oh, dear, what a terrible fate indeed for all of the viewers. We're going to, of course, be joined by a member of one of the most notorious teams in the world right now. It's going to be Frey from the French Worms, of course, previous pro player from back in the day when Guild Wars 2 had a bit of an esports scene going on there. But we're going to be getting some very interesting insight, I think, into these games from Frey. He'll be joining in just a moment for the server. And I'm sure we might have a little bit of a break here to give Tyrone's team some time to recuperate there and make sure their strategy is here, because their next opponent is going to be extremely challenging. And I think this could be a very interesting game, right? Because, hello, welcome there to Frey. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Thank you for coming on. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. That was an interesting game.
Yeah. Well, I think we might have a bit more spice here. So, of course, the meta is notorious right now for being a little bit bunkery with these Mendes Amulets, and we see that kind of exemplified in the composition from Waste Management then.
Yeah, but you must also consider, as you were mentioning before, that the team they were facing they were pretty stacked against them already, just on the team side. Yeah. Add the Mendes comp, which is kind of tricky to play around as it is, and you end up with 500-0 games if you mess up, and they messed up, so there's not a lot they can do about it. There
is going to be a bit of a clash of styles in that respect here, because the Quaggans on duty, they play the Guardian Scourge composition, but they play, of course, with the Mirage, the Mesmer, and they also play with a more aggressive variant of the Scourge. They go with the Carrion instead of the typical Menders that we see in a lot of teams. It's very popular right now. We're going to see a bit of a clash of styles, like the Tyrone and Waste Management are going to be a bit bunkerier, and then, of course, a much more aggressive composition from the Quaggans. Like, how do you see that playing out on a map like this? Like, obviously, a very team fight-oriented map.
Me, personally, I think Quaggans are going to win this tournament, honestly. I think the changes, just with the Demolisher re-rolling to Scourge instead of Warrior, is like, it really changed this team. They've been doing so well ever since, and I think it's probably between either these guys or Gold 3+ to whoever's going to bring this tourney home. And I would say these guys are going to do it.
That is very, very interesting. Of course, did you see them in the daily AT yesterday?
Yeah,
those very close games. Yes.
Yeah, it's very close, but I mean, they were playing better. Honestly, they lost only to a few, they only lost points to a few bad matchups, but they're rotating better. They're team fighting better. I don't know. I would not be surprised to see these guys win today.
Oh, there's the call there. Very interesting indeed. And there is actually a slight switch up here. From Waste Management. We're seeing the Scourge come out. And can you guess what amulet he's running, Frey? Can you guess?
I think I can. I think I can guess which one.
It is going to be the Mendes Amulet Scourge here for the red team. Now, I don't know. I am in a way inclined to agree with you here, because in the team fight here, there's just going to be so much damage from the Quaggans here, and of course forcing the bell of course.
There is one serious problem though with their comp, and I don't think they have an answer to it right now, and it's Druid. Actually, they're not going to run the Druid this time.
Yeah,
if they don't run the Druid, they should probably be running Druid here. There is basically no answer to Druid on blue team, and if they had it, I don't know. I think it would really cause some issues. They're still running Ventari revs, so they could maybe get the decaps, but it's nowhere near as much decap pressure as Druid.
Yeah. So you would just maybe drop the Soul Beast and just play a Druid
I mean, they need a roamer. They need some damage at least. I mean, they've got Tyrone, but this is I don't see the team fights going in their favor right now.
And of course, this is going to be a heavily team-funded map. The secondary mechanic, of course, of the bell gives you 25 points for every time you've captured it. So it's 25 the first time, then 50, then 75, then 100. And I think we're going to see the Quaggans really play aggressive with that and push it. Like, they have so much damage. They're going to have the Mirage, the Condi Herald, the Scourge, the DPS Carrion Scourge, and, of course, that Dragon Hunter. But, I mean... Like, what do you make of Tyrone's build, actually? Like, on the Dragon Hunter front here?
Honestly,
like, what do you make of this?
We've scrimmed Azardome playing a similar build to this, and I don't get it at all. This is really beyond me. Tyrone is the meta creator, meta god, so I'm not going to, say he doesn't know what he's talking about. But, I mean, Dragon's mode got a big nerf, for sure, but there's no way this Signet is better. I don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but this looks like a pretty useless utility to me.
Yeah, I haven't really seen value. The game is going to get started just about now. And
they do reroll to the Hollow instead of the Soul Beast as well.
Ooh, okay. So a different source of damage here. Going to be the Hollow. I suppose a bit more of a bit more team fight pressure, a bit more of a brawler style thing there instead of the kind of like very single target spike of the Soul Beast. Well, let's see how it works out. I mean, I never want to write off Tyrone. I'd certainly be inclined to agree that comp wise, I would favor the Quaggans
heavily favor blue team. The problem with this that they're going to need to do is they need to contest every node here. There's too many Mender's Amulets. If they start giving free caps, they're going to have problems. And they already are giving close point for free, so not a good start for the Quaggans.
Yeah, and that's unusual because we do often see them go for a push here, but I guess they just feel very confident that they're going to be able to actually secure kills in these team fights.
Yeah,
now,
it seems like they're committing to the team fight.
Yeah, they're just going to go for it and see if they can make these kills happen here. And, well, we'll see how that goes. But with a Ventari Rev in the fight as well, these could be long fights. Right? There's a lot of support here from the red team here from Waste
But look at Zenvo. He's already gone. He's already gone for the decap. Good move from him. They should easily be able to storm it with the Scourge and Guardian, and he'll get free cap on far.
Yeah, and then it's going to be a case of Benny just having to hold off against the Ventari and try not to get decap for a good amount of time. And then once again, the Quaggans will be in a good spot. He's just going to go for the decap. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure about that. I think that they could probably hold out. There's not a lot of damage in that mid fight. He should probably have full capped that.
He's going to come back in and playing it a little bit safe there and potentially looking for a kill here. Now, there is no Signet revival here from Frozen Men. And that...
Tyrone's gone down.
So that means they can't get that revive, right? There's no revive power there. They have, of course, the Scourge, but that's nothing compared to the instant revival from the Guardian. So that is just going to get cleaved out. And, I mean, we almost see exactly what we expected would happen. It will just be a case of Quaggans winning this team fight and then winning the game. Of course, it is going to be slow. Like, the nature of Waste Management's team is that it is going to be a game that will get stalled out to an extent. It will get accelerated when the bells come up going on here, but I mean,
Quaggans are focusing well. They're killing the targets. Frozen not running the Signet as well. It's just allowing them to get kill after kill with basically no real chance of reviving. So yeah, they're going to clean up this team fight really easy.
The Scourge.
Well played by Quaggans.
Getting taken out there, just getting bled out to kind of just delay that. And yeah, I don't know, like, I'm not really a big fan of not running the Signet of Mercy on the Guardian.
It's so strong right now. It's way too strong not to run.
It's nice to have hold the line, like, for the extra Guardian roleplay, I suppose. But, I mean, I don't know. Turns out, like, reviving people pretty much for free, unless there's a thief on the enemy team, it's pretty good, right? It's a pretty good skill to have.
Yeah, it's not bad. There's a decent skill there, for sure.
Yep. And the 2-cap has now been held here. Benny just into exponential. Does get yoinked off the point, actually, by Tyrone, forcing the decap. But with the Scourge coming in here, that's a lot of condition pressure here for these players to handle. And exponential growth already getting nuked. Does have his Glint heal available.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. I don't see him ever dying in this spot. They just need to leave him 1v1 with Benny and just focus the other side of the map. Get decaps with Zenvo and keep playing as they're doing.
Bell coming up as well in 10 seconds. It's going to be Demolish into McFlurry Sensei here. This Carrion Scourge into the Hollow. I think the Hollow might have a little bit of trouble holding against that for a long time, although the Demolish was actually a little bit pressured, and he actually doesn't have any cooldowns right now, so I think he has got to be a little bit careful not to die here. His walls are coming up just now, so he will be able to peel for himself, but of course he is not playing that Mender's Amulet, so he does not have the same level of sustain.
But a really good plus by Zenvo.
Oh, and yeah, all of a sudden that Horseman is scared. Yeah, forcing the Elixir S, and he's under threat here as well, actually. Like, of course, the support is now here from Frozen Men, but Holy Beardman matches it, and the Bell is already... Oh, wow, they actually get it.
Yeah, perfect.
They do give up the map for that, though, and as
They still need to push far. Without pushing far, they're just... Finally, Zenvo is on his way, but that was too slow. For sure, he needs to be on that far as soon as they leave it. His bunkers can hold the nodes. They don't need to outnumber in mid. Just get the nodes decap, don't give them 3 points.
And you absolutely see that you do see the power of those bunkers here, because like blue team, they're definitely ahead here, but they're not that far ahead. I wouldn't say they're comfortable right now in this game. Like
too many decaps, as we said before. They need to hold on their nodes properly, and they need to rotate well.
What do they do with this Ventire Rev? Do you think they should just ignore it, basically, and just let like Benny hold into it, and then just try and find kills elsewhere? Crannel actually dies on mid, does get signated by Holy Beardman.
There you go, this is signet value. I mean, if they had that in the last team fight, maybe Red could have held 2. Tyrone should probably fall mid here as well. There's not going to be enough support for him.
He's going to go down, yep, and that should be fairly easy to cleave out or stomp if necessary. Frozen can't really leave the Scourge on his own now. We do see the Horseman coming in, maybe to try and do something, but with the Dragon Hunter from Crannel, I don't think they can really do too much there. But Red Team, they do actually have that single node. I mean, like, technically, they are gaining in this game. If they can somehow stall us out...
Zenvo again, moving off, just getting the free cap. Just needs to keep doing this repeatedly.
The Hollow's trying to match it.
I would like to see them probably move either the DH or the Scourge onto far to help Zenvo with that 1v1. I think that should be like more emphasis on 3 nodes rather than 2. It looks like Zenvo's going to take the 1v1 this time, but I'm not sure how it's going to go for him. It's not an easy matchup.
He's going to leave it. In fact, he's going to get the hell out of there and try and get something done elsewhere. Maybe look to pressure the bunker Herald. No, he's going to go back towards the middle node here, which is 60 points in it right now. Of course, there will be another bell coming up in 1 minute, which I imagine that could be a very, very big moment here for the blue team for sure. Ooh, they
nice spike again from Zenvo. Yes. Really nice spike.
Yeah, good coordination there, actually. That was like a very clear spike there. The Scourge dropping down the breach, getting those snares there, and the Mirage coming in for our brutal spike onto that player. Frozen going to continue to try and contest middle, but it will eventually fall into their hands. However, the Holosmith did get that dock node, so it is 1 node apiece. So Red Team, even though they are having a very, they're struggling to fight, they aren't that far behind in this game.
They finally got the mid cap now, though, so they're in a good spot. They just need to not lose this cap again. That cost them a lot. Zenvo going to continually keep decapping far, and that's exactly what he needs to be doing.
Tyrone and Frozen dying there just as the bell comes up. And actually, Frozen will not be alive for the bell. Like, he will actually be bleeding out. The bell's going to spawn in 15 seconds. And I think we're going to see maybe Demolish go for the bell here again, or maybe Holy Beardman. Meanwhile, we actually have the Mirage take the 1v1 into the Scourge, just like to delay it as long as possible so they don't have any nodes. Of course, the Scourge kind of is going to have a bit of trouble with the Mirage here, really. It's going to take him a while to actually kill it and force it. The Mirage is going to be very evasive, a little bit too speedy for the Scourge to really land a lot of his attacks. The bell is now up with just McFlurry Sensei here, and yeah, he can't hold this. There's no way. Versus Dragon Hunter and Scourge, this is going to be a very, very clear victory here for the Quaggans on duty. They're going to get, and they actually might even find the kill. Yeah, they are going to get the kill into the Holo.
Perfect.
Yeah. Exactly what we need to see there. Finally, Zenvu's going to get forced away as Frozen's going to come and support the Scourge. So he's going to have to concede that node. But Demolish going to try and do something over here, matching into Tyrant as he comes in there. Benny is going to be in a little bit of trouble, but not for long, as the Scourge is going to arrive to make sure that this node is at least kept neutral here for the time being.
This is pretty good for the blue team, actually, just because now they're forcing a 2v2 around the Ventari, and the Ventari is not going to get much value here. If Tyrone chooses to stay, this is a mistake. He needs to leave and look for something else right now.
Well, they're going to commit to it. Frozen coming in, so they're just going to try and play a straight-up 3v3. But honestly, now it's going to be a 4v3 as Holy Beard comes in. This does leave mid actually outnumbered, of course. Crannel is going to be 1v2 into a Scourge and a Dragon. He actually does get a massive trap off there, but the Scourge is able to survive it, and they are going to get that decap. So blue team does need to be careful not to lose any players. I mean, I do think it is worth noting that because the game is fairly slow, particularly on red team side, they don't really have a lot of map pressure. They're not going to pressure the map very quickly. Even if the point difference isn't that high, like blue team is very far ahead right now because it's going to take red team a long time to catch up pretty much no matter what. So even though the point differential isn't very, very high, I think blue team is still very far ahead in this game, particularly with the decap here from Zenvu.
I think that we need to see the Scourge moving to far really soon. Zenvo is continuously getting this decap, but is not able to hold it against the people that are pushing him. He's in a decent 1v1 now with Tyrone, but I mean, we know Tyrone is really good at this as well. He could definitely win this fight, but we should see the Scourge here for sure at this point, I think.
He's a bit locked up on mid right now. 3v3 between both teams erupting. I'd say it was definitely a good 3v3 here once again for the Quaggans. Not horrible for either side there, but they'll eventually just have so much AoE pressure from the Scourge and the Dragon Hunter that red team won't be able to kind of cling on here. And here it goes again. 50 points. 50 seconds. The bell is going to come up for 75 this time. And it is possible we see this go to timer. It's just 6 minutes left to go in the game. Over halfway through, about halfway to 500 here. So it might be a very, very slow match, but Quaggans, it's looking fairly inevitable that they're eventually going to win. Like, as you say, Zinvu was forced away. Tyrone actually was able to kind of claim that 1v1, and they get that one node trickling in a few points, but they do find that kill.
The Mesmer is so free right now, which is really, really nice for them. He's just, there's no one to focus him in team fight. They don't have any damage with their comp. He's just killing them one by one.
Yeah,
this is a really free game for Mesmer right now.
Like, that is the thing about Mesmer. You know, it doesn't have that sustain. That is what we always see complaints about in the Balance Discord, of course.
Yeah.
But it absolutely annihilates if it can free cast on you.
And Korgard complements Mesmer so much right now as well. The sustain that it lacks is just covered by Korgard so nicely. Even if you do die, you can get res. Like, yeah, it's a really good synergy, those two classes.
Zinvu gets himself a decap. Bell is now up. Now, the Ventari Rev is on the Bell, which is going to be annoying here for the Quaggans. But with Benny coming in, that's going to be very difficult to hold on here. That's a lot of node pressure from these two condition classes. The Holosmith's going to match that, but I think the Holo's going to get bullied pretty hard by the amount of pressure that's going to come out from Benny and Demolish here. And if this Bell falls to the blue team, the Quaggans will surely emerge victorious in this game. That will be a massive point lead.
I'm not really sure why they decided to move the Ventari to Bell here. Maybe they're worried about losing it again, but I mean, he was causing a lot of problems on close, and now they have close cap for free. No one's pushing it, and I mean, they're still probably going to lose the team fight Bell. Like, yeah, I don't understand that rotation by the Ventari Rev there. Very strange.
I think maybe almost like he thought he had to go there to contest it because no one was there in position, so he had to give up that node, concede that, because they can't afford to lose his objective at this stage there. Demolish going to match Tyrone. Tyrone going to try and go for this decap, but the Scourge is available. Quaggans, they're actually not going to go for the force. They're not going to try and force the Bell. Oh, actually, wait, Tyrone actually dies there. Demolish gets him. That is a big kill.
That's really big. That's really big. I hope he bleeds him out here. Keep him on respawn as long as possible. Seems to be what he's doing. And very good kill by him.
Just auto-attacking that out there. Meanwhile, all the other nodes, pretty stale right now. It's Holo into Mirage here. So this 1v1 will end here. So far, Zinvu maybe a little bit ahead, actually. McFlurry Sensei being forced to play defensive.
Good drop there by Zinvu. I think he's going to get this 1v1.
Yeah, he got the heal there. Interrupted the heal skill, of course, with Power Block. And makes it last 15 seconds instead of the usual 4-second interrupt there. And yeah, he's going to force that node at the very least. The Holo not able to push into it just yet. And this, of course, Benny is now assisted by Demolish. Actually, Demolish going to go to Zinvu here. Like, you know, he's listening to your advice here. He's going to try and help out the Mirage.
He's already winning the matchup, but just making sure that this node is secured with the Scourge there is going to be big for them. They should have a stable 2-cap now for the rest of the game. There's just not enough damage on red team to get a node back, especially with the Ventari Rev now on Bell.
Yep, there it is. The Quaggans have that, and they might just be able to get this to a 500-point game instead of a timer. So no one can complain about timer games, not just yet anyway. Of course, other maps might be a little bit different. And of course, the next map up after this could be a pretty interesting one. Of course, Legacy. I mean, well, I've seen some pretty fun games on Legacy. We'll see how.
I mean, it is Tyrone, dude. There's always a Lord, but with Tyrone Legacy.
This is true. This is true, and Dragon
But honestly,
Hunter...
we talked about Tyrone, but Kranel's played really well this game too. Like, I don't think he's actually proved himself to be a really strong DH player as well. So I'm not sure we can give all the credit to Tyrone on this anymore.
This is certainly true. Like, he is, he's inspired his disciples to take the Dragon Hunter to the next level. And actually, like, I have seen Quaggans on GD play for the Lord, in fact. And I wonder if we're going to see a portal from Zinvu here, because they were using that on Legacy to go for a Lord push. It didn't work out, but it actually kind of won them the game. They failed the Lord push.
That would be the GG in chat as well.
Yeah, yeah, GG. Okay, so has GG been called? Okay, right, we'll just go ahead and call the GG. We'll go ahead and just end the game. There is the GG.
I mean,
call.
here you see the problem with Mender's comps. Yeah, it looks pretty AIDS. They're hard to kill. They're very, very tanky. Most of them are pretty immune to conditions, but they have no damage. They just needed to secure 2 nodes and have Ben Levy. It's Ben Levy, right? Have him on a on the Bell with the Ventari Rev, and there's just no threat in any spot. Zenvo is completely free the entire game to kill whoever he wants, decap whenever he wants. Just very clean by Quaggans.
Now, here we are on Legacy of the Fofire. So if there's going to be any adjustments from the Waste Management team, I mean, what do they need to do here? Like, what is their win condition? Like, what do the Waste Management team need to get done here? We do see the Druid as requested.
Yeah, the Druid it's not the map for Druid. That's the problem. Druid would have been very, very good last game instead of the Valyrians, in my opinion. But on Legacy, I don't know. I mean, you can ask Cole Summers about the minecart, dude. It's not. it's not the build for sure on this map.
Okay, and we do see Frozen go for the Signet, so he's going for the more conventional setup here. Let's see if that helps them. It will.
Yeah, that will definitely help in the team fight. Tyrone died a few team fights to the Mesmer. It should have just been a clean Signet and the team fight resets, but so many times they just get him. There's no res potential, and Tyrone's down, and they're in a 45.
Yep, let's see if that will certainly prolong the fight. And in fact, Tyrone, he's going back to the more conventional build. He's dropped the Signet. He's going for Dragon's Maw with Text basically the normal build that you typically see. It is
far superior. Dragon's Maw is definitely weaker. You can't port with it anymore. But you know, just the threat of that on cleave. If you mess up a cleave and just get Dragon's Maw, Spinning Sword, that's 2 or 3 kills. And in such an important res meta right now we're in with Signet, you need to have stuff like this to kill people. I think it's a very good change.
Yep. Okay. Ooh,
oh, Thief.
Thief. Okay. Interesting. So that's going to be, I suppose, their Roma, as it were, right? That's going to be like the main damage source.
Was that the Hollow, right? He rewrote the Thief.
Yes, he's gone from Hollow onto the Thief there instead.
Okay.
So even faster, and maybe even to pressure the Mirage, right? Like the Thief can kind of hunt the Mirage.
Yeah, definitely. That's true. But I would say one thing, which is a really big blunder of their comp right now. Who is Thief meant to +1 this game?
This is true, because on the side you're going to see the
He's got a Druid on one side,
Ventari right?
And the Ventari Rev on the other side. Who's he going to plus? You know?
Yeah, there's not a lot of damage there, really.
Like, Benny will not have any problems in this game. I highly doubt it. The only issue could maybe be Druid still. I'm not sure exactly how they should deal with Druid. It should probably be Cranel 1v1ing the Druid and just putting as much pressure on him as you can for a quick plus for Zenvo. But if they... I mean, I could see this being a problem. If this Druid gets too much value, it could be an issue for them.
Yeah, of course, the key is that the Druid is going to be... Well, I mean, to be fair, actually, the minecart is actually banned for the tournament, just to be clear, actually. So players...
Wait, it's banned?
Yeah, I'll actually say that in map chat, just to be very, very clear here. Cart is banned, by the way, okay? No abuse. Yes, yeah, the minecart is not allowed. I mean, it's considered to be like a kind of weird, unintentional gimmick because it essentially just like deletes like these knockbacks, which is it's not. I don't think that's what ArenaNet intended. And hey, you never know. Maybe they'll fix it when the balance patch comes out, right? You know, like the balance patch, they fix the minecart at the same time. You know, you don't.
Dude, Goku's gonna be so upset. What the hell?
Yeah. But yes, there you go. The minecart is not allowed, so we'll just make that nice and clear for our players here, which should.
I mean, that would change things, I will say. That would give Druid a much better spot. We'll have to keep an eye on that, make sure they don't abuse that then. But, I mean, if they don't abuse that, yeah, Druid can be much stronger, even more strong, I think, on this point.
Yep.
They need to get the DH against him. I think it's the only thing that can pressure him. He's playing a very strange build as well. I don't know why he's playing Nature Magic on Druid. That's very surprising. I think he's going to die very, very hard to the DH 1v1 if he's left for too long. I mean, having like a 30-second cooldown healing spring is just a bad idea. It is a really bad idea.
Yeah, it's an interesting one here. We'll see if it works out, of course. Of course, it does bring a little bit of cleanse to the table there with Evasive Purity. Apparently, I've got to change the password to the arena. Goodness me. Got some security issues here, guys. Goodness gracious. Right, I mean, let's just quickly take a look at that then, actually. What is this password? Okay, nice. I like that.
Game start.
Okay. And here we go. Just as we change the password, the game is about to get underway. Can the Quaggans keep their undefeated streak, or is the slightly adjusted composition from Waste Management going to take this to our first full-on best of 3 here? And both, you know, a lot of the builds almost got normalized because Zenvo previously was going with like Glyph of Equality, like the days instead of the knockback. We now see that change to Glyph of the Tides.
Yeah, I don't think that was just a mistake. I don't think he realized that.
Yeah, he just clicked the wrong. He just clicked the wrong
exactly,
glyph.
Something like that.
Of course, Tyrone normalizing his build there as well on the burn dragon. Okay. Let's see if they can make it work.
Already splits-wise, it's not a good spot here. Benny's going to get in a 1v1 with Druid. That's not what you want. That's not what you want to happen. The Druid's actually being really smart here, just making sure he doesn't get plussed.
It does give the node, though. Does give the node.
He does, but he will lose it eventually. Actually, Benny probably hold it for a longer period of time now after the Druid nerfs, but Tyrone's going to plus it straight away.
Yeah, Tyrone comes in. Demolish, though, is right on his tail there. The Scourge should be able to make Wholeness a bit easier. Demolish actually just get caught, forces the Worm to teleport him out of there to avoid getting caught there. So that's a valuable resource gone for the Scourge. He could potentially be vulnerable, but he's going to be pretty hard to deal with nonetheless. In fact, he's going to be fairly tanky there. You know, carrying Amulet brings a lot of health. The Barrier and Cleanses are going to be good from these two
You were
players.
correct, by the way, Teapot. They are playing Portal right now.
Oh, yes. And
So
like
expect the Lord.
Yeah, they may try. They'll try and set that up, at least like force them to rotate away there. Of course, Zimbo is going to be 1v1 to a Thief, but he's going to immediately get out of there. With
Just
that
takes
ball.
a decap
And they
and
swap
disengages.
it. And they swap it. Nice swap there with Cradle going in there. That's going to be pretty annoying for the Thief to actually handle that. He's got to be very careful not to immediately suicide into this. Fairly slow game. The Druid, as you say,
Unfortunately,
has now...
we'll get the decap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, Tyrone's thinking about Lord already, by the way.
Already? Wow, okay.
Okay.
That's a bit
all right.
desperate. That's a bit desperate. I don't like this idea. We'll see what happens. It's Tyrone, but this doesn't sound like the idea to me.
Is he going to go for it? Is he actually just going to go
Yeah,
for it?
he's going for it.
He actually kind of is, of course. Now, we do see the Mirage in position. No, it looks like he's not going to go for it just yet. He's just opening. He's going to come back and help the Druid here. Mid-fight does go in the direction of the Quaggans there. Frozen was kind of left pretty much on his own, so he wasn't really going to survive for very long there into that. And Quaggans now are looking good with a nice bit of a point lead here. They have nearly lost into the Ventara, nearly has this, actually. And we do see Cranel a little bit pressured, but the Thief even more so. No cooldowns whatsoever on the Thief, so he's actually got to get the hell out of there, otherwise he's going to have an incredibly bad time. However, that is going to be the cap. The Ventara finds
Ventari
it.
will get it. This is a problem. They're going to have to just let Zenvo go. Cranel is actually matching Tyrone and rushing Lord as well.
Wait,
Okay.
what? He could actually go for this, no? Like, potentially. Like, the
I
red
think
team,
he's
they're
just
not-
going to go decap because the red.
yeah.
It seems
That
like
works.
the Ventari just totally forgot that he's there or something.
Ooh,
Okay, that's
I don't
interesting.
like the Ventari going mid here, to be honest. Like, he can't decap it
Yeah, I'm not
here
sure
at
what
all.
that was about. That's
Yeah,
a
he's
very
going
weird
to give the
rotation.
note, and Cranel can kind of like full cap this as well. I mean, okay, Cranel could even think about Lord after this, right? Like, because he's going to get this cap. Oh, Zemo does get caught by the Thief,
Yeah,
which
good,
is very
good
unfortunate.
plus by Thief. Very good.
Or is there any way he could be revived here? No, he's going to get cleaved up by Tyrone and whatever, and now Demolish is 1v2, and he can't really use his wells to.
He'll be
force
able
the
to
no
stall this
pressure.
for a while. Thief doesn't do too much damage right now.
Cranel is going for it, by the way.
Yeah. I guess he doesn't want to get stuck with the Ventari, so he just thinks, screw it, let's just do the Lord.
And Holy Bad is easily able to get there in time to preserve Demolish. Wait, he could actually get this, right? Like, he could potentially get this Lord if he actually gets this good burst. Look at that cleave. The cleave on the Lord is massive. And there is a response here. Tyrone's coming in to try and deny it. But is he going to be here in time? He is not going to. Oh my god, he's not here in time. I think he's actually going to find this Lord. He can stomp that now. He's going to go for it. Wait, oh no.
Oh, he needs to be careful.
Oh, he should be able to. Tyrone just concedes Lord.
He's just
not
giving it.
Oh no.
He's gone down.
Oh, wait, does he? I think he should win, though, right? Yeah, I think he should be okay here to rally off the... Tyrone needed to come. He would have been able to actually save this. Oh, Lord, there for Cranel. Bit of a blunder by Tyrone, and that 150 points, that counts for a lot in this game as well. In the game this slow, that is definitely huge to get that. Nice little play there by
Waterfall
Cranel.
as well. Really nice 2v2. Oh, careful, Captain Old Benny. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was very questionable.
Yep. Does manage to find that out there, gets that cleave onto Zinvo.
They should have capped the waterfall there. Even if they got the cap, they got the rest on the Druid there, it didn't matter at all. What was more important was the cap. This is still a bunker versus DPS game. Any node is very important.
Yep. Cranel, I think... Oh, Cranel is able to get the cap on the Ventire Rev there, and he might be able to hold on to this. Is he going to try? I think he might as well.
Yeah, he should. Don't stealth himself. Just be careful with his traps, and he'll be able to hold that for a while.
Yep, he's going to do his best to try and hold on. Tyrone now trying to go for the double Lord, and he may well be able to get this, but it doesn't really do much at this stage. They're still going to be 100 points behind, even if he finds this Lord. And while he's away here, there's just no team fight whatsoever, and we're going to see a triple cap come through here, almost certainly here, in my opinion.
And I just don't see a way back in it for the red team. I mean, we complain about Mender's amulets. We say they're overpowered, but I mean, look at this. What are you supposed to do with your 3 Mender's comp when you're losing the game like this?
Yep,
you have no damage to get back into
Lord.
the game.
Tyrone does kill the Lord, though, so that has now been locked down. So the gap has closed a little bit. But again, as you say, Frozen now dies here because, you know, the lack of pressure there from Tyrone was absent for too long and he's not able to survive. Whatever, actually getting chased down very hard now by Zimbo. Of course, the Thief should be able to disengage that fairly well. Cranel has eventually lost this node, as expected there to the Ventire Rev, but he's not going to be giving up anytime soon. It will take a long time for the Rev to be able to fully secure that.
They just need to ignore him at this point. It's going to be neutral for the rest of the game. This druid is causing problems. We need to see Zenvo come here. He's actually going to find a kill on the thief, which is big, but he needs to use this time that he has outnumbering now to kill this druid.
I think we should see him do that. Although, actually, Demolish kind of replaces the Mirage there. And actually, he might be able to get that kill. I think we're going to see a kill on the Druid, no matter what. Ooh, he gets in CA and just is barely able to cleanse himself.
It's going to be close.
Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is,
I think
actually.
he's gone. Perfect. Good job.
Yep.
Very nice for them.
Clean. And this is kind of the beginning of the end there, right? Like,
I think this is the end. I don't see a way back.
Very hard. Like, Lord, of course, has already been taken by both teams, so there's nothing weird or crazy that can happen. Oh, a massive burst from Cranel there as well onto the Ventaro. Glintheal is there to save the day, at least for now. But actually,
again, really careful with the damage. They didn't heal him too much. He's probably going to go down here.
Zimvu pressuring it. Good healing from the Ventari Rev. But at the very least, again, it's going to be the cap, right? Like, the cap is going to come through it almost certainly. There's no way he can stand on that right now. And I think GG's been called, actually. Yep.
That's it.
Tyrone is no longer moving. That is a GG called, and we can just go ahead and end that game. Well played there to both teams. And
I mean, Quaggans looking strong, dude. Quaggans looking strong.
Yeah. They are beasts.
That was a team that I was not sure if they would make a mistake and not know how to play around it. I think they adjusted pretty well. And they look great. I think this is honestly looking like the favorite to win this tournament today.
Yeah, absolute monsters there. Of course, we haven't actually seen Gold 3+ yet. The other up-and-comer.
Yes, that's the other team.
A little bit later on. We shall be getting to that very soon. But yeah, very, very strong performance there. And I do really want to highlight that what you were talking about, the Mender, the bunker. Like, the bunkers are definitely obnoxious, but you can see you can beat it, right? Like the Quaggans. To be frank, like I would say that was a pretty convincing victory there. Like certainly some things looked a little bit weird with some stuff going on there in the early game. It was a bit of a slow start in some of them, but I think they very clearly know how to play around this composition.
What you'll find most of these games, Teapot, is that it's going to come down to matchups, especially in Mender's games. If you're starting the game in wrong spots, you're going to have problems. We need the DH to fight the Druid. You want Zenvo outnumbering the Druid as much as possible, making 2v2s, and you want your DH to just basically pressure the Druid. Like if as long as the Druid is maintained on one side, they can kind of ignore the Ventari on the other. And even so, they still managed to bring it back. Eventually, got the matchups in the right spots, and they brought it home. Well played to them.
Very, very well played indeed. Very well played.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we've got, a very, very strong team that we haven't actually seen these guys yet, but I mean, a lot of well-known players. We got Flash. We got Garage.
Fresh.
We got Tenebrae. Yep. A lot of great players there on the red side. So I mean, it's going to be a strong game, I think, from both teams. Do you think that Tenacious can do this? I mean, again, I know a lot of these players as well. Definitely a strong team. They've been playing a lot for a while. But do you think that they're ready to face some of the players here on this red team? And do you think that they can actually take this?
They can most certainly, yeah. Like red team has a lot of very, very strong players, right? And a lot of these players have played together for ages. Basically on off, like when playing MIT or stuff. But like as a team of 5, I'd give Tenacious the edge, I think, just because they've been playing together with their roster for a long time now. So they should, in theory, just out-synergize them, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll have to see what happens, though. Here it is. This is the first time that we've seen almost mirror comps coming out. Obviously, the one big difference is going to be, of course, the Weaver instead of the Core Necro that we see the red team running here. It's going to be Flash on his Scourge, crossing all the way over now to 1v1 that Weaver. It's actually going to be Tenebrae as well coming in behind him. He's now going to be plussed up by Tricon. So we'll have to see how these teams answer to each other. It's going to be Doc picked up for free on the other side of the map. Tenebrae already going to be forced to use quite a few defensive cooldowns. Nice damage coming out from Tricon. Breach is going to be dropping on the node, though, and that's going to force them off a little bit. Thoughts on this opening? I mean, do you think that blue team are wasting time, not outnumbering this? Do you think they maybe should have tried to get a kill at mid instead of, going into, more of a bunker Scourge?
I think I do see wonderfully here why playing Mender and Sage classes works very well at the moment, right? Because there's just not enough damage to actually punish being outnumbered. So while red team could securely keep their close and have numbers disadvantage in middle, it did snowball now. As I jinxed it, which is good, because otherwise it would be a disaster, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and they are gonna find that kill exactly as you said. Obviously, Grotchon using a lot more cooldowns as they were outnumbered at the beginning before the core Necro made his way over there. So now it's Ulysses trying to hold things down himself on this Condi Herald. you know, so obviously we've seen a lot of different builds here from Revenants, right? We've seen Power Herald, we've seen now Conde Herald, we've seen Ventaria Rev, we've seen Power Renegade. Side notes picked up here now by red teams. They're going to be ahead of the map. In your opinion, is there like a 100% this is the better Rev build to run? You're a Rev player yourself, or do you think that having so many different builds is a sign of the class just being really strong, and there isn't one that's better than the other?
I mean, I think as Frey pointed out, running Ventari Rev is kind of susceptible to just being out-damaged by the likes of Mesmer. Because the Herald slot is very contested, as you said, right? You have Power Herald, you have Condi Herald, which is very, very strong. People started dropping Renegades, though it's like still a very, very decent build, I think. Very solid. Only problem with Renegade is kind of that it gets checked by Core Guard. But just Aegis spam, stab spam, because what you do in a teamfight is just CC spam, right? And when there's a Core Guard there, you'll have a lot of downtime on your CC skills just because you can't basically use them. But I mean, Ref is still the most popular class in PvP probably, and definitely the strongest class overall. Also just because it's so flexible, right? So while Condi Ref and Renegade are probably the best builds, it's...
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, appreciate that insight. And we see the triple cap coming out now for the red team. And, I mean, obviously, blue team, they were able to get that first kill on Grotchtown, we saw. But, I mean, triple cap now, 10 cursed, almost rezzed up. He's still going to get it to stomp there. Just in time to take him out. Maja now going to be extremely low as well. The Lich auto attacks coming out from Denezio. Breach is going to be dropped to try and peel them off. Spurs there for the heals as well, coming back in off of respawn. They might be able to survive, but they've already lost so many points. The first bell of the game is going to be going the way of Flash for free as well. There's numbers advantage on the map, so 25 points, about 200-point lead here for Red Team, and that's just going to continue growing with this triple cap. When
Red Team's Condi Ref also
like
popping off hard and far, actually.
Yeah.
Like he held 2v1 for
absolutely.
super long, he didn't die. +1 from Tenebrae comes in, instantly get the kill. This is looking very
well
grim
played.
for Tenacious.
I mean, so obviously, you know, again, you were thinking that Tenacious would have a good chance to win here. You know, obviously you said that you thought they had a good team. And, you know, we saw them get that first kill. What do you think was, like, the big issue that we saw so far? I mean, you know, the game isn't over by any means yet, but halfway already to winning here is going to be unexpected challengers into Tenacious. You know, what do you think is, like, the biggest thing that Tenacious needed to fix in the beginning of this game to not be 250 points behind?
I mean, one of the aspects is definitely the side note gameplay. I was surprised that Ulis, I guess is his name, was able to check Umbra fairly efficiently, despite Fireweaver being slightly favored in the matchup. But even if Red wanted, they could rotate the Minion Necro onto Fireweaver, which is a hard counter. So I think, like, after they lost the side notes, they had the pressure of actually playing on the side notes, and they won't probably get that back without hard over-rotating. And for that, they dropped middle as well. I mean, Trichon's getting a very, very good full cap on middle because they need to start picking up points. 5 minutes in. But I don't really see how they want to dislodge the Scourge Guard. If they just like stand on one node, can't solidly play 2 nodes, and it's about to be very, very hard to come back here.
When you're playing into a comp like this, so I mean, obviously, you know, we know that you guys really enjoy playing, you know, team fight heavy comps. Obviously, Cran always was one of the most well-known Tempest support classes, and of course, he's now going to be playing Core Guard, or players, I should say. When you're playing into a comp that's extremely bunkery like this, there's not really a lot of targets on the red side, as we see Nezio going down. Really nice signal there from Grouch trying to get him back up. You know, what exactly is the best thing you can do? I mean, do you think there's a way to try and break that bunker? Do you think that you just try to out-rotate it? Do you think you just try to match it with more bunkers and just play better? You know, is there one thing that's always better? Obviously, it's going to be dependent on the meta as well, of course. But, you know, from your point of view, what do you think is the strongest approach to that?
I mean, there's multiple approaches to it, obviously, as we see Gold 3+ and Quaggans doing it. Trichon getting a nice kill, by the way, but yeah, that's getting rest. Unfortunate. As with these guys doing, you can just auto-rotate with Thief Mesmer, because you have very, very high target damage, and more importantly than the target damage itself, you have the lockdown on the healing skills with Steel, with Power Block. So you can just chase down targets and they can't really resustain. The other approach of winning teamfights gets very complicated with Mender Scourge, right? Because it can just tank so much damage without dying. So winning the teamfight is not as easy anymore, or like snowballing the teamfight is not as easy anymore.
Yeah.
So I would suspect more teams to be picking up the Roman playstyle.
We kind of were talking almost as if this game was over, but the map has been completely swapped around. Middle node now going to be picked up here for blue team. They get a nice kill onto Denezio over at mid. Tricken and Maja doing some good work there. Grotch and Flash still going to be outnumbering this, or excuse me, contesting it, but it will force them to lose players in the map. So if blue team can find some value elsewhere, they might be able to continue to get, you know, moves here on this map. Unexpected. Tenebrae currently actually 1v2ing off node. I'm not exactly sure what Spurs and Tenkers are doing, looking just to try to get this kill. But this is a chance now for blue team to come back, and they do get this kill. Grotchton coming over, though. He has Signet available, so they have to make sure they don't just give him this for free. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it. I think, unfortunately, nice knock is, yeah, that's going to be a really nice knock to prevent him from being able to cap that. What does blue team have to do? They've got 250 points to make up here. They're doing it at the moment. It looks like they're putting pressure on the map. They're getting nodes. They're about to double cap here for the first time in this game. You know, they're obviously fighting over Bell. But what do you think is the single most important thing for them to do to be able to come back into this game and get those 250 points back?
I mean, they gotta get caps, right? It's as easy as that.
Yeah,
Conquest.
fair enough.
There's like 7.5 minutes to go. 115 points is not much. So you have to get points at some point. Obviously, you can't drop Bell either. So I guess you just kind of have to outplay. But as I see it, Umbra is still not able to dislodge the Coniref on far, which is very, very unfortunate. You might actually have to stall Bell and just try to plus far with the Renegade as soon as possible. Umbra actually going down on far, that is very, very unfortunate. Though they seem to win Bell, so I guess that's a comeback mechanic as well.
Grotchton will go down. So,
Yeah.
you know, we've seen this several times, right? Now, they do get the Bell here, off that kill on the Core Guardian. But, you know, again, going back to these bunker comps, you know, we see it a lot where, you know, when you have 3, almost sometimes 4 players or classes, builds on this team. Although, I will say, Flash going down pretty quickly after Grotchton, right when Grotchton respawns, Flash is going down. But it does seem like a lot of times you're not seeing the snowball kills that you saw, like in the Moto, you know, where you would see one person die and then immediately follow up on the second kill and then maybe even a third. Flash starting to self-res, we'll see if that works out for him. So, you know, obviously it's a lot harder to snowball kills with these bunker classes, these bunker comps, these bunker builds out here. But, you know, we did just see Tenacious do it here a little bit, Flash getting taken out pretty quickly after. Unfortunately, they are still about 200 points behind. They're unable to get middle node back. Tricken going to be very pressured out there, and we will see Flash coming back in. But, you know, do you think it's possible to actually get any sort of snowball going off of kills? Do you think it's possible to chain kills one into another like we saw in the Moda? Do you think it's basically just not a viable strategy here, and it's better to just push onto another node and try to get pressure off that kill? Or what exactly do you think is the best thing you can get in terms of value from kills right now in this meta?
I mean, I think we have seen in the last team fight that there is potential for snowballing when you take out the guard first, right? Because Core Guard is a very, very potent support build at the moment. Also with the Signet, kills don't mean as much anymore, because obviously if you don't res the down a buddy, or if you have a thief to steal through stab, he'll usually get one res off, always. So snowballing is much harder when you don't take out the Core Guard first. And even if you do, obviously, the teamfight comps are getting very, very tanky. So you'd have to play double ref, like power ref and renegade. In that case, you could definitely play snowball comp here. But most teams seem to like the third side node in the Coney ref more.
Yeah, we are going to take a minute here now to get back really into this game. Side nodes both got decapped, and at first that's definitely going to be a little bit better for Tenacious, but I think they're now kind of committing a little bit too hard to this Bell. They gave up the Bazaar for free, and giving a cap is certainly not what they want to do. They finally get docked, but because they were contesting into Grotchton, it gave them a little bit of time. If they do get this Bell, it'll be 50 more points on the board, but they'd still be about 150 points behind, and they are now forced to be able to play around this decap. Again, I think going for that decap on the dock was definitely good, but giving up the Bazaar for free, a bit of a misplay from them. I think committing so hard to the Bell wasn't great, and now middle node is going to be picked up as well. The Archway goes the way of red team. This core Necro actually out-rotating everybody in this game, getting 2 decaps into full caps right now. Tricken is going to be 1v1ing him. Spurs will be coming in as well, but that's not going to be enough damage to dislodge this core Necro. And realizing this, it looks like they're going to go and try to either outnumber Bell, get up a kill, maybe outnumber Bazaar, but we are going to see Doc decapped, and I think, unfortunately, the game definitely got a little bit closer about midway through there, but the beginning of the game was just way too heavily favored for unexpected contenders. Blue team fell way too far behind, and that is going to be game number 1 in Capricorn, going the way of red team.
I mean, I would say blue team kind of has to sort out their side nodes, right? Because we've seen a lot of losing matchups on the side nodes, a lot of outplays. Just from red team, like Tenebrae coming into match and instantly getting a kill is highly unfortunate for blue team. Not being able to handle either the core Necro or the condition ref, it's also tricky, but we'll see what they come up with. Because like if they were in a position where they can actually put the Scourge on a side node, that does have a very good 2v2 matchup with the Renegade, for example, and can hold anything 1v1 basically. That might be an interesting idea to get these nodes more safely. Though obviously you'd lose a lot of teamfight power.
Absolutely. And now we've got a bit of a different beast here, Legacy, the famed and so-called Snowball map. Now, again, we obviously were talking about Snowball a lot. You know, there's not really as much Snowball in this meta, so maybe Legacy isn't quite as detrimental to a team. But I think still, usually, games are going to end up kind of being a little bit one-sided here. You know, do you think that this changes up how you play? I mean, you know, from your point of view, do maps change up how you want to play, and even maybe to the point of changing your comp up? Or are maps not that significant?
Oh, most definitely. They're most definitely significant, yeah. Fallfire is a great example of a map that highly favored ref stacking, always has. So, like, if there was a map where I'd try to play Power Herald with Renegade to just snowball, it's Fallfire, for sure.
Right.
And, of course, when you have maps like Eternal Colosseum, which are very, very side node favorable, also having the buffs as a reason to run Thief, you'd probably play rotational comps. Like, even maybe dropping the Guardian, for example.
Yeah. Really, dropping the Core Guardian, the support.
Yeah. I mean,
You
we'll
think
see
it's-
what the Invitational brings, but there may be teams which have tried around with that. So it may be a viable strat.
Fair enough. And how much, like, actual comp variety overall? I mean, you know, you were just saying you could potentially play without a Core Guardian, which we haven't really seen any of the kind of top teams do yet. But I mean, do you think there are a lot of different viable comps, or do you think they all kind of centered around having at least one or two of these really strong bunker classes like Mender's Amulet Scourge, like, again, Mender's Amulet Guardian, some sort of really bunkery side noder? You know, do you think that you have to always have at least one or two bunkers in a comp, or can you play completely without them?
Oh no, bunkering is very, very important, right? Like, Scourge is just basically a mandatory pick, in my opinion. Because it's just so tanky, it offers so much potential in 2v2s. And while I talked about dropping Guardian, Guardian's obviously also insanely strong in resustaining low targets, maybe even targets that lack resustain themselves. Like, Scourge has a lot of proactive defensive utility with its barrier, right? But when Scourge runs out of cooldowns, its healing is not that high. So obviously having a Guardian, for example, is just very, very strong. And obviously, since many teams are playing a Messman Thief, you also have to be careful that your side nodes just don't get one shot when they get +1, which is a big reason that we are seeing Connie Ref very, very frequently. We've seen a lot of Prot Holo from especially higher tier teams. And yeah, obviously, as I said, Scourge is also a staple.
So we are now underway for our second game, just about to start here. Obviously 1-0 for the Unexpected Challengers over Tenacious. Again, a very rough start for Tenacious. They lost almost, I think, 200 plus points before they really started getting a momentum in their last game. So we'll have to see if they can correct that issue here. Legacy, of course, going to be a completely different beast than Capricorn was. So we'll have to see how that happens. Unexpected Tenebrae and Flash going to be making the crossover to Waterfall. 1-0 to the Condi Herald now. Excuse me, 2-1 to the Condi Herald. 10 cursed here, so he's going to have to just kite and sustain long enough for his team to make a bit of a counter there. Spurs already a little bit under pressure over at mid, actually. 1v2, Grotchton leaving to make his way over to Corey. He's going to leave Mazja there to 1v1 his Revenant. So Grotchton will be making this rotation to Corey now. Waterfall will be the first note of the game, picked up there by Red Team. Denezio was a little bit outnumbered, but Grotchton will be there in time. Sustain going to be good. At the moment, it looks pretty similar to the way that the last game started. Red Team locking Blue Team out of every single node. They're not giving them any caps. They're forcing them to choose between basically one node or the other. But Blue Team just not putting their players in the right places to find a kill, or at least not get a kill quickly enough. And now 10 Amber actually going to be in some danger here as the plus comes in over from mid. You're going to see Tenebrae coming in. 10 Amber going to be pretty low. Tricken not able to peel for him. Spurs coming in a little bit behind. So mid is going to be very susceptible maybe to be getting plussed by Red Team as well. But at the moment, it's going to be 20-0. Only one cap on the map. And Tenacious having, again, a little bit of trouble breaking in here. You know, do you think going for this triple split across every single node, again, was the right call for them when they obviously ended up losing it? Do you think maybe they should have tried to focus on two nodes at the start, which we don't really see any team do anymore?
I mean, in the previous match they did, right? They just gave 4 for free. And now they tried to contest it, though they obviously lost close for it, so I'm not sure how that opener went, and I think, yeah, there's going to be a Signet. So this is not a win on close as well. Now Red Team finally got their far cap, so it's looking pretty grim. Burst going down, so they will most certainly not be able to contest far, maybe even mid drops. There's Mender Scourge on there, so they might be fine. The Guardian is leaving. No, okay, he's coming back. Should be a decent 2v2 actually for the red team. On blue team's close as well. Yeah, and Trisha knows. Tries to rotate away. Burst Tenebrae. But this is looking very strong from red team in the opener again, right? Just getting a free double cap, having the Scourge to stall on middle.
Yeah.
It's rough to come back
I mean,
out of these positions.
Again, you know, obviously Legacy, again, like we've been saying, is one of those maps where when you kind of start getting snowballed, start falling behind, it's harder to get back in. Grouchton no Signet, though, as Tenebrae is going to go into downstate. However, he is going for the hard res, but the cleave might be there from blue team. He's still on it, though. The knock's going to come out from 10 Curse, but it's into a wall, so he's not going to be going far. But the stab road is going to be good for Trick, and to get the stomp. That will be a kill now. I think maybe the first kill of this game that we're going to see going the way of blue team, but it was the same thing that happened last game. Blue team Tenacious getting that first kill and end up losing anyways, but this could be the start of them bringing it back. Waterfall now going to be picked up. If they can find another kill onto either Flash or Grouchton, it will allow them to start really moving into the rest of the map, but they've now basically lost, you know, the entire respawn. You know, Tenebrae already going to be back. They got Waterfall for it, but what do they get after that? Not really anything. Maybe some Shroud away from Nezio, but if they can't find a follow-up kill, they can't even decap middle node, which obviously is one of the hardest nodes to decap because of the size of it compared to the rest of the nodes. You know, I just don't know how much value they really get from this kill, and if they're not going to be able to start finding value from kills, they're really not going to be able to come back. About 100-point difference here. Double cap still confirmed for red team. And
yeah, red team has to get proactive here, right? So what they're doing is they're trying to bunker close with both their guard and their Scourge, which is usually fair, but red team has both other nodes, right? And they're never going to win any of the nodes if they can't get pressure going, right? And I don't really see how they want to pressure when we already have seen that Umbra has problems fighting into the Condi Ref. And the 2v2 on middle was also very favored for red team because they had a support Guardian, obviously. So this is maybe with a good plus. Tricon is plussing far here. That might just work. Though the ref still is healing, so yeah.
Do you think that they should be trying to just I mean, again, obviously we see them trying to sort of match, I think, red team a lot here on some of these nodes and end up trying to get a kill. And we've seen it work. They are getting a kill here and there. And now we see Ulysses getting taken out here at core, as you said, Tricken going in for that plus. But again, I mean, if it's not really, if they can't get quick enough value off of it, now again, 150 points behind because of this slow start that they get, you know, and maybe we start seeing them get the double cap and hold the double cap for a while. The Ulysses now just coming in off of respawn as the core gets decapped. Do you think it's enough, this kind of slow approach that we see Tenacious going for? Again, obviously they're locked into a little bit because of what red team is playing, but, you know, is getting one kill, getting a decap for it, getting another kill, getting another decap, or maybe even a full cap for it, is that going to be enough for them to come back up into it? Or do they have to try and change something up and play a little bit faster here?
I mean, they did exactly what I wanted them to do, right? They did apply more pressure, apply more tempo by Tricon rotating towards far and getting that very important kill. Because at this point they're only 150 points behind. And while their close point got decapped sadly, this is potentially a salvageable position, right? So they definitely put in work to get in here. And Tricon is plussing far again, forcing that full cap again. And if they get that kill again before Grouchton comes in, that would be huge value. So maybe they can actually do the comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously 6 minutes down now, and it's 250 points on the board here for red team. Still middle node uncapped. And at this point, it might even come down to middle node having to be decapped here. And again, you know, as I mentioned before, it's just very, very difficult to do that. Even if blue team can get the side nodes and hold those either capped or decapped, you know, do you think there's potential for them to decap mid? Do you think it's possible to really do that? I mean, obviously, if we see them get kills, you know, maybe. But, you know, with mid just being so difficult to decap there, do you think at this point getting mid capped kind of just wins the game for red team?
Getting mid back on 4-5 is always a problem, right? Especially against very, very tanky comps. I didn't really get why Tricon was staying at far instead of pushing middle, forcing the Guardian to rotate middle as well. It worked. Chaton rotated off. Maybe they get the kill here. Yeah, they do get the kill on the condition ref. Very good. So this might very well be a point in which they can once again try to siege the middle, right? Because they have numbers advantage on the map. Though red team reacts very, very strongly. Just leaving blue teams close, falling back into middle, regrouping. It's basically perfect rotations right there from red, I think.
Yeah.
After
And,
obviously kind of unnecessarily dropping their close point.
Yeah, hold that thought though for a second. Really nice bleed on Ulysses. We should mention, you know, he's still going to be in respawn for a few more seconds. This gives them a chance to maybe find another kill here. So that's going to be Flash almost taken out, but the heals and the peels from Grotch on good. Again, I mean, Mender's Scourge and Mender's Core Guardian just so difficult to find a kill on one of them, especially with Flash having so much utility and ability to decap himself. So we see blue team obviously get the side nodes. They're in a position to potentially hold down double cap here. It looks like they're going to commit to mid, though. They realize they want to get this decap. They're sending 4 players in here. But again, it's so easy for one player to just sit on it. Grotchon, though, gets deleted. Really nice transfuse from Flash. He's going to be able to get him around the corner, but the damage is going to be there. The CC on top of it as well. Flash even might go down. He's going to be dropped on top of Grotchon. That's going to be 2 kills. Hold on just a second. The 4-player commit there from blue team finds 2 kills on Mender, Scourge, and Core Guardian, and they said it couldn't be done. Decap comes out. It does cost them the map, but if they can find value off of this, it might find them the game if they can turn it around. Waterfall has to be decap. They have to find another point to really come back into this. Nezio's now getting chased out 2 versus 1 here over at Quarry. If they can find a quick kill onto this Core Necro, the moment he does have a decent amount of Shroud, but he's getting burned down quickly. Ambra and Trickon doing a really nice job. Grotchon does come in, though. The port here from Sword has him back on top of it, and he should be fine. Waterfall now going to start getting contested, and they haven't gotten a cap on mid, so 2 quick kills picked up for them, but I just don't think it's enough because they still were not able to unbunker the rest of the map. They weren't able to find any value. They do get Waterfall, you know, finally decapped and picked up. But now Ambra dies because Trickon leaves.
Yeah, it looked very, very promising with the kill on close as well to keep the snowballing up, I guess.
Spurs almost gets the signet, but the poison going to stop him. He's going for the hard res, but the stomp should be there from Grotchon. Yeah. You hate to see it. I mean, do you think that Trickon had to leave that? Because he obviously just ended up letting his Weaver die, and now Trickon might even be in a position where he's going to go down. No signet available from Spurs either. We're going to see a couple of low players here, though. Tenebrae as well as Flash going to be kind of low. They do get the res back on a Trickon. They could continue to fight back into this after getting Waterfall picked up. But even if they get the kills here, they have to be able to get that decap onto Quarry. And at the moment, it is going to be kind of hard for them to do so. Flash going to be separated from Tenebrae. It's going to be hard for them to really commit, I think, to one target and fully get them down. Grotchon still has Signet available as well. And Ulysses is back in here. I don't know. I mean, this is not looking great for Tenacious.
I mean, Umbra is getting far cap for free. And it seems like Maxime is able to get onto their close node in time. We'll see if he can actually hold the 1v1 against the core minion Necro. But if it goes like this, the match is still very, very winnable for Tenacious. Tricon landing and Jade, great Jade win in the middle as well. Maybe they get the hand press.
Oh, it's so close. He moves a little bit for the last tick, but the stomp. Oh, he was trying to stop the stomp from coming out. That was beautifully played there by the Necro. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Maja now almost certainly going to be taken out. Red team looking to try and answer a snowball. Breach is going to be dropped at the bottom of the stairs. A little bit of Shroud, a barrier going to keep him alive for a couple more seconds, but it's not going to be enough, and he will be taken out. The decap on a Waterfall as well. But wait, the mid cap, they forgot about Ambra. They were so busy chasing down the Scourge, they just gave middle node away for free. That's a huge misplay. Waterfall will get capped up, so it'll still be a node available for them. But middle node, that's huge. 4 minutes left in the game, about 100 points difference here for Tenacious. It might be possible
First,
for them to come back
need to
into
get
it,
into middle ASAP though, to support Umbra. He has 3 people on him. He will most likely go down. Signet is up again, but Spurs is just close, and that's might be a bit slow.
Yeah, they get the decap almost immediately, and Spurs actually
Spurs
gets
is getting
taken
taken
out
out of
roads.
node.
Definitely a bit of a misrotation. I really think they should have just full committed back into mid there instead of trying to go into Waterfall. Obviously, they wanted to get that decap on Waterfall and continue to contest it, but Spurs and the Condi Herald just not going to be able to dislodge anything for any real amount of time. Spurs dying off of roads. Tenkers now probably going to be going down. He's being taken out. Giving up that decap on mid that they fought so hard to get. And I mean, red team held middle node for, you know, the first 7 minutes of this game. Blue team picked it up for about 30 seconds before it was decapped, and now it's right back in the hands of red. Again, you know, we saw Blue team have a comeback. Yeah, double kills here now on the Scourge and on the Ambra, the Weaver on middle node. That should be game. Red team just absolutely obliterating Tenacious here at the end. Again, you know, well played by Tenacious in some ways. Again, they had a nice comeback for a moment there on Capricorn. It looked like a couple moments here were pretty promising for them, but overall, I mean, the rotation's not quite there. They definitely seem to have some trouble starting matches as well. They started behind by a significant margin, both sides. Not bad, though. I mean, they're certainly playing well. Certainly some strong moments for them. You know, what would be your biggest takeaway here? Obviously, again, you know, as we mentioned, you're a bit of a fan here of the Tenacious boys.
Yeah.
And, I mean, what would be your biggest takeaway for them?
I mean, they just have to get the openness down, right? If you cannot open into a match and you give the opponent double cap, maybe even triple cap for free, they get like 200 points for free because to actually start contesting the nodes properly, it's just not happening in a meta this tanky. So I think them having 300 points basically means that they're on an equal level after the opener is done, right? Because they put themselves at such a disadvantage and still manage to start comebacks. So yeah, they gotta get the openers done. Maybe they have to look at the side nodes again. Umbra having to get plussed into Cornec is what happens. Cornecro just counters Weaver, but maybe then just push Conira, for example, into it. Might be a better solution. So don't have to pressure your Renegade to actually plus that matchup.
So, let us march onwards to the next games in that case. We are certainly making some good time. We're getting closer and closer to Gold 3+ and Quaggans on duty colliding. But there are actually some incredible games going on here right now, I believe. For example, one of the next matches is going to be Unexpected Challenges versus the Quaggans on duty. And then, of course, the winner of that match will potentially face Gold 3+, the Valyrians or My Pillow Exploded. So things are about to get very, very spicy indeed, I believe. A bit of a clash of styles. Unexpected Challenges. I suppose Unexpected Challenges are, they are very much playing the I guess like the conventional style of the moment, which is that much more bunkery, I suppose you could call it, with the Mender Scourge, the Konya, right, like the Minion Mountain Necro, playing that slow style. But of course, how is that going to fare against the Quaggans or Gold 3+? Like, we'll have to see in a little bit, very, very soon indeed. What is the next match of the day, Roy? Where are we going here?
Yeah, so I was hoping we would have somebody else do the other quarterfinal, but I think we're gonna have to be stuck with that.
Whoa,
well, I say
stuck with it? What do you mean?
Yeah, we're gonna be doing it. As I think the lower bracket matches are still ongoing, so we'll have them get those done and out of the way. So we're gonna be doing the Valyrians versus My Pillow Exploded, and I will get those guys in here.
Very nice.
Second.
Okay, let's get that sorted out then. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick. We can see that both things are, I mean, I'm so impressed. I'm so pleased with us, Roy. We're doing such a good job right now, making this all run to time right now. We are a mere 3 hours in, and we are making some fantastic progress. You can see the state of the bracket here and what's going to happen in the lower area. I need to give this a quick refresh, actually, so we can take a look at the actual state of the bracket right now. But a lot of the games have been going on. Of course, the lower bracket has been cracking away. Murderous Intent has eliminated Big Fat Mangoes. Team PvPizza been taken out by the Fat Boys Inc. They'll be moving forward. They're a little bit no luck, no win. Still surviving. Please don't cast us. Making it happen. We're now going to have to face off against Tenacious, coming through in just a moment there in this lower bracket. All these are, of course, best of ones. Tyrone going to be fighting for his life there as well in that lower bracket. But of course, here in the upper, we're going to be moving on to the Valyrians versus My Pillow Explorer. And then the winner of that match will face Gold 3+. And of course, the match we'll go to after that, I would imagine, will be the Unexpected Challengers versus Quaggans on duty. And then the winner of both those two matches are going to face each other before going on to the grand final, which will be decided by, of course, the winner of the lower bracket, which will I think we're going to be taking a look at the lower bracket final as well, I would imagine, Roy. I believe, which is, of course, a best of 3, just like the upper bracket stuff there as well. On the red team, the Valyrians, all with their guild tag, Vi Neldon, Va Malgus, Vi Equals, Vi Vinsmoke. There are only 4 of them here, but I'm sure that the final member will be joining up very, very soon. And we're seeing, what do we see here, Roy? We see a Deadeye. Now, that is a little bit exciting, is it not? Okay, that is a bit spicy here for the red team. Some more conventional stuff over here. Oh, Laboratory. Now, this guy is actually, he plays a whole bunch of. He's known for playing one-shot Mesmer, has dabbled in Core Guardian, and now playing on the Reaper. And this build, Roy, is actually a bit of a troll. Okay, he is running with the nothing can save you shout. This means he's going to have access to unblockable. In other words, he can pop that, get a bunch of unblockable, and then go in Lich. Players will think, oh, it's okay. I've got, I've got reflex up. I've got my shield block up. But oh no, it won't help when that shout is up there and the Lich form is rolling. When the pain train is rolling, the Lich just will not stop. Oh my goodness me, things are gonna get spicy.
I think that it's almost reminiscent of what I think we saw the Hearthstone Xananen guy trying to do in the first game. With that SD Thief, really counter a lot of that block potential that Core Guardian now brings with all the Aegis spam. And obviously, as you mentioned, it's a lot to do with the Reflex as well. But, definitely with the Core Guardians in this game, I think having something that can give you on-demand unblockable is really strong and really good, and you'd like to see it. So I think that it's a cool option. It's a cool choice. We'll have to see how it works out for him. Obviously, we saw Marauder's Amulet on one of the Reapers earlier, and it didn't work out so well. So now, I think that going for the Berserker's Amulet here is definitely the right choice, and I like to see that. So yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Obviously, some slightly different team comps. We saw Tenacious, we saw, again, Quaggans a little bit different. Waste Management, obviously, running some different stuff. But we saw Quaggans, Tenacious and Unexpected Challengers kind of playing what I think is kind of becoming a little bit more considered meta, unfortunately. So it's nice again to see, some differences here. No Ventari revs, I believe. Let me just make sure that's true.
It's a good start.
No Ventari revs. Okay, good. We can play this game. A Deadeye, a Soul. You love to see things like this. And both teams saying good luck, have fun, and chat. Beautiful.
Oh, we love it. We love to see it.
But yeah, we are just waiting for these guys to ready up, and we will be going on.
Indeed. And I've got to say, Roy, I think you got to watch out for the Deadeye here, man. You got to watch out for the Deadeye, in my opinion, because there is the power of here from Wide Peepo Gape, which I believe is Dome, I think, if I recall correctly. Yep, that is exactly who it is. So that will be able to kind of chase down the Deadeye, but that Reaper and the Scourge, they could potentially get farmed. Now, Corrosive Poison Gun is nice here for the projectile block, but the DPS on the Scourge is absolutely, on the Deadeye is absolutely crazy here. And just some very basic splits here. It's going to be a close node there from the Weaver and the Duelist Soul Beast from the Valyrians, and then everyone's just going to have a big fight on mid, which is that's a good way to start a game, I think. Let's see how it goes out. Now, there's a lot of damage on the blue team here, of course, like with the Reaper and the Power Herald. Let's see if they're going to be able to break through, as you say, the more conventional strategy from the Valyrians using the Scourge and the Core Guardian. So here comes the unblockable Lich. Let's see if he can make it work. Oh my god, he's definitely making it work. Vi Equals is having a lot of trouble there surviving. Does get his heal skill up, but the damage is certainly not over just yet. He may actually force out the renewed focus. Yes, there's the renewed focus here, but he is not out of the woods yet. He'll be able to resend a little bit, but he's very, very low on cooldowns indeed. Looks like the blue team, they're going to try and pressure. They want to try and take out Equals as best as they can. However, my pillow exploded. Not going to be able to quite get that kill. Maybe he needed to chase a little bit harder there onto the core guard. He's now going to drop down onto the node again, but that's a little bit risky. He's really not really got a lot going for him right now.
I was pretty surprised to see them not follow up on it as well, but I think part of that was that several of the members from the blue team were actually Jade Winds. It was really nice Jade Winds right as the RF came out from that Guardian to help peel him from his team. We are going to see Lavatory actually going down first. I think, again, a bit of a mention to that Deadeye you were talking about. Bring those rifle shots in. He's going to be able to be brought back up. Signet actually not going to be used there. It's just going to be the hard res, so we are going to still see the Signet on Epispastic there. So he's going to be holding on to it. But a bit of a similar sort of almost start here that we saw at Tenacious and Unexpected, where Doc gets picked up basically for free. There's contests on Bazaar. Archway is going to be kind of the main neat team fight of this game. Neither team, though, getting a real edge so far. We saw, obviously, some pretty hard pressure under the Core Guard in the beginning. We saw Downstate now on the Reaper, but neither team has been able to confirm a kill. It is going to be the side node that we go to, though. Twan going to be very low. Did get plus by MightyTeapot Gape, the Herald there, into the Soul Beast, but he's going to be followed up by that Deadeye. And it looks like blue team going to opt to just leave mid. They're actually not going to continue to contest. They're going to give it for free, trying to get some kills and regroup around their home node. Unfortunately, they don't do it. And it's actually going to be the Scourge staying around mid. Needs to be careful he doesn't die. Obviously, it might be a little bit hard for him to get killed 1v1, but he's 1v3 over here. And, you know, that's fine for red team. They don't have to worry about pushing into Bazaar. If they give up that node for free, I mean, it's not necessarily ideal, but blue team don't have anything on the map right now. They have no pressure, no kills, no nodes. It's okay for them to just kind of 1v3 and chase the Scourge, put some pressure on him, not let him get away for free.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and you know that opener definitely. I am a little confused by that decision to leave mid. Oh, Laboratory though getting dead-eyed over here, very hard indeed. The Guardian is here to support, but again, the outnumbering. I think these rotations from the blue team are a little odd here. Pushing far with the Guard and the Reaper, it's going to leave them very vulnerable to a lot of these rotations here. Particularly seeing as the Bell is now free for the Deadeye just to take there. There's no response right now from my Pillow Expert to actually do anything about this. They're going to be able to maybe force mid, but it's going to take a while versus Carnifex on the Mender's Scourge. Although then again, having said that, the damage is good from MightyTeapot Gape, and they were to get that. But the Bell is found there. The 2-cap will eventually get reduced to a 1 as Carnifex dies, and with MightyTeapot Gape able to rotate here and get rid of Uncle Twan, maybe things can happen. But no, it's not in time. Actually, Neldin and Vinsmoke, the Deadeye, able to find that kill on the Weaver and kind of maintain control of maintain control of the map here for the red team. And this 2v2 here, the Guardian and the Rev versus the Guardian and the Reaper. Of course, it's going to favor the Reaper there fairly strongly, particularly now with the plus coming in there from MightyTeapot Gape. So Malgus and Equals are in a bit of trouble there, so this should end up leading to a bit of an advantageous encounter here. However, with the respawns out with the Scourge coming in, that should stabilize the fight here for the Valyrians on the dock right now.
Yeah, although Eagles still going to be a little bit low. Nice shield knocks, though, getting the Herald on top. And, oh, the Deadeye almost one-shotting the Reaper. Wait a minute, he is going to go down. He drops out a Shroud, probably to try to get some heals. A nice Gene wins onto the Signet 2. The Stomp, wait, is going to get interrupted. The Fear going to stop it. The Transfuse going to pull him away from the Cleave. They might just get the hard res on top of this Reaper. Transfuse the second time. The Guard's on top of it, and that is going to be the Reaper back. Excellent job from blue team to keep him alive. I cannot believe they got that res. That downstate Fear was brilliant. Another really nice knockback there from Equals as they continue to try and chase him onto these boxes, but they have to be careful they don't lose that Reaper to the one-shot again. Equals, though, is probably going to be in some danger of dying himself, but again, just right back up on the boxes. And they're trying now, I think, to sort of split their attention between first the Core Guardian and then the Core Necro, excuse me, the Scourge. And they're not really finding a good target. Mid gets decapped now, as we saw the Thief actually leave after the Reaper got rezzed. He's going to get the kill over on Twan at mid, helping his Soul Beast get it. Now he's back, and blue team still haven't gotten a kill outnumbered over here. So a nice res on them, but they're not getting any value from outnumbering here. Malgus almost goes down, but it might be too little too late as the Deadeye's already back and looking for another kill on this Reaper.
Yeah, there was a nice rally there, like to kind of come back in this situation. Like after not getting that kill in the Laboratory is unfortunate, but why worry about that when you can just kill him again? There is still the Signet from Apispastic here, so he may be able to recover this, and some good kiting actually here from our blue team, able to peel for that Reaper quite effectively. But I think they're really having a hard time actually leveraging Laboratory here. He's just getting completely bullied by this Deadeye Roy during this game. He's having a really hard time getting some value here. Malgus getting very heavily pressured, but again, the Glint heal is now back up and also getting some fantastic healing there from Equals 2. Red team stalling this fight out pretty effectively. I wonder if we're going to see the Deadeye maybe just go for a kill hit and then disengage to the Bell. Yeah, I think he's going to do exactly that. Try and split this team fight up. Of course, the blue team are pretty scary in this context, like where they can actually get value out of that Reaper. Oh, I think the Signet was used there, but the hand res was actually the resulting res there. So that's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there for our blue team. They do keep this team fight going, but yeah, exactly what I was looking for here. The Thief immediately leaves, just leaves his team to stall that out. It's going to take a while, and with the Mender's Scourge and the Guardian, they can survive that outnumbered quite nicely. But what does that matter when the Deadeye is about to get a 50-point Bell pretty much for free? The side node actually is being won by the Weaver here. The Soul Beast not able to actually out-sustain that, has to back off. But red team looking like they have a pretty insurmountable lead, and the Deadeye pushing across the map and looking to have a piece of that Weaver, and I think he might just get it fairly effectively in the immediate future. And blue team, they almost seem confused, right? Oh, they may be calling GG. Ah, they've actually called GG. They've actually called GG, so I guess we will go ahead. Yeah, let's just go. Yeah, we might as well confirm that just in case. All right, there's the yes. That is a confirmed GG, well played. So the Valyrians are going to go ahead and take a 1-0 lead. And that was decisive. Right, that was honestly one of the more brutal games we've seen, to be frank, actually, so far in this tournament.
So, you know, something I think that's kind of important to note is that as I talked about a little bit, we didn't have as many of the sort of common classes you might see from some of the higher level teams. Again, that Ventari Rev, obviously there were Scourges here, but, coupled the Mender Scourges with the Core Guardians. We didn't see this as much, and I think that, there were a couple more 4v4s going on, or sometimes even 3v3s, 3v4s here for these two teams. And, I just pointed this out at that dogfight, but I think a serious issue that the blue team are having, when you're going to teamfight as much as that we saw them doing in that game, I mean, almost pretty much the whole game they're in a 3vx+. And they, again, they were having a lot of trouble, I think, staying on one target. We saw very early on, as you pointed out, that the Core Guardian, the support there on the side of red team, that Vi equals, he went extremely low. His RF was burned very quickly. But they didn't find the follow-up kill on him. We saw at the dock that they stayed on top of him for almost that entire fight, even when, after they got that res in the Reaper, again, a really nice res. But they weren't able to find the kill, and I think a big part of that was because one of their DPS players was standing on the node trying to kill the Scourge. They kept on trying to follow him up a kiting spot, and they just weren't able to find it. They gave value to the Thief because he went and plussed. And, oh man, I think this name for this Thief, by the way, I love it on the blue team. This is one of my favorite names, I think, of anyone I've ever seen. Johnny Sins Drenner. It's just, that's great. That's great. But I really like this because they gave a lot of value to that Deadeye, in my opinion, because of the way they were playing and because of their kind of lack of focus in team fights, especially when they are outnumbering. So they do have to fix that. But adding in a Thief to kind of counter that Deadeye, not allowing to just get completely free +1s, completely free rotations, I think will be really good. It is a little weird because it maybe isn't the best map for it. A map where basically if you can just snowball, you win. So again, I think the more important thing for them is to fix their team fighting if they're going to continue to do it. But again, especially because of this name, I like to see the Thief addition coming in here, hopefully to counter that Deadeye a little bit.
Yeah, and I like moving away from the Reaper, and I think Reaper and Core Necro, these are gonna, Scourge and Core Necromancer, these are gonna be a little bit trickier for the Deadeye to handle. Now, the Scourge is still gonna be vulnerable to getting pressured by the Deadeye. The Core Necro, though, is gonna be able to return fire, and they're actually both running Corrosive Poison Cloud as well, and that's gonna make the projectile-based attacks from the Deadeye significantly less effective, particularly if they're both in the same place at the same time. Now, the Thief on this map is definitely kind of like the interesting thing here. They'll be able to roam around very, very quickly. And actually, DP Thief is, in a way, going to be able to shut down the Deadeye. Because, like, the thing about the Deadeye, right, is it's very, very mobile and will be able to, disengage a lot of the slower classes that we saw in the last game that, they couldn't keep up, right? Like, the Reaper just could not do anything to the Deadeye. But with the Thief here on the blue team, that will finally be a match for the mobility of the Deadeye. And the Deadeye may have a much harder time during this game if Dome, which is, of course, again, and I think it's also kind of a class familiarity. Like, Dome is much more known for his Thief play rather than on anything else, and that is probably going to make him feel maybe a little bit more comfortable in playing in this game. Although we do have an Roy, we have an instant feed here from Uncle Twan. He's dead.
Yeah, Twan, unfortunately, I think really living up to the world versus world gameplay of one push. You hate to see it, but it does happen from time to time. However, blue team are going to be able to pick up the waterfall for free. Red team not going in for the contest. Actually, a very weird start from red team. They grouped up 4 players around mid. I think they were expecting blue team to go there. But they actually went for almost a 3-node push. Obviously, again, Twan dying very quickly over at mid. But red team not reacting to this very well. Blue team actually completely kind of out-rotating. If they hadn't lost Twan immediately, I actually think this would have been a much better start for them. But, they are going to currently just have a little bit of better map pressure, but Waterfall immediately gets decapped here. So red team are going to answer back after getting the middle node as well. So, they actually do end up winning the map. A very kind of weird start from both of these teams.
Yeah, I think they kind of mind gamed each other there a little bit. Like, no one was like, "Oh, where are they going? What's going on?" And so some unusual rotations, but that kind of Core Guardian Scourge just forces it. They want to force this cap ASAP. Yeah, they've got to leave it up. I almost would have liked to see maybe like a knockback from the Druid to try and force it, but actually never mind actually, because the red team's going to rotate back into this. So if Laboratory and Epispastic can actually hold this, they're going to be having a really, really good time because they're going to be outnumbering on the middle node there. They should be able to find a kill potentially on the Soul Beast here. Yeah, they're going to get that for sure. I think the damage here from Twan and of course, the Core Necro is going to be way too much for this. Soul Beast should be about to go down there. The question is, can this Scourge res this? Oh, I think he can. Great fear there. And they do get a great revival. Meanwhile, we saw this 2v3 going on now. Blue team going to be the ones outnumbering. They're bringing in the Thief. It's going to take a while to break through this, of course. There's no Scourge here for the red team. So there will actually be kill potential for blue, but they've got to get this done quickly. They don't want to waste too much time here and make sure that they can actually come back onto the map. See, red team has actually found themselves a cap there. Oh, and that Deadeye once again just destroys.
Oh, wait a minute, though.
Oh,
Epi
hang
comes
on.
in, the Mist from Twan to keep him alive. He doesn't go immediately for the
Signet.
Signet. He's going for the res, and it's going to be good after he starts casting it. So Twan will get back up, as you said. Deadeye doing quite a bit of work there, getting Twan down pretty quickly.
Ooh,
But
dies.
now
He dies.
Sindrenner, Johnny Sins coming in, is going to put in some pressure on to the middle node. The Deadeye getting taken out by the core Necro is actually going to just stomp him out. They're going to be able to put some pressure onto Corey now as Epi moves over to support his Scourge. So yeah, there's a little bit of comeback now here from blue team as they still hold on to Waterfall. If they can decap mid, that'll actually be huge. Malgus moving over, but it's going to be a little bit late. The Soul Beast dead as well. 2 kills picked up pretty quickly. Johnny Sindrenner really
Oh, yeah.
showing off his DP action there. Johnny Sindrenner.
That's a
with
very
the DP,
choice. That's a choice phrase there. Yeah, a bit of DP going on here.
It gets the decap onto middle node.
Twan and the Thief in some
yeah.
DP action on middle node. I think that's what's going on there.
To see it.
You really did. This is looking so much better. Like, My Pillow exploded. They want to take this to a third game, I think, and they are looking to be in a position. They're 1 point ahead with even map pressure right now. Like, oh, but the Deadeye nearly fires the kill. The snipe is big. Neldil looking to try and hold this node here, or at least get the decap, but Johnny Sins is able to rotate there in time. However, Ram are probably going to replace the Thief here, and the Thief's just going to stay here for a little while before moving off. I think we'll see the Thief just rotate away almost immediately. Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. They're trying to maybe find a kill in the middle, or actually might have to match the Deadeye, as the Deadeye looking to maybe get something done on the map there. Kind of like it's going to have a hard time getting a lot of work done here versus the Scourge. There's just so much projectile block and tankiness there that even the Deadeye can't break through that, and is in fact going to get chased down a little bit there by Johnny Sindrenner. And this is going to be exactly what we were talking about the early again. The Deadeye is having a much harder time getting value. He is still providing it, like, with that damage, but it's much harder to actually successfully get that off when you have a DP chasing you around the entire game.
Yeah, you know, the main thing is that his rotations can now be punished, right? And that's the really big thing. Obviously, he might still end up getting more value than the other Thief, but his rotations can be punished. And we now see it exactly happening. The Thief from blue team going to be able to put some pressure out onto the Soul Beast, force him off of the Waterfall. Middle node still not capped, though, and this is pretty big. I think if either team is able to get the cap on the middle node, and you know, they'll be able to hold it down for quite a while. We saw last match it being so impactful. Tenacious, honestly, almost, I mean, really losing the game around the middle node in a lot of ways. And I think that if blue team's able to fully cap it, they're about 2 ticks away. The knockback just not enough to get equals off the node. Then that certainly will put them ahead. At the moment, this game is about as close as it could be. 1 point ahead for blue team. Both teams holding the side nodes. Johnny Sindrenner, though, he's going to plus Corey. And Carnifex might end up having to give away this node. It's almost decapped here, so they can actually force it decap. But Waterfall is going to get decapped first. Rama getting +1 there, and he's going to be able to be taken out there. Epi not going to be in time to get this res. He's actually not even rotating. He's going to hold on a mid, so that will be the kill onto Rama. It's now going to be the Scourge left alone. Laboratory actually getting quite a bit of pressure on Amalgus, but it's not going to be enough. Vineldo not going to make his way over. The Scourge will go down onto Corey, so it'll be a kill for a kill. Side nodes traded, but damage has been done, and red team have found that 1 point lead from blue team and turned it into about a 9 point lead.
That might be about to change, though. Like, oh, actually, no, it isn't. Okay, and I know it's not going to change because they're going to both get the cap at about the same time. Blue getting it a little bit ahead, so they're going to gain a little bit of ground there. The Necromans are now pushing back into mid. It is only 2 ticks, so if they can actually force the Guardian to kite here and like really pressure the Guardian, they could. Then we can get. Then they can actually get this node and really, as you say, just hold that down. Like make sure either the Guardian or the Scourge is on mid, and that will put them into a really good position. I think you're absolutely right. Like this game is very centralized around mid. If either team can capture that, they are going to be in a very strong position, commanding position even, for the foreseeable future in the game. Definitely a slow one, potentially even a timer game, judging by the looks. It's a very, very slow right now, but still just 9 points in it right now, or rather 11 points, in fact, in it. In this game right now, and blue team going to try and do something here, but there's a lot of tankiness here. The Guardian and the Scourge in position to hold on to this, and both sides also looking fairly secure here, like Twan and Johnny Sindrenner, like just kind of shoving away the Soul Beast there. They could find a kill on the Soul Beast. That would allow the Thief to maybe push into mid and find scenario there, and that might be about to happen. However, the Deadeye is now left uncontested on mid, and that is potentially worrying, but both Necromancers from blue are here, and yeah, like the projectile block, the tankiness, the barrier, the shroud, the healing from the Guardian, even the Deadeye can't get through all of that.
Yeah, no, and I mean, like you said, it probably is going to come down to a timer game. It's still going to be very close either way, and I really think the biggest thing here, hold that thought for a second, we're going to see Signet potentially coming out. No, it's going to be interrupted, forced into the RF as well, so the Stomp's going to be good. Breach on top of that downstate as well. Carnifex might be next. Could this be the snowball blue team is looking for? As well as a heal coming out on top of him. Still has the Core Guardian here to help support him. I don't know if blue team are going to find, and they get a kill and they just leave. See, I don't understand why some teams seem to struggle so much with committing. Map completely neutral now. And I really think that the biggest difference between this match and the last set that we saw, where Unexpected Challengers wiped out Tenacious pretty significantly on this exact map, they were able to get this cap. They were able to force middle node very, very quickly. They were able to hold it for basically the whole game. And neither team has really been able to cap it so far this game. Neither team has been able to hold it and get any value from those points. So the reason we only see 200 points on the board really is neither team is fully committing and getting that middle node. And that's a huge loss of points for them. Now going to see the plus coming out from Johnny Sins, coming out here to make sure that Waterfall is okay. It'll be the Core Guard 1v1 there against the Necro. Laboratory on the other side of the map going to be taken out though. 2 versus 3. Twan, going to get deleted by that soul beast damage as well. So he's going to be taken out and red team will start moving the way over to mid, which again still has not been capped.
Blue team almost kind of played a bit half and half there. They were kind of going for the snowball by pushing into this far node, but they didn't finish the job, right? Their Guardian was locked here the entire time, so they didn't have the sustain on that node. And when the respawns came through from red, they were able to clean them and kind of bounce this game back. Still unbelievably close, but yeah, perhaps it would have been an idea to kind of commit that to mid. The issue was that Twan was getting very, very pressured there in a 1v2, so they were maybe trying to rotate to him simultaneously to hold on to that. But once again, we're in the same situation. Like, whoever's going to get the next kill on mid is going to be the one who's going to have the ball in their court, as it were, with regards to this game. But I think blue team is doing a much better job this time of shutting down that Deadeye. Oh, doesn't get the decat too. Nice little reaction here from Rama to deny the Deadeye from kind of slowing down the point game, because I think even one decap could be devastating in this game with it being this close.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, one decap is going to be very big. I mean, we literally saw blue team get ahead because they had a decap and they had waterfall for about a minute where red team didn't have a cap. We see the same thing happen again. And I mean, to be honest, if they continue to just hold on to waterfall, you know, they've kind of just put Rama there. They've told him to just basically, this is where you are from now on. This is your home. You don't leave the waterfall. Though he is getting plus here now by the thief here from red team to Deadeye. The blue team thief's going to be on the other side of the map.
He's dead. Look at that. Look at the damage on this guy. Seriously, it's insane. Oh, Signet though.
Signet though? Oh, it's just going to be too
and
late.
And he burns it. He burns it too. That's quite unfortunate because now all this Guardian's exposed.
Triple cap for blue team. If the Core Guardian can survive, I mean, honestly, even if he gives it the decap, it doesn't matter. But Johnny Sins Renner coming over now to plus this, I think that might be game. I think they may have, they have probably, I mean, giving away the middle cap, I think, is so big. Soulbeat's going to die from those couple of burn stacks before he can get into his base as well. So another kill picked up to make it even on the map, answering for that kill there on the Necro. But I really think that giving up the middle node is probably what wins you the game, or loses you the game in this case. And we now see Johnny Sins taking out the Deadeye. In Rhodes. Middle node almost decapped, but I think the triple cap is enough. I think the damage has been done. Red team has to very much hard snowball this map at this point, I think, to be able to come back into it. 100-point difference in a matter of moments because of this triple cap. The stomp won't come through in time. The transfusion blood res is going to be good there, but even with middle node decapped, side nodes over 100 points ahead, I think that's it.
Oh, I think we're finally going to see a 1-1, Roy. This is going to be it. I am loving the adaptation here from My Pillow Exploded. They have changed this up here. And they've honestly, they played the smart play. They said, right, that Deadeye was giving us a problem, and our Reaper didn't really do anything. Let's switch up. Let's change it. Let's break out the Scourge, the Core Necro, and the DP, right? And look what happened. They absolutely shut down this comp fairly effectively. Definitely looked a little bit rough there, but they just got a few of those key kills, got a lot of value on the map there. And, you know, red team were not able to kind of keep up with the rotation this time around, with a Lich there to kind of lock down this team fight. And I think that is going to be like kind of the last gasp here from the red team. The Lich is probably going to be able to find a kill, or at least heavily pressure this Scourge from the red team. The Guardian desperately trying to keep them alive, but I don't think that even if they are able to survive it, it's not going to be enough here. Two caps still on them right now. Twan and Johnny Sins Renner holding this 2v2, and that is going to be a 1-1 situation here in this best of 3. We're going to a third map here, almost certainly this stage. Even Lord isn't even good enough anymore. So, yep, that's pretty much about it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, considering that they GG'd the first game, I really like to see that they were able to come back and, you know, adapt a little bit. Not only the change from the Thief, but I really think that about halfway through this game, too, I pointed this out, they sent their core Necro at home, they locked down that node, they put pressure on the other two nodes, they got way more value out of their Daredevil than we saw Red Team, although I don't know that was just because of the Deadeye. I think the Deadeye was still getting value on the map, I mean, you even said this earlier, but I think one of the big issues was this Soul Beast died way too much. We saw a couple of deaths on the side of Blue Team as well, but overall, I think this Soul Beast probably died more than anybody else, and I'm not trying to call this player out and make them look bad. I
little toxic there, right?
The class, little toxic, yeah, but I think it is a little bit of the class, and I think he was just a much easier target for a lot of these players in the Blue Team, and they exploited that, and they were able to take advantage of it, and it obviously ended up helping them out a lot. I mean, definitely played better this game than the first one for sure. Definitely a little bit of a different map as well. The Thief, I think, made a huge impact, but it's a 1-1, as you said, a tie game for us. I believe for the first time on our stream. There have been a couple others so far in this bracket, but we are going to a third map here now. Skyhammer. See what happens.
Yes, indeed. A new map that we haven't seen just yet because all these games have just been not going to that third match. So let's see if there are going to be any changes here. Now, of course, this may be a bit... This map is pretty interesting. It's a very small map. It's typically one of the more... very team fight oriented with the hammer, like one of those kind of maps that has a lot of team fighting going on there. So if there's going to be a game that goes to timer, it may well be here, right? On the Skyhammer, it can get very, very slow. Of course, there's a lot of fantastic kite potential to abuse the Scourge, abuse the Necromancer, and it might even give the Soul Beast a bit of an easier time surviving the pluses there from the Thief, all that sort of thing there. So let's see if things are different for the Valyrians, or if the My Pillow Exploded team are going to be able to get away with it and make their recovery and get themselves a 2-1 pass into the next round.
Absolutely.
Everything just staying as normal here. They're going to go with the Necro comp that we saw before, the Core and the Scourge, with the DP Thief. And the Valyrians also not going to change it. Or actually, they are going to make a slight adjustment. I believe Malgus was Power in the previous game, but he's gone for Condi this time. And I think that makes sense. This is a map that is that you don't need to be able to rotate quite as fast. I think having the Thief will be, will be enough there. And just piling on more team fight and more duelist potential is going to be advantageous here for the Valyrians. This could be, I think this is a fairly smart pick here. Although he is running an interesting build. He's going with sword instead of with edges. Maybe it's just my is my UI just bugged out or something? Oh no, he's going with sword shield instead of mace shield. So not a particularly high damage build, but we may see him change that.
Yeah,
that could
I'm not exactly sure what this is yet. It is, I mean, definitely
it's
should
something.
be Condi Rev. It is most likely spectate bugged a little bit in terms. I mean, I see Shiro on his bar still. I'm sure that's a bug. But I mean, I think the reason that you would take sword shield here instead of mace axe or mace shield, is mostly just because the sword 3 gives you an evade frame and allows you to avoid a little bit more damage and stay on node a little bit better, perhaps, as opposed to the mace, which is obviously a DPS option for Condi Rev. That's really the only thing I can think of. It also is possible that he has just forgotten to swap his weapon, because I really don't think you get much value. I mean, Condi Herald is a pretty bunkerish spec in and of itself. It's obviously not quite as much of a bunker or a decap build as Ventari Rev, Ventari Herald is, but nonetheless, I think that, you can definitely bunker quite effectively on Condi Herald, and maybe he's just trying out sword to maybe make that a little bit stronger, give him a little bit more option to stay on node and avoid some damage with that sword 3 evade. But, Chilling Isolation does quite a bit of damage, and he still gets some power, obviously, from Carrion Amulet, so, never mind. All that analysis just thrown away.
As he slaps on the mace.
Me.
He was trolling.
I'm an idiot. Never mind. I have no idea what I'm talking about anything. Here we go, though. Game number 3. It's all tied up 1-1. Whoever wins this is going on to the semifinals to face the champions, Gold 3+ at the moment. So,
Soul Beast.
Let's see what happens with that.
He isn't a side node build anymore, Roy. He's full one-shot. One wolf pack and Sikkim.
Let's see if that surprises Blue Team a little bit. The stealth from both teams, these guys really are world versus world players. And, he's going to already start taking out the flush from Johnny Sins.
Look at that range.
Going to engage, but no, it's not going to happen. Yeah, ooh, those longbow auto attacks. Blue Team will get the initial points here. Tuan will be going for the cross into point C, so they're not going to be able to. They're going to be able to continue to contest that. And again, red team taking this almost slow approach into middle node. They're really waiting to see where blue team ends up out of stealth before they engage. They do start committing now, but they've already lost pressure onto both the side nodes, and we'll have to see if they can make that up.
Yeah, a good kind of push there here from the blue team to shove away Malgus. Of course, he's not going to be able to hold there. He's going to try and keep it neutral here, I think. But the Thief is showing no sign of leaving just yet. Yeah, like they're going to end up losing that node. However, Lavorti does get exploded. And this is kind of like the vulnerability of Scourge. Like Scourge can actually get blown up by things like Deadeye and Soul Beast, right? Like the one-shot Soul Beast, especially when you bring in the Deadeye and the Soul Beast there as well, like for the double trouble. That's however Malgus in a little bit of trouble. Does he get his heal? He does. So he does manage to make that hold. And red team will gain pressure onto point lane. Lavoratory he's probably going to go, is he going to go mid here or is he going to try and take that 1v1? Looks like he's going to go for the 1v1 again. However, Malgus does eventually fall there to Tuan and Johnny Sinstrana, who's going to go back over towards mid. Equals keeping this neutral here, leaving the Scourge of Carnifex to probably just replace the Soul Beast, I think is what we're going to see. We're going to see Carnifex go onto the node and the Soul Beast leave. I think that's a very smart play here. Like, let the damage roam around and try and find some kills, particularly seeing as Malgus goes down there. So they desperately need to get some map pressure right now and kind of utilize the extreme burst of the Deadeye and simultaneously the Soul Beast at the same time. One interesting thing, actually, that we see here is that a lot of Deadeye players, for example, like Phaleth is known for his Deadeye plays with Sword Dagger a lot of the time, right? To kind of like have even more bunker buster potential, but also the, the added portability, right? Like a lot of the teleport skills there on the sword give him a lot of value, and it particularly can be very handy on this map, right? Because you can kind of teleport through the walls and surprise people out of nowhere even more so. But never mind, he does not need that apparently. Epispastic should be able to get that revival there with a signet, and he does, but that means that resource has now been used up, and there's a lot of damage here as well. Of course, they're both pretty squishy with the Deadeye, and the Soul Beast going to get heavily shoved away there now by the Thief and the Weaver, but they're still on the look, and they've actually inverted the map state with now both of the side nodes belonging to the Valyrians.
Yep, we're going to see the map swing their way, and I'm really interested to see that. Again, neither team really committing that hard to mid. I mean, we didn't really see it on Legacy, and I think that it really helped. It benefited the blue team last match. As soon as they were able to lock down that middle node, they were able to play around it very well. Obviously, Skyhammer does mean that getting full caps is going to be not necessarily not beneficial, of course. You still obviously have to get caps to win the game, but you do have to, of course, make sure that you're contesting that Skyhammer. Otherwise, you'll lose those caps that you fought so hard for. But again, neither team really committing to that, and red team obviously winning off of it. They're able to hold down those side nodes. There's now a contest over on Skyhammer between Rama and Malgus there in that 1v1. But blue team opting to still put pressure on it and, again, kind of lock themselves in this position where they're contesting middle node, but they're not really getting value out of the side nodes. They're not getting kills out of the middle node as well. And really, the only time we see them find kills is when we see the Thief Plus, but he hasn't really gotten much value since he got that one kill on Malgus. And I'm really wondering if blue team just are having a lot of trouble, I think, adapting to red team's rotations and also coming up with a really strong game plan to put themselves ahead in this match. We see them now about 90 or so points behind. And, it certainly is not where they want to be.
No, they don't want to be. They have a nice thing here. They kind of had like the Guardian equals locked versus Tuan there, which was pretty good. Epispastic kind of moves in there to prevent him getting destroyed there by the Scourge, I guess. But now, like this, look at him. He actually doesn't know. He just like went back and forth. He doesn't know where to go. He's like, what do I do? What do I do in this game? Not really sure. I think you are absolutely right in that assertion. Like plussing into the hammer here versus a Kondirev. I mean, this is not what they need right now. They do get the kill on the Soul Beast over here, but Laboratory maybe about to. And actually, Petrez is a serious. This is actually a really serious threat here. Like the pet res is going to be big. Dome is going to go for that stomp. I think he should be able to get it. The interrupt is going to get blinded, and there will be a stomp there from the Thief onto the Ranger. And they actually do manage to get the kill onto Malgus there. So like the Condi, actually wait, the Signet. He gets it. Very nice Signet there for him. He just, it's a right by. He like comes in one aim and then goes out the other there. So his work here is done, and he has moved on to another place. Now blue is starting to take the map back a little bit here. Like the Deadeye trying to hold off here until the Quaggan arrives does get there, but it will still be a 3v2.
They got the kill on the Soul Beast, and then they were able to confirm a kill on to the Herald, as you said, but that Signet really nicely done there by Equals, obviously kept him alive, and the Soul Beast is already back. They don't really get anything out of that kill on the Soul Beast. They're locking him down very hard, though, again. I think they've realized that he's completely glass. He is going to be a very easy to kill, especially with that Thief focusing him. So if they can lock him down a second time here and then find either the full cap on the mid, maybe a plus on to, from the Thief onto the the Skyhammer, although again, now we see Epi going for it. I guess he was probably trying to copy equals there, go for the Signet onto the Skyhammer. It's not going to happen. But yeah, they're not getting any value out of that Soul Beast kill. They're not really getting any value onto the map again. And I really think that they're really severely limiting any potential they have based on these rotations. And now, very nice rotation there from Vinsmoke. He's going to get the full cap here onto point C. A has not been touched by anyone until finally Rama respawns and goes to the decap. Malgus outnumbered here for a while. No support here from his core guardian. He is going to be taken out, but Carnifex is going to be able to slowly bunker this down as well on this Mender Scourge. It's going to be a while for them to dislodge him. They're really screwing themselves by locking themselves into not one, but technically 2 nodes here that they don't get anything from. Middle node, they haven't capped it. They haven't got any kills around it. And Skyhammer, they haven't capped it. And the 1 kill they got signated. Now they finally get a 2nd kill from it, but they lose the entire map doing so.
Everything's held neutral. It's still a close game, I'd say. We're getting close to the halfway mark, but just a 100-point lead. Things could definitely swing out of control there. Like, as we've seen so far in a lot of these games, like, once a map state gets locked in, it can take a while to invert it. And with this kill on the Soul Beast, this could be potentially the start of something pretty damn nice here. Like, if they just need to get this mid node, though, Roy, you're absolutely right. Like, this mid node is killing the blue team right now by them not having it. Or, well, I guess, you know, you could also say that it's bad for the red team as well. The red team now coming in there to pressure Epispastic, but yeah, this allows the core guardian to maybe think about rotating away to the hammer. And if the hammer is captured here, that will, you know, kind of allow the Scourge to get back out on the map there for the red team there. But honestly, both teams kind of struggling a little bit to get a lot of value on the map right now. Like, Johnny Sindra going to get the decon points here, but no! Neldil is going to arrive just in the nick of time there to get a spike onto a Thief, and he's going to leave to go somewhere else. But I don't know, like, the map not really doing anything right now. A lot of these matches are pretty stale. We have the Guardian and the Scourge here on the hammer. That's just not really going to do anything, at least for the time being. Malgus is outnumbered here, but it's into a support guard and a Condi Necro. Of course, the guard now going to leave and try and get some value elsewhere on the map. Thief duel over here, but so far, like, we're going to need to see one of these teams just needs to make some kind of play. They need to get an outnumber somewhere and find a kill. Right now, these are pretty stale matchups, really, like, across the entire board. Good decap here, though, by Laboratory, actually, to get this point C. That's very juicy, actually. He may even be able to full cap that as well. I don't think there's going to be a response from the red team to get over there just in time. And they are closing that gap, now just down to about 80 points in the advantage of red team. And that will be reducing soon. Laboratory, is he going to get the... Oh, card effects. He actually notices and gets to point C in time. And now it's going to be the... Oh, this is a... I don't think we're going to leave this node, Roy. It's exciting. Scourge versus Scourge. Mender's duel. However, the Deadeye, though, does get taken out there by Johnny Sindra. Could this be the start of a bit of a snowball? Malgus under a bit of pressure, and I think Johnny Sindra is going to come over here and try and make this spicy. Glint Heel's already been popped, actually. There's no real sustain there, but actually Johnny Sindra is going to go instead on... He's going to plus into the Mender Scourge. Let's see if they can actually make that kill happen. I think Carnifex is probably using... Yeah, Carnifex actually used everything. There should be a kill confirmed here onto Carnifex. Is he going to go down here? I think he's not going to cut. This guy doesn't care, man. He's just going to go for it. He's got some serious balls. He's going to try and hold until the Thief arrives. The Thief arrives, but a little bit too late. Oh, actually, hang on. Johnny Sindra just leave early. This... Oh, hang on. Hang on. This is maybe a little bit scary, actually. Johnny Sindra's going to come back there to try and maybe go for a stomp there and press that.
Forgery goes down. The rifle shots. Wait, Vinsmoke is going for the Shadow Step stop. No, unfortunately, he misses it. And I mean, Johnny should be able to win.
Oh my God.
He's going to get it. Wait a minute. He gets it. No, Carnifex is going to go back up. The Thief carrying the Scourge on this side node. Johnny Sindrenner. You hate to see it, but even Johnny Sins lets you down sometimes. The champion of the people himself is going to get outstomped by Vinsmoke. Nicely done by that Deadeye to recognize when a plus was going to be good. And that will confirm the side notes for red team. 5 minutes left in this game. Over 100-point lead now with the double cap here. Vinsmoke now going to go for the plus on the Twan and Skyhammer. That might be it.
I honestly think that Deadeye just carried this game. Seriously. Like, that might be the end. Can I actually get that revived? No. Good stomp there from Equals, recognizing that. Malgus dies on mid, but actually, is it down? Dude, the Deadeye again! He's going to try and save it. He won't be able to do it this time. But that was just such an awesome carry from the Deadeye. And now 130-point lead and a good hold on these nodes with the Soul Beast holding versus Laboratory and Carnifex doing his thing. Just chilling out on mid, waiting for something to happen, waiting for something to come in and contest him. And that was very clean by the Deadeye there. He is getting... Oh, he might die here. That could be a little bit... Oh, nice port there, actually. Death's Retreat. He might be out of here. But, oh! Whoa! That was actually a pretty nice no-scope there, actually, from Johnny Sindra. But I think Malgus... Can he res that? Oh, honestly, maybe not. No. Especially with the Lich coming in.
Wait a minute. Middle node gets capped. Is this it?
Ooh,
Have we long awaited? Is the middle node the answer for blue team? We'll have to see what happens. And as you said, yeah, Vinsmoke gets taken out here. So a kill on the map here for red team. In fact, I think the MVP, the Scourge of Johnny Sins, has been taken out for 15 seconds. So we'll have to see if they can get value from this. The Thief might start going for the plus on a point C. He's going to opt not to. Looks like he's going to stay around mid and try to get a follow-up kill onto the Kandi Herald. But see, this is one of the really big issues that I think we see in a lot of games. He's getting value here, and obviously he probably should get this kill on Amalgus.
Red team's in trouble, Roy. Red team's in a lot of trouble now, actually, because Neldil's going to die. Twan's going to find that. Mid gets cleaned up there. Oh, they almost got decapped by the downstate there. They forgot to stomp him out.
It's, well, you know, they've been playing for a while. You know, the games are, you know, the games kind of blend into one another. So it's a little hard, I think, maybe. But nonetheless, Epi now going to be in a 1-versus-1, an epic 1-versus-1 against Equals there on Skyhammer. We can probably forget about that for a while. Vinsmoke coming back in off of respawn will make his way over to the Skyhammer. And, you know, you're right. Blue team obviously coming back here, but it's 3.5 minutes left in the game. As long as red team can find a decap onto one of these nodes, they should be okay. But, again, I mean, maybe middle node really is the answer for blue team. Maybe they can just play around it. But wait a minute. The shots coming out from the Soul Beast delete Johnny Sins. Oh, my God. His health bar is gone. Carnifex will be saved there, and that +1 by the Soul Beast. Very nicely done by the Soul Beast. And be able to find that kill there. Can they turn this into a decap? They have to now. It's about a 100-point lead. 3 minutes is enough time for blue team to make this up. It's going to be close, though. Now, I think point B really going to continue to be contested. And again, neither team finding any value on a Skyhammer. Twan almost getting killed by that Deadeye over at point A. He is going to be saved at the moment, though. Johnny Sin's coming back in off respawn. Laboratory here as well. So they're not going to be able to find that kill, but they do get the decap, and that is actually more impactful, I think, than the kill itself.
Yeah, and you were talking about the timer. The timer is starting to get real scary right now for the blue team, I think. They've got to make up nearly 100 points, and they've only got 2 minutes to actually do that. Like, just this one node is a serious threat, a massive threat. They actually need to... I think they need a decap on point C, actually. I don't think a 2-cap is actually good enough at this point. They need more than that. And if red team just stall this out for a good amount of time there with the Deadeye, that's going to be fantastic. Nice knock there from Malgus. He should be able to get the kite and survive for at least a little bit longer. Good damage from the Weaver. Ooh, that's a massive... If he dies there, that's huge. Yeah, he does die there as well. And A is going to maintain its neutral status. Rama coming in there. This actually does leave mid open. Like, we can even see Carnifex or maybe the Deadeye go for a cheeky decap. Malgus does eventually fall. However, no, there's not going to be any res potential there. But it's not over on point A. Now, it is going to get capped. So, once again, it will be 2-cap in favor of blue. But I don't think that's actually good enough. Though, Neldil dies here. Neldil dies as well.
They have to go Skyhammer. If they can, they have 2 kills on the map. If they can snowball into Skyhammer, maybe even get the kill onto Eagles, he should die. If they send 3-4 players there right now, especially the Thief, he should die on that node. There's no way he can continue to contest it. That's a free decap onto point C, which Carnifex is right now just sitting on. But they're not doing it. I don't know why. They're just so slow to move into this map. They're continuing to contest mid, which doesn't matter. The decap is the most important thing for them right now. And they're not paying any attention to it. They're just ignoring it.
And Malgus there respawning kind of, once again, just delays those rotations again, forcing a bit of presence from Laboratory with the double spike. He gets spiked hard by the Soul Beast and by the Deadeye at the same time, and he is going to go down there. Is there a revive? There is not. The Scourge going to try for it. He's got to go for it. They can't have a death. He actually, wait, is he? Oh, wow. He actually got that. Okay. Well, okay. Well, there you go then, I guess. The revive actually does come through from the core necromancer. Very nicely done by him. 45 seconds are left on the clock. As you say, they need that decap. They must get something done. I think it's going to time out here, and we're going to see the Valyrians actually take this game. Neldil dies in
5 seconds. If they can find kills, but no, B gets decapped. It's not
yeah, no, that's a huge decap. Malgus will be able to contest that. 5 points come through from the kill, but that's enough. 20 seconds, that's 10 ticks. That's only another 10 points. That is not enough for the blue team. Even a triple cap isn't enough at this stage. The game is over. Red team has won, unless they all feed twice in the next 5 seconds. But that is going to be it. Our first timer game of the tournament. Valyrians, in a very close match, are able to actually get the job done here and secure a 2-1. GG, well played there to the Valyrians. Of course, the pillow exploded. We're going to have to try and explode the lower bracket if they want to recover here. But yeah, there you go. Well played there to both teams. That was a match. That was something, right? That was, yeah, pretty crazy. It's one way of putting it, I suppose. Okay.
Indeed. We will see, or rather, the My Pill Exploded team will be making their way down to the lower bracket now. And we will make our way to the first semifinal. Now, we're going to give the Valyrians a little bit of a break since they just played 3 games in a row. So we'll do the lower semifinal first. And I think we might have somebody come back to cast that with us. And give your voice a little bit of a break as well, Teapot, so you can maybe get some water.
Fantastic.
And yes, Teapot, I will. You can go drink some water.
Yes.
You can take a little bit of a break.
We're going for the trio. I believe, guys. Wow, you guys are in for a treat right now. I believe it is going to be the trio cast with, fake Capablanca and Frey. I believe are going to be
the. Yeah, Capablanca's back. Hey, Kappa, how are you?
Welcome back.
It's kind of rude.
Yeah. But of course,
hello.
It is Floody, okay, the original creator of the Breach Boys, the Bleach Boys, Ultra Numb, Ultra Scuffed, aka Ultra Weebs, as they are actually pointed out on the tournament, Discord there as well. So welcome to the stream, Floody.
Absolutely.
We're in game, by the way. They are ready.
Yes, we are just about to start. So this is our first semifinal. Unexpected Challengers, who we saw beat out Tenacious 2-0 versus the Quaggan boys, who have had a extremely good performance up until now. Flighty, predictions? Who do you think is going to take this?
I would say... this is hard to guess. I would definitely go for the red team on this map. It's more of like a teamfight map where Mesmer with a portal shouldn't have too much impact, I would say, but we can see, I guess.
It's also not running portal, but yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I agree. No portal on the Mesmer. But all right, here we go. First potential team fight coming around on the clock tower, middle node here, as both teams are going to group up around it. Let's see if either team is going to be able to get value. Side node is going to go each way a piece. Zenvu is going to be the first target here. The Mirage, as you said. No one really going too low from red team right now. A lot of pressure onto the node from the Scourges, from the Renegades. Zenvu not going to be locked down too hard, though, so he's going to be able to be okay for now. We might actually see our first 5v5 of this game. Demolish now going to be very low. The Scourge coming out here on the side of the blue team. Quaggans getting focused down pretty hard. Red team looking for him. They're still on top of him. Knockback coming out from the Glint, but it's not going to connect. A lot of self-peel coming out from all the teams. Taunt on all 5 players, but red team actually pick up the clock tower. They're able to put enough pressure to get them off. Toxic Worm, though, is going to be taken out here alone from the rest of his team. No core guard available to him. He's coming in position now to try to go for the Signet. Is there going to be a knock or an interrupt on it? No. And the Signet's going to be good. So they're going to be able to land
not have got that Signet. Needed to be some more cleave on that for sure.
Absolutely. Signet for free like that, not ideal.
He was far from the res. This should have been a free Signet. I'm not sure why the Mesmer is teamfighting so long as well. This is definitely not favored for him. He needs to be moving. He's moving now, but it's been a bit late. He's going to lose 2, maybe even 3 people in this mid fight now.
Absolutely. And we do see several more players get taken out there now. So Demolisher, obviously blood out and cleaved out there. Holy Beard now going to be blood out as well. The support guardian on the side of the Quaggans. Benny is going to be bled out now as well. So, I mean, the map state obviously going to be in favor here for red team. Floody, what would you say is the best thing for blue team to really do after a wipe like that? Just regroup and try to get next?
Focus on regrouping, yeah. So they have to play off of getting value from the Mesmer with like clean interrupts and focus like one single person down, most likely. But they can't really force like the 5 versus 5s because like that's where the red team has their complete strength. So they have to kind of maybe go for like a 3-node play if that's possible. But from now on, they have to focus on respawning and getting the focus back up.
Yeah, I really don't want to see the Mesmer in any more teamfights. This needs to be split up. We need 1v1ers on sides, and we need that Mesmer roaming. If they're going to keep taking 5v5s, 4v4s, red team's just going to snowball this game. However, Zenvo is still doing work. He's still getting kills, so they just need to finish. They need to get the downs now.
Frayne, do you feel that, I mean, we saw basically 3 or 4 kills picked up there for Unexpected Challengers onto Quaggans, and they did decap the map, although we saw a red team with a double cap to begin with. I mean, should they have gotten more from that, do you think?
Yeah, definitely a bit slow to move, but, you know, equally still well recovered by the blue team, to be honest. Zenvo left straight away, got the decap, made a kind of winning situation on Windmill, but now we're seeing, again, all of these off-node fights will still go in the favor of red team. They're still team fighting, they're still gripping up. Finally, Crown is pushing into 1v1 now, and we need to see Zenvo get over here and stop blussing.
Yeah. No 5v5 as of yet. Again, we're not going to see the second iteration of that just yet. Flash going to be a little bit low off of Rhodes, but he's got the peels there from Grotstein. Ulysses is also a little bit low. The breach going to be stopping them from being able to move up these stairs. Maybe
Yeah,
Flash going to be able to just
on the
hold
north.
on that. Yeah. There we go. Corneal taken out there. The DH maybe free res. No, it's actually into the Signet. It looks like there, so he's going to be able to get back up there. Holybeard with the Signet on top of that, and Decap's coming out as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, so
Zen was doing a good
just
job.
like first team fight, we didn't really see the Mirage rotate out of there for the Decap, but we see it this time, and it looks like
I mean, this is still reminiscent of the Capricorn game. You know, same kind of problem we're having. Zenvo is getting these decaps, but where is the bunkers to hold this node down? You know, we need the Scourge here. We need a DH here, something. Like, if he's just going to be at 1v2'd by the Renegade, he's just going to keep dying or be in unfavorable fights. They need to start moving from that mid fight.
Absolutely. I'm just not seeing the rotations coming out from Quaggans as of yet. Ulysses, though, going to be taken out here over at mid. Wait, Flash actually might go down as well. That's going to be 2 kills picked up. Ulysses probably going to get rezzed. He actually does get hard rezzed. Does Grotchen have Signet? He does not for another 10 seconds, so there should be a kill confirmed on a Flash. They do lose the windmill for it, but they're able to answer that with Clock Tower. Still, there's a 50-point difference here. So the game is certainly not over by any means whatsoever for either team. Zenvo a little bit low, getting chased down from the windmill, but he's going to be okay here with 4
Good
players
support from the
on this
Kog'Maw there.
node. Yeah, and they should be okay. Wait, he's actually going very low, and Corneal gets taken out again over towards Windmill. They have to make sure they don't lose their Mirage here in an outnumbered fight, but he should be okay. Starting to look a little healthier now, but they still aren't just giving up this cap for free. And do you think it's worth contesting outnumbered here like this on middle node when you could potentially lose another player for it when you have respawns?
I mean,
do you think
Zenvo
you
is
have to?
really trapped here. He can't really move around the map at the moment. He's getting very hard focused in mid. The support has basically used everything to keep him up and is still gonna die. They can't really leave at the moment. They're stuck.
They don't
Yeah,
even get the
we're
signet. Yeah, he signeted
No.
and got like fucked over by the poison. Sorry for using language, by the way.
No, you good. Don't worry about it. Unfortunately, yeah, not a great Signet. Well, it was a good Signet, but not enough with the poison, unfortunately. He might not even be able to get to his RF. Yeah, he gets CC'd, and he's not going to be able to get into that invuln. So we are going to see Holybeard taken out again. It's rough to see, but at the moment, I mean, both teams just holding down their one node. Obviously, red team winning that team fight, and it's kind of surprising to see because blue team had the numbers advantage in that team fight for such a long time. What do you think the biggest issue was? It just really that Zenvo was so pressured and he couldn't go on a target and he couldn't move out, and that's why we ended up seeing Quaggans lose that team fight, or do you think there was something more?
That's what
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, it's not really an outnumbered fight when your main damage dealer is just constantly under pressure. They have enough sustain to deal with the burn guard. It's not much of a threat.
Absolutely. And we see Windmill getting decapped, so they do answer a little bit. And Zezio is going to be pretty low as well. If they can find some pressure onto this and get the kill, maybe it'll look at it. But it's just 2 players here, Holybeard as well as Corneal, starting to come over here. But how much value do you think that this burn DH gets? I mean, do you think there's a better option for this guy to be playing? I mean, we obviously could see him go Renegade. We could see him go Hollowsmith maybe, or Scrappers, as Floody mentioned before. Do you think the burn DH works out for them here?
I mean, they're making it work, right? Like you gotta let them play their style. I think Colonel normally does a pretty good job. I just like to see him more on the sides. If he's more on the sides, they're gonna have a much better time.
Yeah. So, do you think Quaggans shouldn't be going for these team fights quite as much?
They're not gonna win team fight.
Probably gets taken out here by a Toxic Worm. Going to be taken out in Rhodes there, so that'll be a free kill picked up for them. Holybeard, going to be a little bit low over at Windmill as well, getting forced out here. At the moment, Quaggans trying to force the issue over at Windmill, but we are going to see unexpected contenders, challengers even, be able to hold that very well. Holybeard might even go down here, starting to really go low on cooldowns. Doesn't have his RF available. There's the down state for him. I don't think we're going to see a res breach dropped on top of it. Demolish, not going to be able to transfuse that away, and so another kill picked up here. Windmill gets decapped, though. Excuse me, Clock Tower gets decapped by Zenvo, moving out of that fight early enough yet again. Is this going to be enough? If they keep on bleeding kills, do you think that they can continue just winning by moving ahead of red team and getting these decaps in time if they're holding a cap?
Unless they actually realize how to rotate on this map and heavily out-rotate the red team, then they can maybe make it work. Like Zenvo is carrying like so much weight on his back, like carrying the whole team.
Definitely.
But I don't think that they quite understood how to play into the enemy comp yet.
I think they finally have a favorable 2v2 on Windmill now, though. So this could be their comeback if they can win this.
And mid is looking kind of okay as well, because like they're kind of stalling them. It doesn't seem like they're moving through between now. So the problem is that it's Kylo after all, and it's kind of awkward to rotate sometimes because like the red team is heavily favored because it's such a small map. But you could definitely see the blue comp working way better on another map. But yet they are here kind of in a winning spot right now. We gotta see how the 2v2 on far turns out.
Yeah, unfortunately, not going in their favor. They're going to lose Senvo there. Very well played by Tenebrae.
Now, obviously, Unexpected Challengers is ahead, right? They've been ahead pretty much the whole game, and, you know, we obviously know that they do want to kind of, these team fights are going well for them. If they can kind of hold one side of their map, it's going to be good. And, you know, we do see this now for the first time. Ulysses is making his way over to Mansion, but Mansion has been the reason that Blue Team has really stayed in this game. They've held it for basically the whole time. There hasn't really been a lot of pressure by Red Team. Do you think Red Team should be trying to push into Mansion a little bit more, or do you think that focusing on holding Clock Tower and Windmill is a good game plan for them?
I think it's actually kind of okay for the red team to push into Mansion right now because like they got 1 kill on the Mesmer. As long as like it's a good matchup for the Condiref to fight into the DH. As long as the Condiref doesn't die here.
Yeah,
now,
Zenvo's going to get this plus.
No.
This is a dead Condiref.
But yeah, in that time the red team secured a close node. They kind of got the pressure of that. And they got mid node, so it's kind of actually
Good here actually.
Yeah, and the
really nice
Condiref
full heal.
tries to engage as well, and he's gonna get barrier from the Necro, so it's actually a really good rotation from the Condiref.
Yeah. No decap on Mansion, but they do get the double cap for it. Ulysses is well still alive. Blue Team, again, going to be in the situation where we see them kind of forced to regroup around respawn, but Demolish and Corneal both very low. Corneal, though, going straight in. He doesn't care that he's under half health. He's going to pour straight onto the Condy Rev, and he's
very
pretty
risky.
low for it. But
You might punish.
Jade
He's going to
wins.
get punished for that.
Yeah, no stun break on him, but there's no follow-up damage on it. I can't believe that was a free kill for them. Zenvo, though, is starting to get focused down as well. He's going to be pretty low. They're trying to look at him. Grotchodon a little bit low, forced into the RF around this fight. If Blue Team can take some fight here...
Just look at the health bars. Look at the health bars. This is not a close team fight. This is not even close.
Demolish going to be forced away from the node. Benny pretty low as well. Holybeard forced to kind of pick between his teammates about which one he wants to support. Holybeard himself going to be pretty low. Signet going off. Is it going to be interrupted? No, he actually does get it and gets into the RF just in time. But as you mentioned, the health bar is so very low. But
Wow,
wait a minute.
huge turn.
Grotchodon goes down. Flash going to go down
God.
as well.
This
He's
is
going to be
big now.
dropped. No transfuse. No possibility to get a counter res. It's about
I mean,
a
that's the
40
strength
point,
of
50
DH right
point
there.
difference.
Just a random massive burn spike. AoE the team just killed 2 people.
Yeah, and I mean, is it going to be enough? Mansion secured as well for Blue Team. Toxic Worm can't get that decap. Really nice double knockdown with the long, short bow 5, excuse me. But I mean, that might be enough. They've been trailing behind Red Team pretty much this whole game. This could be the point where we see them pass them. 4 minutes left in the game, 40-ish points to make up. But Mansion's still secured, and you know, again,
This could be
they
very
haven't lost the
bad
whole
for the
game.
red team here. They're going to get snowballed very hard, I think.
Does Red Team have the potential to decap, would you say, more than Blue Team does if they play properly, or would you say Blue Team has more of a potential to decap here?
The team fight's always going to be there. It depends on how well the Scourge and Quagga can stall the mid fight. But I think this guy doesn't play Menders, right? He plays a carrion version. So they should be easy to debunk than the Menders Scourge.
Yeah, absolutely. Flash is coming in off a respawn now, and we do see Red Team still trying to stall into Clock Tower. It's about a 20 points difference here. And Blue Team just not getting maybe as much value as they would have liked from those initial kills. Mid still not going to be picked up. We see a repeat of what we just saw before the team fight again.
He just keeps getting that far node. I'd really like to see Benny just go straight towards Windmill right now and get this node like controlled a little bit. They should be able to hold on to the Mansion pretty fine anyway, but they're just not going to win this mid fight.
Yeah, 2 people dead immediately. I mean, that was a much better team fight there for Red Team, 100%. They were able to hold on to it. I mean, part of that, I think, was because, as you mentioned, Zenvo, when he left, he got that decap quickly, but it ends up not really being enough for them. Yeah, I mean, they really should be, I think, if they're going to choose to try and go for that decap and potentially play around sides, they should be committing to sides a little bit more and not splitting their focus so much, you know, because when they have an outnumbered fight on mid, they lose it very quickly. When we saw the match Unexpected Challengers, it definitely went their way a little bit better. Although, again, I think that might have been Unexpected Challengers not playing around it so well. Corneal getting picked up in Rhodes now by Toxic Worm and Ulysses. But definitely, I think splitting their attention between several nodes is certainly costing them here, as we can see. Windmill still not going to be capped. It's still a node apiece. Now double cap coming out. Wait, hard res coming out to Corneal.
Very
That
good
will
res
get
by
him
them.
back up.
Very good res.
They need to find a kill now, though. There's 2.5 minutes left in this game. Red Team slowly approaching the 400-point mark. It's, again, about a 30 or so point lead between these two teams. Blue Team just barely hanging on, but they haven't been ahead at all. Red Team in the driver's seat of this game the whole time. Again, going to try to force the issue around Clock Tower and get this decap. Toxic Worm already going to be a little bit low. Flash coming in. He's a little bit behind, but Holybeard taking most of the pressure here on this fight.
Oh, huge Dragon's Maw.
Node. big damage onto the node. Ulysses is going to be pretty low, but the Shield 5 going to keep him alive. Toxic Worm doing a jumping puzzle at the moment. He's going to keep himself alive. Breach dropped onto the node now. Ulysses still going to be pressured, but Demolish is going to be CC chained. He's going to be turned into the downstate. Holybeard going for the Signet. Is it going to be good? It is. Health bars very low on the side of blue team, though. Corneal himself going to be very pressured, forced to get away from the node, and red team holding on to it.
Yeah, I mean,
and we can start to see the
if you're
points
not going to win a team
go
fight
their
with
way.
a 3-man Dragons more, you're not going to win a team fight. They need to be on sides. Benny needs to be on forward. Zenvo needs to be pushing. This is not going to work. If next game, I really need to see these guys playing 3 nodes. If they try to 2 node again, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You're losing a fight with a
probably
3-man Dragons more. That doesn't, like, how does that even happen? Like, that's crazy.
Indeed, you are right, Frey. And I think we can almost certainly call it at this point. 1 node should be enough for red team to win this. And I mean, you just said yourself that you really want to see them, rotating a little bit better, not necessarily forcing those team fights as much. Floody, in your opinion, what was was it the same? Do you just agree with Frey right out, or do you think there was another issue that blue team
Yeah,
had?
pretty much. I agree with Frey. So the thing is, like, this game was actually kind of good to spectate. Like, obviously, it was rather slow. It almost went to timer. But, like, the rotational gameplay that you got out of, like, actually watching this game was actually insane. Like, you can see how you actually play as a Mesmer into a, like, full teamfight comp. And you see where the Mesmer played wrong, for example, as well. Or where, like, the full teamfight comp played wrong into the Mesmer. So, it was actually kind of fun to watch, not gonna lie. But the blue team definitely has much more potential on other maps. That's what I gotta say about it.
But there it is, the 500 points on the board there for red team. That'll be the 1-0 for Unexpected Challengers over the Quaggans. And yeah.
Yeah, I think
There you go.
they are going to have one issue. If Benny is not defending close, I'm not really sure who's going to deal with the push from Ryken, actually. They don't really have a good 1v1 matchup into Kondirev besides Benny. So if he is pushing, I don't know. They're a bit trapped there. They might need to figure something out for the next game. They could potentially put the Scourge there, but then you lose the team fight. It's a bit hit and miss. Not sure.
Do you think that any comp... I mean, obviously, Unexpected Challengers win, right? But it was a little closer than maybe you would have expected, considering how many team fights we saw from Quaggans. And again, you said several times, both of you, that the team fight obviously should be stronger, from Unexpected Challengers.
Oh, yeah, it's
So
not close.
Do you think that that's more of just an execution issue, that they're just having some problems, in these team fights really completing them? Do you think that they need to change up their builds at all, or is it mostly just they're playing?
I mean,
That's a hard question. to
Yeah,
answer.
it
First of all,
is.
Roy, your microphone is popping, by the way, sometimes. That's
Sorry.
So the blue team is kind of in an awkward spot. I don't know what Kranel could reroll to. Like,
I'm
obviously
wondering
they
just
have-
like a 1v1 DH or something, like a tether DH could probably handle close.
Yeah, true. That could actually work, and then just let the Mesmer rotate, and that should
Exactly.
actually be fine.
Because
So
they
can-
need Benny pushing into that Condi Necro right now. They need that. They need that +1 for the Mesmer. Just he's getting the decaps, but they're never having any way to hold it.
No, true. I mean, they're kind of generating time where, like, the enemy Necro has to, like, full cap far, and during
Yes.
this time they got, like, the 5 versus 4 in mid, but they don't seem to be generating any. Like,
It's still going to be Mender, Scourge, Core God in mid. It's not going to be an easy kill. Even with the burn DH in mid, it's just too tanky. They need to split the Scourge and the Core God. As soon as they split them, they'll be able to get kills. But until then, it's not going to work.
Now,
What would you-
obviously... Go ahead.
What would you play, Frey, to, like, kind of debunk the red team comp in, like, a 5 versus 4 scenario?
I mean, there really isn't a quick way. It's not about comp, it's about rotation. You have to make the Core God and Scourge split up.
Okay.
Well, if there's any map they can do it on, this might be one to at least have a go.
Definitely.
This is going to be, and also, like, there's always the addition of the buffs here as well, right? Like, if the blue team is able to pick up the sword buff in particular, they might just have, like, that additional damage to punch through all of the durability of the red team. If they can get some of that, they can maybe even deny signets by getting, like, the instant stomp from the sword, and then just, I mean, and the Mesmer is already doing a lot of damage, and the DH, 3-man's Dragon Maw, that's pretty good, right? Imagine 3-man Dragon Maw, but they all get executed by the sword immediately, and it's also 20% more damage there as well. Like, these are the things that could potentially help out the blue team here, and they'll have a much easier time dealing with that. Like, of course, the Renegade is still going to be pretty speedy. We'll be able to contest into those buffs, but the Mesmer is going to be even faster, having a nice array of teleportation abilities and leaps to help him move around the map and, you know, maybe get some more value here and push it to a third game because, of course, they are 1-0 down right now. Their first challenge of the tournament, in fact. For the Quaggans on duty. I am sure they don't want to go to the lower bracket. I'm sure they are very much looking forward to encountering Gold 3+ at some point. Their arch nemesis in this one. But I mean, looking at the performance of Unexpected Challengers, Frey, do you still favor Quaggans overall if they can sort out some of these issues for the tournament?
I think there's a real comp issue here against this team, and I think the red team know it. They played a really safe 2-cap. The team fight was pretty unwinnable for blue team. As long as they held mid, there just wasn't really a win condition for blue. So I'd like to see blue just really make a change in game style or play style here. If they don't, I really think Unexpected Challengers will take this game as well, to be honest. I mean, this is a good team, by the way. This is like budget worms, okay? Like, this is a good team.
Oh, wait, hold on. If this is budget worms, which one is budget Frey?
That's top secret as well. You can't know that information, actually.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
Top secret.
Interesting, very good. Well, yes, obviously, as Teapot mentioned again, though, it is a much better map for not team fighting. So we'll have to see if Quaggans can really, I guess, drill that into their brain. Do you think it would be optimal for them if they were going to just avoid the team fight completely to just swap off of the Scourge and the Core Guardian? Which, you know, Capablanca, when I was casting with him, Tenacious versus this red team we see here, he mentioned something about trying to go for like a full rotational comp. Maybe even dropping the Core Guard. I mean, do you think that's viable? Do you think that
dropping the Core Guard is no option, in my opinion?
No.
Maybe Scourge could be a different class, but again, the core duo of these two is so powerful right now. I think what they're doing is fine. They just need to spread the fights out a bit. Don't let their Scourge and Core Guard stay together. Force the Core Guard to split from the Scourge and let the Mesmer outnumber sides with the Kondirev. If we see another repeat of 4v4 mid until game ends, this is free for the red team.
Before I let you guys go on the cast, I just think it's incredibly funny to see Renegade with like the catapult, like the slingshot short bow. That's incredibly funny, actually. Like 7-shot coming out of a slingshot. That is quite amusing. But, gentlemen, take it away. Let's go.
Do you want to jump in this one, Teapot? Because I think Roy's got mic issues.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can go ahead and step in then while we repair the audio situation with Roy. Then we'll try and see if we can get that sorted out then. But here we go. And interesting enough, it's going to be the red team pushing for this third node as well. I mean, you were talking last game how we need to see blue team go for it, but, you know, it looks in fact that red team is going to be the one who's going to kind of take that all the way there. And blue team playing incredibly defensively into this as well, actually. Like, they send only Cranel out onto the map. Actually, no, Benny is there too. But they are very much defending this closer with this 3v3. And in fact, now it's a 3v2. Of course, Growlithe now coming in there as well, but Flash and the Toxic Worm already getting pressured very, very hard. And so a pretty decent start, particularly since actually Cranel gets a very sneaky decut there. The Necro didn't see him. Oh, that's very unfortunate there for Denezio, not seeing that. Meanwhile, of course, Benny just going to be stalling out mid forever. Just an endless 1v1 there. Kondirev versus Kondirev. And in fact, it is actually the Quaggans shoving away the Unexpected Challengers here. They're actually going to disengage this fight here. So a pretty nice win here. Like, Growlithe maybe thinking of staying here to maybe try and lock the guard. Oh, and we do see the portal here as well from Zinvu, which could definitely bronze right. He might try and pull a Benny out. Oh, take the portal. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, that's nice there. Very nice.
Can swap in too. Very good portal by Benzo. Yeah, they need to be pushing on the far again, though. They're still getting tunneled into mid again. If that stays, they're going to lose. So we need to see Zenvo going far now.
Yeah, he still wants to push for a kill here onto the Kondirev here, I believe, of Ulysses. He's not going to get it, though. Yeah, good healing and glint healing is going to come out there. Denying that. He is now going.
But the Necro's aware of it. He knows he's there. Pretty sure he has a worm somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, he has a worm.
He's back, so this decap will not come through. I don't think so anyway. A little bit close, but no, not going to happen for the time being. So the fight is going to continue raging on the middle node there. Of course, it is actually a 4v4, so blue team are able to hold this, at least for the time being, actually. And Cranel, I believe he actually did change it. Did he change his build a little bit, actually? Did he have the shield last time? Maybe he did, but actually it doesn't matter because Holy Bitman is down. Can they maybe countercleave and res it with Demolish? Maybe they can. Oh, no, I don't think they can. There's a lot of damage from the red team, and yeah, they're able to collapse that team fight and make it happen. Cranel is going to find the decat, though, actually. So yeah, maybe blue can stall this out and actually kind of not lose too much out of this.
There's no worm as well, so this is a free cap here. Now they need Zenvo to be free and not get focused. He's already disengaging. He's setting up a portal. If hopefully we can get another team fight reset to mid and they can just play sides.
Demolish is in trouble though. Holy Beard has respawned and he should be able to maybe save the day, and it's going to keep that. Is Crannel going to get full cap here? Oh, no, not quite actually. He's going to have to leave that and instead try and get away. But a massive portal play. They all put onto mid. Is this Rev going to be able to hold out here? That's a big question actually. He may not have access to his glue heal
he
right
has
now.
his heal. He's totally fine.
That's unfortunate there. Yeah, he's going to survive there. Grogton comes in there too. Blue team, though, do still have this, and they're going for both of us. It looks like they're actually going to get both buffs for free. That could be big as long as they don't die on mid. As long as they can hold off here, they should have a massive strength boost here. And here it is. Yeah, Benny going to grab the shield, and Zima going to get... And that's a double buff. Now, do you think that's enough? Could they take a team fight with both of those buffs?
It's really not looking good. Demolish is very low already. This is already a bad team fight for them. You're really seeing the lack of Menders here. I know it's a not very popular build, but it's strong for this reason. When you're outnumbered, you're protected. If you're Menders, if you're carrying no healing power, you can die, and we're seeing it.
Yeah, Holy Bit and Demolish just so low. The buffs are still active and maybe they can find something, but they can't rally. They just can't bounce back in this fight. It's too much. There is going to be a Signet here. It should land. It does land. Can they... Oh, they can't restabilize, though. They're just not getting this fight. They can't sustain it. The Lich from the Minion Monster. Demolish goes down. I think Holy Beard's going to fall here as well, and that is a full wipe. The map has been lost a little bit in exchange for that, but that will not last long. I imagine we're going to see the unexpected challengers get back in as with probably a 2-cap at the minimum on the Dragon.
And you got to think that was with 2 buffs they lost that team fight.
Yeah.
You know? This is completely unwinnable. We need to see Crannel take the 1v1 with the Core Necro, sorry. He, for some reason, will push it, but just leave instantly as soon as he gets the decap. If he just forces that 1v1, lets the Mesmer come to +1, they'll be in a much better spot. It should be a really easy to kill on the Core Necro as well.
Oh, Zimvu getting pressured, forced to use the portal. Actually does get a... Oh no, the Worm is going to save the day, but Crannel and Holybeam and Demolish are all going to point... If they could kill this Necromancer very quickly, that could be big actually. Grogton will not be able to rotate in time. This could be a potential kill. Is there anything left over? He's actually got no stun break.
Nice
the heal
on the heal.
Oh, they've got it. Oh, the Guardian is nearly here. I think they might have to play that.
This is what they have to do. I want to see this on repeat. Perfect.
They've got to be careful though. Oh no, Grogton's not going to go for it. He's not going to go for the revive. So it is going to be a 2-cap. Quaggans, they are not done yet. So you think that if they just replicate that performance there, like
just keep doing that back and forward to mid. However, Benny is going to get decapped on close now. They did a bit over rotate, but still, that's the general idea. If they keep that up, they can definitely come back into this game.
Okay, of course they are ahead in the game now by a few points. Denezio now respawning. Looks like Crannel's is going to take that 1v1 instead of to try and hold on for as long as possible. Grogton is actually locked into Demolish. That's pretty good actually. There'll be no support Guardian for the red team in this team fight. This does give them a potential opening, but I mean that's the thing about Mender's Scourge, right? It can kind of role play as a support to an extent and kind of hold this team fight to a certain extent for the red team, even without that Guardian.
I really don't like the play from Holy Beardman here, like him pushing into the 2v2 on close, like there were like the Conjurer from blue team and the Mesmer versus the Renegade and the Conjurer from the enemy team. That's actually a pretty good 2v2, I would say, for like the Mesmer and the Conjurer. But because Holy Beardman rotated there, they brought his Scourge with them, so it actually became like a worse 3v3 for them. But
I also want to point out the DH is actually currently winning the 1v1 into the Core Necro and will get far for free, so really good. He just needed the confidence to take that 1v1. He was totally fine the whole time, and Zembo's going to pick up the kill most likely.
Ooh,
nice
good
worm,
port.
actually. Good worm.
Yeah, nice port from Denezio. Crannel's got to respond.
I don't think they know.
Oh no, they don't know. Crannel's going for buff. Oh, that's
Risky
unfortunate.
pick.
Yeah,
He'll regret that.
Zimvu is going to get the sword buff again, so it looks like it is going to be a double buff there. Maybe Tenebrae can intercept. No, he's not. He's going to go for mid instead to pile on the pressure onto Holy Beardman. Demolish is going to be a little bit outnumbered there. Benny now coming in there, so red team just about to get back in. They're going to have a 2-cap, though. That's rough. 2 caps for 2 buffs. Let's see if blue team can capitalize this time. They struggled last time, even with both those buffs, but maybe if they can get a very quick kill here, something could potentially happen. There's the Dragons.
Nice
actually,
this is a
12 burns. Is he getting ill? Oh, he actually
nice
gets the cleanse at the last second. Flash trying to sustain him as much as possible
yeah.
with the barrier. Fantastic stuff there. Denezio coming in there as well and talks to him back to full health. Oh, that is, I mean, I have to say, that's a little bit on the disgusting side there, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that was, ooh.
But where is Zenvo again? He's team fighting. He needs to leave. I keep saying it, but the same scenario keeps happening. We've got 2 sides that were possible, but he's still team fighting in mid.
They were trying to push the close node into the Revenant from the red team, but then we'll just try to team fight, and now they're kind of in a weird situation again where they can't really push far. I mean, yeah, that is.
He's gonna get caught on the way.
Ooh, yeah, he might be forced to use Portal here just to get out. Now, Holy Bid is going to get here in time, but yeah, they're going to take the Portal anyway. It does give them a slight bit of momentum here, potentially to get something done, but they're incredibly pressured in this fight.
So who are they outnumbering? The Core Guard, the Scourge. They're not going to kill them.
Yeah, the lead is just a little bit insurmountable right now. It's getting worse and worse by the second. All of a sudden, blue team, they just seem to be funneled. They're all on mid. They're getting funneled in here, and I think they're going to really struggle to try and break this, particularly with Zenvu already just so pressured. That's the end of him. Is there a signet from from Holy Bid? There is. Is he going to find it? He may well do, but oh wait. Oh, what happened there? He actually cancelled it. Instead, he's going to go for it again. Oh, no, he gets interrupted. Oh, that's bad. Especially with Cranel dead here, too. He might get one thing on Zimu. Does get Zimu. Can they maybe chain this into another revival on Cranel? It's... Oh, no, they can't.
By the way, we've been talking a lot about Quaggans, but I must say that the unexpected challengers are playing this really well. This is exactly how you play against Mesmer. You just bait them into fights and just hold sides the whole game. That's it. And you're doing it perfectly. Honestly, yeah, Raiken's going to live on far as well. Like, they're playing a really flawless game.
Yeah, and he nearly died there. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Freddy.
I really love the choice, like, the game is kind of, it's kind of over anyway, so I can kind of talk. I really love the choice that the unexpected challengers are playing, like, Core Necro with Worm, because, like, if he wants to team fight, he can kind of, like, be in a team fight, but if someone is going close, then he can actually catch up to them, like, by porting through the wall into the Worm. That's actually kind of nice, and he can actually sustain, like, the 2v2, or, like, the 1v2 on side nodes, because he is Core Necro. He is kind of okay-ish into, like, Condis. But yeah, they're actually playing it super smart. Obviously, the blue team kind of blundered, but they have so much potential that I'm really looking forward to them playing.
Yeah, we need to see what happens in the losers bracket for sure. But I think it's safe to say this game is going to snowball out of control here. Yeah, that's another kill on Demolish.
Yeah,
I would really like to see Demolish. I know he's very into the carrion thing, but I honestly think just Mendes would help a lot in this game, just to give his team a bit more sustainment.
Yeah, unexpected challengers. They're going to take this 2-0 here. There's not much that can be done at this stage. It's going to be a triple cap and both buffs in fights that the Quaggans are already struggling with. Oh, unexpected challengers. I think they're hungry.
Looking good.
They're looking great here, just playing. I guess kind of like, I suppose you would probably refer this to as the meta comp, essentially, right? This is certainly like the four core things here: the Core Guardian, the Renegade, the Scourge, the Kondirev, and then you see a bit of variance here. You see Weaver, you see Minion Monster,
X1v1er, right? Like whatever.
Yeah, some kind of duelist thingamy here, and this is exactly just how it works. This is what it does. This is what this comp does. It wins the team fight. It holds down and bunkers down a little bit, abusing that Mendes Scourge and the strength of the Core Guard, just to make sure that even if you get a little bit out-rotated, you can hold on.
But again, you have to look at this. What is the reason to play Carrion on Necro right now? What role is Demolish in that he needs to deal damage,
He's in the fun role, okay? He's in
okay. Listen. Fun doesn't win you tournaments, all right? That's how it works. You want to play good comp, you want to win the tournaments, you have to play the good shit, That's just how it works.
I mean, we kind of like explain as to why like Carrion doesn't really work in the comp, because like they can't really push the 5 versus 5s anyways, so they kind of don't really get value from the Scourge playing Carrion, because like they don't seem to be getting those one-shots pretty much on the enemy team.
Yeah.
So like Menda would just give them so much more room to play around.
Just like time to work.
Yeah. If the Romas even get like pressured, like the barrier from the Scourge can generate so much value for the Romas to actually get back to like full life.
Number time and set up fights, set up 1v1s, etc. Like you just need to buy time. That's all. That's his role, I don't think the Carrion... I mean, you could probably compare what a Mendes Scourge damage would do to a Carrion Scourge. I guarantee it wouldn't even be that much difference. Like, it's pretty close damage-wise.
I mean, that there could be a potential for a swap up there. I imagine that Demolish will be more than capable of playing the build. It's not exactly the most mechanically demanding thing in the universe to play.
I mean, he's a warrior man, right? He's not even a Necro player, and he's playing this,
All right, then. So the game is starting up. Roy, would you like to go ahead and take this one between Gold 3 Plus and the Valyrians, then?
Yeah. I would love to, as long as Footy's are this anyways. But anyways, here we go. The Valyrians, a little bit of a dark horse team, as you mentioned. Really, I think, surprising a lot of people coming up here. But they are now against what I think most people have considered the top of this bracket, Gold 3 Plus. I'll have to see how it works and what happens here in this game. At the moment, it's going to be contests across just really middle node, actually. It's going to be side nodes given for free. Malga's going to get that. Phantom V going to be able to pick up the dock for free as they make their ways over. And nothing really happening on mid just yet.
Yeah, I'm expecting the Ranger to be the focus target here. Both teams playing very safe, to be honest. Isai's getting in a lot of pressure against the Deadeye 1v1, but seems to live. And yeah, here we go. You see the Rev and the Power Herald playing together straight away. This is exactly what they need to do.
Now, I don't know if you guys talked about this at all. This isn't the first time we've seen this, but what do you guys think, Frey? You can maybe comment the Daredevil versus the Deadeye matchup. I mean, is there a main difference between like is one better than the other? Or does it depend on how you play, matchups, etc.?
I wouldn't be too confident on this answer, but I would say that Daredevil is probably favored. I've seen Deadeyes win that matchup, but I think it's much harder.
In terms of like rotations, though, does either one have an advantage? Actually, give me 1 second. We'll talk about that in a minute. As Malgus is going to go down,
Yeah.
Signet coming out though from equals, and he's going to be able to get that. So Malgus will be alive.
Oh, and I
for
interrupt on the heal as
moment.
well. Really nice by Phantom there.
Yeah, Malgus is just going to go right back down after the Signet, unfortunately. So they will confirm that node for themselves.
I didn't notice
still,
as well, but he is playing Condi Rev. He's not playing Power Rev this time.
I think he was Condi before, wasn't he?
He played Power Rev on the first game. I think he went on Skyhammer. He went Condi.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. So staying on to the Condi Herald there, but yeah, I mean, I think we'll be definitely talking about these thieves. This is obviously not Vinsmoke first time going into a Daredevil. We saw him, obviously have to face down Johnny Sinjrenner in the last match that he played. Going for the decap now. That far, Scare's going to try and get there in time. I don't know if
I think
he's
he's
going to
make it, to be honest.
available. He should. I think he should be able to. Yeah.
Just the knockdown?
Here
No.
in time. Yeah. So unfortunately, that's not going to be a decap. Phantom V coming over as well. Will be middle node picked up there by blue team, but it's going to be answered by Bizarre, picked up by red. So double cap held here for the red team, gold 3+. Obviously, blue team are going to have to answer this. How much do you think that their comp kind of relies on this Soul Beast getting value? I mean, we've seen Soul Beast played several times throughout the day, and I haven't really seen it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it at all. I'm not seeing where he's going to get any value here. I think the Scourge on red team is also running Cloud. He is. I mean, there's just no way.
Yeah. And Vinsmoke taken out as well. So, I mean, blue team probably just, I think, need to leave this node if they can. Belf coming up now for the first time here. It'll be 25 points on the board for whoever ends up capping that. And no real team fight as of yet. Not terribly surprising. We've seen just a lot of rotations involving the Thieves, obviously, and the Revenants, I think. It's going to be Carnifax now trying to hold down 1 versus 2 onto the Bell. He's going to be plussed here by Malgus, but Nate's going to be right behind him. So it's not going to be even 2 versus 2 here for the blue team. However, they're going to see one of the players leave, so we'll end up being 2v2 anyways, but that's going to be a decap for Izzy, just given away for free.
Phantom V and Scare will win the 2v2, I think, as well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Phantom a little bit low, but nothing the Soul Beast can really do. Unless you find some way to connect a one-shot, but I don't think it's going to happen. Scare there to help heal, and yeah, Neldy probably going pretty low. Are there Ranger builds that are viable right now, would you guys say? Either
Definitely.
of you?
I mean,
yeah.
it depends on what comp you're playing against, but like, for example, the Condi Soul Beast that Frey was playing with the stun, that is definitely a really, really good build.
Yeah.
I would say Core Ranger is very close as well. It still has a few bad matchups, which is why it's not played, but it has a lot of good ones too.
Yeah. And
currently, this game though is gonna snowball out of control if they don't get some points. Like honestly, they're really getting snowballed here.
Absolutely. And certainly the Bell is going to be the next point, it looks like, as red teams start gathering up around it. It is obviously going slower, though, because the Scourges are now involved with this fight. And
he's going to find the Deadeye here, I think. Yeah, he's going to find him. Oh, he barely
gets the Shadow Step. Oh, into the ports. Yeah, he'll have withdraw as well, so yeah, that's good. But Bizarre now going to be decapped. And yeah, I mean, red team really starting to snowball, like you said, and really run away with this game. I mean, again, I just kind of want to point back to the Soul Beast. I don't see them really getting any value out of it, and kind of having, I hate calling anyone dead weight, but kind of having that one less player on the map.
He's got potential to do work now. It's not going to be easy, but he's got a 1v1 that's winnable.
Yeah.
If you can kill the Mesmer here, we can get some value out of it.
You think he has potential to win this 1v1?
Definitely. Ranger shouldn't be too bad into
This is pretty 50-50. It's a skill matchup. Oh, nice. He got the Rot on the Signal. I think that's it. Oh no, he's gonna escape.
The Ranger played well. He got the stealth off before he actually healed, so he couldn't get interrupted by the Mantra. So he's definitely knowing what he's playing against here.
Are there, out of curiosity, out of all the games you guys have seen so far, what's like the most surprising thing to you, would you say, in terms of like a class or a comp that's played?
Not really too surprised by anything, if I'm honest. This is kind of how I expected most of the games to look.
Fair enough.
This team specifically is probably the biggest surprise. The Wise, but you can see a team that knows how to rotate. That very good spike by Deadeye on top.
Wait a minute, Badarka.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very
I
nice.
gets deleted here by the Deadeye.
And he has the steal
Nicely
reset
done,
for
yeah.
if there's a Signet, but there's not. Now he needs to choose his option really carefully here where he wants to go. He doesn't have
Yeah.
many good choices. He's going to try and outnumber the core guard mid, which is very possible.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Corrupts as well from
That's
Carnifex
their
there.
need focus.
Force the RF. That should be the decap as well. No one around other than the Mesmer, but the Mesmer's actually pretty low coming into this too. That might be a kill for the Deadeye. Either way, Core Guard getting chased down, and that
actually,
will
double
actually really help.
Yeah, double bell is quite big here.
Yeah.
Good
Nace
peel
not
from
really in a
Nisei on
position
the
to-
core guard as well.
Yeah, Nace isn't really in a position to contest that. As you mentioned, is he going to be forced to provide a peel there? So that, yeah, gives up the double bell. It's 75 points added in a couple of seconds there for Blue Team. That is definitely a good way to come back, but Carnifex now outnumbered on mid.
Yeah, he's going to have his core guard. He should be fine. Yeah, he's still
Range is
fine.
not watching close though. That's kind of the problem. I mean, like trying to go for the team fight.
He has killed the Mesmer in mid. It's a good kill, but the Signet is going to deny. Oh, no! Yeah, the Signet's going to deny any good burst by the Ranger.
And now it's pretty much over.
The Deadeye may be able to get a decap on fire. Yeah, it looks like he will. But he's going to
If
be
this
in
Soul
a
Beast was
bit of a
was
rough
to
matchup.
swap, what do you think this comp lacks the most? That this Soul Beast could swap to?
I
whether
think he
plays
needs to
Ranger or
just
another
play Condi
class.
Soul Beast. We need the Power Ref to roam. That Deadeye and Power Ref were doing very well together. I think they can match the Mesmer Thief of this team. And honestly, Condi Soul Beast has a much better matchup against Condi Ref than like Weaver or something. So he could probably get value on the Condi Soul Beast here.
Yeah. Why do you think we're not seeing so many Weavers, by the way? We saw them in a lot in the earlier games. The last couple, we haven't really seen that many. Is it just not as strong anymore? Do you think
I think
that
you
people
will.
just prefer
I think you'll
playing
see
it?
Weaver. Just maybe not
Yeah.
in these games.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think later on you will definitely see less Weavers. As from what I've heard, like most of the teams actually stopped from playing Weaver into like either playing Hollow to like kind of counter it with like Protolo, or they swapped to Minimas or Necro, from what I've heard. So I'm not quite sure about like Weaver being a really solid pick for like every comp right now. It can definitely get counter picked in my opinion.
I mean, you can just see the difference in rotational power here. The Mesmer Thief can pretty much plus any side they want, whereas the blue team it is kind of dead weight on the Ranger. He's not useful anywhere.
Yeah, definitely not getting value out of
He's
it. And I
trying,
think
dude. He's
that's-
trying.
Yeah,
But
he is, but I think it's what we've mostly seen from the other Soul Beasts, or at least the ones playing this build in the past. So yeah, I really hope that for the second game here, he swaps up either build or maybe even two different class. But yeah, I mean, having a really dedicated side knitter, I think, and freeing up that Condi Herald to go back to Power Rev, I think would definitely be good. Like you said, Badarka about to potentially get taken out, but Nace is coming over, so even if he does go down, State the Signet is there available, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
There you
Vin
go.
does get the interrupt, though. Malgus
Yeah,
is
nice
pretty
by the
low
Deadeye.
here, but yeah, they should be able to continue to cleave this. Glen Heal available from
And
Malgus. There's the second
comes
Signet
out,
attempt,
and he's
though.
up.
Yeah, and that is unfortunately just not
That's
able to
Guardian,
continue
dude.
to
That's the
pressure that.
Guardian meta, you know. That's you play a skilled spike class, but then you just get denied by one Signet, you know. That's
Yeah,
the
and
real
I mean,
problem.
It's so difficult to interrupt that, multiple times when you have multiple ways to give yourself stability on Guardian. And yeah, I mean, that's probably going to be game, even if the third bell comes out here for Blue Team would give them 75 points, but that's not nearly enough points for them to get back on the board. I mean, it's, hopefully we'll see a little bit more of a contest there, I think, from the Blue Team, but again, I think we just can kind of keep pointing it back to the Soul Beast.
Yeah,
Not
the Soul
really-
Beast
not
needs
really
to change
giving
his
this
build. I
team
think they
enough.
have potential. The Deadeye is, again, he's still doing work. I think the Core Guard's rotating well. I just think they need that side node 1v1 and they need two good roamers. This is not a strong build right now, and you can see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Roy, back to your question when you were asking like what comp kind of surprised me in this
Yeah.
whole tournament. Kind of was worried about the former forklift operators playing like 3-mana amulets in their comp. Kind of surprised that I didn't fall asleep playing that.
I mean, it's also interesting because, they were a team. I mean, Teapot obviously got pretty excited about them, but, Teapot just, he does love memes. He gets excited when he sees a shiny toy, so it's not too surprising.
Whoa!
And they ended up getting knocked out in the third round of the lower bracket by no luck, no win. Another team that I think is kind of surprising me with how strong that they're moving forward. So
What is that roster? Not familiar.
They got Thomas Storm. They got who else did they play with? I actually forgot.
Revbot, I believe, is that
Oh,
team?
Sylvari Rev. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh yeah. This is Barrow.
Fuel.
Oh, Benzo,
M&A.
of course.
Oh,
That
yeah,
is
true.
it's a few infamous people there actually in that roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a strong roster, but again, it's kind of one that I think I wasn't expecting to go quite as far. But yeah, I mean, they've made it almost all the way to the end of the lower bracket now, pushing their way back up, and they're currently actually fighting Tenacious in the lower bracket right
It's
now.
a good game.
Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting that Waste Management again, a team that I definitely rated a lot higher.
I mean, I wouldn't really say that's Forklift of the Raiders, to be honest. That's not really
Yeah.
Forklift. It's literally just
that's fair.
Tyrone, right? Is there anyone else? I don't think so. It was Riken, Stern, Tyrone. Who were the other two?
Wasn't Stern.
Yeah, Stern was in Forklift.
Yeah, Stone was originally in Forklift.
Oh, I thought you meant who was playing today. Sorry.
No, I mean, like,
Yeah,
I'm saying in their old roster,
Right,
like,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
literally just one person, I think, at Forklift,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's kind of unfair to say, like, Forklift is the team.
Yeah,
but, like,
no, it's not Forklift anymore.
yeah, but Tyrone, we all know Tyrone is Tyrone, but that roster is not the same at all.
No, indeed not. And I think that's kind of like something that's good here, and obviously I wish we could do a 24-hour stream and show every single match, because I guarantee you that some of the matches that we've unfortunately not been bearing witness to have been really, really interesting, actually. Like, there's been a lot of surprises here, right? Like, a lot of teams kind of come out of nowhere and really show that they can put in a lot of effort. And that's kind of honestly why I think this format, the format we went with the open and invitational bracket, is so interesting, because it really encourages teams to go for some try-harding and really push themselves to improve and break onto the scene, which is exactly what we need in Guild Wars 2. We need some new blood. All the people who win monthly AT, they're all about 50 years old at this point, and we can't have that, right? They're either 50 years old or French, right? And we've got to mix it up sometimes.
Or both.
Yeah.
Or both,
Enough
yeah.
with
You
the
don't want
French.
to be French.
Yeah. No, absolutely. All right, but here we go. Kylo coming in here.
The Soulbeast has not chosen to swap up the build, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it is going to be the same build here. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, if you can find a better connection this game, maybe we'll see something different. But overall, I don't really think it is going to be too much of a difference if Red Team just continues to play the way they did last game. Obviously, a little bit more of a team fight map, potentially. Do you think one
Yeah,
team
it seems
is
like they're looking for the
favorable to
4v4 and far right now. Not sure how that's going to go for them. The
think-
Soulbeast is the focus right now.
Do you think, Frey, that there's one team that has a stronger team fighting comp, just straight up?
I mean, you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
This Ranger is going to struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's
Oh,
Bedarka
they have killed
is gonna go
Bedarka.
down first. Yeah, Nate's going for the Signet, is going to land, so the Stomp not going to be there in time, but that is going to be the Signet burned. Well's going to be dropped now to help heal for himself. If they can
And
continue to
their
kite,
Ranger's
but
gone
no,
down
the
there.
Soulbeast's going to go down. The Signet not going to be
Signet
enough. I
denied.
mean, yeah, you can just see how fast that cleave onto the Soulbeast really is. They are going to try to go for the hard
Well,
res,
they're going
with
for hand
knockback
res.
going to force him off. No, it's not going to happen, I don't think. It does not look like it. I mean, it's obviously, it kind of sounds like we're just repeating ourselves here. Just talking about the Soul Beast, but it really does seem to be the weak link of this team. And that's not to say necessarily anything about the player, obviously. It's just,
No, it's just the build.
Yeah.
That's literally
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
They do manage to find a kill on Scare, which is very big, actually.
Oh, and
Signet is
he
down.
really-
That's a good kill.
he really did, That's insane.
Yeah, that's Deadeye damage right now.
Yeah, I mean, something we haven't touched upon too much, I think, is that the Herald has swapped back to power, so he's not playing Conde anymore. So if they do, follow up with kills...
They
in
are
the
glassy,
roam,
though. They are very glassy. They're going to
Yeah, I mean,
struggle to
that's-
hold nodes with this comp.
That's 3 very glassy players. I mean, yeah, they just have to snowball kills, basically. Unfortunately, they're doing the opposite of that. They're throwing away kills. Vinsmoke going to be taken out in roads. Equals does get res. Really nice res there from the Scourge onto him on middle node, but it's a pretty even game so far. Considering
Isai
that,
was able to kill the Deadeye off point as well. You're seeing the
Yeah.
Deadeye into Daredevil fight.
Yep, Neldy now probably going to go down as well, taking out in roads, nowhere near Equals, and Equals doesn't have a Signet available to him either. Yeah, it kind of looks like Blue Team are just kind of bleeding kills left and right, and they can't really follow up on it. I think they really do need to try to regroup after they lost those initial players there towards far. And they
I
haven't
think
really done
their
that so
only
far.
real win condition is that the Soul Beast will hunt the Thief and somehow not get plus by the Mesmer. And we have the Power Herald pushing 1v1s. Like, I don't really see a way for them to win even fights or team fights. They're just outcomped. It really looks that way.
Yeah.
And you can see this is what's meant to happen. Thief starts a 1v1. He thinks I'm fine. Nope. Here's the Mesmer. 3+1. Really good rotation by Phantom V there.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a neutral map state now for Blue Team. Red Team about to have double nodes in the sides. Middle node might even go their way as well. Bedark and Nace just holding it down. 2 versus 3. Mao is going to leave because of this. Yeah, you know, something interesting, like you pointed out last match that you would have liked to see the Power Rev come out and then him and the Thief sort of start roaming like, you know, they were doing earlier. And we haven't really seen that happen. I mean, he
No,
has Power Rev,
not at all.
but they haven't really been roaming. They haven't really comboed that huge spike. And he's not even doing it with the Soul Beast either. He's currently getting chased down alone. Scare and Lacey going to take him out. Bedarka coming over as well.
Good
Equals
interrupt on
turning
the
over
Signet by
but
Isader.
Yeah. I mean, this Thief is getting a lot of interrupts.
Yeah, he's doing a lot.
Lacey playing really well. Yeah. You love to see it. I mean, some really strong Thief play. You know, I find it really interesting how, I think we've talked about, obviously, Sind, you know, forever. I mean, Pain, an extremely strong Thief. Fly, an extremely strong Thief, you know, and there's obviously a lot of other pretty well-known Thieves here, but I really like to see Thief, which it can be such an impactful class. I think it's a class that gets highlighted a lot in matches because it just has so much impact on the map and fights and stuff. It's nice to see, you know, different Thieves, right? Coming out and
I mean,
and kinda
Issei,
showing
I
up.
don't know if you know the history of Issei, but he's been playing the game almost as long as me, I think. He's a very, very old player, has a lot of knowledge, and I'm guessing he's the brains behind this team, honestly.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with the player. I know Scare a little bit better because he's from World vs. World, but apart from that, no. But yeah, unfortunately right now, the Valyrians is getting kind of locked out here. Side nodes, about a double point gain here for
I mean, this is
Red
a
Team
bit of a
over
weird rotation. The core god is pushing 1v1 into Scourge. I'm not really sure what his plan is here.
Is there ever really a point where you would want to do something like this as Core Guardian? You know, like go into a node solo?
This is a very, very big waste of rotation. The Deadeye is actually doing well in the 1v1 against Scare, though. He might win it.
Yeah,
I think he's going to win
wait.
it.
Yeah.
Really good port there. The transfusion res bringing him up, but unfortunately the knocks are going to be good.
Very
Base
well
porting
played.
up there and knocking off, yeah. But
Deadeye
yeah,
has made a very nice play on Farda to get that kill.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
That's
going
when
to
I
make...
as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a Thief that can 1v1 pretty effectively. Really nice. They actually kind of gets Blue back into the game.
And Malgus actually getting the plus over here as well. Almost gets the decap onto Mansion. If they can force this decap, they will be in a really good position. However, unfortunately, Carnifex getting taken out here.
Yeah, you see the Mess Thief playing together.
Yeah.
Oh, very good interrupt by the Deadeye
Hey.
again. But I
Yeah.
think it's not going to matter.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would have liked to see the Soul Beast come here. I mean, he had time to rotate into mid, but he's going for far instead. A little bit of a misrotation since no one was there. And yeah, Carnifex will get stomped out at mid now. Wait, the Thief almost gets taken out by the Soul Beast. The port not going to bring him back up to the node, but the Soul Beast follows him.
Oh, nice.
Oh, and he
Finally,
takes him
we get
out.
some value. This is what he needs to do.
Yeah.
He needs to be on this Thief as much as he can. Fortunately, here we go. It's the never mind button. Then, yeah.
Yeah. He still can take him out, though.
Yeah, he got
Malgus
him again.
stopped as
Good.
well.
This is what he needs to do. It's the only value that he's going to find. Just hunt this Thief as much as he can. Let the Deadeye kill the sides. Just hunt the Thief.
Especially because, you know, as we've said a couple times, if this Deadeye and this Power Rev are basically free to just roam around and do whatever they want because the Soul Beast is locking the Thief down, they will get so much value.
Yep, they will.
There shouldn't really be anyone who should be able to survive a plus from a Deadeye and a Power Rev, a Power Herald, that is. So definitely I would like to see that.
That's a lot of
I'd like
runs.
to see the Soul Beast opening it up a bit more, who's currently getting pressured very
Nice.
hard. Probably going to go
Nice.
down here. Oh, wait, Jadewin's coming out. Phantom is going to go down. No Signet available for Nace, but the hard res probably is going to be good as Neldy
Yeah,
is
the
taken
Ranger
out,
has gone down, but
unfortunately.
still, that was.
Equals
He's still
one for the
looking better.
Signet.
It's a good
Yeah, he
Signet.
gets it. If they can turn this kill around now, get some
Straight
damage back
onto
onto it,
Issei.
keep Neldy alive. Phantom's still pretty low here. So Vinsmoke looking for the damage here. Neldy goes back into the node, but he's not going to be able to find anything to connect. Equal's now going to be a little bit low on the top of the node. Scare going to put some pressure onto him. They're still looking for this Mirage, though. A little bit separated from Nace, not getting as much heals as maybe he would have liked. Phantom's still low, but they just cannot lock them down. The line of sight against both the Soul Beast and the Deadeye is proving so effective behind this hut. They just cannot get on top, and Vinsmoke may actually start to leave this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Red Team are struggling with this team fight. To be honest, this looks much better from the Blue Team. I hope they can actually keep this up. In a straight 4v4, when the Mesmer are getting focused, the damage is quite low from Red Team. So maybe this could be a game plan from them from now.
Yeah, but doesn't look. I don't know. I don't know if there's enough time. Obviously, ooh, decap on mid as well.
Yeah,
Obviously
that's
with
not what you want
a
to
very
see.
nice decap. Yeah, no. And
The Deadeye is deciding to 1v1 the Scourge as well, which is definitely winnable. It's not going to be easy, but the Poison Cloud is going to deny a lot of his damage.
yeah.
Yeah, he's going to think better of it and go mid, but it's a bit late. That's already a kill mid. You see, Mess Thief playing together versus Thief playing alone, you know, it's a different story. Meanwhile, the Bunker Guard and the Condi Rev have just been holding 2v3 this entire time, giving their team time to work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I think that we haven't really seen the Soul Beast kind of getting punished quite as much as he was.
Definitely a better
the
game.
last, yeah, the
Definitely a
last
better game.
couple moments he has gotten some value, but it does seem like the rest of the team, again, not necessarily dropping the ball, but just getting out rotated by the Thief, getting out rotated by the Mesmer. As soon as Red Team, and I think I say this all the time, when we're watching a lot of these games, I think the Red Team just did a really good job of kind of adapting to when they lost a player or two, and they just started out rotating again. They said, all right, this didn't work so well. We're just going to do something a little bit different. They sent the Scourge far. He's been holding down Mansion for a while. They haven't put as much pressure on to middle node. They've made sure that Windmill is secure. They haven't, they haven't really allowed anyone to decap that in the last several minutes. And they've just been holding the decap for a while, or excuse me, the double nodes for a while, and it's definitely working out for them. And I mean, that's basically game. It looks like about 50 points away here for Gold 3+. And, I think, obviously, Blue Team, again, they've done very well to get here. They've gotten all the way to the semifinals. They will be going down to the lower bracket now for the first time this tournament, excuse me. And, we might see them again. They might be able to come back out of the lower bracket.
I mean, I think something to note about this team especially is think of the difference in practice that these two teams have had, Issei's team has been around for a while now, putting in a lot of effort, This is a good showing from Blue Team, and maybe they have room to grow, honestly.
100%, yeah. I mean, this is exactly how you find the next, kind of strong team. If they continue playing together and they make it to the,
I feel like a few small adjustments and they'd be in a much better spot. Very impressed by the Deadeye.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see. And it may not be the last we see of them, but it is the pretty clean 2-0 from Gold 3+. Obviously, not too surprising. They are our top seed in this tournament. And now they've made their way to the finals for the upper bracket, where they will be going up against Unexpected Challengers, which may be a bit of a different beast than what they just faced. Looking forward to that match.
Indeed. And of course, that means I think the lower bracket is also very exciting here as well. Of course, the Quaggans on duty are trying to make their way through all of that. At the same time, they're no luck, no win in Tenacious. Is that game actually over yet? Has that game concluded? I believe it may be in the final stages of that game. There is also, we'll be seeing the conclusion of the lower bracket very soon. And of course, the loser, all right, no, the winner of the lower bracket, the loser of the lower bracket, no, the winner of the lower bracket will climb, they will ascend all the way back up to the grand final. And we're about to find our first grand finalist, I believe, Roy, actually. It's going to either be the Unexpected Challengers or Gold 3+, which is definitely going to be an exciting match. That is for sure there, indeed. Okay, indeed, indeed, indeed.
Are we still? I don't know if we're still on. I don't know. Did he just walk away and not say if he was going to an AFK screen or not? Oh, the match is starting. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
That's bad.
Uh-oh. Teapot with this scuffed production, guys. Oh, God. Who is this guy? Oh, boy. Well, guys, enjoy this excellent view of Corey as the match starts. God, I hope he comes back soon. That's gonna be rough. Interesting. Well, nonetheless, I'm sure he'll be back soon. He's just grabbing some water. So it shouldn't be too long, and we'll tell you exactly what's happening. Maybe there'll be some action at Corey. Oh, these teams are all going to Corey. It's brilliant. It's perfect. It doesn't matter. You're going to get a very good view of Corey. Here we go. Flash. Getting engaged on early here. Toxic Worm going to be off to the side a little bit. Breach going to be dropped by Frash already on the node. Wait, the damage on it! Toxic Worm! He gets deleted. Grotchin not going to be there in time. I don't think. No, the stop coming out from Phantom V is going to be good. The knock from Grotchin just a little bit too late. And that is going to be a very early kill picked up there on the Toxic Worm. You love
It's a very important kill as well. They need to secure home. I'm not sure they will still be able to do it. They have the Quaggan and the Mender Scourge on this point, so they're going to have to be quick or they're going to start falling behind.
Yeah.
I've rematerialized, by the way.
Very good. Teapot is back.
You started without me, how could you?
Because I didn't know you were going AFK, and I told him to start. That's all right. Grotchin under quite a bit of pressure here now that he's lost a player, and he's going to be taken out. And Red Team, they're not holding back. Full throttle ahead for them. The res not going to come out from Flash. In fact, he might go down himself. We've seen this happen before. They're going to finally get a node, so they're slightly behind in terms of points on the map, but in terms of the map control themselves, they should be ahead. Wait, no, Grotchin actually might get rezzed here. They don't have the control on top of the downstate, and Flash gets it out. Icy left just a little bit too late. And that's going to be a free res on the core gunning. They already have the nodes, so as long as they can continue to bunker it, it's okay, but that's a pretty big misplay there. Phantom very low here as well, and if they can turn this kill back around,
I'd like to see Phantom leave here. He doesn't need to be here. It's just 2 bunkers. It's their node. Just leave. Your Condiref will just win the node for free here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Lacey felt like, you know, they had to leave, obviously, because there was so much pressure on Tenacious at mid, and I understand that. Now we see a decap into a full cap of Waterfall, so obviously going to be good, but I think not confirming that kill on Agrachon is a little bit of a mistake. Bidarka trying to get the res on an ace, but I don't think it's going to happen. Toxic Worm coming back in. There's 5 players here.
Far too much
Blue
cleave
team.
there.
There's no way. Yeah. Now, do you think it's really important for them to try to contest this middle node, or do you think giving up the cap is okay?
They should definitely contest. It's not going to be easy for them to get this node. Like, Scare could jump down here, and he's pretty safe. There's no Thief to go decap. He doesn't need to be afraid to come down. I mean, Phantom V is literally holding it alone, which is definitely not the person that should be doing that. Scare could have moved a lot earlier there.
Yeah, he's going to take quite a bit of pressure there, and they do end up giving the node away. Nace will be coming back in just a moment or two from respawn. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to continue to just hold the map. I mean, obviously, double nodes, side nodes for red team. That's enough for them to win. But not contesting middle node, I think, is definitely a little bit of a misplay. Phantom going to be pretty low here as well. Flash chasing him down. And of course, Flash is going to be on Mender, so, you know, doesn't have all the damage in the world, but with Toxic Worm there on the side, Ulysses as well around, that's going to be a downstate. Is the Signet going to be good? It is. Nace with a nicely timed rotation in there from respawn.
Oh, the burst. The burst.
Oh, and Toxic Worm is going to go down. There's no Gratiton available. He's on the other side of the map, so again, this Renegade getting deleted by red team.
I mean, there's the value of Mirage. That's it. You know, kill the Renegade. Focus the Renegade out.
Yeah. And do you think Mirage is a direct counter there to the Renegade?
Not direct, but it's very, very hard to play around this Renegade.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it, obviously, a ton of value. And, you know, it's interesting enough because there's 2 teams that play this, right? It's Quaggans and these guys. And
I think Payne's team play it too.
Well, I'm in this tournament specifically.
Oh,
yeah.
sure. Yeah.
And we haven't seen Gold 3 go up against it yet. Or excuse me, we haven't.
No.
Yeah, we haven't.
I mean, this is what you're saying.
Challegners
It's
go
a
up against it
rotational team versus a team fight team, and we're gonna see which is better.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you know, you would think that if the team fights are going the way of the team fight team on Legacy, they would be obviously, you know, having a bit of an advantage. But that's not the case so far.
No, not yet.
Shutting down the Renegade, I think, as you said, is just a very, very good way to prevent them from having. I mean, that's just so much of the team fight damage gone, you know, out of that when you get that kill quickly. So it's definitely value, and obviously Gratiton not being there either time to get the Signet off is very unfortunate for them. Mid still decapped as well, just barely being held. If they can continue to hold this, that's quite good. It's of course a very easy node to decap, or excuse me, to contest as well. But they are starting to get the pressure out onto it. It's just going to be Nace on the node for a moment. There's the cap, though, so blue team are going to find a little bit of a foothold back into this game. But so far, it's not really going their way. They do get the decap on Corey, though. Bidarka now in a 1v1 against the Condi Rev at Waterfall.
Yeah, this is a pretty important fight. I'd like to see Tenebrae outnumber Waterfall here. I don't know why he's chasing the Thief. He's changing his mind now. He's coming over. This should be a pretty free kill on the Scourge here.
Yeah, Lacey coming in, but it might be a little bit late. I think they should be able to get the Scourge.
Does he have the Cloud down? He's got the Cloud. That will help him a little.
Yeah, actually, he might be able to survive. We see Phantom coming in as well. Again, a little bit behind, but if they can find another quick kill onto Toxic with the Mirage coming in, Gratiton's there, though, so they have to confirm this kill if they get one. Bidarka is still pretty low, doesn't have any cooldowns left. It's going to be very hard for him to kite. The CC
It's a very good rotation by Grotcha. He needs to get this stomped, though.
Yeah. I don't think there's res potentially for red team, though.
No.
Nace on the other side, too. Yeah, no, that's going to be a
But it's being quick. He knows the fight's lost. He's already gone. He's got mid straight away. That's the power of Thief right there. Lose the fight, not even get punished for it.
Now, obviously, like you said, I mean, blue team is a team fight comp, right? And they're fighting into a rotational team, basically. How does blue team force these team fights that they want?
Well, it's not really about forcing the team fights. It's more about controlling the Mesmer Thief. Like, as long as they're controlled, they're not getting out numbers, they're not getting favorable fights. You're in a good spot. Your team fight will win regardless. You just let them do what they do. But right now, Issei's getting too much room. We see Phantom finally getting attacked by the Renegade here. He should probably be dying here. We'll see. But I expect him to die here.
So is it really just about the Renegade kind of shutting down the rotation of the Mirage and the Thief? Yeah.
It's very much on the Renegade to do most of the heavy lifting in this fight. You can see, once the Mesmer's pressured, look at the nodes. They just come for free.
Yeah. Obviously, the kill on Bidarka, of course, is going to set that up as well.
Yep.
Pushing in from Waterfall. But yeah, absolutely. Phantom hasn't really had any value in the last couple of moments just because of that pressure from Toxic Worm from Tenebrae there, so definitely good. Do you think that blue team should just kind of bunker down their 2 nodes, or do you think pushing to the 3rd node? I mean, obviously, they have the advantage of the map. They have the position to do so, but they have to be careful about overextending, which is
very good
exactly
plus
what's
by
happening here.
Yeah, very good plus here.
Yeah. Grotchaton not going to be able to signet. Does get the cancel on it, so we'll still have it. But, I mean, Flash and Grotchaton should probably just leave this, no?
Yep, they will.
Continue to contest it. Yeah. As long as they don't give up mid.
This
though, I
kill
guess
is
it
pretty uneventful. They can snowball it, but right now it doesn't really matter. The kill in mid is a bigger deal. The Renegade dying there basically frees up the Mesmer Thief to do what they want.
Yeah, and what they want to do right now is outnumber the Condi Herald from Blue Team onto Waterfall. Completely neutral map where we saw Blue Team holding a double cap there. I mean, again, I was just kind of saying that. I mean, do they just lose that double cap because they push into far? And should they have just stayed on their double cap, do you think?
Blue Team?
Yeah.
I mean, they just tried to salvage a lost fight, basically.
Yeah.
It's better to just cut your losses, I think.
I kind of think that the pushing too far wasn't the bad idea, but the problem was more that one of the refs was staying close, so they created like a 4v5 on the map. So they pretty much got one shot in mid and they lost far, and now they get snowballed again.
Yeah. Fair enough. At the moment, though, red team going to be able to really just completely neutralize things until Corey gets picked up. Flash caps that for free. Scare going to leave him and just start contesting mid. Grotcha not in this fight, though, over at Waterfall. Lich coming out from Nezio, so they're going to have quite a bit of damage here. Phantom a little bit low off to the side by Toxic, but Nezio and Ulysses both going to be pretty pressured. They didn't have their support guard here for a while. He's there now, though. Is it going to be in time?
Just pay attention to Tenebrae here. He's just pressuring the Mesmer the whole fight. They don't have damage.
Yeah. It's just for Thief, really, and he's not going to be able to do it alone.
Should be a signet on this, I think. The Scorcher signet.
Interrupted.
No, he got ruptured. He will get the second signet, though.
Again, though. Yeah. No, he almost got interrupted a second time. That was close. He actually had stand your ground. He didn't use it. I'm kind of surprised by that. But either way, signet is going to land. Corey's still capped up. It's only a 40 or so point difference here, so I mean, that's obviously very easy for them. Oh, wait, Crotchdown might get the kill on the Thief, too. He almost gets him. The burn takes, he does.
He got
Support
it.
guard takes at the Thief. Wow. I mean, obviously, he was
But the
very
signet
low.
again.
Oh, signet,
Here we go.
Yeah.
The nope button right there.
No, he gets interrupted. Really nice fear there from Nezio. Excellent job, and now he's
Is
not
that
going to be able to...
corrupt?
Yeah.
Must have been, I guess.
He's not going to be able to
Nice.
do it. Oh, and he's in the fear ring, too. He's not going to be able to get it. Oh, he does. Wow, he had stab there. Obviously,
It's a very important 1v1 on Quarry now as well. Mesmer versus the Rene. Right now, Tenebrae's in a good spot. He's done very well, but we know this matchup can be rough for Rene.
Jane wins. Is going to be evaded.
Oh, if he gets the heal, he got the heal. That's it.
Yeah, that should be Tenebrae. Oh, staff 5? I don't think he has much else, though. I don't know. Lysy coming over. Yeah,
And Nissi will just confirm it.
Oh,
Nice.
That's
Very
a
well played.
beautiful dodge. Wow, that was a nice jump dodge there. And Flash coming in. I can't believe he's
What a
staying as long.
play by
Phantom
Tenebrae,
solo too.
What a play.
Wow. Tenebrae staying alive. He's going to have his heal the barrier from Flash.
Channeling
no
his inner
shot.
Azers there, dude. That was
Yeah.
nice. Good
That
shit.
was very nice. Tenebrae doing an excellent job kiting for his life. We thought he was dead immediately, but nope. Gets that jump dodge beautifully. Gotcha now going to be a little bit low as Lacey makes his way over there, but Flash again should be there in time. And Corey is about to give the lead here to Unexpected Challengers. Gold plus, gold 3
Here's
plus.
what you're seeing, Roy.
Struggling.
That's literally it. It's just the Mesmer's under control. He's not making any plays. He's stuck. He's trying to make something happen, but he's just not getting anything done. And the map just snowballs in favor of Blue. They're now in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, do you think, is this really just to Tenebrae kind of playing around this Mirage a little bit better? Or
Definitely,
do you think
yeah.
there's
It's a
something
huge
else that's
factor.
going on?
100%. I totally agree there. Like, you could see when they were kind of in the losing situation, where they got like one man down on the map. The Mesmer tried to go from far to like close now to like decap, but Tenebrae completely chased it and pretty much locked down and then survived the 1v2, and pretty much he's the reason that Blue Team is still in this game.
We're starting to see him getting a bit free again, though, so we'll see what happens in mid here, but this could be a kill on the Necro.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, sorry. Decap coming out there on Corey, and red team will move ahead again. I mean, holding down this middle node, I've talked about it so much on Legacy is really important, and I feel like both teams haven't really done a great job of holding down middle node so far. They've been playing around sides a lot more, which is obviously a fine approach if you can do it. Nezio almost getting taken out here. Shroud going to keep him alive. Flash is there as well as Ulysses. Grotchaton, though, not really in the vicinity. He's making his way over now from far, but is it going to be in time? Nezio is going to go down. Ulysses low on top of that as well. Lysy going to be a little bit low. Can't pressure that very well. Grotchaton goes for the
There's
Signet.
the
Gets
Signet.
interrupted. There's the Flash. Transfuse into the Signet. Really
Nice.
nicely done. Really good coordination there from those players. But, I mean, they've lost so much time in this. The double cap ticking for a really long time for Red Team, and they haven't gotten a kill, but they've gotten the caps. They've held the caps. They've slowed blue team down significantly, and they've taken the lead back. I mean, it took blue team so long to be able to build back up and finally overtake them, and then it was just pretty much taken away from them immediately.
Yeah, it's actually hard to say where that lead got built from, to be honest. Not sure. Not sure what's going wrong for the blue team here.
Yeah, Phantom V gonna be a little low on mid, but will be taken, or not taken out, excuse me. Nascent scare there to peel for him. Blue team do get Quarry. At this point, though, 3 minutes left in the game. Getting close to a 100-point lead here for red team. Tenebrae putting quite a bit of pressure on a Phantom, but I don't think it'll be enough to really do much. Torment stacks starting to take him out, but Nation there for the heals. Waterfall now going to be the next kind of point of contest there. There's going to be an actual team fight. Nezio very low. Grotstone does not have Signet. Yeah, the burst coming out from Phantom, even pressured, is going to be really good. Nace going for the stomp. Grotstone for the hard res, but it's not going to happen. And now
the score Necro is miserable right now. He's not having a fun time this game. Mesmer Thief together on him are just giving him real problems.
And, obviously Scourge kind of being, so prevalent, so strong now. We see it in almost every team, either Menders or Carrion. Do you think that Core Necro has a place, as a second Necro here in a lot of these? Or do you think it should be maybe swapped out for, obviously they're already running double rev, right? But I mean, maybe a Thief, right? Maybe Mirage.
There's so much. You can pick X 1v1er in the last spot. There's a lot of options right now.
Mm-hmm. And do you think there's something that they'd have more value from than Core Necro right now? I mean, as you just said, he's obviously having a bad time, but
potentially Hollow, as Floody mentioned before. They could Weaver even. It's not bad. Like there's lots of 1v1 options right now.
I definitely think that the best pick would be like Proch Hollow because it can team fight way more and a bit more.
Very hard to plus as well.
Yeah. Nace pretty low here, RF forced, but I don't think it's going to matter. There's the triple cap from red team here. Nace might go down. Scare a little low too, so it's Phantom, but I don't think it should matter. Wait, no, there's the downside on Nace. No res potential there. Actually going to get the stomp. It's going to be Flash who does it, so that will be...
Yeah, I mean, I think all you're seeing... All you're seeing here is they lose fights, but they're already onto the next plan. That's Mesmer Thief gameplay, They lost mid. Who cares? We have sides already under control,
At least it does get taken out, though. Phantom pretty low, too, but I think it's probably
the timer's against them right now. It's really against them.
I mean, maybe Lord Rush, question mark, but probably not. Yeah, it's going to be a game almost certainly there. Gold plus 3, Gold 3 plus even, is going to be taking the game number 1 on Legacy into the unexpected challengers. Not a bad showing from them, but definitely not as strong as maybe we would have expected. Still,
yeah, I'd actually like to rewatch that in a way because I'm not actually sure where that went so wrong. Everything was under control and just suddenly snowballed out of control. I think it was free caps, honestly. I think we just had a few free caps maybe given to the Scourge, and I don't know, they never got it back, it seemed like.
I just want to address something, by the way, guys. Yes, minecart, you're not allowed to just sit in it for the entire time you're in there, but you are allowed to jump into it and then jump out of it, and that is what Flash was doing. So there was no minecart abuse. You are allowed to go into it. You just cannot sit in it for the entire time that you're on the node, because it's very difficult or almost impossible to be dislodged from it, and that is the reason that you're not allowed to do that. But that is not what was happening there. He jumped into it for a moment, and then he jumped out, and that is absolutely fine.
I think just
to clarify that.
I think this game really went out of control on Waterfall, actually. Like, around the time when the mid fight was going on, like mid actually got given up as the Guardian kind of rotated away from that to try and support the Waterfall. But by the time he got to Waterfall, Badaka and Izzy and Phantom actually had already got the cap, and then like the Scourge was planted there, and mid actually belonged to the red team there as well. Like the Core Necro had pushed to the Core Necro actually pushed over towards the Quarry. As well, so like the fights were like really weird. Like blue was spread across the entire map, and red kind of had a bit of a stranglehold in those 2 nodes, and they couldn't really get it back from there. And that's where the game, I think, went out of control there. They weren't able to get back into it, and yeah, just too many kills with the Mesmer Thief. And I think the Guardian, I think the Mesmer and Thief there of Izzy and Phantom V, they did a really good job of outmaneuvering the Guardian in particular. By the time Grokton got to a lot of these encounters, someone had died, right? And he gets the Signet a lot of the time, but then they just like nuke him again, right? They just blow him up immediately as soon as that player got back on his feet, and they were able to actually confirm those kills fairly effectively. And just like that massive damage output and just the momentum from the condition pressure of the red team was enough to just make it so that the Guardian was not able to restabilize those encounters.
Can I ask you guys a question?
What is the question?
Okay, who do you think was top damage on red team last game?
Definitely Badaka.
It's Scourge, probably. I mean,
Mender's Scourge, top damage.
Well, I mean, he probably was fighting for actually 15 minutes, though, to be fair. right?
Really?
A lot of the other players. I mean, it does do a lot of damage. It does more damage than it should. But
dude, what I'm saying is, do you remember we had this conversation before where Quaggans were playing Carrion, okay? And the argument was like the only argument you can make for Carrion is it's more damage, right? But Mentors does good damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I mean, it's also just that everything you do, right, is basically node pressure, right?
Yes.
There's just so many AoEs.
Multiple target hits
especially
every
'cause
time.
You're basically running double wells, you're running breach, obviously all your shades, your marks on staff. I mean, it's just so much AoE pressure. And like Teapot said, if you're fighting the entire time, obviously there's more burst damage on the the thief and the mirage, of course. But if you're fighting that entire time and it's all a lot of it is condition, not all a lot of it, excuse me. Obviously it's powered with menders, but there's still conditions ticking, right? It's just. Yeah, you're just fighting for 15 minutes
I mean,
constantly.
end of the day, you're
hitting
running around with a
people,
25 might stack Scourge, Like, you're going to hit hard regardless.
Yeah.
You don't need Carrion, I mean, that's just how it is.
Yep.
Might is a pretty good boon. I think
It's not bad.
Renegades can testify to that as well.
Not anymore, feels bad, man.
Yeah. Do you like that? I like balance changes like that. Like, the might duration 3 seconds. How about 1 second, right? Like, surely at that point they have to stop playing it, right? Like, the trait has finally been deleted from existence with a 1 second duration. It's CMC's favorite number because he's number one, just like the amount of the amount of seconds you get from Vindication these days. Okay, and I imagine that Red Team is probably pretty happy about this map, right, guys? Like, they're probably happy about this. They're going to have an easier time, maybe out-rotating. Of course, we are going to see the same trick here from Denezio. He's probably going to use the Worm, like we saw versus the Quaggans, to try and counteract some of the mobility here. But, Gold 3+ have got to be confident. With a Thief and a Mesmer into no Thief on Colosseum, they've got to be feeling good about this map, right?
It's tricky. It's tricky. It kind of depends on how the Mesmer does. It goes both ways. This map is very good for roaming, but it's also very good for kiting out numbers. So it can go both ways on that one. Yeah, I mean, opening splits wise, again, it's really favoring Red Team again. I'm not sure why they're not playing 3 nodes, the Blue Team here.
And we actually do see that relog. In fact, it's not Prot Hollow, as requested by Floody. It was the grenades, in fact, here from Riken, which actually is a brilliant thing, because I believe Riken actually did originally play Engineer before. He played like Engie and Kondirev, so that will be something that he's comfortable on there. Let's see how that works. I know he's not getting it. He's really scared of the decap now, and that does actually allow Gold 3+ to get an outnumber on this fight and really push Trickle, and they're going to get Tenebrae immediately. Is there a signet from Grafton? I think there is. Yes, there is. There it is. Great res there. Surely the Hollow's got to get involved here, but is it going to be too late? That's the question.
This is not how you play around Thief at all. This is exactly what you don't do around Thief. He's gonna leave and he's gonna get decapped straight away. This is
He's gonna run for Fado.
This is not how you play around Thief.
Now, he's going to skip that and trade a decap for a decap. However, Isaac actually was shut down a little bit there by Tenebrae. However, Tenebrae now in a very scary 1v2. Flash is going to come and try and peel for him, but the DPS output here onto the Toxoworm is going to be massive. I think he might be going down here. That damage from the Mirage is absolutely insane. Can Flash stabilize
I'm not
this
sure.
fight here?
I think he's going to stabilize it. I think he's fine.
Yeah, good kite there from Tenebrae too. To get back on that, and yeah, they are actually going to be able to drive away at least the Mirage and then the Thief. And they're going to turn around the aggression too. Phantom V in trouble. Has Blink and gets a Mirage, gets a Mirage Mirror there, is able to escape fairly effectively. But Blue Team have now found themselves the map advantage.
Now we see the value of Hollow. Is it going to be able to win Kondirev? I'm not too sure, to be honest. He's already struggling on far.
We don't see him.
It's going to be difficult.
They actually got like the better part out of this starting scenario, but now they fluked. The Hollow is pretty much gonna die now. There's no way that he actually disengages from the situation. He might get resustained by the Necro that's coming in, but it's gonna be very hard.
It's going to be a lot of condition pressure there for a Grenade Hollow. And once again, Flash really putting in the work here, trying to stabilize, but doesn't even find it, in fact. And in fact, Izzy is maybe even looking to get a full cap here versus the Toxic Worm. Might be taking this 1v1 into the Renegade there. Meanwhile, the Hollowsmith is going to fall there. There goes. Is there a transfuse there? It might be in a moment. There it is. It should come through very soon. But no, the stomp from Phantom V is good. And Flash is now going to be, he's going to have to leave here. I think otherwise he's going to end up locked in this 1v1 versus Scare, which is exactly what they're. And Tenebrae does does end up falling there. Badaka finds that kill. Growlthorn does not have Signet. No, he actually does. There it is. Here comes the Signet, and he is going to find that. But there, as another valuable resource has been used, and it's a triple cap right now because Growlthorn was forced to rotate away. And Nace free caps mid right there. They're probably going to end up having to concede the line at the very least, but they're going to get themselves a buff, and then they can easily retreat back to mid to think about how
I think they're going to kick themselves for going hollow here. I don't see the reason at all. He doesn't have a good matchup into anyone here. What's his theory process behind this? I have no idea.
Would it have been a better play to go with the prot hollow there instead of the nades?
Definitely.
Because, of course, the grenades is more of an aggressive build. Of course, you know, if you're Zan, you can 1v1 on it, but not, you know, maybe not the best idea unless you have mechanical god skills. Both buffs.
I don't even think Zan can do it, to be honest, at this point.
Wow.
It's in a bad spot.
Unfortunate stuff there. Both buffs have been secured. The Hollow will be able to deny the decap there from Izzy, but Gold 3+ looking to push this fight before the Necromancer comes back in. Scare maybe a little bit defensive there, watching for the decap there, maybe for a cross. It's not going to happen, and it's going to be a perfectly even fight on mid instead of that. But honestly, a lot of the key players here from Gold 3+ are here, and Growlthorn already taking some fairly heavy pressure.
We go again. Riken's just AFKing on far. It's going to lose him the game if he continues doing this.
Yeah, this is not... you can't do this. It's a 5v4, and even though there is a very strong team fight from the unexpected challengers... Oh, look at those Condis. That is absolutely vile. That is disgusting. Oh, and the buff coming through for the Gwent Stomp. There it is. The kill on Growlthorn has been reaped, and blue team, they're going to have to rethink their strategy here. Riken he's still on the line there, and we're trying. Tenebrae's trying to move away. He's looking to get there, but no, immediately obliterated here by Scare and Phantom V, and he's not in a good spot. He tries to deny the cap on mid, but he's not able to do that. Another kill. Oh, Tenacious actually gets res before the sword buff finishes him. Hey, Transfuse is pretty good ability, guys. It really is, but the Toxic Worm is going to fall without the support of the Scourge, and Gold 3+ looking very commanding here, getting a proper snowball there. Just as the blue team respawns, they find another kill, making it a 4v5. Honestly, even a 3v5 right now, because
they're just lost. They don't know what to do. You know, the thief is able to do basically whatever he wants. I don't know the reason why he's playing hollow. I think he's got a shadow trap now, just going to make him stay there even longer. And if he decides to leave, he's getting decapped straight away. Like.
That's a tricky spot here. So just a 100-point lead, so there's still time for blue team to adapt and try and come back into this game, but it's certainly not going to be easy. Gold 3+ are playing very, very well here. They know exactly what they're trying to do here. Phantom be in a bit of trouble, but should be able to get to Nace here, I think, to get reset. But actually, no, he's not. They kind of they run past each other, in fact, a little bit unfortunate. Oh, I think the Signet should come through.
Kill on the Mesmer though, but
nice.
No
good Signet. Good Signet there from Nace, recovering that. Now, Scare isn't... Oh, this is a 1v4 here until Nace comes in. Can he hold? He can't. There's no Signet now, so perhaps a little bit of disjointed gameplay here from the red team, but when you've got a triple cap, you can afford to have a slight mistake, like a slight kill like that come through there. The Thief able to get the line as the Hollow pushed towards middle, and the Hollow's not looking too healthy either. Badaka under heavy pressure has got nothing left pretty much. May end up dying. Can Nace get here in time? I don't think so. No, he's not. I think they've got to be a little bit careful about that. Like, they kind of bled off 2 kills there, which probably should not have happened, but they are able to once again grab those buffs themselves to give themselves a bit of a lifeline here.
This is a window back, but I'm not sure what blue team plan to do here. They need to snowball this. They can't just stick around mid. They need more kills. Yeah, it's tricky. Riken's in trouble again. He might drop here. No heal. He's dead.
Nace falls, though. Tenebrae and Flash might be able to finish that. I don't think that can be revived there by Scare. No, Tenebrae gets that stomp out. But yes, as you say, on the other side of the map, that kill is matched by the Hollow dying. And Growlthorn is in a really bad spot. I don't think any of his team can actually get here. He's almost certainly dead here, I think. He's got cooldowns. Heal skill interrupted. He's got renewed focus. He's going to have to try and pop it to survive. Maybe he can try and port somewhere, but no, there's no target for him. Oh, the Hollowsmith has now respawned, but I'm not sure if I see this Guardian surviving. No, he's going to go down to just as the Hollow arrives, and this is looking very scary. Maybe he can somehow hold on. He's kiting pretty well here, but the damage from the Thief and the Mesmer is too much, and he goes into the downside, and the Hollow cannot revive that. The fight on the other side is raging, but it's the Mender Scourge and the Guardian of Nace and Badaka. They're holding very well. Even the Kondirov there as well to kind of top off the triple trouble there. Oh, Growlthorn is going to end up getting finished off. He's even getting bled out there. And the Hollow, again, is just in these terrible situations where he's actually... the Thief is going to leave and let the Mesmer just go for the 1v1. No, the Thief's just making sure that Growlthorn wasn't self-resing. Is going to come back to try and finish off this Hollow. Even though blue team do have a 2-cap right now, things are looking very, very scary for them because they're almost certainly going to lose another player.
I think blue team are kind of in a good spot right now. Mid, I mean, at least is pretty stalemate, and they're in a winning matchup on far as well. I don't know. I would rather be blue team in this scenario here. I also think Riken's gonna live. He's gonna get his guard back soon. Yeah, he's fine. He has Elixir S. He's not gonna die here. So they're gonna get a free cap here potentially.
Well, Isaac comes back there to take this 2v2. Bit of a scary 2v2 with the support going. They're very nice shield 5 there by Nace. Actually ended up decapping Dragon. And actually, in fact, Scare forced Tenebrae away from Node enough to neutralize that as well. So that's very nice. Like, the map has been fully reset. And in fact, there is a kill on Nace, though. And Flash is going to get that done. Oh, no transfuser airborne. But
that 2v2 is not good for them. They're going to struggle in that 2v2.
Yeah, and the Lich, I think that might be the end of Badaka here too. And
he does have the cloud to deny the Lich.
Ooh, and he's got massive and Well of Corruption. Can he hold until Nace comes back, though? He may well be able to on Mender's Scourge. He might have to give up the node or at least give away a few ticks because those condies are really, really going hard right now. Nace is back. Can he make it? Is there a signet? He may die here. Okay, he's got to get this signet. Oh, no, he can't make it, I don't think. Oh, just 2 seconds too late off the respawn there from Nace. Phantom V arrives to try and contest. Scare in a little bit of trouble on mid. Actually, they do have the full cap, but he is 1v2. Nace
there's no point to contest this. He needs to just leave here. What is he concerned about? It's not his job to be holding nodes here. He just leaves, comes back, and 1v1s after and gets plussed. This is much better.
It's certainly getting a little scary right now for Gold 3+ is Scare a bit out of cooldowns. Nace is here, but it's still a 2v3, which is always going to be scary. I think Izzy should be able to get the decap here on the line, which having said that Toxic Worm ports in and won't find it. Both buffs once again secured, sword and shield. For the red team, but the gap is closing. The 2 nodes on the side have been gathered by the blue team, and they've got pretty good positioning here as well. Like
they're playing much better around the Thief now. It's struggling to make plays.
Yep, and that's exactly what you need to see, and it's interesting to watch these teams adapt and try and figure things out there. And you're not really seeing the problem that we saw at the start of this game with the Holosmith being very much left out of the action. And look at the posturing here on the map there, the double Necro blocking off the Dragon with the Guardian Renegade, and actually, as I say that, actually, the Holosmith has an incredibly unfortunate event there. It gets exploded by Thief and Mesmer
Grouch
Burst.
wasted the Signet as well. That's not good. That's really bad.
Tenebrae here now as well. Of course, we are seeing mid going to get outnumbered. Their Scare is going to be 1v2 into the Scourge and the core Necromancer. We're probably going to need to see a response there. He won't be able to hold that for very long. But if they could kill Growlclaw and then move away, that would be amazing. And they do exactly that. That frees up the Thief.
Back into it,
yeah.
Sure.
They can now try and get back to mid. Scare is doing a great job of holding. Tenebrae is going to come in and try and accelerate his demise. There's no glint heal, so Red's got to do something about this, and they are doing that. Nace arrives, but is he too late? He may well be. Is there a signet? Yes, there is. Stability's up. And there is beautiful rotation there by Nace arriving just.
Yeah, Nace is rotating really well, actually, I have to say. He's always where he needs to be at the moment.
Yeah, exactly what he needs to get done, getting that revive. And 415 points here for the red team with a 2 cap and with Badaka planted online. That's not really going anywhere. All they've got to do is hold on mid. In fact, would you like to see one of the rotational cards just like free decap Dragon right now?
Yeah, they need to spread out a bit. They're committing too much to mid here, especially on node as well. They're really stacking up for the AoEs.
That's a bit scary. And there's still the Thief is maybe going
for
the
gonna lose both their bunkers here.
Yeah, the Mesmer and the Thief are going to go for it. But yeah, Nace, Scare are both dead right now. Of course, the node is going to be ticking for a little while longer, but no longer. And in fact, they missed their opportunity to decap as well. They're going to have to actually kill the Holosmith first, which will take some time.
This is going to be on Riken to big play this. If he manages to live here, this is absolutely huge for the blue team.
Ooh, he's taking a heavy fight.
He got his heal off.
Flash is here. 2 cap is enough. Yeah, he actually holds. At least for the time being. Now, Scare is here as well. So now that might be too much damage, even for the Mender's Scourge, to hold on there. Izzy looking for a decon mid, and that will actually lock Growlclaw here. Oh, no. You're absolutely right, Floody. We actually see Badaka die. Oh, no. Has Gold 3+ thrown this game?
I think so.
Oh,
that is really hard to get back into this one.
Izzy
it depends on Flash. If Flash lives here, they win this game.
There's the triple cap. Flash about to tick out, but Growlclaw ports in. He's here. And I think that's a hold. That's it. They actually get away with this. The unexpected challengers. Oh, what a heartbreaking game for Gold 3+. They nearly pushed all the way 2-0 into the grand finals. But it's almost impossible to win from this. They've got to decap everything. Izzy might be able to get mid, but they haven't got very long whatsoever. They've got 20 seconds left in this game, and I don't think that's enough. With the Scourge, the Guardian, the Holosmith here, and of course the core Necromancer Necromancer on the line. That is going to be the end of that. It's not yet over for the upper bracket for the Unexpected Challengers. They make a miraculous comeback, and they're going to push it to the full best of 3. Right now, there it is, 1-1. What a game, actually. What an interesting clash of styles.
They figured it out. They just needed to rotate the NG better than they were doing at the start, and everything became so much simpler.
For sure. As soon as they saw
Wow.
the NG leave the side nodes, it was pretty much a whole nother game. Like the Necro was side noding then, like Nizio. And the NG was pretty much free to rotate into the third node, which he mostly pushed against the Mesmer to force him to play defensive, so the Mesmer couldn't make plays. And Ise was kind of forced to like +1 because like the Mesmer is in a losing matchup with the Nate Solo. So he pretty much negated the impact of like mitigated the impact of like 2 players on the whole map. So Nate Solo definitely was a good pick on that map, I would say.
Yeah, surprising actually, because I think the matchup against Mesmer is pretty hard for Hollow, right?
It definitely is. I mean,
Yeah,
you
can easily mess that one up, so he must have done very well there to live there at the end.
But even if you don't play against the Mesmer, you can still go into the team fight, do a lot of pressure, because like, as you said, like previously, the Scourge, for example, only has 1 stun break. If he hits a nice CC combo, he can definitely swing a full team fight around. And like, even if he were to play against the Condurev, he has a good matchup. And versus the Scourge, he can also do a lot of pressure until his team arrives. So it's actually a kind of a good pick.
Okay, and we're actually not seeing the Unexpected Challengers join up yet. Could they have something special in store here? Well, so far we're seeing the double Necro, the Scourge.
Oh, it's double Necro.
Whoa!
Wait a minute. Who? Oh, wait, no, that's never mind. That's what they've been playing. All right,
These
okay,
innovative
sorry.
strats, Roy. This is incredible.
Wow.
Whoa!
I hope you, Frey and Flood, I hope you guys are writing this down. Double Necro. All right, it's yeah.
Well, I mean, I have to say
Sorry.
actually though, like to Floody and Frey here, like from the perspective of players in the invitational bracket, like are you afraid? Do you fear these teams? Like, do they look scary? Like, even from the perspective of teams playing in the invitational bracket.
I wouldn't say I'm scared.
Wow!
Playing against them. Because, like, they don't play like triple Mender or some bullshit.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, like the Worms always play triple Mender, so we're fine. Like, it's fine.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Well. Maybe not for long.
Maybe not.
We could-
Oh no,
yeah.
no, Roy, no, not again.
No, but I mean, I something that like has stood out to me is that like so many people, obviously, people were talking about the Menders, amulets, and stuff before we started here. But I think something that I haven't seen as much as maybe I was expecting is that not every team is playing double Rev. And I mean, obviously you don't have to. There's definitely options. I mean, we see one team playing Mesmer Thief, right? And that's, I think, pretty good alternative to it. But are you guys surprised at all that we've only seen Ventari Rev, I think maybe once or twice. We've seen, obviously,
Like Roy, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just address this because I feel like the game needs a wake up call. Okay, Ventari Rev has 1 knockback with a huge animation. Use your eyes, and it's useless. Okay.
Oh, there you guys have it.
Yeah, I agree.
Ventari
I
Rev,
mean,
yeah, sucks.
there's
Yeah,
one
no, I mean,
downside. Like, you have
Yeah.
to have effect LOD enabled. That's kind of...
Yeah, then you can't see
I
anything.
actually, I do agree. I think Ventari Rev is pretty easily.
It's niche.
usable,
It
I
has
guess.
uses. I'm
Yeah.
not going to say that it's totally useless, but like it's people vastly like over exaggerate how strong that
Yeah.
build is. It's not that strong.
I think it's more frustrating to play against.
Yeah,
than
it's definitely
it's
annoying to
necessarily
play
good.
against, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of the times I feel like when I see it being played, people just don't really play into it well, or they don't play around it
Yeah,
well. And I think
exactly.
that's what ends up
They
making
think,
them
oh, I
lose.
need to kill this. We're outnumbering 2v3, But like, no, you
Yeah.
don't. Just leave 1v1 it and
Yeah,
plus one it later on when it uses heal.
But
Here
nonetheless,
we
I appreciate
go.
Frey. Ventari Rev sucks. Stop playing it, everybody. Frey
Exposed.
said so. Here
It's
we
official.
go. It is the upper bracket finals. It's 1-1. It's coming down to this final match on Forest. Gold 3+. Coming out here on the red side. On the blue side, it's going to be the Unexpected Challengers bringing it back at the last moment there on Coliseum. Let's see who's going to take it and head to the upper bracket finals and who's going to be knocked back down to the bottom for the first time.
A bit of a cheeky
Side
opener
notes.
there from Scare, actually, because he's able to get to mid. Is he going to be able to get that node full cut? That would be very nice if they could. Izzy going close there, but no. Graugthon ports up, is able to intercept the Revenant just in time to hold on to that. And let's see, how is this going to go here? So we are, once again, we're not going to see blue team make the same mistake they did last time. They're going to immediately start moving their... Actually, having said that, no, he changes his mind. He's going to stay there. Really scared of the Thief. And this could be a good start here for Gold 3+, because they do have that armor now. It is a 5v4, so they should be feeling golden. Oh, no! Dude,
so much Condi pressure onto him. He's going to be very low. Does get the resistance off. Nace pretty low as well, but they're going to turn the damage back down onto Nezio. Maybe Breach is going to be dropped on the node. They have lost a decent amount of pressure there, but Tenebrae now getting very low. He's going to be out-pressured here pretty hard. It does look like the red team is starting to get the damage back. A nice pull down there. Unfortunately, there's just not enough follow-up damage on it, and the sustain is still coming through onto Tenebrae. He's now full health, back from where he was almost 1%, but he doesn't have that many cooldowns left. Scare going to be a little bit low here, though. Lich coming out now from Nezio. Scare into the shield 5 is going to continue to heal himself back up. Lycee a little bit low. Can't commit to this completely, and it's actually going to be a beast going the way of blue team while all that was happening.
I mean, they're literally winning this fight 4 versus 5. I'm not sure what the hell is happening here.
Yeah, that probably shouldn't be happening. Of course, the team fight composition from the blue team is incredibly strong here. Red
just wrong focus targets. They're not focusing the core guard. If you have an outnumbered scenario, that core guard needs to die. And he's not mobile. It's a free kill if they just go for him. But I think I don't even know who they were focusing in that fight. The damage was just so spread.
They might eventually be able to force the node here at the very least. However, Nezio going to try and get it. He is actually going to force the decap there. He gets the decap versus Scare. And unexpected challenges, like what looked to be a pretty unfortunate situation. They've made the best of it. Now, red team do manage to grab mid, and it's going to be Badaka and Nace versus Graugthon and Flash in a hilarious, endless fight there. However, very wisely, it's going to be the Flash rotating away over here and going to kind of force Gold 3+ to decide what they want to do here. Phantom V in a 1v2 versus Ulysses and Toxic Worm, so he's going to have to get the hell out of there. However, red team do actually find themselves with the advantage on the map because of this. Like, grabbing that middle node, like, once again in all of these games, is going to be so important, because that's where you can plant your Mender Scourge and just let it have a wonderful time.
Yeah. Just again to kind of highlight this, I really liked the choice from Ulysses there to get that beast while that team fight was happening. I mean, Frey said it perfectly. They were outnumbered on middle node. They didn't lose it, and he was able to just get 25 points for free.
I mean, they were winning outnumbered.
Yeah. So I mean, and I think part of that is just that Lycee was having some trouble getting involved, right? He didn't want to go straight into the fight because he was worried about getting blown up, which is fair, but he just wasn't really getting value from being there so much. Toxic Worm now going to be taken out kind of in Rhodes here.
Yeah, just a 1v1 versus the Mesmer off point, got plussed by the Necro. Just a good play by the Mesmer there. He's also now freed up to go on +1 henge.
They had
think it's a free decap though.
Yeah, they really struggled to secure the kill actually, and Graugthon rotates, and instead of going for the signature, says, you know what, I'm just going to, don't mind me, just decapping this node real quick, and is able to do exactly that. Now, the Corner is going to be 1v2 here. The Gluttony will now been used, so there is this period of vulnerability where the Revenant can die, and is going to have to at least concede the node there. Can he even survive this? He does get his heal score, so he is okay, at least for the time being. We'll have to see how his shield skills are, if he's going to be able to hold on here. No Gluttony, of course, for a little while, but Darker and Phantom V are shoving that away. However, the double Necromancer here from Flash and Denezio is very oppressive here towards Gold 3+, and the Guardian of Nace is simply going to leave to actually try and match on middle, because otherwise Izzy will eventually just have to, he can't really do much into the Guardian. He won't be able to kill that in a solo situation. Ulysses actually going to try and hold on here, and Tenebrae coming back in here, not having a very good time actually. Might go down again. Tenebrae is going to die once again to Phantom V, and that is going to leave the Condurev exposed again, and with the Thief coming in, this could be 2 very important kills here secured for Gold 3+.
They should let him bleed there. He was in a really bad spot. That should be a long bleed. There's no Guardian around. There's no threat of Signet. That needs to be a long bleed there. They do get the fight though, so it's still good, but they could have punished that more.
Flash comes in to try and stabilize the Condurev. The damaging onslaught is still going to be coming through there. That surely is going to be the kill. It is. Can Flash revive that? Surely he can't revive that. No. He's got double wells. Tenebrae comes in so he can maybe put some stability, but no, the Scourge is actually incredibly precious himself. He's got to be careful not to die. I think blue team have got to be very wary. If they lose any more players sequentially at this, it could be a massive tempo
they need to
swing
move Grotch. Grotch is stuck in mid.
Grotchaton he's stuck at mid. First he was 1v1ing the Thief, then Scare came in and freed up the Thief to rotate out, and
he will die here.
He
will die here. This is a bad
with the Mesmer as well.
Yeah. Tenebrae is there, so he should be able to help heal for him. But with Nace and Lycee coming in right behind him, Grotchaton forced down.
Or Tana will die. They have free choice of who they want.
And I mean, they just get the mid cap anyways. So it's I definitely think Grotchaton he needed to leave. I mean, he shouldn't really have been there. I think after he got the decap like 3 minutes ago, he should have just left. There was no reason really to stay. And and try to.
They've done
continue
well
that
to live as
right
long
now.
as they have here, though, to be honest. But that, yeah, they needed to get the Quaggan in that fight any way possible.
Isaac going to try and
We see
sneak past the
now-
Necro even, but no, it's not going to find it. But yeah, Toxic Worm with very low corners does get his heal. They're kiting from
Tene is
Graphiton
playing
and
super
Tenebrae.
good. He's playing
Very
really well.
clean. Very nice. I mean, like, see if he can hold on for a little longer. They now have their Scourge here too, so they can probably stabilize from this position in the game. And I think we're going to go once again. We're going to have to see rotations from the red team to try and avoid this like big blob
Mesmer Thief
situation.
need to leave. They need to get out of this fight quickly.
And they're going to try and push for a kill again, maybe, or at least try and peel Nace out first before leaving here. Like, Nace getting absolutely trained right now, down by the entirety of the team fight setup there. From that very nice port, actually, to get away there. Great little move to disengage a bit. I think, yeah, we are going to see Isaac leave, and that is a free decap there as well. Great mobility from the Thief is going to shut that down. But the thing is red team going to be able to successfully disengage and kind of defuse this fight on mid?
They're getting the decap on far as well.
I mean, yeah, at least he got that free decap as long
Nace
as
is
he.
fine.
I don't know why at least he's staying there. Nace are going to get taken out.
He
there.
just
I
wants
thought
the
maybe-
portal. He's going to portal. He's going to go find the Mesmer, portal him in, and then come plus it probably.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. But obviously, it does mean they give up mid and potentially
Yeah.
kill. They can continue to contest it with Scare, obviously.
he's
but
gonna
Phantom
portal in
gonna
now,
be
probably.
pressured. Tenebrae obviously needs to get peeled off. At least he's here, so if they can.
He's out of
find
range
the
though.
kill
I don't think he
Tenebrae.
knows. He's out of range for the portal.
He's spamming it.
He's spamming.
Oh,
still out of
he's
range.
still doing it. He's still going.
going to be so annoying.
Oh, no.
Oh, where's the range? Oh, he's so low. The stealth.
Okay,
can
they
keep him
got
up.
it,
There
he got it, he got it.
Oh man,
Holy shit.
just the last moment.
would have
too.
been
He's gonna
so
get the
bad.
decap as well. Let's see. Now going to be able to get Phantom out of danger. Wow, that was nice to watch there. Phantom's okay, but I mean, is he going to be able to live? He's now going to be 1v3, and there's Spectre Ring on top of him. He ports out, but he's feared. Toxic Worm's
nice
there.
disengage.
Yeah, I don't think Tenebrae's going to
There you go. That's
Miss
Miss Thief gameplay, by the way. Even though they just got everyone away from middle with that play.
Yeah.
That's all they did. Just
and
bait
they
them away.
kept mid too. They no one decapped mid. They were too busy trying to chase down Phantom, and then
And
he just ports
Badarka's
across
actually
the map.
making good pressure here as well in the 1v1 against the Condor. This
Yeah.
could be a free plus.
That was such a nice rotation there. Badarka maybe goes down, but I don't think so. They're gonna have Lacey and Phantom are there gonna in time. Ulysses might even go down. Grotchan coming in, but it might even be too late with Nace there already as well. Flash is there after Nace, but I think Red Team are just ahead in this at this point. They're just rotating so much better. I mean, the Thief and the Mesmer are just doing so much work right now, and I mean,
Again,
we saw it on-
Grotch is just not in the right spots there. Again,
Yeah.
this is really a problem.
Yeah, his rotations definitely have been a little bit slow today for sure. I mean, although the counter to that, of course, is just Nace is rotating really well.
Yeah, no, I think Nace is doing very good, and Grotch needs to step up a bit here. They might kill Badarka here, but I just don't think it matters. There's the 6
Signet.
and he's up.
Yeah.
And you see, this is where Scourge Core Guard is getting so much more value. The Core Guard on the blue team is doing nothing in this fight, but these guys are holding 2v3. This is
And
just
Isaac is free
way better
reign.
rotations.
Free
And
cap
this is
here
doing
from
whatever he
Isaac.
wants. Yep.
As well, very nice. And Tenacious are actually in trouble in this 2v2 as well. Phantom being scared, pressuring hard, might potentially be able to force out the Signet. No, in fact, Yarton arrives in time. So they're probably going to have to try
They
and
need to
bump
not
this down a
greed here.
little
They
bit.
don't need to take this fight. They can just chill. Like this is a one game at this point. Just leave mid. Yeah, Scare's gonna die. If he dies here, this could be really problematic.
Yeah, he does
Yeah,
go
Phantom's
down.
Phantom's gonna
he's-
greed for the cap. This is not the smart
Phantom,
move.
yeah, Phantom has been
He's-
doing
he's
this a couple
better.
times. We saw him do it on Legacy as well. He overstays after the fight's pretty much lost. They should get this kill on him. The problem, I think the really big issue that blue team has, though, is it's way harder for them to confirm kills than red team, right? Because they have Tenebrae, but that's basically it. He's the only one who can essentially
Yeah,
chase
he has to do
kills
some
down.
heavy lifting to make the kills work right now.
And
Yeah.
he's playing out his mind. You absolutely said this. He's playing really well, especially on Legacy. I think it really showcased how well he's playing. But it's just that, he can't do it alone.
Look at
And the
Nace,
rest
dude.
of his
Nace
team
is
are
just
getting
everywhere.
out-rotated.
He's literally
Yeah.
everywhere. Such good support.
I don't
Yeah.
really think that Phantom is overstaying in the fights. He's pretty much
Yes.
keeping the enemy team busy, so he can wait for his respawns and then pretty much negate the value that the enemy team gets.
But
Oh,
Darka
that's
and
double
Izzy
kills
both
here.
die, though.
Yeah.
In fact, in that scenario, which is very bad. And if we're going to see a beast play come out here as well from Toxic Worm, Tenebrae, to try and bring this back. Those two kills are potentially significant. Now, there are only 80 points left in this
They
game.
just need Red just grabs boss here. They've got time to work.
Yeah.
This should be fine.
and
They have 3 people.
Mirage will kill it quickly as well. Like, it will kill this very fast. So we do say a steal
Not
here
sure
could
what-
be scary from Flash.
I'm not
but
sure
it's-
what Scare is on point for. What's he afraid of? Like, He's just standing there. Okay.
Ooh, this
Yeah,
steal
I'm
is
not
He
really
worrying.
should be
This guy
helping.
should
He
get
should be
involved.
helping this B skill. I'm not sure what
This
he's worried
piece is
about.
pretty important. Wait, if blue team steals this, that would be
They-
big.
ooh,
They
no!
don't
Got it.
though.
Nice.
They get the beast on the other side. 40 points now for red team, and all they have to do is bunker down on this node. I mean, if blue team can wipe them very quickly here, that's a lot easier said than done.
This is going to be Thief Valley, unfortunately.
Menders.
Issei now has
Yeah.
free reign over 2 points. He can just stealth up and get whatever he wants. So he's going to put
Yeah.
portal mid, and he's going to go back to close, and he gets
Yeah.
2 decaps for free.
And,
Nothing the Renegade can do about it.
and
A lot
Tenebrae
of
is
damage
also
on
unable
Mace.
to push into the fight there as well,
Oh,
of
the
course.
stealth actually kind of messes him. Nice, right? The Renegade doesn't know. Yeah, this is game, I think. They need a full
Yeah.
wipe on mine here, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, and Ulysses can't port. He doesn't have sheer on, so it's going to be a lot harder for him to chase the Thief. Grotchan already going to be really low into this fight. That's going to be game. I'm pretty confident Thief, like you said, probably his free reign. Nace is a bit low, though. Nace is going to go into downstate. Not sure if there's going to be a res. There's a breach
But they
on the
need
node.
to hard wipe this. It can't just be
Yeah,
a
15
few.
points
They
left.
need
The
to kill
stomp comes
everyone.
out onto him. Lich coming out from Nezio. They're looking to try and finish this right now. Thief hasn't gotten a cap yet. He just gets the decap. The decap's starting to come out in the mine, but there's 10 points left. Badarka gets knocked off as well as Scare. It's just Phantom and Scare now. Badarka's going to be in downstate. Phantom forced to point out. It's just Scare now on the node. He is very low. Doesn't have heal. Do they have a
Die
knock in
unknown.
time? It's a
That's
couple
big.
points left. Can they get the decap? They do get the
They're gonna
decap
get
in
the
time, but
decap. That's big.
and mid's going to be contested. Wait a minute. 6
Oh,
points
no.
left. That's not even 1 kill enough. Badarka being blood on mine. Are we about to see an even stronger comeback from these teams?
I mean,
in
the
very
Mesmer's
end
getting
of this
henge.
match?
The Mesmer's getting henge. They need to answer that.
Phantom
Yeah,
V.
Toxic
Oh,
Worm.
this is coming though, actually. Oh, this is coming. But Darka's still bleeding out. Surely not.
There's no
Wait,
way.
Nace
This
nearly
would be
has it.
insane.
Oh, it could be a big knockback. No, doesn't get the knockback there. Izzy looking for a kill somewhere. Actually can't find it. Phantom V into the corner. I don't
Wait, Nace
think...
might die too.
Oh, no.
Available. But Nace
Okay.
is very, very out of position for the first time, really, that we've seen, and very low. I mean, blue team has to play perfectly from this point on. There's
Yeah,
nothing that
there's
they can do
there's no
wrong, or
mistakes.
they lose
Can't
the
be
game.
mistakes
But
there.
it's about 100 points left.
Wow.
I don't know.
This is actually...
Double
I think,
cap.
I think this
looking
is
good for
scary.
Blue. It's looking good for Blue
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
They're
very
all in
scary
good
for them.
spots. Everyone's in the right spot here.
But 2 kills is enough. Scare going to be pretty low, though, on the node. Trying to contest it. It's just going to be up to the Core Guardian now on the node. Flash is coming in as well. Grotchan's still here. Nace not in this fight as of yet, so if they find a kill quickly onto one of these red team players, that might be a kill
Oh, they need the
confirmed
mine.
there.
They can't get decapped the mine. If they get decapped the mine, it's really problematic.
Yeah, it's much harder. 2.5 minutes, though. There's plenty of time for them to do this. Phantom going to be a little bit low over at mid. So is Lycee over here. Toxic Worm coming in. I mean, they do get the decap at mid, but it's just
I
going to be
think
Tenebrae,
this is where
1v2.
Misty's going to take over again. They're
Yeah,
both pretty free.
yeah.
They'll get a +1. They're going to
Ooh.
interrupt his heal. Oh.
And Tenebrae
They're gonna
dies
get him.
here. But Groud's
close.
not here,
Grotchan's
actually.
there, wait.
Oh, his
he
port
failed the
failed.
port. Oh no, that's so
Oh,
bad.
that's terrible.
Dude,
But I
if he
think
gets,
he still
he
comes
still
in
can get the
time.
Signet. He still can get Signet. Nice.
he's got the
10-8.
heal as
10-8
well.
honestly needs MVP.
What a
if they win this
beast.
game.
Yeah. He's still alive. Wait, Lycee's actually really low as well. The
Yeah,
damage
he's
from the
1v2.
Renegade turning it around. I
Nace
don't
in
know. It's going to
trouble.
be hard. Nace is going to be going down over at Henge as well, potentially.
renewed
They
focus.
haven't gotten the cap on it yet, but that's going to be the forced cap there.
Beast.
Wait, Beasts are up.
Beast. They got to go. Yeah, I think they've got to go for it.
I
They
don't
have
know. It's
to.
a risk because if
That's
it
so
gets
risky.
stolen,
That's so
yeah,
risky.
if it gets stolen, that's
Ooh.
a game.
They have
They
big
just
outnumbers
need.
on
They
mid.
just need a node. This
Yeah.
is so risky if they got Beast here.
But the thing is,
They're
I
just
know.
trying to play around.
I don't think they can
If
break
he's gonna
these
die mid.
nodes.
Oh,
Yeah.
10-8. 10-8 is playing out of his mind, dude.
Nace is here, though. Signet available. Not going to get interrupted, I think, so he is going to be able to get the rally there. Grotchan now going to
They
be a
have
little bit
to.
of a
Yeah, they're going
They have
Beast.
to, they know
They're
it,
going
they
for it.
know
They've
it.
got to do it.
Games on the Beast.
Yeah.
Badarka and
They
Scare.
have missed Thief. You would assume the red team should get this. They have way more
Oh,
spike
Nace
damage.
tried to port, but
Here
it
we
didn't work,
go.
unfortunately. Nace is still trying to
Izzy
port, but
here.
Nace just can't get it.
It's literally honest. If Issa gets this boss, it's game.
Here we go.
See what
25
happens.
points. It's ticking down. Here comes the spike. And they
Oh, he
find
got
it.
There you go.
They-
Well done.
They do get it at
Oh,
the
that's
last
heartbreaking, dude. That's actually
second.
heartbreaking.
Oh
tried
my
so hard.
god! I mean, that's
That was
such a shame.
so well played
the
at the
blue
end, dude.
team, though. Oh
Dude,
wow!
if I'm
but
Tenebrae,
yeah,
I'm rage quitting this game. I'm out. I'm done.
yeah. Oh
What
man,
more could he do, dude? What more could he do? Honestly.
that's wow. I mean, no,
Okay, like
they
even-
just. They didn't have the thief to steal it. They didn't have the, good steal. I mean, Tenebrae had to steal it, I guess, but yeah, just right off the mark.
Okay, I gotta say, even though like Tenebrae's team lost, like he's definitely the MVP out of this whole series.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
he played
he's been
really
playing out of his fucking mind. Like he's been carrying them on his fucking back, on pretty much all of the maps. It's actually insane. Like he was kiting for such a long time. He was actually channeling us.
And it's hard to storm as Thief as Renegade. Like, he's playing
Yeah,
it very
sure.
well.
He
Yeah.
definitely was.
Out of his mind, some people would say.
A
yeah.
lunatic.
Yeah. But that unfortunately is going to be the go-ahead there. That was just upper bracket finals, by the way, guys.
Oh,
that wasn't
yeah.
even grand
Yeah.
finals.
Oh.
Yeah, we still have another match or two. So we've got the match before the lower bracket finals is about to end. Yeah, still waiting for these people to ready up. These people,
These
Everyone to ready up.
players.
Yeah,
Ooh.
these damn players.
Now, we actually see a switch up here. Flash
yeah,
going to be
yeah,
playing
yeah.
Thief instead.
Yeah,
So-
Flash. I mean, this isn't the first time we've ever seen Flash play Connie Thief. In fact, I think Flash was one of the players who stayed with Connie Thief
Yeah.
for a really long time.
Yeah.
Sure.
When it wasn't as strong. But dropping that Scourge. Although, there's Nezio. I mean,
No, here it is.
they have another Necro player. But this is the first time we're going to see these guys not running the double Necro. What do you think is? I mean, is it because this is Temple and they just want the Thief, to be able to rotate, or do you think there's a different reason that they're swapping off with the double Necro?
Yeah, it's pretty good here on paper, at least. I mean, DH can struggle with Condis quite a lot, especially burst Condis. He's not playing Bassi Venom, but that would also be very, very good against DH. The Mesmer as well is pretty vulnerable to a heavy spike from Thief. It's not the worst idea. I'm not sure. I still think I would favor the double Necro over this, but we'll need to see how it does.
We'll see
I
how it goes.
I definitely like the idea of playing Thief because, in the past, Fly has always liked to play Thief on this map because, obviously you have to split for all of the objectives and shit like that. So we pretty much have a good chance of dueling the Mesmer, dueling the enemy Thief. That's pretty much. You can also duel what else could you do? The enemy DH especially.
Yeah, it's mainly the DH. That's his probably best matchup. I'm assuming that's his reason. But equally, they beat them before with the old comp pretty convincingly, I'd say. So I'm not sure if they really need to counter the DH, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, they weren't on Temple.
True,
I don't remember
true.
the exact games. But I mean, that would be my initial guess is just Temple.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we go.
And there wasn't a Mendes
Best
Scourge
of
either.
3. True. Best of 3 lower bracket
that's it?
final
Okay.
coming up. It's going to be the first game here. It is the unexpected Challengers.
It's a good point,
getting
Teapot,
knocked
but
down.
that's a good point. We now have a Mender Scourge. Wait, is he playing Blood? Let's see.
Is he?
Dude, he's playing Blood. Oh,
Oh,
He's
he's at full
committed.
He's playing the
potential.
build.
He's
Full
full
potential. Here we go.
All right, but here we go. Game number 1 coming out. Split's going to be paying attention to both their side nodes. A little bit of progress here on middle node. No one committing too hard as of yet. We'll have to see how this red team plays, having a Thief instead of the double Necro. Obviously, they'll flash a very confident Thief, especially on this Connie spec, so he should be able to pilot it pretty well. Initial damage starting to come out. Now there's going to be a breach dropped by Nezio there on the node. Try and push them off. We also see him running Well of Power. I think the first time we've seen anyone running that. He's going to go for the double well setup. Grotchton already taking a bit of pressure. There's some damage from Thief onto the Holybeard, though. The support there for Quaggans. He's going to be pretty low and kind of forced to stay away from a bit of this fight, kind of allowing, I think, Grotchton to heal back up. But there's the RF forced out of Grotchton now, so that is going to be a lot of resources used there by the red team as well. Still,
Team
team
fight
gonna
going
end up
much
getting the
better, though, to start. So it's a much better start from Blue.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
I
It's a
wonder
mystery.
why as well. Rachidon still getting hunted down, and he's actually going to get taken out. No Signet available, obviously, because he's the one who has it. Wait, Ulysses and Nezio get caught in the top 2. That's 3 kills coming out. Cornel. Oh, he showed up big right there. That's going to be a complete wipe for the unexpected challengers. That was a little bit unexpected for them.
That's
I think.
Tyrone right there.
Decap.
That's a Tyrone.
New
play,
Tyrone.
Yeah.
New Tyrone.
Cornel challenging his inner
play. No,
Tyrone.
never mind. Screw
Yeah.
Tyrone. That's a crown
Yeah.
play. Nice.
Whoa,
That's good shit.
all right. All right, Cornel is the new name for DH, but
Cornel.
either way, yeah. Cryrone is going to be showing up here. Toxic Worm
And he's
now.
down too.
He might be able to
Goes on
kite
two.
Mesmer and Thief, but he can't kite 1
Nice
versus 3.
cleave. They have
Gotchon,
the
though,
poison.
coming
He's
in with
fine.
the
They got
Signet.
it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get the Signet there, or rather, he does land up at the poisoning and negate it from happening. Spin to win on top of that as well from the traps, and it's now going to be Flash with the Ulysses.
But we have the Connie Thief
There's a
into
triple
DH matchup, which could be rough.
Demolition and Zenvo is still
Wait,
here, so
they're
they're going to
leaving?
be able to support him. Yeah, I'm not really sure why they're all leaving this.
This was a one fight. Why
yeah.
are they leaving?
Yeah,
They
I
wanna
don't
kill
know. Oh,
Grotton,
I
eh?
guess they want to
And
kill
they get him.
Grotton, and he dies. Wow.
Okay.
I guess. I mean, that's something. Although it still looks like they're leaving, but they're actually kind of just spawn camping right at this point. Nezio's going to come out of spawn.
I mean, I
No
respect
support
it,
guardian
dude.
because he's in the dirt. Yeah, 100% respected. They give the temple, but they get kills.
They just want kills.
Nezio dies here.
Oh, that's a
Although,
big play by
really
Tenebrae.
nice knock. So much
3-man
damage on the
knockdown.
Cornel as well. The
He's
F2
gonna
interrupts as
kill
well. He dies from fall damage.
Oh
He
my
immediately
God.
gets killed.
Tene comes
Demolisher
again.
now is going to be out on his own barrier for days to keep him alive. Holybeard as well for the peels. Fortunately, they didn't throw away too much on that, but Flash gets a decap on mid, so Flash keeping his team alive for another moment. about 40 seconds or so until the first buff will come up. Flash, if he can continue to get impact on this map and get decaps here, Benny might not know where he is, but he is going to, yeah, really nice job from Benny to recognize the Flash.
Wow, Tenacious is causing so much problems. They need to do something about him. He's literally free killing them mid.
Doesn't know that they're going to get that revival either, but looks of that, the res power is pretty
Wait,
good.
no.
No, they actually do get it.
Yeah.
The Dragon's small. No, they're
Gonna
fine.
be able to
They
get
have
that.
defense.
Nizio, though, getting hunted down now. Demolished on top of him. Zinvo kiting for all of his life. There's Flash, though, on the side. The Shadow's Refuge on top of him. He does get the emote. Nizio still really low, though. A lot of damage coming out from the Renegade on top of it. Zenvo still trying to kite.
Yeah,
He is going to be
Signet,
taken out.
he's fine.
Holybeard has Signet available. Should be good. He is going to be able to get that. And Nezio falls as well. So yet again, Quaggans going to look like they're taking
Dude,
the
they
fight.
need
RF
to hit
available for
Tenebrae.
Holybeard.
He's hitting them for free this entire team fight.
Yeah, really good
He's doing
Signet from
so
Grotch
much
as well.
damage.
And Holybeard now out of cooldowns, probably going to get taken out. They're outnumbering this so hard to try to keep their core guardian alive. And at the moment, it is working, but they've lost the map. And wait, Flash, is he getting stillness for free? He does. So that's going to be the double cap. That will be enough to make up the point gains. Alter going to be picked up here for blue team for free. But yeah, I mean, stillness given to them. They're potentially going to win this fight. Zenvo and Holybeard both going to be very low. If they can find a kill quickly here, they will be able to swing this fight their way. And then potentially the map. So much damage coming out on top of this. Grotchon going to be going very low. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Holybeard as well. He's going to go down. The Transfuse gets him up. Holybeard getting to be in down state. Grotchon's going to be in down state. He rolls a rally war. Not going to happen.
got the DH.
Grotchon might live. I think he's going to be taking out Shadow Refuge on top of him. But Grotchon will rally. Nezio, Ulysses going to fall as well. Quaggan swing it back. They lose their Core Guardian first, but it doesn't matter. The damage there is good.
This DH is getting value now. How many cleaves has he almost killed 3 people? Like, this is actually insane.
Still, they've capped Temple with stillness for a good minute now. They've gotten a ton of point gain from that. They're only 20 points behind now, where they were almost about 100 before. So they definitely caught it up. And at the moment, it is going to be Zenvo.
Oh, this is a mistake. They're going to get the rest on mid for free. That's a bad mistake.
Yeah.
Bad mistake.
Very greedy
This
there.
completely
Very
stopped
greedy.
all momentum. That was bad.
Yeah, they're going to get sides though, like Zinvu there, and will then be able to push directly into mid. He's going to have to deal with this Kondirev actually, at least for the time being. They are holding mid neutral, so they are maintaining their lead. But just imagine they're going to be kicking themselves about that one. That's one that you're going to have nightmares about that. If they lose this game, they're not going to be happy about that. That's for sure.
Benny's rotating very well, I must say. This is exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah,
Zenvo needs to
absolutely.
contest until he's there, and then we're in the perfect spot here.
Oh, this might be the first team fight we see Challengers win, though.
They're outnumbering it right now, so they should be winning it. It's more on the blue team to disengage here properly, secure close. It looks like the Thief will get the decap. If they disengaged a bit earlier, they probably could have had a 2-cap off that.
Yeah, Flash, though, I mean, honestly, we said Benny is rotating very well. I think Flash has been rotating pretty well, too.
Yeah.
Every time, even when he loses a fight, he's been getting value by
He's
getting a decap
punishing
on the
them
map.
all the time. Thief's Guild popped. Not going to get any value, I think.
Yeah, no,
Arnaud played
unfortunately,
that
he
very
popped out a
nicely.
little early. Yeah, a little preemptive pop on the elite there. But he's going to stay around for the 1v1, so let's see if he's going to be able to
Oh,
take
he missed
it.
the steal. That's not good.
Yeah, Corneal playing very well. Oh, he gets the F1 before the Shadow
he's
smoke
dead.
screen comes down as well into the Dragon's
Oh,
Maw.
huge.
Completely
Oh.
outplayed him. Completely outplayed
Oh
him.
no, Ulysses is here, but I mean, yeah, he shouldn't be able to get that. Quaggan Corneal is going to be able to confirm that kill onto Flash. Really, really nicely done from him. And blue team still moving steadily ahead. Double buffs coming up for the first time now. I think the knock just got interrupted as well, so he's not going to be able to land
Down
that.
buff,
Flash will
though.
be taken out. Bottom buff, yeah. It's going to be contested, though.
Match
It's going to
by
be Tenebrae versus Benny. And top buff is going to be contested as well by the Core Guardians.
It's still going to be a 2-cut, though, once again, as Crowd comes in there with Zinvu. Zinvu, rather, replacing him, is going to probably try and deny this Capitals is coming in. Might just be able to make it. No, does not make it. However, it will be a 2v2 with the support there into the Condor. So it's going to be very, very scary. There's maybe some slight kill with the Dragon's Maw, actually. But no,
He has the
stability.
stuff. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. I think we're going to see blue team probably disengage. They do actually manage to grab themselves stillness, which is pretty juicy. That's going to simulate a 2-cap, at least for the time being, as Flash was able to find the decom on the temple. So they'll be able to keep up with the 2 nodes there. But they're actually going to try and push this fight here and maybe look for something here in
They
the
just
Condor
tried
and the
to
Guardian.
get a foothold again. They've done well here.
Oh, Ulysses gets split from Grotchon. That was, I don't know why Ulysses went back in. It's a very
got
strange
Glenneal.
rotation. I mean,
They
yeah,
don't have
no,
that
he
much
should be
damage
okay,
on him. It's
actually.
just a
Yeah.
scourge. It's 2 bunkers on him. He's
Yeah,
fine to
I
do
thought,
this.
well, Zenvo was going to stay there for a moment, but yeah, he is going to rotate out as
I don't
well.
I
so
don't
he
like
should be
this
fine.
outnumber by Vernick. He needs to be
Yeah.
moving. This is far too slow.
Yeah, Holybeard going to leave. Corneal is going to be in downstate, but
Yeah,
Holybeard
this
coming
should
in,
be a
trying to get the
Signet.
signet. Oh, what a nice pull by Ulysses, though, to give Grotchon the stomp.
You see, if
That
he
was
left,
very well
if he
played.
left earlier, there, that's a free
Yeah.
rest, and there's no problems.
Yeah.
Zenvo also very pressured.
Yep. We will see the Core Guardian, though, in a better position this time, but he doesn't have stab. He just used it to try to confirm that. However, it's not going to happen. He does have the heal, though, available for Zenvo, so he should be okay for now. Demolish coming in as well from the side, but double cap will get some point gain back for red team here.
They're
Time
2v1ing
being.
lower right now, which is a very risky plus. This could go very badly. I think it actually will. The Condirev should be able to stall this pretty easily. Condy Thief is not that scary for Condirev. He has Pop
Yeah.
Thieves Guild though.
Does have Glen Heal available for it, though, so he is going to be able to shut down a lot of the pressure that Thieves Guild is going to give him. So I think he should be okay, although he actually ends up using it a little late. A lot of the burst was already given to him.
Yeah,
and
very
I think
patient by
Yeah,
the red team though to not heal him too much.
Cornell
absolutely.
played perfectly though. He got decap on far, and now he's gonna go lower to contest.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, but Betty CC'd. Wait, can he? Oh, wait, he's being body blocked. Oh no!
Nah,
He got it. Yeah, nice knock there, and the revive from Holy Beardman. Lovely there, and then he can just leave. Yeah,
But that's the risk. That's the risk they took. They tried to quick +1 the Condirev, and it really didn't pay off. They're gonna have problems now. This is Blue's way back into the game, I think.
Very nice. They just maintained that 40-point lead. They're holding quite nicely.
Flash is going back. This is really pushing it now.
They're going for it again. A massive spike. Actually, he can't get the heal. I think he's going to die here. Oh my god, he actually gets it. Just barely getting away with it.
To get down here quickly.
He's on his way. He should be able to make it, I think. Oh, Cranel dies again. The Guardian being drawn back here over and over again is weakening the Dragon Hunter a little bit on these side nodes. Like Zenvu trying to... He's actually 1v1 into Growth, which is okay, but he's soon, of course,
He will
the Rev is on its way. But Demolish is going to get himself the Temple, so... Things can kind of continue to get stalled there. Oh, Nezio might get top buff, though. Stillness, yeah, he's going to get that for free. That's going to even it out, because it's still a 2-cap there. With Zenvu holding on.
Zenvo is really playing with fire here. He's been 1v2 for a long time. I think he's trying to hold till respawn, but this could really be dangerous. Cranel is close, but he's not yet. He's gonna die if he stays here.
He might just get away with it. Oh, he does die. Maybe Cranel can revive it.
Good spike. Yes, he'll always fine.
The Dragons more? No, he can't do that. There's too much cleave there from the Condi Rev. Oh, wow, this is really heating up, actually. Like, red team are going to slowly get back into the advantage here. Holy Bearer might be able to get here in time to contest, actually, if he can port onto that node, but they're not going to go for it. Ooh, yeah, Flash finds that decap. Meanwhile, the bottom of their basically, they're just going at it forever.
Honestly, really good rotation by Flash.
The Quaggans are now in serious trouble right now. 2-cap down with no nodes to their own name. Demolish will be able to reclaim this, but honestly he won't because Grauthon's here. He will be able to stall out. Not the ideal matchup, of course, for the Guardian, but that doesn't matter when you're about to be in the lead.
In trouble here in mid.
Wait, Tenebrae going very low on bottom buff. Flash is there. Oh, and Flash gets a huge burst on Cornel, but it turns around on the Flash. He's almost dead. But unfortunately, I think the damage has been done. They're not able to get the kill onto Tenebrae, and he's going to be able to continue to contest this, meaning they're not going to be able to get Tranquility, which I think would have been huge. I mean, they need it pretty much at this point.
Yeah, they really do. Although, having said that, Cranel actually finished it. Flash has got to come back. He is going back. Cranel immediately starts to contest. However, Flash will make it. Addition with the Quaggan. But is that enough for the Quaggans to try and free this map up a little bit? Oh, the trouble is that Demolish, he's maybe a little bit worried about the Thief not pushing into these fights. Instead, going to go on the side.
They win. They just have to hold here. They need to not make any rotation mistakes.
Oh, wait, Zenvo goes down 1v2 into Nezio. Quaggan Holybeard is going to be able to get the Signet, but he's so low. Flash coming in as well. There's no way they get this decap, and that is going to be game for sure.
Yeah, I think
Zenvo
so. The Necro is stuck. He can't move.
Yeah, that's going to be game. I mean, wow. Well played to both teams, though.
Yeah, it just flipped on a knife edge, really. Really close game.
Unbelievable here. I mean, there's still maybe there's no real hope here. I don't think they're gonna get this.
They have to hard wipe mid here, and
Nezio's dead.
That's game.
But yeah, Flash is decapping. Flash is decapping. Kondirev is AFKing on node. Wow, unexpected challenges.
Yeah, they're playing well. They're playing really well right now.
Very clean gameplay there. Good stuff there from both teams. It's gonna be 1-0.
Great for both.
1-0.
I mean, unexpected challengers. They want the rematch. They weren't happy about that Beastie on Forest. They want to go back there. Yeah, and I don't blame them. But here we go. Let's. This might be the last game for the lower bracket if unexpected challengers team.
Can I ask you guys, what do you think about Thief there, by the way?
I think Thief on a map like this is always going to be providing some level of value.
I'm not sure. I think the only reason that game was close was because of the Thief. If they had the Necro, I think it would have been much cleaner.
Really?
Well, what value did Flash really get the game? He got a few decaps. You can give him that.
Yeah,
but
no, I don't think you're wrong, but I don't know if it's because of. And again, I was saying, during the game, I don't think Flash played bad. In fact, I think he definitely got some value. But I still agree with Teapot. I think that Thief can be really valuable. But I think that depending on how you play it, something else might be better.
So like, here's the problem, right? They are playing like a full teamfight comp, and now they're playing with Thief. Thief doesn't really have a spot here. If he's forced
Not
to
anymore,
teamfight,
they aren't.
Are they changing? What are they changing?
Yeah, it's Kylo, Flash back on the Scourge, Nezio, of course, going back to the core Necromancer.
I think that makes sense, of course.
It makes sense on Kylo, of course, yeah, and like to go for like the full team fight. I think they played. They did
Scourge
the
Kylo is crazy as well. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, now, but it is a bit of a different story here. Because it is going to be the Mendes Scourge. Because we actually have seen these teams. We saw these teams play on exactly this map, and it was difficult. I think it was actually it was also quite a close game, I believe, actually earlier on between these two teams. Like it was.
It was close, but not for the reason it should be close. It was like more mistakes from Red than anything else. Like if they would play cleaner, they would give so many free caps to Zembo. He wasn't tracked at all. If Tene was shutting him down like he was on, I think, against Phantom V. It would have been a totally different game, I think. So just a little bit on Tene to focus the Mesmer a bit more, and I think it would be much cleaner.
Okay. But we do, of course, that slight adjustment with the Mendes Scourge coming in there from Demolish. That might help them to sustain those team fights and avoid dying, because that's what they were really having difficulty with. They were struggling with just taking these fights effectively. And maybe, once again, as you were talking about earlier, they need to leverage that Mesmer as much as they possibly can to out-rotate this composition. But on this map, a small map, a very linear map, it's going to be pretty difficult to do that for the Quaggans. Yeah. And this could be potential. They have to win here. If they do not win, they are out, and it will be a rematch in the grand final between the Unexpected Challengers and Gold 3+. So this is it. They have to win here. Like, do you think they're going to try anything crazy, like maybe like a really weird opener, like go for a really aggressive push? For blue team, like the Quaggans, are they going to try and throw red team off here maybe a bit, like try something funky?
If I was in their comps now, I would just say to them, Chrono, take the 1v1, don't be afraid, go push far, let Zenvo set you up, and just take free kills.
You don't want to see the DH in the team fight? You don't think he's going to
I
provide more
don't. They don't need to win that team fight. They're trying to. That's what their playstyle really seems to be. I highly disagree with it, but they really like team fighting with Mesmer. I don't see the point. Put someone on sides, take a 1v1. The Mesmer's way faster than anyone else. He can outnumber it, kill it fast, and then move on. And just keep doing that. Go between mid and far, mid and far, mid and far, outnumbering. That's how you play Mesmer.
Fair enough. I guess we'll see how Zenvo plays Mesmer.
He's a good Mesmer, so I trust his judgment on it. It's just, I feel like he could do it, or his team could set him up better, is what I'm saying. I think Cranel needs to... It should probably be Benny, but Cranel can do it too.
I don't know if it's just me hearing this, but it sounded almost like there's a slight echo, Teapot, on your end.
It might be on Discord, but it won't be on the stream.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check that. But yeah. We are just waiting for these guys to ready up. It is going to be 1-0 for Unexpected Challengers into the Quaggans at the moment. If Unexpected Challengers take this game on Kylo, which we've seen them do before, they will be making their way back up to fight Gold 3+ yet again in the final best of 3 for the day. But Quaggans still have 2 games left. If they can take this one, make it to a third, and take that one, then they will be moving themselves back up. But either way, obviously, GG's to both of them, playing very well in that last match. On that last game on Temple, and just overall in this tournament. You'll love to see it. You really do. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's surprised by the swap there, right? From Flash going back to Thief, going from Thief back to Scourge and Nezio, then going to Core Necro. Do you think that Red Team should be trying to think about anything to counter the Mirage, or is just Tenebrae sitting on top of them, like you've been saying? That should be the game plan.
How do you think, Flooding? Yeah?
I actually completely zoned out, sorry.
Wow. Not paying attention, man. Unbelievable. You're fired. You are fired.
Can you repeat that, please? I mean...
I was saying, I love weebs and cat girls.
Yeah,
Thoughts, Floody?
I completely agree. That's...
Yeah, okay.
Good take.
Yeah,
sure.
all right.
Anyways,
here we go. Round number 2 of this match. It is the lower bracket finals. It is 1-0 for Unexpected Challengers. Quaggans looking to make it to a game 3. Unexpected Challengers looking to make it to their next best of 3. Let's see what happens. It's Kylo.
Blue already changing up the splits. They're having Zenvo cap close instead. I think he's going to get away with it as well. Yeah, very good defense by the Scourge just initially to get the full cap for the Mirage here.
The team fight's going to
He's
start
already going
up.
to be under a little bit of pressure here on mid, but he's going to be healed up no problem. Obviously, just the beginning of the team fight. Holy Bear actually looking like he's probably the focus target for red team. He's getting chased down and isolated from the rest of his team. A little bit of pressure onto him. Grotchon going to be the same though. He's going very low, fearing on top of him. Is he going to be able to get into the RF? Looks like he's forced to do so exactly that, but it's going to be the traps catching up Flash. He's going to go down, and Grotchon gets pulled back into it as well. And already, Quaggans starting this off hot, just like they did last game. Ulysses died from burns off to the side as well. Once again, we see a 3-kill.
That
team
was
fight come out
Burn, DH, and Mesmer. And, I mean, I don't know. They're just here to prove you wrong, Frey.
Yeah,
He's like,
honestly,
don't
I
take the
guess
team fight.
Mesmer's the team fight class.
Wait, he's so friendly, though. Oh, Holy Bibban sees it just in the nick of time. Able to deny that. And actually, if Nezio actually, he's in trouble. Could they sort this out in time? No, I don't think. I think Grotchon should be able to signal that. Are they going to go for it? They're going to wait. They have to cancel it. Oh no, I don't think they can though. Yeah, Flash and Grotchon.
Did he use the signal?
I believe he cancelled it.
He didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is
Very good start though. Very good start.
Yeah,
Opening split, much better.
fantastic lead. Yeah, fantastic lead there for the Quaggans right off the bat. And they are, I think they're going to back away from the windmill there. Just play a little bit more defensive. This is very, very wise. Like, I almost feel like Kylo feels like a map, a bit like World versus World, where you can kind of like sit on the terrain and just like shove people away when they try and push into you.
They should be going in here though. They have the kill into Tenebrae. I think that they get more value if they can snowball here, just because, you know, again, I mean, just like Frey said, obviously we're very shocked by what happened there in that first mid fight, but I mean, if they can push onto the third node and get kills here, then I think it's valuable for them, because they don't want to be taking those full-on 4v4s and 5v5s if they don't have to, because they should be winning the outnumbered fights. They shouldn't be winning the even ones as much. So I think pushing onto the third node would have been fine. I do think that it was much.
I mean, Red is playing very defensive right now, right? They can't really move to push, but Zenvo's looking. He's keeping an eye for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they have the opportunity to, I think they should take it. It is going to be the full regroup though here.
5v5 on mid. Are you ready for some deathmatch, boys?
Take it again. I mean, I guess let's see what happens. If they're going to be able to repeat. I mean, they're already about 100 points ahead just off that first fight. Red team taking a little bit of time as they got staggered out there from Tenebrae dying. And they haven't fully committed to this fight yet either. They're kind of dancing around it a little bit.
And
they sent Nezio out afar.
Unfortunately, they're going to lose close here.
Yeah, I think that now Grotchon
maybe they can pay it off by getting a quick team fight win.
Yeah, I mean, they are outnumbering it, obviously. Breach going to be dropped on top of
the Dragon's Ball!
Flash. Oh, it's not going to catch him, though. He has the stability out of it, but that's all of his cooldowns. He has nothing left. They either have to find a return kill or leave this fight. Zenvo, though, he's going to answer the decap at Mansion by getting a decap himself at Far. Nicely done for him. Windmill going to be decapped. Red team will get Mansion completely, though.
I'd like to see Zenvo leave here and just go plus Mansion straight away. He doesn't need to take this risky 1v1. Just take the outnumber. It's a free kill.
I mean, or just go back into mid. Grotchon has 0 cooldowns. He can probably find a kill there. You know, they're still just trying to hold down mid, but yeah, absolutely. Staying in that 1v1 doesn't really make much sense, especially because Benny is now going to be fighting on his enemy's node. You know, he doesn't want to be stuck in that 1v1 for too long if he doesn't have the potential to decap, which I think the Necro probably has a little bit better potential to decap there in this 1v1. That being said, Benny doing an excellent job as always, and it does look like the fight is now going to be making its way from Clock Tower. Red team deciding to bring it over there. They are still outnumbered on this side of the map, though.
Zenvo's going to get pushed here by 2 people. Where's his supports? He can't hold this midpoint.
No, he should just leave.
This is a really big over-rotation by blue team here.
Demolish is going back, though. He might be able to make it in time. Zenvu very, very low, though. Can the Scourge make it in time to keep this node under the control? No.
He's going to die up node.
Ooh, he is 5 Torment. Oh, he does die there from the Torment. However, there could be a good transuse. There is, and that might be all. The CC should be good here. Yeah, the Breach and the Cleave is massive from Flash and Ulysses there. However, actually, Denezio does die over here too. And the Stomp's going to come out there, I believe. He had no Signet available there for Grogton. He actually pops it as well. He burns it. But a good knockback there from Benny, I presume, actually denied it. And in fact, now, all of a sudden, the Guardian, the Quaggan, he gets interrupted on his heels. He's got nothing left. This could be a killer, but Tenebrae,
they need this kill.
Tenebrae flexes that MVP muscle there, gets the CC, denies a lot of the chase onto Grogton there, and he will be able to get away there.
That's not good. Map kind of resets now into stalemate teamfight mid.
Zenvu coming back off them. They're going to arrive at the same time.
Does look like they haven't done a better job of coming back into it. Obviously, now 60 points difference versus about 100 points before, but I mean, again, this team fight.
Not the good Dragon Small. I think Tenebrae's better.
Huge pull from Ulysses onto them. Holybeard might go down. That was such a nice job from the Kandi Revenant on the side of red team. So many low health bars there on the side of blue team. Holybeard does get out with RF and his heal. Still available to him, but...
There we go. This is the movement I want to see. Just let your Guardian and your Necro stall get out, take sides.
That's going to be a kill. Almost certainly on the Core Guardian. Such a good CC chain coming out from the Renegade. Tenebrae again doing so much work here.
They're going to get the hand res. He's up.
They will get the hand res. There's the transfusion. And it's going to get him right back up. Still his signet available. That's literally his only cooldown. I don't know. They should be able to get a kill. Yeah, he's going to go down again. And, I mean, red team now going to be able to take this team fight. It's a much slower fight than we saw when the Quaggans were winning. But now Zenvo potentially going to be taken out. He's 1% HP. Should go down.
This is looking very bad for Blue. They're going to lose 4 people.
Yeah. I mean, Benny might be able to get out. He should be able to. Corneal as well. Maybe he can push towards far and try to bring some pressure there. But a total loss on the side of Quaggans.
Yeah, that's a very, very big loss. Crown actually kind of like sneaks past there. The Connie is going to see that, but Zenvo and Demosh are still bleeding out, and that is going to allow a completely free push from the red team, from the Outspent Challengers, to get onto this mansion node. Holybeard and Benny are here, but they're going to have to hold on for a long time. Demosh going for a self-res. That actually, wait, Crown, that's an insanely ballsy play. Is that actually going to pay off? He actually may well do here. Cranel going to try and counter-cleave it, then go for the hand-res. And actually does get the trap, but no, it is going to end up being the kill there, I believe. Toxic Worm and Nezio should be able to secure that fairly well. But it does at least draw a few of the players away from that. In a way, like, take some of the heat off Benny and Holybeard. But, of course, Demolish will not be back up for a while. And Red Team will soon be accelerating into the lead with their 2-cap to the singular one of the blue team of the Quaggans. Zenvu goes for the decap. He nearly actually gets it there, but, again, he's in a bit of a tricky 1v1 situation. But Cranel going to try and mix up. Instead of just pushing that team fight aggressively, they're going to try and swap it up and get a 2v2 going on here. But with the Scourge here and the Konyarev, that is a pretty tanky duo to take down.
Not a great 2v2 for them. They're going to need to leave this. They could potentially leave Cranel there just to kind of waste time and pressure a bit. But yeah, this is not going to be good. Vernick is coming over too, just to help them disengage. But yeah, it's completely in the favor of Red Team right now.
During that time, Nezio found a decap on the far node as well. They completely, swung the map in their favor now.
Yes, indeed. And as the point gap closes, it looks like it is going to be another attempt at the team fight. And you know, to be fair, can you blame the Quags? Oh, very nice decapitation by Zenvu. That's going to be good. But if they can just avoid dying on mid, that's when they can really start to get some
Benny over here, dude. They're just going to push again. Here comes the Konyarev. Now he has to leave. It's going to be repeat like this, you know?
That's going to be a bit of a tricky one. I mean, it could potentially allow them to get a bit of that meme magic that we saw earlier on.
Granel's coming. There we go. This is what we need. He has a really good start on this 1v1 as well, but he's going to have the heal. If he erupts the heal here, they have a chance.
And that is going to force... It forces the support guard to leave, so there is a potential opportunity here for the Quaggans to get a decent fight here. It's not going to be easy,
They just need to focus the Konyarev here. They can probably win this 2v2.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Let's see if they can make it happen. The damage is going to be high here, but of course the sustain is also fantastic for the Core Guardian and the Revenant there. But, of course, there's a lot of damage.
The Elite Force from the Core Guard.
They're going to go for it. Not much left, actually, for the Core Guard. The heal skill will be coming through soon. Is there a power block available? He actually isn't able to interrupt it. That is a bit of a blow there. The health restored fully there for the Guardian. The node is still neutral, and that is keeping this game unbelievably close. Just 3 points in it right now. Demorsha actually finds himself in a good situation. He's actually kind of holding this 1v2, which is allowing a little bit of map movement there. Of course, Benny had to move back there to prevent any kind of decap there. And looks like the team fight's going to start going. And this hasn't really worked out super well for the Quaggans. Like they weren't able to win that 2v2, and the cap has now come through. If they can get a kill here on Denezio, he's going to precast Signet though from Graukton immediately brings him back up, and that is a really nice recovery there.
Really good communication. He was ready for that.
And it's got to, at this point, it's got to be meme magic, right? Like DH magic maybe to win this fight for the Quaggans. They want to try and take
Nezio is quite pressured. It's a better team fight than they've had before. Let's see.
See if they can make it. There's nothing. I mean, the Necro actually has full shot. I say nothing. I mean, he's got another health bar left. And Cranel actually ends up dying there. Is there potential Signet? I think does he get that? Oh, no, he got interrupted. Oh, that's very unfortunate. And
you're just seeing the strength of a teamfight comp here. They're playing it very well. They're trying to keep it as 4v4, 5v5 centric as possible, and it's working for them. Yeah, it's time starting to run out. 5 minutes left, nearly 400 points. There needs to be a kill or something soon. Like, you know, it can't just be one kill. It needs to be like 2 kills, I think, at least
for the Quaggans to get back. And it's unbelievably close. Just 40 points in it. They nearly have the decap on mid, but there's just too much. Too many AoEs on the point right now. Demolish, 600 hit points there. Holy Beard is here, keeping him sustained with some Aegis. Barrier will come up from Demolish very, very soon. He's going to be able to maybe re-sustain this, but they've got to fight now. They've got to get something done now. They've got less than 30 seconds to cap this, or otherwise they're going to be out of time in this game, and red team will just be able to sit down. They actually do get the kill on the Growlithe there. Oh no, but Flash, is he going to get the res? Oh, he is going to get the res.
He's still low on cooldowns. Maybe if they can get a good spike on him, he's still killable. Zenvo's going for it.
Yeah, they are. It's pretty much everything. There's a heal skill coming up soon. If they could interrupt that, maybe there's some hope here. Can they get the interrupt? They're actually just going to burn through. They interrupt it. And Growlithe does die. Okay.
There's no rest now. They need to make sure this dies.
Okay, Flash is not really available. The Conyard's going to go for it.
Not clearing it.
Oh, they're trying to. The Mez is going for it. Demolish is here as well. They shouldn't be able to get that.
Now they need farm.
Yep, they've got a decap mid. They get it, but now they need more. They need. Okay, Nezio gets caught in the trap. That could potentially kill him there. That's going to kill him. That's over. Okay, so they've got to push this. They need to push it. 2 cap. I don't think it wins the game. No, it doesn't win the game for them here at this point. So they must at least.
No, they're going to need the third one. But they have a big outnumber time. They have big outnumber time here.
Okay, and okay.
With a Mesmer.
And
a DH.
But they don't have mid cap yet either. Like Benny is going to have to.
That doesn't matter. All they need now is just snowball. They snowball this fight, they win.
Okay, here it comes. Growlithe, of course, back off respawn, and so is Nezio. It might be a little bit too late.
Ryken is buying so much time here. He basically completely stole down his own.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too much here. There's only about 40 seconds left in the game with the single cap there, assuming there are no kills. Zenvu solo. Oh, the Lich lands. The Signet's going to come out there. Oh, he actually gets denied for some reason. The res is being attempted there by Demolish, but it's just 10 points. Holy Beardman should get that. He does, but they've got to decap this. I just don't see them getting
so much cleave.
Zenvu dies. Demolish is out, and those 2 kills will secure it. Yeah, Cranel knows it. It's over. And, the Quaggans on duty are going to meet their end at the hands of the unexpected Challengers with a 2-0. But the score is such a lie, Frey. What a lie that was. What 2 crazy close games there with the Quaggans pulling off some absolute miracle moves. This is not the last we're going to be seeing of this team.
They're doing well. I still think they have more ways to experiment on how to play. They're too teamfight centric. They just need to spread more. Let the Scourge and Guard do more work than they're doing, and focus on sides. That's the best advice I can give to them, to be honest.
Finals. That's exactly right. And there is a slight switch up here, actually, with the way this is going to be handled. It is, of course, going to be Gold 3+ versus the unexpected challenges coming up just about now. Actually, we can maybe take a little bit of a break there, of course. Best of 3 there for the challenges. It's going to be a little bit exhausting. Gold 3+, hopefully nicely rested up here. But the system is going to be a little bit different here. There is going to be a map pick and ban system, so we just need to kind of get the teams into the game, and then we can explain that once they have arrived. Let's see, have they already been? I mean, they probably know they're playing. Actually, they probably know what the hell's going on there. At the very least, I would imagine. So we'll just wait until they're all in the game. I'll just go ahead and reset this just to indicate that it's being reset. So the way this is going to work, guys, is that of course Gold 3+ being the upper bracket finalists are going to get the first ban, and then challengers get a ban, then Gold 3+ pick, then challengers pick, and then Gold 3+ bans again, then challengers ban, and then finally whatever is left over is the final map. Of course, out of the standard ranked, well, or rather AT maps, as it were, for what we see here. So let's go ahead and get these teams in here. Once they get into the arena, actually, I can give them a ping in the. Let's give them a yoink in the Discord real quick. Actually, we actually have already seen this match. The Gold 3+ versus Unexpected Challengers. They were able to actually win. They were able to actually win the previous match. Fairly convincingly, in fact. They were leveraging that Thief Mesmer very, very strongly. What possible adaptation are we going to potentially see from the Unexpected Challengers to maybe counter that in these games? Like, what do you think they can do here in terms of re-rolling and rotations to actually make this work for them?
I mean, they ended up winning with Hollow, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was 2-1, I think. I'm not sure if they should go back to that. And it was kind of a weird success. Like, maybe it's good, maybe it's not really that strong. I think it would probably just be better to stick with what they're doing. I think Tenebrae's got the recipe down. Just shut down the Mesmer as much as possible. The Thief just gets kind of, blocked if you shut down the Mesmer. I think they've got it. I think this is probably going to go to the Challengers here.
Oh, the Challengers. Okay, well, so the maps are coming through actually, and I think it's no surprise here, right? Like obviously, the Gold 3 Plus team, they're gonna try and like dodge like the very small maps, the team fight oriented maps. So they ban Skyhammer. Challengers then again, like exactly how you'd expect, they are going to ban. They go ahead and ban Temple, and get rid of that like annoying maps. So they can run their double Necromancer. Of course. And here we go. Let's go ahead and get the Challengers pick. So the pick for Gold 3 Plus is Capricorn. What do you guys think about that pick, actually?
That's the Thief map. That's the Thief map, biggest map in the game.
All right, there it is then. So, and it's going to be a Kylo pick from the Challengers. I think that's we've certainly seen how powerful that composition really is actually on that map in particular. Very difficult to rotate around that, and so it's going to be. Let's see, it's going to be Capricorn's going to be the first thing, then Kylo, and then after the final two bans, we'll find out what exactly. So it's Capricorn, Kylo, and we're just determining the final map very, very shortly there, guys. Now, I do actually have to say, because of course, Roy has actually gone to do some beetle racing right now, which of course we are going to be hosting over to actually after we've kind of cleaned up this tournament as well in a relatively short amount of time. So I just want to say a massive shout out there to Roy. He did so much work here, like helped me out so much with the administration. Things would have been an absolute pain in my cranium, okay, if things had not been there, hard carried there by Roy. So even though we've seen some amazing plays by the teams, the MVP of the tournament has got to be Roy. So we have to, we're actually, Gold 3 Plus rethinking about their ban here, actually. Let's see what they're going to come up with. And because, of course, the map that's left over after all of these bans, these final two bans, will be...
So what do we have left? There's Legacy, Forest, and what?
Forest has just been banned, so that's gone. And then finally the Challengers get to ban. So it's going to be Capricorn, Kylo, and let's see, Legacy is...
Skyhammer?
Wait.
Skyhammer.
Oh, hang on, hang on.
So Legacy, Skyhammer left it.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. They banned Skyhammer.
Yeah, they banned Skyhammer actually. So let's see. Wait, hang on. Have we actually banned an extra? Oh no, it's Colosseum, of course. Colosseum is the final potential. Yeah. So it's Legacy and Colosseum left over. So Challengers are going to be banning one of Legacy or Colosseum. And again, that's exactly how you'd expect. So the map order is going to be Capricorn into Kylo, and then finally it will be a Legacy game there as well. Like, just judging by the maps there, like, who do you think's come out best there in terms of that that order and the actual maps that are going to get played there? Like,
I'm very surprised that Mesmer Thief banned Forest over Legacy. That's a very strange choice. Maybe they're planning to do Lord Rushes on Legacy, but yeah, that's sketchy in my opinion. I think Forest is a much better Thief Mess map than Legacy.
Okay. Well, we'll certainly see how it goes, guys. You had better get ready for the grand finals. We're about to get started here for the EU Open bracket in the Hardstuck Conquest League. Prepare yourselves. Here it is, Revenge of the Capricorn, a best of three. One last best of three between these two teams. One of them will emerge the victor, and we'll be pushing onwards to the invitational bracket, of course, if they so decide that, but we'll also take home a massive share of the prize pool and inscribe their legend in Guild Wars 2. There's going to be a lot of exciting rewards here. Some unique llamas being deposited out there. We've got gems. We've got the community chests. We've got various legendary weapons that I have lying about the place. And, of course, all of the prestige that is associated with winning a full-on tournament. So the teams are assembling. Of course, the classic comp that we've been seeing from Gold 3 Plus is fully enabled. The Mendes Scourge of Badaka, the Condi Herald from Scare, Phantom V are going to be on the Mirage, Nace on Support Guardian, and Izzy here on the Thief. Again, with that Shadow Portal that we've seen been used to great effect as well on certain maps there. However, the blue team, the Unexpected Challengers here, also in the grand final. They have got a terrifying composition they have been using to deal out death and destruction throughout the tournament, eliminating all of those in their path. And I believe they have pretty much had a more or less undefeated streak pretty much throughout the entire tournament. They are quite monstrous, except for, getting knocked down to the lower bracket by gold 3+. But the double Necromancer, the core Necromancer from Nezio, Tenebrae on the Renegade, Flash on the Mender's Scourge. Of course, the Condi Herald again, and then finally Grafton rounding out the composition with the core support Guardian. So, let's see if the teams are ready to go. Let's see if they are ready for action. It's been a long day, but we've got one more
Has been a long
best of
day,
3.
actually. I was surprised. You do this all the time. This is actually long as hell.
Yes.
I am tired.
7 hours. 7 hours of action. Fortunately, it'll be a little bit more relaxed for NA tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, seriously, EU really caught us by surprise. Like, you know, we've talked about this a little bit, but it really is worth talking about again. Like, EU, like, really caught us by surprise with just how many.
You know, the crazy thing is there's like
up.
3 or 4 teams that are missing that are like good, you know? Like Cole's team didn't play. Like there was another team with like Blackjack and Azurdome and stuff. They didn't play, or they got the invitational bracket, right?
Yes, indeed.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, like a few teams got shown. Like we
Turbo Dogs, you know, there's lots of teams that are like just not been playing this tournament as well that could have also been in this tournament. And dude, I can't say which one would have won. Honestly, it's really, really close between these teams right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of very competitive teams here, and you know, you can see that the purpose of the bracket is certainly the purity of purpose has remained intact. We're seeing some really awesome competition, not a lot of one-sided games, like a lot of back and forths throughout the entire tournament, which is exactly what we wanted to see here, and it's exactly what we got. And you know, I really hope to see this continue. And as you say, right, you know, maybe, you know, as we continue to build this event and build events like these, we can actually see even more engagement, like more play, more teams, more action, and just more of everything in general. But never mind any of that, at least for now, because things are about to get started here. The teams are going to go for it, and let's see how the initial splits go.
Tenebrae is not moving.
Wait. Oh, wait, what is... apparently there is a trait missing. Yeah, sure, we can go ahead and restart that. Let's go ahead and restart the game. We're going to have to go through the entire map. There's apparently a missing trait for one of the players. Oh, yeah,
so
the Condi
he's
Rev.
just held up the finals so he can rename his Revenant the Son of Azu Ulu.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. So we're just going to quickly go for a reset. That's fine. Quick reset. We'll just go around again. It's like literally 10 seconds into the game, so I think that's all right. Okay, so we need to reset
prize money,
and let's go. Yeah, I mean that's gonna cost him, right? Like time is money, as they say, and now it's my money. Yeah, that's going into a different price. It's going to NA, in fact. Yeah. Yeah, Turbo Dogs. Yeah, I mean, like I mean, Turbo Dogs apparently is dead, right? Even after Esprit made them a brand new logo, right? I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but like Esprit made like Turbo Dogs logo, but sadly it was not enough to entice them back into the game there. But it's gonna reset real quick and get back to that Capricorn. Then we can restart. The teams are clearly.
I just want to see Dome and Erisik on the same team again, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What a friendship.
Holy shit. That's pretty much worse than putting me with like French guys on one team.
Yeah. Okay.
You and Draze did.
Yeah.
New team.
Holy shit. Mixed fucking red in there.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I mean, like,
let's do you, Draze, Dome Erisik on the same team.
It's always so reassuring to know that everyone in the Guild Wars 2 PvP scene is friendly and everyone loves each other, and there's just
nothing
no
personal
drama.
at all, you know?
There's no drama or personal beef whatsoever. It is all good, and everyone just like has a good time and plays some video games, right? It's you love
I need a nemesis. I don't have a nemesis in this game.
a nemesis. Well, I mean, maybe you'll meet one in the invitational bracket.
Like Flody has Draz, you know, Dome has Erisik. Who do I have? Well, I mean, start beef with someone.
Yeah, you're just gonna start, you know, get a bit of drama going there. You know, it's okay. It could make things interesting. It can make things pretty spicy there as well. Okay, then. So I'll just go ahead and give the.
You know what? I'll do it, boys. I'm a better Condy Soul Beast than you, mate. You suck.
Ooh, Boyce called out.
Stop ducking tournaments, dude, and get in there.
Wow. You think you saying that he's too scared, like 55 scared?
I'm not saying that to you, but all right, that's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Where's 55, man?
You're just gonna leave it hanging, leave it hanging there. And
I'll just leave it there. The people could decide, you know.
Yeah, they can decide on the implication, like what exactly you're trying to get there, right? All right. So then we're just waiting for the players. The trait has now been placed by the Condi Herald here, so everything is in order for these teams. And there we go. The go signal has happened. The Lich. Okay, getting a little bit of cheeky free life force here, it's just, that's some nice fun game mechanics there, like nothing weird going on, but there it is. Here they go. Of course, this is a very big map, as you were talking about earlier, and that will give a lot of room for the Thief and the Mirage to really do their thing and get some work done. But it kind of does have that, like, also secondary element of the Bell. Now, the good news for the red team is that they do have that stalling power. So if they can maybe trap a player, like trap the Guardian on the Bell versus, versus something like versus Benny or something like that, that can be a serious problem here for the Unexpected Challengers. But if the Unexpected Challengers are able to decisively win those Bells, they can really have a strong snowballing effect as the game progresses.
Opening splits wise, very smart by Issei. He's really not expecting the push, so he just freaks out close. And I think he's going to just force the Necro to AFK there. Honestly, just going to give them a really easy 4v5 in mid.
Yeah, Nezio is now coming, but as you say, as soon as Nezio arrives here, the Thief is going to immediately go and leave there. And the team fight not actually going very badly here either, for Gold 3+, they're holding it, at least for now. Now, Nace is under very heavy pressure. Renewed focus has now been forced out. But yeah, the Necromancer drawn away there. The Thief just essentially removing him from the encounter. Of course, the Thief is no longer engaged in the fight either, but not a bad opening set of rotations here. Nace in trouble, though. That team fight, and yeah, that is the end of that. Badaka, can they revive that? He's going for it, but no. That Renegade cleave with, of course, the Son of Azuu find that kill. And red team, they're going to have to find a way to actually get around this. Like, the Thief didn't find the decap there, so they weren't able to get that 5v4 that you were talking about earlier. And
yeah, I'm not sure. They had, again, an outnumbered team fight. Just couldn't make it happen.
Yeah. It's difficult. They have to have those outnumbers in the straight 4v4. Ooh.
Yeah, this is the snowball you can have with Necrocomp. Necrocomp can honestly give so much damage on the outnumber. They are really struggling to hold once they start losing people.
Badaka goes down there. Now, Nace came back but was not able to actually get that revival. And now this 2v2 is going to happen there as well. Tenebrae freed up after getting that kill there into Phantom V and Izzy. And Flash coming in as well. Nace is going to be here, but they need that Necromancer to get back here. And the decap comes through. And wow, Unexpected Challengers, they are looking absolutely monstrous right now in this game here. Like, they're almost going to have a 3-cap. In fact, they are going to have a 3-cap here. Maybe Scare can get there in time, but it's not even going to be trivial for him to do that. In fact, he actually may have died.
He's going to die, yeah. Oof. Signal will come through, though. They don't have to cleave. So they should be able to stalemate this. This is one controlled node. And give the Mesmer Thief some room to work.
Yep, Thief's going to get free decap though, at least there. Izzy should be able to get the Bazaar. Meanwhile, Phantom V 1v1 into Nezio, getting driven away a little bit there. Of course, the Necro's got a lot of tankiness to it, to be able to hold on there. Can probably even plus into one of these fights, but it is actually an outnumbered fight. Of course, the Thief being out on the map means that Gold 3+ are going to have to hold a slightly unfavorable engagement, at least for the time being. But Dark are trying to move over towards mid, actually, to maybe distract the core Necromancer. But the Bell is now up, and what is going to be the response here? This could potentially be very good for Gold 3+, because adding a 4th node is going to make the rotations a little bit more complicated here for Unexpected Challenges. And in fact, they actually don't have an answer right now for the Bell. This is maybe a slight
just going to free cap, but I don't think they're going to be here in time.
Gravthon's going for it. He can maybe sword.
Tenebrae will go. I think he'll make it.
Oh, yep, he does. Yeah, just.
But he's used a lot of energy to get to know. This is a good start for the Thief 1v1.
Yeah, it's not going to be a 1v1 for long, though. Although a lot of pressure on the Tenebrae, though, Gravthon should be able to sustain that fairly easily. Some good
he just needs to leave here, start moving the map again. He doesn't need to stay at Bell.
Yeah,
but Scare is taking a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Scare getting a beating. Does have Glint Heal still, though. And with Nace, they should be okay, at least for the time being. Should be able to hold it for a little while. But they are still going to be outnumbered. Now, let's see how long they can hold on to that for. Now, they don't necessarily have to actually win here, but they do have to not die, which is not going to be trouble. But Tenebrae is just going to say, you know what, I'll leave that 2v2 and immediately go for something and finds a kill onto Phantom V. We'll be able to get that stomp out. Badaka Transfuse, no, he cannot get it, just barely not able to get there in time to deny that stomp. Badaka going to instead say, you know what, we're going to have to try and force this issue here and try and get this Bell, or at least draw a lot of players there, because we're not really winning on that right now. And Unexpected Challengers with the 100-point lead, they are feeling very, very comfortable right now. Another decap there denied by Tenebrae. Tenebrae's hungry. He's hungry. He wants this. He does not want to give this a chance. Like getting to the Bell just in time, and also kind of denying that Thief's value. No, he is.
Yeah, but here you go. The Mesmer and Thief set up the 1v1 for each other, and they just plus it. Hopefully, this could be a quick kill for them. Otherwise, we're gonna have problems here.
They need to get this kill.
He's been doing well, though, we know. But Issei's going for the cap here. I don't agree with this play. He needs, he's finally going for the kill, but that was slow. He should be on him the second that he comes to node. Tena is just doing so much work. Like,
Nezio
honestly, whatever happens this game, this guy needs MVP for sure. It's not even a competition.
The MVP has already been called. There was a bit of an outnumbering situation there with Flash, Azul, and Grauthon there for a little while. However, it has now been dissolved as we see the rotations going out there. Scare actually going to leave and go into Flash. Nace staying on the bell. I mean, maybe he can eventually do some kind of like weird decap shenanigans with the shield knockback. But it looks like we actually might see a replacement from Grauthon. No, in fact, he is going to move over to mid because Izzy has actually. Gold Heroes, they have managed to actually reset the map here to an extent.
It's just the strength.
Yeah, they've managed to somehow do that. If they can now regain the momentum, maybe something can happen here. However, it is a bit of a rough spot here for the Gold Heroes because which one of these fights can they really actually get anything done? And it's not going to be easy. Like they have this outnumber.
They need to kill Tenebrae here. They're outnumbering with Mestif, but they're really struggling to kill him. He's just consistently living in a 1v2 against Mestif. I mean, Renegade OP, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, do we need to nerf it again? Like, what else can we do?
I don't know, man. Just remove everything, or just take staff away.
Maybe Renegade only gets one legend, right? How about that? It's like Mirage, right? Like, only one legend. You know, you
wait, what if it's Kala, though?
Yeah.
Then we have problems again.
Yeah, I mean, that might not be the direction you want to go in.
That probably leaves the game if that's the case.
IZ is still getting some value there. The Bazaar will be capped. Meanwhile, the Conrad. I mean, if Scare could maybe somehow win this 1v1 like into that would be massive. But it doesn't look like that's going. Actually, in fact, he might even be looking to lose there. Massive amounts of torment stacking up. Does have the glint heal to survive there. Maybe a quick plus could actually end the Son of Azuu because Son of Azuu is now popped the glint heal, so maybe there's some potential there for a kill. But with Grauthon lurking around nearby, that is looking very, very unlikely. Phantom V getting shoved away once again by Tenebrae. Tenebrae, Renegade just being quite the scourge, in fact, towards the Mirage here, that's for sure in this particular team.
The Mestif are just struggling to get stuff done. Finally, we're seeing a rotation over to the Necros here. This is what they need to be doing, but they just need to do this quicker. There should be a pretty free kill on the core neck here. He's already pressured. I don't think he has a warm-up. Yeah, this should be a quick kill.
He does worm his way out though. A little bit at least. He may not be able to survive much longer. Oh, with Flash here though, that's going to be a little bit difficult. Should stabilize us out. Like Shroud has already built up again once again for Nezio, so he's not under a crazy amount of threat right now.
He just needs to leave again. This doesn't matter. Badaka should probably be able to hold this 1v2. I think. Oh, he's very pressured. He actually is very pressured. Wow, nice free chain. He's actually maybe dies there. Maybe dies here.
Actually, Nezio in trouble. Yep. There's the breach. Transfuse is going to come through. No, in fact, it is not. Wow. Phantom V actually finds that kill there, gets that stomp. So, gold 3+. Are they maybe getting some? Oh, Nace, Signet gets it.
I mean,
very
Nace
nice.
is just always in the right spot, dude. You have to give credit to this guy as well.
Gold 3+ is making this happen, actually. They now have mid. The Thief gets it. The Thief now has free reign to go anywhere. Oh, no, doesn't quite. It's not going to bother 1v1ing. Maybe, actually, is he going to try and stall this 1v1? I believe they actually are. If they could kill Flash and then quickly rotate to mid in time for the Thief to at least deny that node for a little bit, that would be fantastic. They're not going to get that. Good kites there from Flash. But
they're asking us to hold 1v3 in mid. It's not going to happen.
It's not going to be easy. That's certainly the case. Meanwhile, Scare and Son of Azure. Actually, there could be some kill potential here, actually. Like, Son of Azure is very, very low indeed. He's going to get his heal off very, very soon. Nace now coming in there as well to make sure nothing goes wrong here. Flash as well, too. And Badaka making this a 3v2 in favor of Gold Heroes. Could they find that kill? They may well do. Big pressure on the Son of Azure. But actually, they turn around onto Scare all of a sudden. And suddenly, he is the one in a little bit of trouble. Does have his glint heal off here for a little bit there. But Son of Azure actually returns the favor and is always going to get a lot of help out there. But Flash now the one in trouble, in fact.
Yeah, these Condi refs bouncing conditions to each other are just actually killing their own teams at this point.
Ooh, Flash does get, he gets Harbinger Shroud and his heal skill. And that's a lot of barrier to not only him, but also his entire team too. Either gets the decap, is going to go for the full cap as well. So a 2-cap, that's enough to bring them back into the game. But now the full-blown team fight is going to start on the bell.
Scare is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah.
He's kiting well. Nace too.
They're doing a good job here.
Nace is going to drop.
Has he got? No, he's got no renewed focus. That's it. He's completely out. That's
see if
the end.
has the res.
Maybe there's the. There it is. It's going to be hard though. Or double star 5 from the unexpected Challegners.
I assume that will be Bell, but honestly, not too bad. They got a 3-cap from this.
Yep, the Thief is going to stall the Necromancer, so they're going to give up 25 points potentially. Yeah, they're going to have to just concede that there's nothing they can do there, which is very unfortunate. They were so close to getting it that first time. There's all that speedy rotation there with the Thief, but they still do maintain the 2-cap, which, at the end, they map control will be favorable. But actually, they actually missed the double bell too. Like, it would have been double bell 30 seconds ago, but I guess they kind of stalled it out just barely long enough. Oh, does mid get decapped? It does not.
I mean, it's again, Mez Thief holding nodes. This is not where you want to be. Hopefully the bunkers can make it. They do. I want to see Issei and the Mess leave this fight now. Yeah, Issei's already on it. He's already leaving, but the Necro knows about it. They see it. We need the Mesmer to be going too far as well now. This is a good fight, but it looks like he's going to take the team fight instead.
Oh yeah, it's a dangerous trap thinking. I can kill it. I can kill a Mending Scourge, no problem, right? Like we've got enough damage for that.
Signet, then you get him and then Signet, and you're like, oh, all right.
Oh, but Darker in trouble too. Gets a great transfer.
Tenebrae is just giving this Mesmer so many problems right now. Like he can't do anything he wants to do.
He actually might end up dying. He does have distortion, but he's really running low on sustain here. Looks like nice shadow portal there actually. Actually, does the Necro know about this? Ooh, the Necro doesn't know, so the Mesmer could potentially decap.
I don't think Phantom knows either, though.
Oh,
that's just unlucky.
Yeah. Oh, he knows now. He's gonna go for it. He is going to go for it. Meanwhile, Scare holding this down very nicely here on the Bazaar. It's going to be 1v2, though. However, Nace is coming.
Mesmer is pushing in. I'm not sure where Issei is going.
Oh, look at that stun. Look at that stun. Oh, Magic Bullet is going to get it. And now the Mesmer can maybe look for a kill, because Groudon's a bit isolated here, actually.
I'm not sure why Issei is waiting in mid here. Is he setting up a portal? But for who?
I'm not
Strange.
sure.
I think that would probably have been a free plus into the Necro if he just decided to plus that. I'm not sure why
Nace falls here. That's a rough kill there onto Nace. I mean, Badaka is still present, so maybe... Can Badaka and Scare hold until Nace respawns? It's going to be 8 seconds.
This would be a very big play if they can hold this spot.
Oh, it's not going to be easy.
5 seconds on his heal.
There we go. Actually, I think they're getting it, actually. Yeah, the breach is down. The CPC from Badaka. And he gets his heal. Nace is back. That's big. Now, they are going to... They're going to lose mid. Izzy's going to get that. But Izzy might actually be able to outmaneuver. No, he's going to try and hold that. I mean, this is actually very big. Izzy actually going harder. But Darker's going to go down. But he actually holds it. They do get... Oh, they get decapped on mid. There's a bell up as well. And they're going to have to go for that bell. They need to kill now. If they can maybe kill Flash or Son of a Zoo, maybe that can happen.
First and then go to the Necro after.
Yep. Let's see if they can. Conjurer in a bit of trouble. Oh, Glint Hill. Glint Hill comes through just 40 points behind right now. The gold 3+. Meanwhile, the Mesmer and the Thief kind of trolling here. Thief maybe going to go for the decap. Can probably actually outmaneuver the Necro. The Necro... Oh, the Worm's here, though. So yeah, nice
This core Necro is backpointing very well. Like, he's completely denying what the Thief and Mess are trying to do.
That's very nice. They need that decap now as well. Like, 428 points with a single node, the Bazaar. They've got to find that. Now, the good news is that Groudon is a bit trapped on mid. That's not ideal for the blue team here. Like, they could potentially end up losing a fight or losing a player without that, the safety blanket of the Signet here. But I mean, these fights are looking pretty scary, like across the board right now for gold 3+. Like, they're going to maybe try and get a plus. If they could kill Groudon and then push this Mesmer Thief out, that could be fantastic. Here comes Izzy. Can they find it? They're going to go for it. Yep, it absolutely is. Groudon very low. And that is the kill.
No, Issei needs to stay in cap and Phantom needs to move because Phantom needs to start that 1v1 with the Necro. Unfortunately, they're not doing that, so Issei's going to look to plus Bell, I think, instead. He might be able to kill him. It's quite pressured, actually.
Oh, hang on. They're going to get it. Oh, that's big.
That's really good.
That's huge. And Nezio's not going to go for it. That's going to be 25 points there. However, the Necro is going to try and get us. But look at that damage. Look at that spike onto the core Necro fight. This damage is insane.
Yeah, 26k health on top of it, though. He doesn't give a damn about that spike.
Groudon's back. Oh, do they have enough time to stomp this? Because, of course, the Signet we come through. Maybe the Thief... Does the Thief have Steal? He does actually have Steal. But he just popped
response, they're good. But if he don't, he's going to get the
Signet. Oh, no. Oh, does he? He does have it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh...
It's just that insanely high health pool from Core Necro. He doesn't care about this two people anyway. He's got like 60k health. It's no issue at all. But they have got a 2-cap. It's not gonna, no, they don't even. They need this point. They need to decap it. And that, can they even do that? Like, I'm not sure if they can. Renegade, Korgon, of course, the Scourge isn't here, so it's not quite as bad as it could be, I suppose. But it's not that much better here, unfortunately, with the Condir. Like, Nace is going to come for it. I mean, Issei's doing a desperation play here, just trying to get this 1v1, but this is not going to work out.
Maybe a miracle kill, potentially, but it's looking very, very difficult here. 15 points left in the game, 30 seconds. They've got to do it. And actually, even if they get the decap, they only have a minute. This is a very, very long game here, so they need. Oh no, no! I mean
they need Kranel. That's what they need right now. They need Dragons more.
Dragons more, just kill all of them. Yeah. Oh, what a close fought game! Unexpected challenges are going to get away with it and take a 1-0 lead.
To be fair, that was a very big comeback from the red team. Like, they were seriously behind that game. Almost the entire game they were behind. If they could just stalemate that, or not giving them such a good open at the start, I think it would have been their game.
Yeah. Oh. That is an absolute heartbreaking match. They're gold 3+. Just really coming back into it, but not quite enough. Just getting stalled out there right at the last second.
That was their map choice, well, right? I think so.
It was, yeah, and
Yeah.
they're going to have to face Kylo next.
Which, just on history, Blue has been winning pretty comfortably, I would say.
Yeah, that is not good at all. To lose on your own map pick is absolutely not desirable whatsoever. Like, particularly when the next one is one that is incredibly favorable to your opponents. They're going to really have to go for it now. They just got to go all out and make it happen. So, what went wrong there in that game there? Like, for the obviously the opening was very bad there for Gold 3+. Like, what would you guys, like, what's the dream opener? Like, what is the dream opener for Gold 3+ on this map, in this game? Like, what would they really want to happen here?
Okay, the dream opener, in my opinion, would be instantly push the thief towards far, leave the shadow portal, and force the enemy teams to play around the shadow portal. Like, they would have to push the 5 versus 5, and then you could set it up that the thief, for example, portals the scourge out into far. Then they can play like side nodes, for example. That would be like my pretty much favorite split that we could do. But then again, it's Kylo, so it's
Pretty
gonna be
good rotations between two. I think, in my opinion, best you could do would be, or the whole goal for this comp is they need to split up the core guard and the scourge. So a far push is pretty necessary, in my opinion. I would like to see Badarka push, maybe with the Mesmer Thief. Just make a strong 3v3 and have the Mesmer Thief leave that fight as soon as possible, go outnumber mid, and just make the core guard run in between nodes all game. But they're going to be pushing into a core necro, which is not going to be easy to outnumber, especially with Worm. He can always get out.
Okay, then. So it looks like Nace. Oh, Nace is actually going. He's actually role playing. He's going for the slash.
Here we go.
Sit
We got
here.
the Mesmer Thief push. That's what we need.
All right, onto the.
But
core
they
necro.
suspect it. Tenebrai's ready. They know.
Yeah, they do know. And it's going to keep the node neutral for a while. Meanwhile, of course, Badarka is going to get himself that node for free. So, it does actually. Is it? Oh, it's actually not capped just yet. But Nezio is going to get there, and now is going to find that. And this 2v2 is probably not a 2v2 that Red Team really want to take. Yeah, and the thief immediately rotates back to mid and tries to get.
Phantom might get caught here. Not in a good spot.
Ooh, yeah, that Renegade Hornet sound. Nice stealth there, and actually jukes him out a little bit. Is able to go back in that other direction. Red Team, of course, now a little bit ahead. Like, the game is obviously going to be a little bit slow at the start until the players kind of find out where.
Where is Tenebrae? Did he leave?
No, he's on Badarka and Nace. He's on Badarka right now. Yeah.
This is bad. I think he can die here. He still has Worm. Then they should probably be focusing the Worm before killing him because he's going to Worm out here.
He's going to go for
He's
it.
actually
very
one-hitting them right now.
Ooh, yeah, that core Necromancer doing some serious DPS. Tenebrae round is running, and actually Phantom V in a little bit of trouble here. He needs to be very careful not to die. However, Scare is going to come and match that. I mean, mid is still neutral. Gold 3+. They've actually handled this very well. Oh no! Oh, that's a big taunt there. Gets the blink. Oh, Tenebrae, though, he might have a Shiro leap soon.
I think Phantom's going to die. He's going to need some support from Nace, but Nace himself is under so much pressure. I don't think he can help him.
Oh no, he's got no dodge. One dodge isn't enough, man. Oh, and Phantom and Nace both. Badarka, really nice port there from Badarka, but it's not enough actually. Oh, that's not good at all.
But again, honestly, not too bad by Mestif. Isay's got the decap in mid somehow in like a 1v5. I don't know how he just decap mid, but sure. He also then portaled the Condi Ref to far, so they have far secured anyway. So it actually worked out pretty well. It's kind of on windmill now to see if this game snowballs or not. If Badarka can hold here, they're in a good spot.
Nace is already back.
He's getting hard CC'd. He's going to die.
Ooh, there's Signet, but can Nace make it in time?
He's gone.
He ports. Signet? No, it's not enough, actually, is it? No. Oh.
If Nace stays here as well, he will die as well, which is not good. Isay's going to try and buy him some time, but this will make a probably quite unfavored team fight with Thief and Guardian in the same spot.
Yeah.
Isay's already gone. He's going to get mid for free. Honestly, great rotations for Isay. He's all over the map right now, putting a lot of pressure.
Well, and Badarka might make it here. In fact, he is going to make it back. Oh, that was a juicy Condi spike there from Son of Azuu there. Badarka should be able to actually support this Guardian, though, actually. And Gold 3+, they're kind of making it work. Scare solo, though.
In trouble, though. Yeah, he's going to...
Gleneal finds it. And Nezio, does he have Shroud? He has a bit, actually, but not a crazy amount. But Tenebrae, oh, why is he always here? They do not want to see that. Izzy, though, does get it just as Scare gets his heal. And Nezio is going to die. Oh,
Very
Stomp.
good portal.
And Fanavi. Oh, no, the fear interrupts him. And the revive comes through. That would have been an amazing Stomp to get, but the hand res is good from the unexpected challenges.
You see how frustrating this is to play against. They're just like, trying to chase them as Thieful game. This is exactly the gameplay that they need to do. Unfortunately, now Phantom V's kind of getting trained by Tenebrae. And honestly, he's kind of winning the off-point fight, but this could be trouble. This could be a lot of trouble. If they kill Tenebrae here, this is really bad.
Yeah, if Izzy gets here as well, because here comes
He's
the thief,
gonna kill
actually.
him.
Where's Grauthon? Is there position? There is a signet available. Will he get there in time, though? Looks like he will be. Oh, a nice pull there from Scare. They're bringing him back over there. Tenebrae somehow gets away, and Flash gets in there just enough to peel.
Yeah,
Tenebrae is going to go down. Can they?
He has the signet, though. They don't have
he
it.
cancels it. He cancels it.
Wait,
Do they
what?
stomp
Did he
it?
miss?
Badaka stop it. Badaka stomps it.
I think he mistargeted the signet. Oh my god, that's such a big misplay.
Yeah, that's nice. And this, of course,
That's going to cost them a lot of points.
Ooh, well, let's see if it does actually, because like if you the positioning here is kind of okay. I think like Flash and Nezio are going to be able to hold this fairly well. Although having said that, Nezio under a massive amount of pressure. Badaka trying to find the gun with Phantom coming in there. This could be a kill just as the Kondirev is going to. Oh, sorry, the Renegade is going to come back here. Are they going to be able to find that kill? Yes, they are. There is potentially a revival there for the transfusion, but they shouldn't be able to get that. And that is a nice kill there. Grauthon trying to move it there. They've got to stop this actually. They need to stop it. Yeah, they have to. I mean, like the signet was on its way. The signet train was coming through here. Like Red Team, they still haven't found the decut though. Scare.
They're just committing to this Scourge too much. Just leave. Get the other sides. They don't need to be here. It's really costing them.
Oh, they're going to go for Flash here. They're going to see if they can take him out. The damage is good, actually. Interrupt there on the heel sky, I believe.
Even if they get him, they've got the signet. Precast as well.
Precast. Clean from the Frenchman there. Very nice stuff there from Grauthon.
They're going to cross back.
Yeah.
You know, now we have unfavorable team fight. They need to start moving. Play Mestif. Don't play Necrocom. You're playing Mestif.
And the momentum's
there we
pretty
go.
much
We're finally
dead there.
getting them moving here.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, they have a bit of time here. Scare, though, he actually gets pressured heavily. However, Phantom V comes in. He was probably baiting, like maybe forcing Son of Azure to play aggressive there by going very, very low. Let's see if they can actually translate that into a kill.
They need to rub this heal here. No, they didn't get it. He's going to live.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Nace is here as well. And the Thief is distracting Nezio here a little bit and might be able to actually force a bit of an outnumbered situation here, at least for the time being. Phantom V going to go into the Necromancer.
This is it.
Well,
Phantom V is getting free again. He just keeps getting free. This is what they need to do, and this is honestly a mistake by... Crusherton is following. It's probably going to be in time. There's a lot of Shroud. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, he'll live at least for the time being. And yeah, look at that gap. It's just down to 20 points now. It is absolutely closing. The spike is good, actually. And of course, there is no Signet available. And Grogton is a bit low on cooldowns. There is potential that this fight could go in the right direction here for the Gold 3+ team. But the points, they are almost even right now.
It looks like Reckon's going to pick up Windmill as well. So they're just snowballing this in their favor here.
Here's the second Necro.
Tenebrae matching Issei as well. Issei can't get anything done here.
Yeah.
This is looking bad. This is looking real bad.
Yeah, this is very, very bad indeed. It's going to be a triple cap here for the unexpected challenges. Here it comes. Scare going to come back off respawn. Don't think he can make it in time to... No, he can't make it in time to intercept. Oh, this is incredibly bad for the red team here. Like, I mean, what's the comeback move here? Like, just find a kill somewhere and snowball it from there. But that's going to take such a long time.
It's all around Issei and the Mesmer. That's the only playmakers they have on this team. They don't have revs to secure nodes, really. They just need to outnumber and kill things. Sounds simple, but it's not.
A bit too stubborn with their rotations. Like, they're forcing the team fights for way too long, but the respawns just keep coming in. Like, the map is so small that you have to be on fucking point if you play Mesmer and Thief on this map.
They just need to leave these fights. I mean, they had a very good scenario on Mansion there. They got an early kill on the Necro. They just leave that out, leave that in an even fight, outnumber mid. They're literally forced to stay because they're outnumbered on Mansion. But as you can see now, it's just
this is brutal.
Really, this is bunker. This is when bunker meta becomes not fun. You know, this is really not fun to play against when you're in this spot. They have the Condi Rev to hold one node. They have the Scourge to hold the other node, and then the Guardian just rotates in between, protecting whoever is getting outnumbered by the Mesmer Thief.
And the Toxic Worm, Tenebrae, he's going to deny this decat there from the Thief. There's just nothing on the map right now. It's been triple cap for, I mean, it's been nearly been a minute at this point, I believe, of triple cap. Maybe even a little bit more than that. And there's no real opening here. Like,
Crusherton is weak. He should probably be playing around Flash more. He's playing a bit on his own. Flash is going to protect him here.
Oh, look at that. Barrier resustain. Very nice from Blue Team. And unexpected challenges. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe we were. Maybe they're
living up to their name, dude.
Yeah, they are living up to their name. They are, exactly. We're like hyping up Quaggans on duty, hyping up Gold 3+, and they just come out of nowhere. And I think at this point, the game is certainly in its ending stages here, unfortunately, for Gold 3+. Like, they just they had the early game and mid game here, but well, I guess like the early mid game, maybe not the mid game, but look, that end game, the scaling has come through, the bunkers have scaled, the Mender amulets have activated, Grauthon stomping out Badaka, and with that, losing an important player like that, this nice precast on the Signet there as well. Does get interrupted there actually. Oh, actually no, wait, actually burns it somehow. I don't know exactly happened there. Maybe missed it somehow. I'm not something weird, very unusual happened there with the Signet. But
Oh, nice by Flash, really nice. Completely shuts down the kill on mid.
Rares is that. I mean, yeah, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the end of this game. It's just very well played. I mean, like it's like bunkers, tanky stuff. But honestly,
you could just tell they figured them out. They had to shut down the Mesmer. They had to shut down the Thief. I really don't think that this is the best that SA and Baraka and Phantom V have played. I think they've played very well this tournament. This game's not a very good representation of that.
Yeah, I think that, as you say, I think Blue Team, they just played the strategy well. They absolutely nail it down and just shut down that strategy and played their composition extremely well. Very, very nice play here from the Unexpected Challengers. And well, there you go. They may be the challengers, but they may be the Unexpected Champions, might be a more appropriate name in just a few moments. And they are actually dying here. Son of Azul does die as the Toxic Worm Tenebrae respawns, but it doesn't matter because that is the end of that. Unexpected Challengers take it 2-0 after losing to Gold 3+ in the upper bracket. They come back all the way through there, taking out the Quaggans on duty, taking out everyone in their path, and they are going to take the tournament with an absolute lockout of a finale here in the grand finals of the tournament. So there it is.
What a tournament, honestly.
Yeah. Wow.
Super fun to watch. A lot of variety, I would say. I mean, the core of each team was kind of the same, but I love seeing Mesmer and Thief comps especially.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a real market for it. Like, as you see with these games, like, I think it's still higher execution. That's the problem. And genuinely, when stuff is higher execution, you don't play it. You'd rather play the easy or the safe thing, right?
Play the easy mode builds.
I mean, but that's genuinely how it is, right? Like in reality, why make your life difficult when you could just play the easier thing? That is how meta has always been in Guild Wars 2. It won't change. That's always how it's gonna be. But you can still see there is potential. It just needs, proper rotations and good execution, and it works. It really does work.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. It's a fun style to watch. Honestly, is like the Thief Mesmer. It is very exciting, and and as if we actually look at the tournament as a whole, it clearly worked out. Right, they were able to defeat the Unexpected Challengers in the in the upper bracket there as well. So it is just like you cannot make a mistake. It is a very unforgiving composition, right? Like I think one thing that was really of note there is that whenever the Unexpected Challengers would lose a player, that player would respawn before the fight was over, right? And just like, oh, hello, I'm back, guys. And then eventually you end up seeing that the Gold 3+ team, that very aggressive composition with the Thief, it just kind of runs out of steam, and there's AoEs everywhere and they die.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is that they don't need to stay there. They got the quick pick, that's it, now they move, The second that you start sticking around and overcommitting to effectively bunkers, you're going to run into problems. So all they had to do, get the kills, move on, get the next kills, move on. Don't stay too stagnant. They know this anyway. I don't need to say this. They know how to play. I know he's a smart guy.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And obviously very, very well played there to Gold 3+. I really love that they stuck with that play style. They've been really impressing us with that in a lot of the little tournaments that have been going around. The monthly AT, of course, they've been really showing that off and doing some really, really cool things there as well, actually. That's the end of the tournament, guys, for the EU Open Bracket. Of course, we're going to be back tomorrow with NA. We aren't actually done, and then even more. I mean, we've got infinite content. We're doing the Invitational next week. We've got NA tomorrow. I mean, wow! And then guess what, guys? The week after the Invitational bracket, what is it? Oh yeah, that's right. Monthly AT as well. I mean, it just never ends. It really doesn't. So even though not every team can be a winner here, of course, in this tournament, they can come back around once again and have another go in the monthly and try their hands. And and I think in a way the monthly is really good for that, because in a best of three you can kind of adapt, right? And that's what we saw when you have that double elimination capacity. We saw that the Unexpected Challengers were able to adapt to the playstyle of their opponents. But in the monthly, it's a best of one, single elimination, right? If you're out, you're out. And if you get surprised, if you get behind, then all of a sudden you can have quite the upset, potentially even have a really big game there between those two teams. But yeah, that is just about it. So thank you guys so much for casting, by the way, and sticking around for 8 hours.
Yeah, it was
more
fun,
or less.
I didn't expect to be here this long, but it was actually fun. I enjoyed it.
Epic tournament. Yes, because also awesome to cast with you guys and kind of, let you be exposed to the community, okay? Like, meanwhile, when you're, normally Frey is busy hiding in the French laboratories, cooking up all sorts of degenerate meta builds.
That's Goku, dude. That's not me. That's Goku and Esprit. That's not my job.
And Floody, I know what Floody's doing. Floody's playing Genshin Impact normally. I mean, like, what even is that? Seriously, come on,
to be fair,
man.
that's also Goku as well.
Yeah,
that's like
that is true, actually. And actually, you know what? And now, Goku actually has, on his Discord, he actually has, like, what game he's playing. He was actually playing, I believe, Farming Simulator, I believe, or, like, Warehouse Simulator the other day as well. So, a bit of a variety gamer there. To be fair, do you know that there's actually, like, a competition? Like, there's, like, a massive, like, 100K competition for Farming
Their
Sim?
esports
That's
trailers
crazy.
are, like, actually hype. They're actually insane.
Yeah, it's big.
And then you see just, like, tractors roaming around the field, and you're like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Super fucking fun to watch, not gonna lie. I'm
Did you
watching
watch it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I really do. Actually, kind of cool.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's the competitor for Guild Wars 2 esports is like Farming Simulator as well. That's very good. But okay, it is time to do a few outroductions, I suppose. Really, obviously, massive shout out and thanks to all the teams for participating. That was absolutely insane. Just to see like how much traction, like how many teams we have for this scene, and this is something that I'm very, very passionate about. Like, we're gonna be grinding this hard. Like, this is not something that I'm gonna be giving up. And actually, just as a notice now, guys, after the invitational bracket is done, I'm actually going to have the Battlefy page up for the next one after this, guys. So, it's going to be very much a continuous thing, and hopefully I'll be able to get some other little fun mini tournaments in there as well. Maybe get some stuff like some stronger tournaments, some 2v2 stuff, 3v3, all that sort of thing. I've got a lot of plans now for this, and this is only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, guys. This time 40 teams, next time let's do 60 teams, man. Like, let's do 12 hours each day. I mean, I don't know how we're going to handle that. We're going to need about 6 arenas to make that happen or something like that, but why not? Let's see what we can do. Let's really push this as far as we can go. And, I think that, when you have this much engagement, this many players playing, then it really does demonstrate that PvP is not dead just yet, right? It's a bit of a meme. PvP dead game, like any kind of end game, like, raids, PvP. Oh, he's dead. But look, if you've got, right, nearly 200 players competing at a high level, can you really see that the scene is dead? No, of course you can't. No, we are back in business here, and we're just going to catapult this into the expansion, right? When the fiesta of the expansion hits, I mean, dude, honestly, then it's anyone's game. Whoever can figure out the most broken builds, boom, easy win right there. That is going to be an exciting thing to witness there once again. Do you guys have any kind of like final thoughts on the tournament or like some of those games maybe, or the grand finals that you want to share with the world?
I would say there's a pretty nice sponsor actually, which is Surfshark. No, okay, that's joke. I don't know, stick around, guys. It's been a lot of fun casting or like backseat casting while the other guys did the casting. But yeah, I don't know. I want to see much more engagement in the next upcoming tournaments. If we don't get 100 teams by the third time we actually have the Conquest Open, I don't know. That's questionable.
Wow. Okay,
I would only say, I know a lot of people, would say this anyway, but it's pretty true. What Teapot is doing for the game is something that I say this like quote unquote pros should have been doing a long time ago. And, it's really, really good to see someone stepping up and doing this, even without the full support of, ArenaNet. But even some support is still good, and yeah, this is something that should have happened a long time ago.
Well, yeah, you're better late than never, I suppose. And of course, I'm
Definitely.
completely inclined to agree with that. And, I think as long as we have stuff on the horizon, we can build it up, like we can absolutely see this expand and get bigger and bigger and bigger as things continue. And that is pretty much all we actually have to say. Like, I do want to say, once again, thank you to all the admins, to the Arena Labs team, Crayola and Jazz, Delta, and of course, Jester for helping us out with the admins, shoveling these players to where they need to be. And obviously making sure no one's moving extra fast and all that sort of thing during a lot of these games. So yeah, thank you all to them as well. And of course, to you guys here for coming out. Like, we had a great turnout, like 1,200 viewers, and we have just got started as well, right? Like, we're going to keep going there. And seriously, spread the word, guys. If you had fun, okay, let us know. Like, you know, if you got any kind of feedback, you want to talk about the games, the tournaments, all that kind of stuff, like, we're more than happy to actually listen to that feedback and get better, because I want to make this as good as it can be, right? We want to push this to the next level, and the level after that, and the level after that, just forever and ever and ever. So, you know, it will be my honor to have all of you on board for that. And hey, if you want to get involved, you can actually sign up. Well, you can't sign up now, actually, but, you know, you can sign up for the next one, right? You can get in the Discords, !Discord in the chat, guys. Join the Hardstuck Discord. Join the Hardstuck competitive Discord. Follow us on Twitter so you can see me, like, pretend to understand social media. And of course, you can follow all these streams here as well. Honestly, I've got to force Frey to stream at some point. He's even got the Twitch partner badge. What's he doing with it? He's flexing with it. That's all he's doing. He's flexing in Twitch. Oh, look at me, I'm a Twitch partner. I never stream though, okay?
I'll think about it. It has been something I've thought about.
All right, okay. Okay, that's good. I love to hear it. I absolutely do. But yeah, you know, get involved, guys. Like, you know, Hardstuck, just to kind of explain a little bit about what that is. I'll do some shilling here at the end of the stream. I think it's only appropriate, of course. Like, Hardstuck is supposed to be this big community hub, and we've already made some great progress. Like 5,000 members nearly in the Discord at this point, and it's all about learning PvP, learning raids, playing more socially, having some fun together. We've got in-houses run by Arena Labs all the time. We're going to be ramping that up. We're expanding to NA after I'm done with this tour. Well, we're already on NA, but seriously, Operation Eagle Dawn is coming. We've got raid training. We're going to get some world versus world going. Raids, open world, fractals, whatever you want to do. Like, whatever your poison is, guys, we have got something for you, and we want you to get involved, because each and every one of you is going to be the lifeblood of getting this scene going and making it so much more noticeable, so much more visible for ArenaNet and for the broader gaming community at large, guys, okay? Like, right now, okay, you know, Guild Wars 2, it's a dead game, guys. But no, we are going to shout back, okay? Finally, we're going to make our voices heard and make sure that Guild Wars 2 is not known as a dead meme fashion dress-up game. It is that, but it's also got a fantastic competitive hardcore and, you know, hardcore scene with some amazing gameplay that just destroys any other game, guys. There's a reason the guild's called Hardstuck. There's a reason why everyone who says they quit just comes back, except for the people who did quit, but fuck them, okay? Like, don't want them anyway, right? Get out of here, right? Like, trade it to the game there as well. But anyway, that is just about it. So thank you guys so much for watching. We really hope you enjoyed your stay here, had a wicked time here on the tournament. And we are probably going to hand over to Roy now, because, guys, do you guys think you are done with the competition? I mean, look, this might be too far for some of you guys, okay? Do you guys know that we're actually going to be going over directly to the Beetle World Cup NA Regionals cast by Roy and the team of Beetle enthusiasts? Look, if you thought that Thief Mesmer rotational gameplay was fast-paced, then oh my goodness me, you have not seen anything yet. The Octane levels in the Beetles, the Eurobeat, is going to take it to the next level. So we're not done with the competition yet, guys. I'm going to be moving on to that very, very shortly. Yes, join the in-houses. Join all the other Discords. Follow all the social medias, guys. !Discord in the chat. !Streams in the chat. !HCL in the chat. !Meme in the chat. And of course, !VPN in the chat. That one in particular, very, very important. Definitely go and check that one out, guys. Search out VPN, okay? Make sure you don't lag or get DDoS or anything like that. Boom. Conceal yourself online. And also watch Netflix when you lose, I guess. But that's okay. Just don't lose because you have Surfshot VPN. But anyway, that is about it, guys. So, thank you all very much. You guys have a wonderful evening. Say hi to Roy for me when we get there. Another vital member of this team. We'll be back tomorrow at a little bit of a later time. It's going to be at 6 p.m. GMT UTC, 2 p.m. EST there for the NA open bracket for the tournament. And hopefully it won't go to 8 hours. I mean, unless some really bunkery stuff happens, it shouldn't. But we'll have some more fantastic games in store for you then, and we'll see you all there. So thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. We're back for more and leading up into the invitational bracket next week. So that's all I'm going to say. Click all the links, follow the stuff, join the Discords, go everywhere, be here, be there, be everywhere, okay? And stay safe and enjoy the next stream. Thanks, guys. I'll see you later.